An iron helmet with a red stone rested on the rocks, reflecting the last rays of the setting sun. The tired heroes slowly came to their senses after the grueling battle, recuperating. The comrades were talking peacefully with each other, sipping refreshing beverages from their mugs and sharing their impressions. Suddenly, a strange sound came from afar, causing all the birds to soar into the sky and panic and leave the area. People instantly noticed the unusual behavior of the feathered creatures and turned their heads worriedly in the direction of the noise. The boy watched perplexed, not understanding the reason for the sudden flight of all the birds from the neighborhood. The brown-eyed young man decided to scrutinize the surroundings, trying to solve the mystery of the strange phenomenon. Hyun-sung noticed that the mug in his hand was beginning to shake treacherously from the incomprehensible vibrations of the ground. The hero looked around, trying to scout the situation and understand the true cause of the disturbance. Someone shouted desperately, warning everyone that a huge sea monster was approaching their camp. The girl loudly commanded the Windblade fighters to immediately prepare for the upcoming fight. One of the most ancient and legendary monsters known from ancient lore was approaching them. As the monster came closer, the ground beneath the people's feet began to shake from its heavy footsteps. The terrifying sea creature possessed incredibly sharp fangs and an intimidating appearance. The insanely aggressive monster let out deafening screams and growled menacingly at the terrified humans. After activating a special skill, a man approached the group and calmly advised everyone not to panic. He appealed to his comrades to prepare to give a worthy repulse to the approaching enemy. Through these encouraging words, the fear gradually dissipated, and all the characters gained confidence. The Windblades represented an elite unit composed solely of the best fighters in the kingdom. The young man was proud to realize that he too was an integral part of this illustrious team. The protagonist realized the need to add determination to the fight, so he mentally prepared himself for the battle. Hyun-sung, with only a first level of strength, understood the importance of getting close to a dangerous opponent. The guy took a determined step forward, showing his willingness to engage in an unequal battle with the monster. After that, the hero made an incredibly high jump, soaring into the air above the monster's head. He swung his sharp daggers, swiftly approaching the sea beast's massive body. Upon impact, the weapon glowed with a mystical purple light, enveloping everything around it in a magical cross-section of energy. Hyun-sung woke up from a vivid dream. The 27-year-old young man was slowly coming back to reality. Just 3 years ago, the guy was the most ordinary student, unaware of the coming changes. Suddenly, serious problems began when the hero's father was hospitalized with a terminal illness. The mana deficiency manifested 19 years ago after the opening of the gate to the parallel dimension. Then the human world changed dramatically, turning people's usual ideas about reality upside down. People began to awaken and suddenly gain amazing magical abilities and incredible power. The gateway to another dimension has been both a great blessing and a unique opportunity for humanity. However, the portal also turned out to be a terrible curse that brought many troubles and misery to the people. Monsters from a parallel world have done enormous and irreparable damage to human civilization. Mysterious, incurable diseases have appeared, including a dangerous mana deficiency in ordinary citizens. The awakened players successfully fought the monsters, protecting the civilians from the creature's invasion. For this, they made huge profits by selling expensive items dropped from slain monsters. People associated with the players' activities have managed to amass impressive fortunes through trade. For Hyun-sung, the gate turned out to be an exceptionally real curse that destroyed his former life. The ingredients for the inhibitor contained rare gems that only fell from the most dangerous monsters. The medicine cost fabulous money, so the hero's mother had to get 2 jobs. The older sister had spent all of her wedding savings on medical treatment, but the funds were still woefully inadequate. After his main job, Hyun-sung was in a hurry to get a part-time job, but the money he earned wasn't enough. The guy found himself in an extremely difficult life situation, from which he did not see a decent way out. If he were an awakened player, the young man wouldn't have to deal with all these agonizing problems. Crushing rocks with his bare hands, that's what a hero with supernatural power could do. Jump over high-rises without the slightest effort, like a real professional superhero from the comics. It would indeed be wonderful to become a powerful player for at least some time in your life. The lad was now lying in his bed, slowly sinking into a sound and refreshing sleep. Hyun-sung realized that the problems would be solved instantly if he became a player, but it was like a lottery. There was practically no chance of success, so the young man pondered other ways of earning money. His cherished dream was to become not a mediocre, but a truly powerful player. If people became players at will, probably all of humanity would have powers by now. The hero hoped that sooner or later, fate would give him this lucky and fortunate ticket. The guy realized it was time to wash up and go to bed. Tomorrow was going to be a hard day's work. Suddenly, the young man felt the presence of a strange and inexplicable energy. that filled the entire room with a mystical light. Hyun-sung's towel and clothes began to rise into the air as if they were picked up by an invisible wind. In front of him, the hero saw a game window saying that he had finally awakened. The guy was madly surprised by what was happening, not realizing the true meaning of this incredible event. He had heard stories of people who died of heart attacks because of sudden lottery winnings. Now Hyun-sung understood perfectly the feelings of those unfortunate people who had experienced a similar shock of good fortune. The young man spoke the command status window, hoping to see some really impressive specs there. Reading the dropped-out indicators, the hero was perplexed, not understanding what these numbers even meant. The guy realized that usually rookies are given 10 points each, and he only had 5. Hyun-sung became a player, but his statistical performance looked just awful and dismal. The young man noticed the complete lack of any skills. Neither passive nor active abilities were present. The hero screamed throughout the house, outraged by this injustice and considering what was happening a real bullying. In his room, the boy sat pondering how he could have been so catastrophically unlucky. Even the weakest player had to have a total status score of over 40 points. Hyun-sung started counting his characteristics on his fingers. 5, 3, 4, and 1 points. After the counting, the young man smiled sadly and asked himself if it was only 18 points. Other players averaged 50 points each, but why did he only have 18? The hero realized that even leveling up would only get him 5 extra characteristic points. Hyun-sung needed to reach level 6 or 7 to equal the normal first-level players. The guy was missing active and passive skills that were usually given out to newbies in multiples. The possessors of good ability were greeted by those around them as the real kings of the party and stars of society. Upon awakening, players received one of the classes, such as Damager, Medic, or Tank. 99% of all players were sure to gain at least one useful ability upon awakening. There were improved skills that allowed you to level up faster, but they went to a select few players. Kim Hana has awakened twice. There are no more than 10 people like that in the whole world. Met players who for various reasons could not raise their current strength level. Even such misfits had abilities. In 19 years, the hero had not heard of the untalented awakened ones. Examining the status window, the guy became interested in one mysterious and obscure button in the interface. The young man pondered the strange control, thinking it was completely useless digital garbage. After clicking, an amazing and unusual in-game store began to open in front of Hyun-sung. The hero noticed several weapons of rare quality for sale in the catalog. The boy was greatly surprised at what he saw and could not believe his own eyes at such a discovery. When he saw the price of the goods, the young man experienced a real shock at the astronomical amounts for each item. Hyun-sung thought that even here, money was required and questioned the system's functionality. The hero realized that points represent an unusual in-game currency of this amazing world. The character's wallet held 2 billion points, an impressive amount for any purchases. The guy assumed that points functioned specifically as the system's main in-game store currency. The young man's gaze was caught by something else interesting in the assortment of this mysterious trade catalog. Hyun-sung saw an item of legendary quality, and was a bit surprised at the existence of such a rarity. Heroic was considered the highest quality known to man, but here, legendary excellence was mentioned. The hero brought his finger closer to the screen to take a closer look at this unique and mysterious item. The demonic rod did not provide any information. All characteristics remained hidden from view. The guy couldn't buy the item due to insufficient level to make such expensive purchases. Over 10 billion points had to be accumulated to qualify for a rare quality. The young man spotted many other things of high quality and incredible rarity in the store. Hyun-sung wondered if there were medicines that could cure his father's serious illness. The hero began flipping through the store's catalog, trying to find exactly what he needed. The hero saw a growth elixir on sale that exceeded his wildest expectations. Usually, what was called an elixir was the truest jewel among the in-game items. The guy reflected on the fact that if only he had the ability to afford the purchase. Now Hyun-sung realized that he had figured out the system. He should have gone into profitable trading. The merchant class was considered the richest and most prosperous of any player category in the world. The young man came to another important discovery while studying the range of the system's mystery store. The hero discovered goods for raising strength and marveled at the existence of such useful items. The guy thought about the possibility of buying the goods for the purpose of resale, but then discarded the idea. If he doesn't acquire skills and exclusive abilities, he will never achieve greatness. Hyun-sung had to carefully consider every decision to become a great and powerful player. In his hands, the hero held a small red ruby shimmering in the daylight. Holding the stone, the young man wondered if it would be interesting to taste it. The boy decided to experiment right away and cautiously taste the mysterious object. Hyun-sung immediately began to feel a surge of strange and incredibly powerful forces within his body. It was as if his musculature had begun to increase. and a noticeable muscle mass was appearing all over his body. Literally in an instant, the young man began to transform into a real jock with an impressive physical form. The hero was sweating profusely from the intense sensations he had just experienced during the transformation. The guy thought that just 10,000 points gave the effect of several years of training. Hyun-sung realized the need to become stronger precisely because of the points accumulated in the system. After seeing the item mastery skill, the hero decided to purchase it, confident of a profitable resale. The young man pondered where it would be most profitable to place this valuable commodity. The guy realized that something wasn't working out for him in implementing his original sales plan. A notice of a 20% commission on the sale came, much to the dismay of the hero. Hyun-sung realized that there was nothing he could do. Such were the local rules of the trading system. So the young man decided to get to work and bought many amplifications for his power. The hero acquired a huge amount of colorful stones, green, red, and blue crystals. Now the guy was in contemplation whether he should go register or not. Walking outside after a while, a female guild employee inquired about the events that had occurred. Hyun-sung said he recently awakened, so he came to register as an official player. The girl understood his words, but clearly looked very anxious and worried about the situation. She asked if he was too old to be awakened, and if he had really gained strength. The guy then interrogated the employee about what she meant by calling him old. The girl said she had never met players who had awakened at such an advanced age. The staff member began to explain that the official age of awakening is a maximum of 18. Hyun-sung didn't understand the gist of the conversation, but he looked in the mirror and was horrified at his reflection. The character really did turn into a decrepit and infirm old man in just a few hours. People began discussing the strange grandfather claiming awakening, suspecting dementia. Hyun-sung instantly realized that in this world, absolutely nothing is given to people for free. The guy looked at himself as an old man and could not believe what had happened. The hero did not even know what he should do now in this extremely difficult life situation. The young man saw his strength and accumulated points rapidly leaving one by one. At home, Hyun-sung pondered how this could have happened to him in the first place. He has less than a year and a half to live. It is urgent to earn an extension of life. The hero looked at a few trinkets on the table and thought about the possibility of selling them. The portable console in his hands the guy thought was worthless and outdated junk. Having taken the device, the young man decided to check its functionality and made sure it was in working order. A notification came in about an opportunity to place an item for sale with a 20% system commission. Hyun-sung decided to try putting a handheld console in the system's game store window. It began automatically scanning the handheld console to determine its gaming performance and cost. The character was surprised that the system allowed real-life items to be put up for sale. At this point, the guy seriously considered the incredible earning opportunities that had opened up before him. In real life, you could get about 50 to 60,000 for the console. Therefore, Hyun-sung decided to put a much higher price, taking a risk for a big profit. The young man began to laugh, thinking about the 40 games bundled and the fairness of the assigned price. The item was successfully put up for sale, and the hero thought of other items. He began to study the window of a wealthy player with many different jewels in his collection. The buyer clenched his teeth and stated that the product offered was totally unsuitable for him. Another visitor to the showcase thought he already had everything he needed from the assortment. The girl player longed for something new to be uploaded since she had everything. The girl thought of dispelling the boredom and having real cockfights between the players. This could be the truest goldmine for making big money in the system. Suddenly, one of the customers noticed something strange and unusual in the store window. Got a notice that there are some really new and interesting items for sale. She rushed to the screen and exclaimed that she absolutely had to buy it all up immediately. Hyun-sung noticed the successful sale of goods, and all of his wrinkles immediately smoothed out. The hero realized that his life expectancy really depends on the number of points in the game. The guy was pondering how he could recover all the system points he had lost. There was only one thing the young man could not understand in this whole confusing trading scheme. Who in their right mind would buy his junk for such astronomically large sums of money? When Hyun-sung put up a new item, another buyer instantly purchased the watch. The girl didn't even know the purpose of the clock, thinking about the strange object with changing numbers. Her eyes literally lit up with real excitement at the never-before-seen device and its functions. As she considered the purchase, she thought about what a cool and amazing item it was. Buying another piece of junk, the customer said that in the game, all sorts of things can be useful for development. The next thing she picked up to examine turned out to be a smartphone with a cracked screen. The device was so old and glitchy that it gave a network registration error. There were also severe internet connectivity issues and unstable apps. The girl was perplexed as to what it even was and what the device was for. She just loved holding the smartphone in her hands and poking at the different colorful icons. At that moment, her eyes lit up even more than they had before. The blonde accidentally opened the camera and was surprised to think the thing might be a mirror. She also went into the department of different effects for photos and started looking into them. The customer was interested in the filters and decided to try one on for an experiment. Seeing herself in the camera phone with the effect, the girl was pleasantly shocked by the result. She looked insanely cute and attractive in a digital white fluffy bunny mask. The customer couldn't tear herself away from this uncharted technological toy. The girl took selfies time after time and she enjoyed the process a lot. She looked at herself and was downright embarrassed at how beautiful she looked. The buyer was even able to get accustomed to operating this mysterious smartphone in a short time. Although she didn't know what it was recently, she was getting good selfies. Now in the game, she was catching lucky lighting to get a nice quality shot. The other girl was pissed and thinking that she damn near didn't have time to buy any interesting new products. If she finds out who intercepted her toys, he'll definitely be in for some revenge. The girl with long black hair hoped she could still buy something new from this amazing assortment. Looking at the junk she bought from the guy, the customer thought that she hadn't been cheated out of quality after all. Her left eye begins to glow and light up with a bright blue light, radiating mystical energy throughout the room. The lady tries to use her magical eye to carefully analyze all these mysterious things and their purpose. But the girl can't even approximate what this strange junk might be intended for in reality. The girl even gets a little frustrated that she can't manage to solve this interesting mystery for herself personally. Here the shopper's look changes, as if an unexpected brilliant idea has suddenly come into her clever head. The girl noticed that there was no magical trace coming from the objects. How was that even possible in this world? For some reason, she was sweating profusely from the exertion and lack of understanding of what was happening with the things she bought at the moment. The devilis turns out to have figured out how to use this handheld console and has now fully mastered the controls of the device. Now the girl is very much involved in one of the games on the console and can't tear herself away from the addictive gameplay. But unfortunately, nothing good came out for her in the end, and she lost the final level with a bang. Sitting on her majestic throne, the devilis was very upset over an embarrassing defeat in a simple game. The devilis screams about how terribly pissed off she is about this, so much so that the massive chandelier wobbles dangerously under the ceiling. Clenching her teeth with rage, her pupils disappear completely, leaving only the whites of her eyes in frenzy and anger. The girl screams throughout her dingy palace that some creature killed her at the very end of the game level. Hyun-sung has gone outside and is standing next to someone else's expensive car, thinking of new ways to make money. The hero tries to sell it and put it up for sale in his store, hoping to make a good profit for it. He received a notice that other people's goods are strictly prohibited from being offered for sale on the trading system. The guy was very upset that he thought in this dishonest way could make a large amount of money quickly. The young man decided to put up some more junk from his personal belongings to fill up his gaming account with points. One completely broken fan he happened to find on the street near a dumpster caught his eye. Since the fan itself was nobody's property, and the hero picked it up, the device automatically became his property. After scanning, he was notified that he could not sell the broken item for more than 10 points. Hyun-sung realizes that this is what a real setup from the store's system and its rules really is. It's okay, he still managed to sell something, and it's already a small but pleasant success in trade. Now the guy realizes what a fool he was. He did a little bit wrong in the way he should have acted originally. There are only 11 days of life left, but with his new power, you can try to do something really meaningful. Then, abruptly he receives an unexpected notification in the game, to which the hero is very much surprised and does not understand the meaning. He received a complaint from a disgruntled buyer, and if there are a lot of complaints, his seller rating will go downhill a lot. The guy wondered how such a thing was even possible, and from whom else he could have gotten such an unfair complaint about quality. Especially, is there even here in this advanced game also such a complaint and rating system for honesty? But for the hero right now, the main problem wasn't these minor annoyances with the complaint system at all. So Hyun-sung thought that okay, he would just slightly lower the prices of the items he put up in the store. The guy was sitting there getting very anxious in hopes that someone would finally buy his cheapening merchandise soon. After a long wait, he still received the long-awaited notification that all items had been successfully sold. The hero was pleasantly surprised, as he thought no one would buy his old junk for that kind of money. The young man thinks, okay, in that case he'll try to sell some more of his other home supplies and junk. But he again received a nasty notice of a complaint from a customer who had bought that seller's product. Hyun-sung thinks that no, this is definitely the pranks of that very picky customer with a demanding temperament. There were a few more complaints first about his smartphone, then about an old wristwatch with scratches. The guy realizes that the watch was quite working, just old and long dead due to a dead battery. Then disgruntled customers sent more complaints about cigarettes and a broken plastic lighter with no gas. The hero realizes that he acted badly with the product description, and this should not continue in any way. Hyun-sung resents that all customers have speed reading ability, without giving him time to correct it. That's when he got another serious notice about what the store's strict complaint system said. That as of today, his trading activities have been suspended for 3 days due to violations of the quality of goods. Gotta deal with the complaints within that time or he'll be banned for a full 3 months altogether. So, you'll have to re-download the old phone already along with the charger for a complete set. The customers seem to be just like him. They are players with different unique abilities and strange needs. Those who bought these electronic items are clearly not from our planet and do not understand earthly technology. The guy thought, okay, we should arrange for buyers to have a quality shipment of goods with detailed descriptions and instructions. Hyun-sung went online and decided to visit the world of online shopping to research the market prices of goods. Starting to leaf through second-hand websites, the hero realized what really low prices for second-hand items are set there. The guy thinks of buying 10 pieces of miscellaneous goods then, but he gets a notification about insufficient funds in his account. The young man decided to check his pockets and wallet. He couldn't believe the lack of cash in his possession. He really saw that he had catastrophically little money left and wondered what was going on. Maybe he should sell some skill book, since he still can't register as an official player. Here, the hero came up with another potentially lucrative idea for solving financial problems and making money. In fact, he quickly picked up his phone and started actively searching for something important on the internet. After that, Hyun-sung began to think for a long time about different options to solve the current money situation. The guy noticed that he had a new notification coming in, and then something important drew his undivided attention to the screen. The hero quickly grabbed his tattered jacket, preparing to head out on urgent business to the street for his earnings. The young man realizes that okay, then it's time to move on and find new ways to deal with money problems. It was a new day at the construction site, where Hyun-sung was to work hard for pennies again. Hyun-sung came to his hard work as usual and picked up the huge sack with surprising ease. And not even one sack, but several pieces at once. It became incredibly easy for him to lift weights. Colleagues began to ask the guy and wonder when he had managed to become such an incredible strongman and where the strength came from. They curiously asked the hero where he had even worked and trained so hard before. Hyun-sung replied to his comrades that this was basically how he worked a little part-time everywhere and developed his physical fitness. It's been a full 3 days since I received a ban on the trading platform for substandard merchandise. With very little time left to unban on the platform, the hero was looking forward to trading again. The guy realizes it's time to actively make some money again to buy quality goods for resale. The young man thinks and starts planning to put all these new items for sale with detailed descriptions. Then suddenly the expression on his face changes abruptly from joyful anticipation to deep disappointment and horror. Hyun-sung has received another complaint from a disgruntled player and wonders how much longer these constant complaints can be tolerated. The character started to get very worried, as he is afraid of being banned permanently and losing the ability to trade. The guy is sitting in a state where he's getting really sick from stress and nervous tension. 20 of the 20 items received complaints. All items were defective, so a 3-month lockout. Hyun-sung thinks in horror, how did 20 out of 20 turn out like that? And that they were absolutely all his goods. The hero tries to figure out what the problem is, and reads a review for a game console about what he did wrong. The buyer wrote that the seller didn't think of batteries to this portable set-top box for proper functioning. The guy got another complaint about the glasses and a broken remote with no batteries. Hyun-sung is angry and thinks, why are they being so rude to him with these complaints? They should have waited a little longer. The young man feels like he's going crazy with the nonsense going on around him in this trading system. The hero thinks that if he doesn't sort out his problems in these 4 days, what will happen to him? The guy is completely frustrated and feels the sheer frustration of not being able to resolve this difficult issue. Hyun-sung is angry at the circumstances, which he can't influence by his actions and decisions. It's a new day, and he's making money again so he can buy quality stuff to resell later. While his supernatural power is active, the guy realizes that he needs to actively take advantage of these favorable moments. It's been a full 3 days since the last time I had trouble complaining about substandard merchandise in the store. Hyun-sung prepared carefully and bought some things again, but with more care and attention. The hero sits in front of this game window in deep thought about proper trading strategy and quality of goods. The guy thinks of a man who buys up all his merchandise, but is willing to slap complaints for literally nothing. The young man ponders, wondering how long these batteries will last, since they seem to be quite old and worn out. Finally came the long-awaited notification that he was unbanned, to which the hero was incredibly overjoyed. Here his emotions change abruptly from genuine joy to complete surprise at the unexpected turn of events in the system. Hyun-sung received a notification that absolutely all items had been successfully placed in the catalog for sale. And also still all complaints regarding the items sold were successfully resolved in favor of the seller by the system. Hyun-sung is genuinely happy about the fact that he really was able to solve this difficult trading problem. In the end, the hero has already earned as much as 2 billion points, which exceeded all his wildest expectations from the trade. The guy feels insanely proud of himself and his hard work in overcoming all odds. The young man rejoices and realizes that this is what can really be called the most real success in life and career. Hyun-sung thinks about what's worth selling next, a game console or an old phone. And then the hero realized one very important thing, which radically changed all his plans for the future. First, now that he looks like a young man again, the guy can officially register as a player. This will allow you to obtain a player's certificate and undergo a week of training at a specialized beginner's training center. You can return to the training as many times as you like until you successfully pass your final driver's license exam. If you're already desperate and you can't pass the exam, too bad, you'll just be without a license and you won't be a player. So, awakening abilities is just the beginning of a long journey before becoming a true professional player. The committee solemnly congratulates fellow Hyun-sung for succeeding in passing this difficult qualifying exam. The people watching are wondering why he is suddenly being applauded at all and getting too much attention. People around him say that he thinks he's obscure because of his supposedly rare and unique trading skill. The guy becomes extremely embarrassed at the thought of standing out so much from the beginning among the rest of the training participants. It's been 3 full weeks, and the guys are ceremoniously told how well they've done in that time. Unexpectedly, one of his classmates approaches Hyun-sung with a friendly offer to spend time together after class. The pretty girl says they want to celebrate successes together and asks if he wants to go with them. Another guy adds that they plan to have a drink to celebrate the joy of successfully completing the course. Hyun-sung politely mentioned that he had urgent business at home, so he had to hurry home. These guys are saying about the guy that he has really good ability, well, they'll sit without him. Now that the hero has returned to the player registration area, he is ceremoniously presented with an official sealed ID. Hyun-sung thinks to himself with great joy that he finally got this important document in his hands. The guy saw that absolutely all the necessary information about him was written there, and he thanked the employee for drawing up the document. So now he can definitely sell a skill book by now, and he might even be able to get all of his father's medical bills paid. As a result, he has paid almost 1 million points for a rare copy of a skill book sold at auction. The auction worker says to come back for more, but if you're late with the buyout, you'll have to pay an additional penalty. The hero spent absolutely all his accumulated savings to buy the most necessary equipment for beginner hunters. There was only enough money for the cheapest armor and the simplest sword of low-quality iron. If the equipment is too weak, you won't even be able to go into any dungeon to hunt with that gear. You can hear people outside saying they are looking for tanks to go on a dungeon takeover campaign, if there are any interested. Some unknown organizer says that the dungeon is rented from him, and he guarantees complete safety to the group members. Hyun-sung was interested, thinking that low-level dungeons had a really high demand for tanks and doctors for teams. The chance of dying is kind of pretty low, but it's still worth it for your own safety and health. With his current skills, the guy could join absolutely any team, but he won't. Since the goal for today is to catch the dungeon boss all alone without help, Hyun-sung plans to pretend that he has already gotten all the skills from the skill book he bought and has fully mastered them. As the hero began to enter the dungeon, the worker at the entrance asked in surprise if he was going in without a partner. The confident guy on this calmly said that, as you can see, yes, no partner, and started to walk away inside the dungeon. Hyun-sung hears people say about him that he is a real daredevil who goes alone into a dangerous dungeon. Even people of high status and excellent characteristics rarely hunt alone. Usually everyone forms teams or pairs. You can't just risk your precious life for no good and important reason to do so, because if you go alone into a dungeon, you can easily die or even become disabled for life. It is very important to find a reliable partner to rely on in critical situations and in case of danger. The employee responds that sometimes you have to let people do what they themselves want to do, despite the risks. Hyun-sung had entered this dark and dangerous dungeon completely on his own for his first ever prey quest. Since this is his very first time in a dungeon, it's understandable that the guy is very anxious and nervous. The hero has lit a bright torch to light the way and takes a determined step forward through the dark corridor of the dungeon. The young man thinks to himself that here he has finally come to a real monster hunting dungeon. Hyun-sung walks down this dark and deep corridor, listening carefully to the sounds and rustles around him. As suddenly, all of a sudden, the lad heard some strange and disturbing sound coming from the depths of the dungeon ahead. The hero saw some wounded kid who was clearly dying from serious wounds and blood loss received in the battle. Ahead of them, they saw a huge, evil mutant rabbit and several experienced warriors in armor desperately fighting it. Seeing this terrifying monster, the guy thinks that this is not a hare at all, but the most real, ruthless predator killer. Hyun Sung began to scrutinize those terrifying demonic horns sticking out of the mutated creature's head, and also the horrible sharp fangs that made this bloodthirsty rabbit stand out among the usual harmless forest hares. Other people began to shout loudly and deliberately provoke the aggressive monster to attack and actively fight. The monster began to get very angry from this, which was done by the hunters quite specifically to provoke the creature's aggression. The huge mutant hare with its burning red eyes began to furiously attack the warrior closest to it. There was only one desire in his mad eyes: to kill and gnaw on all the people in the dungeon. The warrior realizes in his eyes that he is probably about to die from the fangs and claws of this terrifying monster. The shield that was protecting his body from attacks suddenly slipped from his hands that were trembling with fear. Hyun Sung, watching this chaos, can't understand what is even going on in this critical combat situation. The hero hears these players shouting to each other to act now and go on the active attack. The guy thinks they're newly awakened and have only had 3 weeks of basic training at the rookie training center. Before that, their lives were completely ordinary. Someone worked in a factory, someone went to university. The chances of a first-level team successfully traversing the dungeon are very slim, let alone his plans to act alone. But these guys are really trying their best, despite the monster's clear superiority in strength and experience. They carefully pick the right moments to strike tactically correct blows at this monster's vulnerabilities. This enthusiastic group realizes that now is the best time to launch a decisive attack on a weakened enemy. In front of his eyes, the guy stands in complete shock, thinking about how he used to think he could do it all. But now, Hyun Sung realizes that you can't be so cocky and underestimate the dangers of dungeons for newcomers. The hero sees the team desperately trying to deal with this aggressive mutant rabbit in every way possible. The huge monster swings its massive white furry paw around, trying to crush another armor-clad opponent. But still, with their combined efforts and many coordinated attacks, they manage to defeat the dangerous killer rabbit. The hero simply watches as the defeated monster falls heavily to the stone floor of the dungeon, letting out a final groan. Hyun Sung realized that they had been fighting the monster for much longer than he had originally imagined. It took 8 minutes for one rabbit. Everything needs to be done faster, or you won't survive the more difficult dungeons. The guy noticed a patch on one of the guys that said something like Guild Security Officer. Hyun Sung thought that with such an ally, it was unlikely to achieve anything serious. What was the point of trying then? To the hero, someone replies that it's not worth worrying about that, and worrying about the competence of the team. For an experienced player like this man, such skills are enough, and he activates invisibility mode. Hyun Sung stands in this gloomy dungeon, pondering the next course of action and strategy to survive alone. Players walk past him talking to each other about how well they did today. Lee Soo-hee, the guild commander, and Kim Ji-soo, the guild doctor, talk about how well everyone did and did well. The guild doctor says to go ahead, sis. The boss will definitely show up in the next location soon. Lisa replies to her that she hopes so very much so and is ready to face her main adversary. The other guys say they need to catch the boss alive at all costs, and the team should be able to do it. Soo-hee wishes good luck to all her comrades and urges caution in the upcoming boss battle. Other players try to cheer up their comrades, saying that there is no need to worry. The team has enough strength to cope with the task. After all, the other people reply that does anyone really doubt it? The only problem is that the boss usually doesn't show up. Those players immediately changed their tone and said they just didn't want to upset the team with bad news about the difficulty. It is now the 15th day of the hunt for this elusive boss in the depths of a dark and dangerous dungeon. The goal of the 4th mission is to retrieve the boss rabbit's head as proof of defeating him. The monster is not a very difficult opponent, but the team still failed to complete the task. He is hiding in the dungeon. The leader is mad already and says that once he spots the boss, he'll kill him in a second. Behind the dark veil of shadows, a few common rabbits hide away from the main group of hunters in secluded areas. They pass small rabbits, but they can't even spot them because of the poor lighting in the hallways. The team is communicating about hearing some strange noises here, but it's probably echoes from neighboring teams. Here, suddenly, even the experienced team doctor also heard nothing suspicious in the surrounding rustles and sounds. They saw Hyun Sung in the distance and thought who it was coming toward them. Some strange, lonely man. Soo-hee told the others that yes, it's just that they shouldn't pay much attention to him and get distracted from the mission. Jisoo talks about how amazing it is. He seems to have gotten to this point all alone or lost his partner. After these words, the leader herself decided to think seriously about it and observe the strange hunter more closely. The girls look at the guy and realize he doesn't have a scratch on him, plus he's using a stealth skill. But these two experienced girls cannot understand why in that case he is here alone. Then an interesting thought occurred to the leader, explaining the strange behavior and appearance of this mysterious hunter. She tells the team to take a look. He's wearing cheap, rented, low-quality rookie gear. This kid is probably just an inexperienced rookie, but he certainly wouldn't have gone here alone willingly on his own. It's quite possible that this guy was forced or tricked into coming here by more experienced and devious players for their own purposes. Even if a hunter has a bunch of useful skills, you still need 30+ levels to effectively kill monsters. While the girls were actively discussing all this amongst themselves, the guy managed to easily kill the enemy rabbit with one blow. When they see this incredible sight, the team is in for the most genuine shock at seeing the rookie's demonstration of strength. Hyun-sung looks at the breathless body of that rabbit and sighs heavily from the complex emotions that came over him. His entire body shakes from the horror he now sees before him on the stone floor of the dungeon. It would seem that the hero had killed just one rabbit, but such a heavy sensation swept through his entire body. In his head he says that he's sorry, brother, but he's in a desperate state too, and has to survive for his father's sake. Since he not only has a sick father, but also a mother and sister who also need to be taken care of all the time. Looking at his prey, the guy realizes that although the monster is dead, nothing of value has fallen out of it. The hero realizes that this is the most real fiasco and a complete failure of his plans for quick enrichment in the dungeon. So Hyun-sung decides to enter invisibility mode again and continue searching for more valuable opponents to hunt. The hero approaches one rabbit to use a powerful invisible strike to quickly kill the enemy. In one accurate strike, Hyun-sung easily kills this rabbit, demonstrating his increased strength and weapon mastery. The girls continue to watch and realize that the guy is likely far from new to monster hunting. Jisoo anxiously turns to the group commander after noticing the strange behavior and incredible strength of the mysterious hunter. The leader sees the look on his subordinate's face and realizes that the girl looks insanely serious and worried about what's going on. The game has an important rule of 20 levels difference between the hunter and his monster victim. If the player's level is lower than the monster's, items will drop from the killed enemy, and the hunter will gain experience. But experience and items cannot be obtained from monsters that are 20 levels below the player's current rank. Magic contained in corpses is turned into valuable items, but the higher the level, the worse the quality of the loot. Of course, when a critical difference of 20 levels is reached, items will not drop from opponents at all. Hyun-sung doesn't want to give up and keeps trying to kill another rabbit, hoping for a better result. Soo-hee, with a mysterious smile on his face, tells the team that this is this mysterious guy's first hunt. The ward asks the commander what she thinks the mystery hunter's class and specialization even is. Looking at the fighter, the commander isn't even sure of her assumptions about his true abilities and skills. The leader realizes that, okay, we need to observe more of this interesting kid and his fighting technique. The group commander realizes that there is nothing much to do at home anyway, and here an interesting spectacle is unfolding. The team continues to watch the guy methodically tear these rabbits apart with his skill and punching power. The fighter uses his weapon and unique lightning strike skill to effectively eliminate opponents. Suddenly the boy noticed something on the ground that surprised and pleased the hunter more than anything else. On the ground after killing the rabbit, Hyun-sung saw a rare blue crystal glittering with mystical light. The hunter is overjoyed by this and realizes that this is the 5th valuable prey during his solitary trek. But there's still something going on here that the guy doesn't like at all about the current situation. The fighter doesn't understand why it's so hard to raise his level, even when hunting all alone. Considering he had killed so many opponents, the level should have risen to at least 2nd level. Hyun-sung realizes that his experience points are not increasing in any way at all, despite the many monsters he has defeated. The guy thinks he can completely clean out the entire dungeon of rabbits within the next hour. It's been a full 5 hours now, and the fighter has sort of tackled the bulk of the enemies in the location. But the hunter realizes something very strange when he looks at his character's status window. Hyun-sung had heard that the level usually rose easily in 1 day, or at most 2 days of active hunting. That's when a disturbing thought pops into the guy's head, and the fighter becomes even more worried about his development. Jisoo herself told the team that it turned out to be kind of awkward to watch this strange hunter. Hyun-sung sits frustrated and realizes that this is definitely the end of all plans for rapid character development. In the past 10 days of earning, 150 million points were obtained for selling electronics to customers, and also just 10 measly points for selling the body of one of the slain monsters in the in-game auction. The fighter thinks you need to think as positively as possible, as this is just the very beginning of a long journey of development. While the guy is thinking in an optimistic way, one of the aggressive monsters slowly approaches him, but the young man even sits with his back to his opponent, just swung his weapon once and tackled the creature. Hyun-sung realizes that there's nothing to just sit around idly, so he cheers up a bit to continue hunting. The fighter has just dealt with one rabbit, when he is suddenly surrounded by 3 more of the remaining hungry predators. First, the hunter places a block in front of one monster, defending against its swift attack with its sharp claws, after which he masterfully chops his opponent's head off with one precise and deadly strike of his blade. It's as if it's so commonplace for the guy that he doesn't even think about killing living things. After several hours in this gloomy cave, Hyun-seong feels very physically and mentally tired. Here, when the fighter is already categorically tired, he is attacked by one last monster of this location. This huge angry rabbit with its sharp teeth is ready to tear apart any careless opponent. But even with this monster, the young man handles it with ease, not flinching for a second from fear. Then suddenly the hunter noticed a system pop up with an important message for the character. The guy got a notice saying congratulations, he did well and passed the training, but what does that even mean? Laying his bloody weapon aside on the stone floor of the cave, the fighter pondered the strange message. Hyun-sung resolutely pursued the question of what this mysterious notice that had come meant. Hunter was given the honorary title of Horned Rabbit Hunter for his outstanding success in exterminating monsters. The guy realizes that he's definitely seen this somewhere before. Skills grow when getting special achievements. Absolutely every player can get this achievement if they put enough effort and time into the hunt. The only problem is that usually everyone levels up long before killing the required number of monsters. You can reach a rare rank pretty quickly if you allocate time and resources to development properly. While the guy is in deep thought, these girls are still also closely watching the mysterious fighter. The guild leader laughs quietly, much to the surprise of his subordinate, who doesn't understand the reason for the commander's amusement. The leader looks at the guy and thinks that after all the fighter is not an easy one, but really interesting and talented. Soo-hee recalls that the hunter killed the horned rabbit with just one powerful and precise weapon strike. Repeat that once or twice, and the commander would call it the usual luck of the novice hunter. But absolutely not. The guy has done it many more times with enviable consistency and skill. The fighter did so without a single regret or hesitation, as if killing monsters had become an everyday occurrence for him. Not only that, the hunter would immediately blow the head off the monsters without wasting time on long duels and fights. For Hyun-sung, it was so easy and simple that he did it all at the same time effortlessly. Literally one stroke of his weapon fighter destroyed opponents, demonstrating an incredible mastery of the blade. The girl realizes that in such an unusual situation she definitely needs to intervene and get to know the mysterious hunter. Hyun-sung holds the blue stone in his hand, scrutinizing this rare booty from the slain monster. The fighter ponders if maybe he should move further down the dungeon and seek out stronger opponents. Here, the 2 girls decided to call out to the hunter after watching him closely from afar for a long time. The guy clearly didn't expect there was anyone else here besides him in the depths of this dangerous dungeon. Hyun-sung looks at the 2 girls and thinks that they have high-level equipment. Who are they? Jisoo tells the stranger that there's no need to be afraid. They're from dungeon security in the first place. Hunter thinks, so that's what this is all about, and says he thought all the employees were staying out front. The fighter adds that he didn't even notice the girls, and they don't seem to have service member badges. Jisoo explains that they have just returned from a mission to protect other hunters from dangerous monsters. Probably didn't notice the team due to stealth skills, used the ability to avoid the attention of the horned rabbits. Hyun-sung thinks about hiding, but he couldn't even hear them breathing. What a masterful hiding presence this is. The young girl goes on to say that they happened to notice how the guy was skillfully hunting monsters by himself. The hunter's outstanding abilities attracted the attention of the experienced female security officers watching. So the girls ask the fighter if they can find out what his current level of development even is. But Hyun-sung is getting embarrassed. He's only level 1, but the skills add up to 270. The guy thinks it's no good that these 2 strangers have noticed him and are interested. The girls go on to explain that they just wanted to pass by the hunter, but really couldn't stay indifferent. Soo-hee says she's interested in something about battle technique, so she still wants to ask something. The commander said she represented the Sao Guild, one of the most powerful organizations in the country. The guy knows that there is a big company in Korea called So Group, and the guild is sponsored by that corporation. The leader says that if the hunter reveals his status, he will gladly help him join. Here the fighter realizes that the case is absolutely bad. You have to be careful with such powerful people, since these ladies are likely to be an obstacle to further development if they find out the truth about the abilities. A level 1 player with good skills. This is an anomaly that will draw unwanted attention to Hyun-sung. What to do if a fighter defeats monsters and still no experience, no understanding of how to solve the problem? So the guy immediately abruptly declined, saying that he was sorry, but he wasn't interested at all. Hunter actually took and turned around in the other direction away from those pesky girls, wanting to leave quickly. The girl immediately ran up to the hunter and told him to wait and not to leave so quickly. Hyun-sung thinks in anticipation that now something bad is sure to happen because of this obsessive attention. Soo-hee is standing right in front of the fighter, thinking about what he has to say for persuasion. Leaning closer, the commander asks if it's possible that the guy just doesn't know their guild, to which the hunter hesitantly said that he was well aware of the reputation and influence of that organization in the country. Soo-hee said that it was strange to hear a refusal to join a prestigious guild. It was rare among hunters. The guy replies that there's nothing weird about it. It's his personal decision and right to choose. The fighter explains that he wants to try and cope alone and doesn't feel the need for comrades. The guild leader asks if the hunter's contract binds him to other organizations or teams, to which Hyun-sung confidently replies in the negative, reiterating his desire to only work alone for now. Ji-soo was upset and confused to hear such an emphatic rejection from a promising fighter. Watching the girls' reactions, the guy realizes that he's kind of convinced them he's serious. So the hunter said lastly that in that case could not the girls let him pass on. But the team doesn't want to give up so easily and starts talking about the possibility of a connection in the future. Even if a fighter only has skills without a high level, it won't be a hindrance to the guild. The lad replied to the suggestion that he would think about it, as he had a spare moment to reflect. Here the girls offer to walk together to the exit of the dungeon. What does the hunter say to that? The leader says that this way the fighter will definitely be able to avoid various troubles and dangers along the way. Hyun-sung even responded to this offer with 100% refusal, wanting to go on his own. The girl, leaving, thinks to herself that this guy is a real rude and ignorant man. Okay, bygones. Sooner or later this stubborn guy is going to regret his decision. The team realizes that they need to get out of here faster, as they are already tired from the long wait. Hyun-sung, after leaving the dungeon, realizes the need for caution. There are a bunch of players here stronger than normal people. The fighter turns around and looks rather disturbed by the events and attention going on around him. The hunter sees the gate to the dungeon and wonders if not everyone has yet emerged from the dangerous depths. The guy walks up to the counter where they usually order cabs for trips around town. Hyun-sung gets into the car, and the driver politely asks the passenger where to go. The fighter looks confused and doesn't even know where exactly he needs to go now. The hunter replies to the driver that let's just start by just driving from here in any direction. A cab car slowly moves forward through the busy streets of the city, taking away a passenger. Hyun-sung makes a new request to an experienced driver for a travel route. The guy says to take him to the Blood Fox dungeon for the next hunt. The driver, upon hearing the destination, says that it seems the passenger has completed the mission in the Horned Rabbit dungeon, and congratulates him. The cab driver explains that he has driven many players back and forth, so he knows all the roads to the city's dungeons well. The chatty driver starts telling a long story about how he recently gave a ride to some famous high-ranking player. Hyun-sung stopped listening to the chatter for a bit as he opened the status window and saw something surprising, wondering if he could mop up the other locations. If even one tank arrives, we go immediately. The fighter hears groups of players communicating with each other. As the guy walks down this crowded street, he realizes that the atmosphere around the dungeons is exactly the same everywhere. A hunter approaches the front desk to sign up and officially enter a dangerous new hunting dungeon. Hyun-sung again tells one of the staff members that he's going to go there completely alone, without a team. Understandably, this surprises and alarms everyone, as this behavior is very unusual for newcomers. The main monster of this location, a bloody fox with insanely sharp fangs and piercing yellow predator eyes. A large number of experienced players and expensive equipment were crowded around the entrance, discussing a strategy to attack her. Hyun-sung decided, just like last time, to just observe and study the situation to begin with. The fighter looked carefully a bit more in the direction of the guards and noticed something interesting to him. The guy saw the security department people just falling asleep at their posts from boredom and fatigue. Hunter realizes that this is a great opportunity for him, so he quickly uses the stealth skill. At the moment of clearing the Blood Fox dungeon, there is one important detail. The monsters here are much more aggressive than usual. Hyun-sung sees that two red monsters are already rapidly moving towards him with clearly hostile intentions. The fighter looks very determined and confident though, thinking about the fight ahead. When the foxes approach, the guy easily slashes their heads with one powerful stroke of his blade. The hunter noticed that he gets about 180 experience points per fox killed, much more than for rabbits. The weapons here also drop a bit stronger and of higher quality, which pleases the novice fighter and motivates him to continue. Hyun-sung continues to methodically massacre these bloodthirsty red monsters, honing his fighting technique. Stepping aside a bit after hitting another opponent with his weapon, the guy looks around at his surroundings. The fighter realizes that he has successfully dealt with the first wave of these dangerous monsters and is ready for further challenges. It was then that something else ahead caught the hunter's attention. a movement deep in the dark corridors of the dungeon. Hyun-sung saw a huge number of these blood foxes slowly crawling out of their lairs towards the uninvited guest. The predators came closer and closer to him, displaying sharp fangs and bloodthirsty eyes. But the guy realizes that in this case, it's time for him to start the most real large-scale monster hunt. Already at 2 o'clock in the morning, the count of foxes killed was almost 300, an incredible result for a single hunter. Hyun-sung rejoices in the achievement of Hara, finally reaching the mark of 300 foxes killed in a single night hunt. The fighter also got an achievement for this, just like last time for the rabbits, realizes that he has achieved his goal. Hunter got the honorable achievement Blood Fox Hunter, and everything went pretty much as originally expected. Guy utters the status window command and scrutinizes the changes in his character's stats after a successful hunt. Looking at the updated data, Hyun-sung sees that this time around, he has a significant increase in physical strength and stamina. Hyun-sung realizes that most likely all the bonuses and improvements are dependent on the honorary title of Hunter he has received. As the fighter was studying the status window, he noticed just a huge number of more of these bloodthirsty monsters approaching him from behind. The foxes look at the intruder with a rather attentive and studying gaze, assessing the level of threat from the hunter. The guy thinks, okay, let's in that case do an interesting experiment with mass extermination of monsters. It has already been 7 hours since Hyun-sung has been in this dark and dangerous dungeon without a break. The hunter was even a little tired from the continuous slaughter, though normally such stamina was completely out of character for him. In 7 hours of intense hunting, the fighter killed a whole mountain of these bloodthirsty animals, leaving a bloody trail behind him. The guy finally got the achievement of a rare rank, slaying exactly 1,000 blood foxes in one night hunting session. Hyun-sung noticed that the strength skill had been increased by a full unit, a significant progress for a novice hunter. The fighter thinks he has received confirmation that he can grow to an epic rank with further development and training. But before continuing the hunt, the young man decided to take a little break, so he crouched down on a stone ledge. The hunter reflects that he will definitely come to this lucrative dungeon again tomorrow to continue farming resources. Hyun-sung already has a whole bag of these precious blue stones that can be sold for good money. Suddenly, the guy is very surprised to find something quite unexpected and valuable in his loot. In the hunter's hands was a skill book that gives permanent body enhancement, a rare and expensive find. Would have known in advance that he could get this book from monsters, then definitely wouldn't have bought a similar one for points. So the fighter decided to put the duplicate for sale in the in-game store for additional hunting profits. And then Hyun-sung thought, okay, I'll take this valuable book with me for my own personal use. Finally, a guy comes out of this dungeon carrying 2 valuable skill books of rare quality. At the exit, there is a special basket where you need to put different things that the hunter received as prey. The security officer politely asks that all rocks and other items be placed in this particular basket for inspection. Being a law-abiding citizen, it is understandable that Hyun-sung decided to honorably fulfill this service requirement. Suddenly, the officer checking the guy's bag was pleasantly surprised by the quantity and quality of the booty he found. The worker thinks that there are an incredible amount of stones and even skill books of rare quality. This hasn't happened in a long time. This dungeon had never before found skill books of such rare quality in a single hunting session. Indeed, this seasoned employee marvels at the fact that a guy all alone was able to obtain such treasures. Hyun-sung is incredibly proud of himself and his accomplishments that he was able to exceed all expectations of the hunt. But the hunter modestly replies to the employee that there is nothing particularly strange or unusual about these results. When the guy came to sell the stones, he is told he can get almost 1,000,000 won for all the loot he collected. The employee also says that Hyun-sung will be contacted after the skill book is successfully sold to a buyer. Hunter is excited at the prospect of earning money, and says he will then wait patiently for a call from the administration. Going home, the fighter realizes that at this rate, he can earn about 1,000,000 won a day by hunting alone. Hyun-sung realizes that being an awakened player is still much better and more beneficial than being an ordinary person. After such a grueling and hard day of hunting, Hyun-sung decides that the best thing to do is to have a good meal. The fighter sits in a nearby cafe and waits patiently until he can re-enter the dungeon to continue the hunt. The guy thinks about looking for a room at some nearby hotel for an overnight stay near the dungeon. Getting to your home every day takes too much time and takes away precious hunting energy. Hyun-sung is determined as he has learned that he must pump his rank to a higher level again. Again in the Bloody Fox dungeon, the hunter beheads another victim with honed skill with a single blow. The fighter does it so easily and naturally, as it is far from the first 1,000 monsters killed. Even with his accumulated experience and skill, the guy still gets a little tired of the monotonous carnage. Hyun-sung receives an important notice, and he eagerly waits to see what it will say this time. The achievement says that the hunter all alone killed 5,000 blood foxes. An incredible result. This is how a fighter gets his very first heroic rank achievement, which is a significant breakthrough in development. The guy thinks about whether he's really the first person to achieve a heroic rank in this field. Of course, there are other people who have reached a rare rank besides him, but he is the first with a heroic achievement. Hyun-sung realizes that he achieved this completely by accident, but still the result is impressive and motivating. Hunter decides to call up the status window once again to take a close look at the new characterization changes. When the fighter saw what had been updated there, he was truly in deep shock at the magnitude of the improvements. In general, all character stats increased by a whole 100 units at once. Fantastic progress. Being first at something is really very cool, and gives you a sense of uniqueness among all the players. Also, Hyun-sung received a notice of possible promotion to the next rank, which is also incredibly cool. But then, after reading more carefully, the guy thinks, stop. Something particularly interested him in this message. It turns out that this rank can be further increased when certain hunting goals are met. The fighter thinks he can be the first to get the legendary hunter rank among all the players in the world. But he's probably had enough hunting for today. It's time to rest and recuperate. Because after such an active day, Hyun-sung can hardly feel his tired legs anymore from the constant movement. So the hunter's only wish is to be sure to return here tomorrow to continue the farming. It's been 10 days since the fighter has been living like a soldier's camp near the Blood Fox dungeon. The guy leaves the hotel every morning and his day starts the same way, with a solid breakfast before the hunt. Once inside the dungeon, Hyun-sung performs his routine over and over again, methodically killing these dangerous foxes. Hunter decided to check the status again. He again received an important notification of a new achievement. This notification is special. The fighter obtained a legendary rank by killing 10,000 blood foxes single-handedly. When Hyun-sung received this achievement, he immediately dropped his bloody weapon onto the stone floor. Crouched down from exhaustion, the guy thinks it's so physically demanding that he almost died from overexertion. Still, nothing is impossible in this world, so Hyun-sung decides to open the status window to check for changes. Then the hunter noticed something incredible that surprised him greatly. Wow, what numbers appeared on the screen. All the characteristics of the fighter increased by 40 units at once. The guy laughs and rejoices seeing this amazing news. It's really incredible and so fantastic that such progress is very hard to believe. Hyun-sung further examines the information in the system and sees that a further rank increase is not possible for now. The fighter realizes that in this way, the system can no longer give him the benefits of fox hunting. But since the maximum has been reached, then okay, there's no point in lingering in this particular dungeon any longer. Another positive and inspiring thought about future earning plans pops into the hunter's mind. The guy reflects on the fact that there are still plenty of other places to hunt where you can make good money. Hyun-sung returned to the familiar dungeon of the Horned Rabbit to test his new abilities on weak monsters. Chopping another opponent, the fighter thinks with relief, phew, it's not as hard as it used to be. But still, the main thing is to continue in the same spirit and do not stop at what has been achieved. The hunter literally kills these animals with one easy blow, demonstrating increased power and skill. For Hyun-sung, these monsters are already so past their prime that dealing with them is incredibly easy. The guy thinks that even with his bare hands, he can now easily deal with these weak monsters. Then in that case, this dungeon can be wrapped up little by little, and new challenges can be found. The fighter returned to the hotel, and received a long-awaited notification on his phone that all items had been successfully sold. Hyun-sung just got out of the shower and thinks that he needs to go there right away anyway. The long-awaited day has come when the money will flow to the hunter in a veritable river of sales. The guy walks into the bank premises, and the employee politely tells him to check the amount and sign the documents. Hyun-sung took this official piece of paper and began to scrutinize all the points and figures in it. Here's something very much surprised and shocked the hunter, an unpleasant surprise in the calculations. The fighter saw that there was a huge tax listed there to be paid, almost half of the whole amount. The guy thinks it's a real robbery in broad daylight, but the money is definitely worth it not to sell. Leaving the bank, Hyun-sung ponders that in such a case, he should hunt much more diligently and efficiently. In the low-ranked dungeons, the hunter earned 10 million using stones in less than 10 days. As a result, the fighter was able to earn 100 million won in this month, and the points are accumulating quite well too. At this impressive rate, Hyun-sung will be able to buy the elixir much sooner than he had originally planned for his father. The guy quickly ran to the public transportation stop, hurrying home with the good news. Hunter thinks if you look at it that way, he hasn't bought any new clothes since his father got sick. Hyun-sung couldn't afford new clothes, and his mother and sister were also saving money on everything. The guy stands in deep thought about what he should do with the money he has accumulated. Fighter thinks he's made enough money, so he'll be sure to rectify that unfair situation tonight. Another hard day's work is coming to an end in a factory shop where ordinary people work. It's 7 p.m. and the tired workers are saying goodbye to each other, going home after their shifts. One woman, Hyun-sung's mother, is just finishing up her grueling work at the facility. As she leaves the factory grounds, she says goodbye to her co-workers, saying she'll definitely see them tomorrow morning. Another hard day's work is behind her, and now the woman slowly walks home to her family. Then suddenly, a familiar guy comes up behind her and joyfully shouts "Mom" at the top of his voice. The woman absolutely can't believe her ears. Is that really her son's voice? Turning around, the mother does indeed see before her her dear son, whom she has not seen for so long. Hyun-sung walks up to his parent and says anxiously that his mother has somehow gotten very thin during this time. But the woman does not respond to the remark, but asks her son in surprise what suddenly made him come here. To which the guy replied that he had come here for a reason, but to tell her something important. It is clear that such an unexpected meeting greatly pleased the tired-of-work woman. The mother tells her son how much he has grown, and immediately asked if he had time to eat. Hyun-sung replied that of course not, as he wanted to have dinner specifically with his beloved mother. Hearing this, the mother was very much surprised at such a suggestion from her usually busy son. Afterward, the woman said she immediately had to rush to her second job at a local diner. The mother gives her son some money and tells him to go order some soup somewhere nearby, and tomorrow morning she would be sure to make him a delicious homemade breakfast, just like when he was a kid. The son replies that the mother hasn't had dinner yet. If both are hungry, let's go eat together. The woman explains that she can get a snack at her second job, so let her son go alone. But Hyun-sung still insists that he'll help his mother, so let's go out for dinner together. Guy doesn't want to let his mother go, realizing how hard she works for the family every day. But then the fighter says with a mysterious smile that he has some very important news for her. Hyun-sung explains that he came here specifically to tell his mother something serious. A big happy smile blossoms on Hunter's face from anticipation of his parents' reaction to the news. The boy happily informs his mother that he has awakened, which means he has become a real player. Upon hearing this unexpected statement, the woman was obviously very surprised and confused with shock. The mother interrogated her son about what he was even talking about, whether it was true or a joke. Reaching into his bag, Hyun-sung pulls out his official ID card to prove to his mother the honesty of his words. With a wide smile on his face, the guy triumphantly declares that he has indeed become a player. The fighter explains that this is why the mother can quit her job and stop busting her ass at the factory and the restaurant. But the woman, on hearing this, was clearly not happy about such a dangerous profession for her only son. The mother told her son with concern that he realizes the player's job is too life-threatening. Hyun-sung tries to reassure his parent by saying that there is no need for her to worry. He is always looking out for her safety. Therefore, the mother must leave work. But the woman responded to her son that there was no way she could do that. After all, Hyun-sung must realize that players can't always consistently make enough money to live, especially with my son still having a lot of money to spend on equipment and development early in his career. The guy told his mother about what she needed to realize. He had managed to win a jackpot of sorts in life. Hyun-sung holds out an official piece of paper to his parent and says he can take a close look at it now. The woman reads the document and can't believe her tired eyes at the numbers she sees on the paper. The mother saw that it says 10 million won and thinks in shock, how is that even possible? The son says he found a rare skill book while he was hunting in a dungeon and successfully sold it for a lot of money. The fighter explains that with this money, the family doesn't have to worry about anything else. But then the woman suddenly apologizes. The mother begins to cry and tells her son that she is sorry, very sorry for all those hard years. The boy wonders why his mother is apologizing to him at all. There is absolutely no need for it. Hyun-sung reminds us that if it wasn't for his parents, he could never have even been born, wouldn't he? The fighter says that's why the mother should rest. She has worked so hard all these hard years for the family. When they arrived at the mother's second job, the woman decided to introduce her son to the other female employees. The female workers were madly delighted to see such a sweet and energetic young lad in their midst. Hyun-sung, being young and strong, was very quick to handle any physical work in the restaurant. All the women were very surprised that you can do hard work so quickly and efficiently. The boy's mother was incredibly proud that it was her son who was so willing to help strangers. As the family was leaving, all the female employees thanked Hyun-sung for coming to help them today. At last they returned home, where their sister was waiting for them. Overjoyed to see the whole family assembled, the boy said a warm hello to his big sister and said that yes, everyone was home together now. Hearing her brother's familiar voice, her sister was very much surprised at his sudden appearance at home. The girl suddenly asked Hyun-sung what happened and why he suddenly decided to come to them. The brother said he had some important information that he wanted to be sure to tell the family about. The fact that the boyfriend and mother look insanely happy really gets the sister's attention. This unusual behavior of the family confuses the girl and makes her worry about the reasons. Hyun-sung utters the same phrase again, that he is awakened and is now a real player hunter. The sister can't believe these unbelievable words and interrogates her brother. Is it really serious? The guy tells her that yes, that's true, but something else good happened besides waking up. The fighter won 10 million won, which would drastically change the financial situation of their entire family forever. His sister interjects with disbelief. Is it really true? And is this such a huge gain from the hunt? With a wide smile on his face, Hyun-sung says that yes, so there is no reason to worry and work hard. The brother explains that he will now maintain and provide for everything, and the family can rest and recuperate in peace. The guy's sister couldn't believe these incredible words and started crying with happiness and relief. Hyun-sung is happy to see such an emotional reaction, and realizes how much he loves his wonderful sister. Guy says he'll definitely come home when he's done with his dangerous work in the dungeons. The mother asks if the son is going to go just like that, to which he replies, yes. The equipment is rented. So, with a confident smile on his face, Hyun-sung warmly says goodbye to his beloved family before leaving. The fighter tells his family that he is sure to come home soon with good news and money for everyone. The mother went to the hospital and called, but the answering machine said the caller could not answer. The woman is very much worried, and thinks anxiously that she hopes, for nothing terrible has happened. Hyun-sung comes over to her and apologizes for being a little late. Sorry it took so long at work. The boy explained to his mother that there was heavy traffic on the roads, so he had to run on foot to the hospital. The woman jokingly slapped her son lightly and said, "My goodness, how he scared her with his tardiness." The family headed to the second ward, where the boy's father has been lying in serious condition for many months. A man is suffering from a big problem. His incurable disease is progressing more and more each day. Mother and son sit by the father's bedside, genuinely worried about his health and hoping for a miracle. Hyun-sung, looking at his dad, thinks with hope that he can help him buy the expensive medicine. Even though the father is in a coma, the guy tells him, "Trust me, Dad, I'll make sure you get well soon." 10 days have passed, and the fighter is still in the same cave methodically destroying monsters to make money. Hyun-sung decided to look at his watch to see how much time he had already spent in this dungeon today. But the hunter realizes that in principle, he still has a full 6 more hours to get on with the job. But the guy decides to go out and thinks, I wonder if he's the only one who knows about this dungeon. It's really strange that there are absolutely no other players here besides him alone at this time. Getting closer to the new location, the fighter saw a bat dungeon where level 10 to 15 is needed. Hyun-sung realizes what he had previously heard. These monsters live in large groups because of their small size. The hunter realizes that it will be incredibly difficult and dangerous without the help of a high-level team or guide. But Hyun-sung has one brilliant idea that only brings a wide smile to his face. Hunter decides that so-and-so will still go inside to explore this dangerous dungeon. The fighter turns on his stealth mode and becomes completely invisible to surrounding humans and monsters. As the guy walks past people, he hears workers telling each other that they had previously warned of the danger. Hyun-sung decides to move a little closer to the staff to listen intently to their important conversation. What the hunter doesn't realize is that this cave scares him more than any other dungeon he's visited. The fighter came across these bats, each huge, but really many individuals in one place. The guy thinks with anticipation that, well, his biggest hunt is about to begin. Hyun-sung turns on the protective shield he has and turns off stealth mode to start the fight. These bloodthirsty mutants immediately spotted the intruder and prepared to attack the hunter. But the fighter knows another secret and pierces his finger to get fresh blood flowing for attraction. The bats instantly activated, their eyes glowing red when they smelled the scent of human blood. The monsters quickly started moving on the guy in a huge pack, as they all do in the wild. Hyun-sung thinks that these creatures look like the approach of the most real and merciless darkness. The bats fly in a huge pile, forming into a large circle to encircle and attack the enemy. In his hand, the hunter begins to use fire magic, creating a powerful fireball for mass destruction. These bats became even more bloodthirsty and aggressive when they felt threatened by humans. Then suddenly, the guy was surprised by something. Finding an unexpected difficulty in fighting a group of opponents, the fighter thinks it's too hard to use 2 powerful skills at the same time without losing concentration. Especially in this dungeon, where a huge number of small but fast and aggressive monsters attack. But Hyun-sung doesn't give up and continues to further concentrate on creating the most powerful spell possible. In the hunter's hands now was a real huge fireball, which he had struggled but created. The guy realizes that right now that's more than enough to deal with those pesky monsters. Hyun-sung releases this powerful ball straight into the center of the bat swarm for maximum damage. The fireball explodes and begins to glow with a bright orange light, illuminating the entire cave around it. The bats instantly begin to literally melt and burn from the unbearable heat of the magical fire. The hunter takes cover under his protective shield to prevent fire and shrapnel from reaching himself. His protective dome cracked slightly from such a strong impact, but it withstood the main wave of the blast. The fighter himself had not expected to get such a powerful blast from his fire magic spell. Hyungsung also noticed something very strange and disturbing in the depths of the dark cave. The hunter saw another huge flock of bats slowly approaching him from afar. Holding a new fireball, the guy says it's getting too noisy here for comfortable hunting. So the fighter prepares to throw this orb at another group of aggressive monsters for a sweep. Then suddenly, an insanely beautiful sword that looks like a vampire weapon from the legends falls to the ground. Hyun-sung didn't understand what had just happened at all, or where this mysterious weapon had come from. Hyun-sung thinks it's then necessary to strike again to complete the sweep of this location. The bats are still just as ready to attack the guy, despite the losses from the hunter's previous attacks. The fighter sends this powerful fireball into the center of the pack, and an even bigger explosion occurs. After the battle was over, Hyun-sung decided to check the achievement system and look at the rewards he had received. Hunter got the rare achievement for killing 300 bat monsters single-handedly. The guy wonders how many valuable items and mana crystals he'll be able to carry out of this dungeon. The fighter's gaze suddenly caught something strange, some kind of pulsing red energy. On the ground, Hyun-sung saw an object that had this frightening and mystical energy emanating from it. Getting closer, the hunter still saw the vampire sword and thinks it looks like magic power. The fighter took the weapon in his hands and began to scrutinize every detail of this artifact. This is truly a rare quality-level vampire blade with unique characteristics and abilities. Hyun-sung thinks it's only one weapon, but it gives two useful skills to the wielder at once. The hunter wonders if a similar weapon could fall again from some other monster in the future. The guy realizes that if he kills even weak monsters like these bats, it can give him a fairly rare weapon, such as this high-quality vampire blade. But if the hunter catches even more monsters at one time, then what happens? A few weeks later, the fighter continued to constantly go to this lucrative dungeon to farm resources. When Hyun-sung struck his fireball once again, several valuable crystals fell to the ground. Getting closer to his prey, the hunter began to scrutinize them and study the properties of the finds. Guy realizes that the residual magic still hasn't dissipated from these mysterious power crystals. It only happened once after a successful vampire bat hunt in a cave. There's also a vampire bat mantle, but only rare quality with limited features. Well, in that case, he'll take her with him. What a waste. Hyun-sung thinks, okay, well, he'll go somewhere else and earn his new title there. The hunter is about to leave and makes one last survey of the cave, looking around in different directions. A few days have passed, and the mother wonders to her son if his job is okay. The woman says if you spend such a huge sum to buy a house, you'll have to work again. Smiling, the son replied to his mother that he may not worry. He will not spend money until he provides for his family. Hyun-sung walked into the real estate office and said a polite hello to the agency staff. The realtor immediately told the guy that they had called him fairly recently about the deal. The employee said it was about apartment number 105 in a new apartment complex. Hyun-sung answered in the affirmative, and the realtor invited him to come in to inspect the documents and the apartment itself. The mother curiously asked her son why he needed such a large and expensive apartment for their small family. Hyun-sung patiently explained to his mother that it was perfectly fine. He sincerely believes that everyone should have their own private room. It's been a full week, and the whole family has finally walked into their spacious new apartment, all marveling at how incredibly big and beautiful it is. The guy with a smile asks his younger sister, well, what? Because now he will see such a huge apartment with quality repairs for the first time in his life. With genuine delight on her joyful face, the girl sincerely replied that yes, and she loved this apartment more than anything else in the world. The caring brother proudly tells his sister that later, he is sure to buy the family an even much bigger and more luxurious home in a prestigious neighborhood. With a grateful and happy smile on her face, the girl replied warmly to her brother that, believe me, this splendid dwelling was quite enough for the complete happiness of the family. As she carefully watches her beloved children and their joy, a mother feels insanely proud of them and their amazing accomplishments in life. It's time for the traditional family dinner, and all family members sit down together around a large table to eat a delicious home-cooked meal together. The daughter enthusiastically suggests to her mother that tomorrow she should treat all the new neighbors to a freshly baked homemade pie as a sign of good acquaintance. The wise woman said approvingly that it was indeed a very good and right idea, so they would definitely do so tomorrow morning. Because after an important move to a new home, it is mandatory to politely greet all the neighbors and get to know them properly according to tradition. Hyun-sung nods his head understandingly that okay, so be it. Important family traditions are really important to maintain a good relationship. Next time they'll be sure to do it ceremoniously and have a real large-scale introduction to all the neighbors in the apartment building. But the lad hopes with all his heart that by then, they will have a fully healthy and recovered father of the family with them. A determined fighter packs up and heads to a brand new dungeon where you can go to continue to make lucrative money for your family. A dangerous dungeon for hunters of 8th to 10th level of development called Blood Rats, because of the extremely aggressive and dangerous inhabitants. These terrifying mutants are literally filled with insane anger and uncontrollable aggression towards all living things that enter their territory. Cautiously stepping inside the gloomy dungeon, the guy was very much surprised by something, seeing such unusual and frightening opponents in front of him for the first time. Hyun-sung carefully noticed these hideous monsters with their horrible, nasty tails and piercing, burning red predator eyes. The aggressive mutant rats ran swiftly toward the uninvited hunter, but he managed to make a high acrobatic leap upward in time to successfully dodge. The experienced fighter was genuinely surprised by the fact that these vile monsters were such incredibly fast and agile opponents in battle. Tactfully stepping back a little to a safe side, the wise Hyun-sung decided to first think hard about the proper and effective tactics for the upcoming battle. The confident hunter landed gracefully on solid ground and took one determined step forward toward deadly danger and adventure. The guy tells these hideous monsters with defiance that they were much faster and more dangerous than he had originally imagined and planned for. But this fact does not stop and does not frighten the experienced fighter. He easily and gracefully cuts off their heads with one masterful stroke of the blade. After successfully massacring his opponents, Hyun-sung even laughs a little, realizing how easy and simple it's become. A thoughtful hunter seriously ponders whether to try throwing a powerful fireball at these swift creatures for mass destruction and a sweep of the area. Watching carefully as the new mutant rats aggressively run towards him in a huge mob, the guy thinks it's probably definitely worth trying this tactic. On the way out of the dangerous dungeon, the successful fighter shows a surprised employee his huge, heavy bag with valuable collected crystals and trophies. The experienced security officer was very pleasantly surprised by the fact that the young lad was able to gather so many really valuable magical resources. Politely leaving the administration building, the well-mannered Hyun-sung bids a sincere and warm farewell to all the dungeon security personnel. Then, quite unexpectedly, the hunter heard the distinctive and familiar sound of elegant high-heeled women's shoes on the asphalt. Some strange woman confidently approaches the surprised guy and politely asks him if it's Hyun-sung, if he's not mistaken in his identity. The elegant woman courteously tells the intrigued fighter that they have met before in the dungeon, if he remembers that meeting well. Now let me formally introduce myself to you, and properly establish myself as a serious partner for cooperation. A mysterious stranger professionally informs her that she is an experienced leader of the #1 elite team from the most prestigious and influential guild in Sao. She says with dignity that her full name is Lee Soo-hee, and elegantly extends a graceful hand for a polite handshake and introduction. Lee Soo-hee politely asks the guy if she can take away some of his precious time for an important conversation about a future collaboration. 1 week earlier, an angry man slams his fist forcefully on the massive wooden desk in his office, expressing extreme displeasure. The guild leader yells and rants about what the hell is going on, who this mysterious guy even is, and how he got such powers. Soo-hee looks very much confused and doesn't even know what to answer to this difficult question of her boss. On the laptop screen, a detailed card about Hyun-sung's boyfriend opens up with full information about him as a player hunter. Ma Ji-hoon, the influential head of the prestigious Soo Guild, scrutinizes the data on the mysterious hunter with unbelievable results. The executive looks so angry and furious that he begins nervously rubbing his graying hair in a hand shaking with anger. The boss angrily says that you only have to look at the number of stones received. It takes killing 10,000 monsters alone to collect them. The girl cautiously suggested to the leader that if this hunter didn't have some special rare skill for such results. The experienced supervisor replied to her that there was a good chance. Maybe the guy had a unique skill that allowed him to bypass the 20-level rules. Therefore, the guild should definitely lure this talented kid to them before the competition gets a hold of him. Soo-hee listened carefully to this important assignment from her authoritative superior and took the task seriously. The subordinate replied to the leader that, yes, she fully agreed with him on this strategically important issue for the development of the guild. The wise leader said he would send an experienced negotiator with her to back her up during difficult moments in the conversation. But first, let her try it herself, since she already knows this hunter and has made initial contact with him. At the very end of the conversation, the guild leader remembered something important and decided to check with his subordinate for safety. The warden says seriously, hoping the information about the hunter's abilities hasn't reached the rest of the guild and competitors. Soo-hee immediately expressed real alarm and concern about the possible leak of classified information about the prospective candidate. The girl replied to the leader that yes, other than the guild leader, no one else knows about this data and recruitment plans. She also added that she will definitely follow up on their doctor's behavior to prevent possible leaks to third parties. Hearing this assurance, it was as if the director did not initially show any particular great joy at the security assurances he had received. After a brief pause, the supervisor, with a tortured smile on his face, told his subordinate that, okay, we could proceed with the task. Hyun Sung is standing outside, and in front of him is the captain of the elite team of this influential and prestigious Hunters Guild. The first question that immediately loads into his worried head is how this girl even managed to find him. The guy recalls that she had previously given him her business card with all her emergency contact information. Soo-hee then talked about how if he had any serious problems he could safely go to them. The hunter thinks these are definitely the same people he met in that dangerous dungeon during his hunt. So the first thing Hyun Sung decides to ask about is how they knew his name and found out that he would be here. Soo-hee politely replies that first of all, she would like to sincerely apologize for the disturbance and invasion of privacy. But the guy further begins to press her further with the question of whether they have conducted a secret investigation about all his activities. Here another man approaches the conversation, who also greets the guy in a friendly manner and says he's glad to meet him in person. Adjusting his elegant tie, the man in the business suit politely says that if it's not a problem for them, could they please talk in a more appropriate place together. This was the mysterious guy that the guild leader had specifically talked about, an experienced expert in negotiating with prospective candidates. Hyun Sung immediately flatly refused the offer and said emphatically that he had absolutely no interest in having such conversations with the guild representatives. This professional expert in expensive glasses was clearly genuinely surprised at such an unexpected negative reaction of the guy to their proposal. After a brief pause, the man calmly says that it won't be a big deal if he visits Hyun Sung at home to continue the conversation. The hunter, having received such a blatantly threatening question about a visit home, was already obviously seriously tense and wary of such hints. This persistent professional explains that he waited for the guy here specifically to show his courtesy, and introduces himself as Ko Jin Sung, the head of the first recruitment team. Hyun Sung again persistently asks the guild representatives why they were looking for him in the first place, and what exactly they need from him. The head of the first recruitment team patiently says, understandably, to make the hunter a really favorable offer of cooperation. Hyun Sung bluntly asks them if the guild representatives really think he has a desire to join their organization. Jin Sung admits that he thinks it would be a bit rude of him, but overall, he doesn't see a good reason to say no. The specialist adds that he doesn't think this kind of approach is something to be angry about. He uses the same methods as other people. Hyun Sung rightly pointed out that the guild representatives' words were completely at odds with their intrusive and threatening actions towards him. The experienced man goes on to say convincingly that their guild is one of the oldest in all of Korea and one of the most powerful. Hyun Sung decided to interrupt his intrusive interlocutor, who clearly wanted to start a long, boastful monologue about how cool their organization was. The only thing the hunter was really interested in this conversation was specific money, so he bluntly asked how much he would get per year. He was diplomatically told that the exact amount would only be determined after he joined the guild, and they evaluated the skills, status, and level. After hearing such an evasive answer, the guy thinks that the bottom line is that he needs to reveal all his cards to them first. Jin Sung suddenly says he guarantees the hunter a deposit of at least 10 billion and a salary of 1 billion monthly. Hearing such astronomical numbers, the guy seriously tensed up and thought it looked rather strange and suspicious. No matter how high they rate his abilities, the amount offered is too much. It seems like they want to make him a guild representative. Even if it was some brilliant newcomer with potentially top-notch abilities, there's no guild that would take that kind of financial risk. Of course, except in the case of Kim Ha-na, who is the only booster in the country, you can take risks with people like that. Hyun Sung has absolutely no public proof of his abilities yet, nor does he have any officially recorded skills. Sure, the hunter has the unique skill of selling and buying, but it's not like he can openly tell outsiders about it. Even when Hyun Sung received his official player ID from the Hunters Association, only the base rank was written there without any details. All other important information about abilities and skills was completely blocked to outsiders by the security system. Hen Song, who had been carefully pondering over everything that was going on, suddenly seemed to realize something important about the guild members' behavior. The hunter's pupils narrowed sharply with realization, and he thinks anxiously, geez, what if his guesses turn out to be right? Jin Song also carefully noticed that the guy had somehow suspiciously started acting strange and changed in his face from some thoughts. Hyun Sung dares to ask a direct question to the guild representatives. This is all about my stones, isn't it? Jin Sung visibly tenses up, though he tries to pretend that he's completely not, and nervously asks what the guy's even talking about. Noticing the small, nervous movements of this recruitment commander, Hyun-sung thinks he has hit the exact target with his suspicions. The guild captain was also acting suspiciously strange. This girl was clearly hiding something from him. Hyun-sung seriously tensed up, carefully watching all these eloquent reactions of the guild representatives to his direct questions. Hunter thinks okay. The man seems to be completely unaware of his true abilities and source of wealth. And this mysterious girl is already clearly guessing what he can do and where he gets so many valuable resources from. There was no way that this powerful guild would just lay their eyes on his gems without a good reason. They probably think that Hyun-sung has a special rare skill, or that he has some secret information about dungeons. Jin-sung decided to cautiously ask the guy what he was thinking about, so suddenly, abruptly, and deeply during their conversation, to which the hunter doesn't even know what exactly to reply to these annoying people so as not to give himself away. A persistent guild worker says that from joining their organization, the guy clearly has nothing to lose, only to gain. But Hyun-sung is clearly not interested in this dubious offer of cooperation with obscure people and their ulterior motives. Hunter honestly replies to the representatives that he is not at all sure of the veracity of their promises and good intentions. Would a normal player show his status window to some strangers on the street without a good reason? Besides, nothing really concrete and guaranteed was promised to him by any of the guild representatives. The persistent worker asks Hyun-sung how then he will show them his status window for the ability assessment. Hyun-sung makes a tough condition. If it's true, pay him 10 billion in advance as a serious down payment. Only then, with peace of mind and full confidence, would he reveal his cards and join their guild. Jin-sung clearly didn't expect that negotiating with this guy would be so difficult, and he would turn out to be so principled. So the representative responded that in that case, they also needed something serious to start with regarding his abilities. Hyun-sung categorically stated that he had nothing more to talk about with a man who only offered favorable terms from his side. After such an unfortunate and tense conversation with the guild representatives, the guy is already calmly walking home on the evening street. Hunter clearly realizes that everything happened as he had previously assumed. It is best not to get involved in such matters unless absolutely necessary. Also, Hyun-sung should definitely be more careful about the amount of stones he sells so as not to attract unnecessary attention. If he sells too many valuable resources, he will stand out too much among the ordinary hunters with his results. Secret information about his abilities, as the guy had noticed, had already leaked quite a bit to interested parties in the industry. Suddenly, the guy noticed that he was getting a call from some completely unfamiliar number not recorded in his phone's contacts. Hyun-sung immediately thinks anxiously about who it could even be and why it's calling him at this hour. Jin-sung recalls through the phone that they recently chatted on the street near the dungeon about a collaboration proposal. But the guy is so uninterested in these conversations with annoying people that he immediately wanted to just hang up the annoying phone. Hunter was already starting to get angry and thinking about how brazen these guild representatives were in general. Already safely at home, Hyun-sung received a message on Messenger KakaoTalk from an unfamiliar contact. That same obsessive guild worker who can't get off the guy's back wrote him a private message. Jin-sung asks in the message that he wanted to apologize for saying the extra thing, if it's okay to meet again this week. Hyun-sung was genuinely surprised to receive such a persistent message from the guild representative after their failed conversation. Hunter decides he's already tired of this constant imposition of cooperation, so he simply blocks the annoying caller on his phone. The next day, the fighter is in a familiar dingy cave to continue his lucrative hunting endeavor. Hyun-sung hunts in a dangerous dungeon with these wild blood rats that have become habitual adversaries for him. After another hard day's work, the hunter was returning home and unexpectedly met that very annoying guild worker. Here in front of Hyun-sung, the man bowed low, realizing the awkwardness of the circumstances between them. But the hunter didn't even pay any attention to the gesture and simply walked indifferently past the annoying man. The next day, the guy decided to go to a brand new dungeon for a change and to find more valuable resources. This location was home to aggressive blue lizards with sharp claws and poisonous teeth that posed a serious threat. Like all common monsters in dungeons, these creatures were very aggressive towards humans. But the guy was not frightened at all. He, with the usual ease to deal with any opponent with a single blow. Literally, with one swipe of his vampire weapon, Hyun-sung destroys these creatures without the slightest effort. Hunter has opened his status window and is carefully checking all up-to-date information about his character's development. The fighter noticed that he had already accumulated enough points in the system to make some serious purchases in the store. With such an impressive sum of money, he could obviously earn money very quickly for an expensive medicine to save his father. The next goal is a dungeon with dangerous red wolves, who are famous for their ferocity among hunters. Approaching the entrance to the new location, Hyun Sung had already noticed quite a large number of experienced players preparing for the hunt. These predatory animals seem more aggressive and dangerous than any previous monsters the hunter has met. Inside the dungeon, already some heroes are teaming up to defeat these ferocious, bloodthirsty creatures. Hyun Sung thinks for sure these wolves are much stronger than the harmless lizards he hunted recently, but the guy will still be able to easily defeat these creatures without any problems thanks to his increased abilities. The hunter opens the status window to once again make sure he is ready for battle against stronger opponents. The fighter realizes that with his current skills, he can defeat level 6 to 7 monsters in a single lethal blow. Therefore, Hyun Sung decides to start today's massive hunt right now without wasting precious time. The hunter pulls out his powerful vampire weapon and feels fully prepared to face any challenge with steadfast determination. In the deeper part of the dungeon, there is a lot of blood everywhere and scattered weapons lying on the stone floor. A huge wolf monster with red eyes greedily devours the body of one of the unlucky players who didn't manage to escape. A character named Jang Soon watches in horror as a huge monster slowly devours a helpless man right before his eyes. This bloodthirsty monster is a huge two-headed vicious panther with burning red eyes and razor-sharp fangs. When a hunter sees this horrifying sight before his eyes, he immediately instinctively adopts a fighting stance for defense. But here, despite even his high level of development and experience, in just a second, the monster cuts off his arm. Hyun Sung thinks in shock. What even just happened, and how is this even possible with such an experienced fighter? This bloodthirsty monster was too strong even for such a strong and experienced high-ranked player. The wounded hunter tries with his last strength to get up on trembling legs to continue resisting or try to escape. With his last remaining hand, the fighter tries to clench his fist, gathering his will for a final desperate strike against his opponent. Jang Sun thinks with despair that no, this monster is too strong and it's too late to do anything to save him. So the hunter decides that the only right thing to do in this critical situation is to immediately flee the dungeon. But when the wounded fighter began to run desperately toward the exit, this insidious animal prevented him from doing so and instantly appeared in front of him. Literally seconds after attempting to escape, the monster completely eats the head of the unfortunate hunter with a single bite of its powerful jaws. Chang Soon's decapitated corpse falls heavily onto the stone floor of the dungeon, and there is nothing that can be done about it. Players who have gathered near the entrance to the dungeon think the tragedy happened because it's a popular location among newcomers. Some hunters began to joke and laugh cynically among themselves on this sad subject of the death of a fellow hunter. Hyun Sung says that previously there was no one who went into this dangerous place completely alone without a team. So the guy is even a little frightened by this incident and forced to reconsider his tactics of single monster hunting. Because things changed drastically after the cataclysm, and the portal to the other world opened about 10 years ago. Since that fateful event, the number of hunter deaths has only continued to steadily increase each year. Players have begun to suffer more and more fatalities with each passing year, despite advances in technology. Then a dangerous mutant fox appears who wants to tear Hyun Sung apart with his sharp claws. The hunter makes a high acrobatic leap upward, and with his usual ease, he cuts off the head of the ravenous monster with a single blow. The fighter looked back a little cautiously to scrutinize what else awaited him in the depths of the cave. To his surprise, Hyun Sung saw 3 more of the exact same ferocious monsters as the one he had just killed. Hyun Sung is excited about what is happening, as the more monsters that appear, the more valuable stones he can get for his hunt. Hunter decides to use his powerful fireball skill to massively defeat opponents with a single spell. The fighter throws a flaming projectile straight at a group of these aggressive vixens so that they instantly explode from the magical effects. Descending to solid ground after an aerial attack, Hyun Sung sees more dangerous monsters approaching him. The guy decides to try out a new power, the magic of the magic projectile, which he has recently mastered through ability development. With this devastating spell, the hunter spectacularly blasts the monster's head off, showing off its increased power. In this way, Hyun Sung showed all the monsters in the neighborhood what he was capable of and what kind of threat he posed. With a confident smile, the fighter turns to the remaining opponents and defiantly says, "Well, in that case, attack me." The hunter defiantly takes a small provocative step forward towards the danger, showing a complete lack of fear. These monstrous red foxes, as a whole pack, begin to run swiftly at the defiant man who thirsts for their blood. The monsters are ready to tear the guy apart in just a second, but he suddenly flies right into their thicket for a counterattack. Using the tried and true fireball skill again, Hyun Sung methodically destroys all the remaining opponents. From the killed foxes fell valuable blue crystals, which can be sold for good money in the city. The hunter thinks he got the achievement for killing 300 high-level red foxes. The weapon in his hands is really powerful. Then the fighter noticed some suspicious sound behind him and tensed, preparing for a new danger. Hyun-sung realized that there were no more sounds, and the sweep of this part of the dungeon was completely complete. Having collected all his valuable belongings and trophies, the guy realizes that in this case it is safe to leave this place. Moving through the gloomy dungeon with a satisfied smile, the hunter enjoys a successful hunt. But something unexpectedly surprised the fighter. What he saw before him in the next hall of the cave. It's a group of heroes who can't handle one monster, even though there are 4 experienced players. Hyun-sung decides that the smartest solution is to just walk past them without interfering in someone else's fight. But those players are so desperate to beat their opponent that it's even funny and pathetic to watch. The hunter thinks he can't hunt here, as the area is already occupied by other teams of players. These unlucky players came to a given location before he did, so they have priority on the loot. The guy ponders what he should do in such a case to continue his lucrative hunt. Apparently, Hyun-sung will have to go to another dungeon to search for competitor-free territories. Suddenly, the hunter heard a very strange and frightening sound behind him that made him wary. The fighter decided to quickly turn his head back to see what was happening in the hall. To his horror, Hyun-sung saw all 4 players simply torn into small bloody pieces. Then the next thing the hunter noticed was the beast's bloody claws, which were soaked in fresh human blood. The guy looks at this terrifying monster and realizes that he hasn't seen a monster like this anywhere before. The last surviving girl tries desperately to get away from it and screams in panic at what kind of monster it even is. But she can't escape. The monster's huge paw just crushes her fragile body in one move. The unfortunate victim's head flies off separately, and her mutilated body is left lying in a pool of blood. Hyun-sung, though already an experienced high-level player, is seeing such a brutal massacre in front of him for the first time. The severed head of the dead girl slowly rolled the hunter right to his feet, leaving a trail of blood. It is such a horrible and gruesome picture of carnage that Hyun-sung began to feel very nauseous from seeing the gruesome spectacle of death and destruction. Before the frightened hunter stands a giant monster, literally imbued with a sinister aura of the most real death, destruction, and ruthless cruelty to all living things. A huge mutated panther with 3 bloodthirsty heads reaches an intimidating height of several meters and looks absolutely terrifying and deadly. Hyun-sung begins to seriously worry about his life and clearly realizes that things are really very bad for him in this critical situation. This merciless bloodthirsty monster is already slowly licking its razor-sharp fangs and preparing for a deadly attack on another defenseless victim. The massive monster takes a heavy, threatening step forward to crush the guy in one motion, but he manages to desperately jump back to safety just in time. The huge, enraged panther is even more enraged by the unfortunate miss and begins to slowly but inevitably approach the hunter for another deadly attack. The guy clearly and distinctly realizes that the situation is really extremely bad and poses a mortal danger to his precious life. In front of him, the terrified fighter sees this vicious and merciless monster, which is clearly ready to chew him into small bloody pieces without any mercy. The hunter needs to urgently use his life-saving stealth skill, while there is still such a vital opportunity for a miraculous escape from certain death. Hyun-sung hid behind the massive stone wall as quickly as possible while activating his reliable invisibility skill, hoping to deceive the monster. Even with this powerful magical ability, the huge monster still seemed to unmistakably sense the presence of a lurking hunter in hiding. How is it that this supernatural monster can easily see his location, even if he uses his proven skill of hiding from enemies? The experienced fighter realizes that this is definitely not the time for deep philosophical musings, so he just desperately jumps back to the completely different side of the dungeon. To his incredible happiness and relief, he miraculously managed to save himself. But if he had been literally 1 second too late, he would surely have been crushed to death again. Sharp stone splinters from the incredibly powerful blow fly straight into the hunter's face, seriously obstructing his view and preventing him from orienting himself in space. Because of this unpleasantness, Hyun-sung is feverishly and desperately thinking about what he should urgently do now for basic survival in this situation. The guy is genuinely angry about the whole unbelievably critical situation, as he is in real mortal danger and could die. The determined hunter thinks, okay, it is categorically impossible to give in to paralyzing fear, so he boldly leaps at this terrifying monster for a counterattack. A brave fighter carefully prepares to utilize his trusty protective shield to effectively block the devastating attacks of a powerful foe. Hyun-sung swiftly flies forward at this bloodthirsty monster and skillfully uses his sturdy stone shield for vital defense against damage. The experienced hunter miraculously managed to hit this ferocious beast on one of the 3 vicious heads with his sharp weapon, causing some damage. But the lad noticed with dismay that things were not going well at all. This painful blow made the monster even more angry with the impertinent man. Having successfully landed on the hard stone ground, the exhausted fighter feverishly considers what to do next in this critical and dangerous situation. As his last reliable protective armor was completely shattered and destroyed from the powerful destructive attacks of the incredibly strong monster, Hyun-sung hopefully thinks that he still has one powerful magic skill: destructive fireballs for long-range enemy attack. Since the huge panther has as many as 3 dangerous heads, the focused hunter immediately maximizes his tension and uses a triple magic strike at the same time. This savage mutated panther begins to scream and howl in unbearable pain after a direct hit from all 3 powerful spells. Still, the plucky guy managed to do some serious damage to the monster, and he's relieved to think how good it was that he almost got into deadly trouble. The smart fighter begins retreating as quickly as possible to the exit of the dungeon, while there is still precious time to get away relatively safely. But it turns out that the mighty monster is still alive and dangerous, and not only that, the powerful attack has done him almost no harm at all. It is truly amazing and frightening how such a supernatural beast could be so incredibly strong and resistant to all magic and physical attacks. And where could this huge panther have come from? This was a level 15 dungeon for average hunters, not the lair of top-ranked bosses. Hyun-sung tensely thinks that, okay, we need to keep distracting this incredibly dangerous monster by any means available to prevent it from attacking. Hunter once again uses the same tried-and-true technique with devastating fireballs, hoping to seriously damage the monster and weaken its fighting potential. Since the fighter was less focused now due to stress and fatigue, he only managed to create 2 fireballs instead of the usual 3. The guy clearly understands that he needs to be sure to conserve his precious mana for a long fight, or else he will be left defenseless against the monster. Because at such a wasteful rate of spending magic energy, it would be completely used up very quickly, and then he would have to fight with his bare hands. This bloodthirsty monster begins to slowly but inevitably approach the hunter, and has almost touched the frightened guy with its massive paw. Hyun-sung instinctively covered his eyes and jumped forward a little, certain that he was about to definitely be hit or crushed to death. Gritting his teeth from the exertion, the fighter is very nervous about the horrifying sight he sees right in front of him. The hunter just took and suddenly fell to the hard ground, which surprised this huge panther, who did not expect such a maneuver from the enemy. Trying to stand up a little on trembling legs, Hyun-sung is all moaning from pain and fatigue, but continues to resist. The guy is relieved to think about how good it is that he at least stayed alive now and didn't turn into a bloody mess. His robe of vampire bats was much denser and more reliable than the cheap rented armor he'd worn before. The massive paw of the huge beast strikes the ground with force, so that the entire dungeon begins to rumble and shake menacingly from the powerful vibrations. Hyun-sung anxiously thinks that he will definitely not be able to escape this far from this relentless pursuer on his own feet. The life force of this supernatural monster had clearly increased significantly, and it became an even more dangerous opponent for a single hunter. But now you have to act very quickly and decisively. Otherwise, procrastination will cost the guy his precious life in this dungeon. Fortunately, the fighter found a rare acceleration pill in his inventory that can be drunk to temporarily increase his movement speed. A full 20 minutes of intense running had already passed, and Hyun-sung was still running away from his relentless pursuer through the winding corridors. The hunter realizes with satisfaction that everything is going strictly according to a premeditated plan, and he has a real chance of winning. Since the acceleration effect has already ended, it is now safe to combine different skills for maximum effect in combat. In his trembling hand, the guy again begins to concentrate on conjuring a particularly powerful fireball, putting all of his remaining magical energy into it. With this devastating spell, Hyun-sung aptly throws a flaming projectile directly at one of the 3 heads of the hated monster. Half of the huge monster's head was completely burned by the magical fire, exuding a disgusting smell of burning flesh and blood throughout the dungeon. Hyun-sung looked at this result with a triumphant smile, thinking that this was it, truly remarkable and encouraging progress. Even if it took a whole 100 days to spend on this hunt, he would definitely catch and kill this monster at any cost. At this crucial moment, the fighter begins to use the next fireball, carefully aiming at the enemy's vulnerable spots, sending a magical projectile at the target. But here the nimble monster simply dodges to the side, avoiding a direct hit of the destructive spell. The panther is getting even angrier at the sneaky maneuver the guy tried to pull against her in this fight. This huge monster with its massive paw menacingly swings at the defiant lad, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Hyun-sung doesn't give up in the face of danger and sends another powerful fireball towards the attacking enemy. This time he managed to get this wild cat, but only a minor part of its front paw, not seriously harming it. Hunter was still genuinely happy about his modest result, because even if it continued like this, he could definitely win. But then abruptly, the expression on the fighter's face changes dramatically from confidence to horror and utter bewilderment at what he sees. Hyun-sung sees the monster just regenerate before his eyes, repairing the damage, and thinks in shock that this is even happening. In this critical situation, his ordinary fireball proves to be completely powerless against the incredible regenerative ability of this supernatural monster. Hyun-sung hurriedly opens the status window in the desperate hope of finding something useful there to fight this invulnerable foe. But the bloodthirsty monster doesn't let him focus so easily on exploring the interface and starts growling menacingly at the frightened guy. The hunter now clearly realizes that the only thing he can do in this hopeless situation is to try to escape his pursuer. If the proven fireball is completely powerless in this critical situation, what could be more effective against regeneration? Hyun-sung has precious little time for deep thought as an enraged wildcat chases him relentlessly. Then, quite suddenly, the guy seemed to have a brilliant saving idea for solving this problem. Opening the in-game store, the fighter scrutinizes the various items and thinks, damn, this is all pretty expensive for his budget. But there is no other way out of this situation, so the hunter will have to spend money and buy a powerful fire spear to attack. Since the most important task at the moment is to survive at all costs and defeat this invulnerable enemy, Hyun-sung confidently gets into a proven fighting stance, resting one foot on the ground for more stability when attacking. The guy looks as determined as possible, realizing that he should now basically be able to handle the monster with his new weapon. In his trembling hand, the hunter begins to use this new fire spear, which burns brightly with true magical flames. A huge monster looks at this cocky monster man and starts growling very loudly and threateningly at the cocky guy. Hyun-sung carefully swings this blazing weapon, trying to aim as accurately as possible at a vulnerable target on his opponent's body. In the mind of the desperate fighter, there is only one fervent prayer that this last chance will definitely work. Clenching his hands very tightly, the hunter prepares to hurl the spear with maximum force and accuracy at the enemy. The guy turns back a little determinedly, hoping to look confident in the face of mortal danger. Now Hyun-sung was tensely watching what was about to happen to that fire spear he had just launched. The weapon flies like a real flaming arrow that accurately hit the monster's massive body and embedded deeply. The hunter is genuinely happy about this hit and thinks with relief how good it is that he managed to hit the target. The guy did it. He literally tackled this monster with one of his apt punches and destroyed its one head. The wounded panther, understandably, doesn't want to forgive the offense so easily and becomes even more enraged at the impertinent man. Hyun-sung thinks with satisfaction that great, the tactic worked properly. We need to try the same technique again. So the fighter immediately throws another burning spear at the other head of the enraged monster for the kill. It happened exactly the same as last time. The second time the monster just didn't have time to dodge the attack. The hunter carefully lowers his heavy bag of supplies to the hard ground for ease of further combat. The guy thinks that in this situation, he should aim much better and more accurately so as not to waste expensive spears. Now Hyun-sung is much more determined than ever before, and thinks with a challenge, let's see who defeats who. Leaning his foot on a rock for stability, the fighter takes a confident step forward toward the danger. The hunter once again throws his spear at the enemy, but the agile panther manages to dodge to the side. Hyun-sung doesn't want to give up in the face of failure, so he immediately prepares to deliver the next decisive blow to the target. In another attempt, the guy throws this flaming spear with maximum force and concentration. With this precise throw, he manages to completely blow the head off that damned monster in one blow. The hunter smiles contentedly and thinks with certainty that, believe me, sooner or later he will surely catch and kill you. But there will be a real shock for the tired fighter, which will change his whole understanding of the situation. Hyun-sung quickly decides to open the status window to check his progress and remaining resources to continue the fight. Hyun-sung is dismayed to realize that he has a serious problem as his magical energy is almost running out. But luckily at least his health is still relatively good for now. The hunter stares intently at the fact that this bloodthirsty monster has only one head left out of 3, and frantically thinks about what he should do next. If the guy can hold out until his magical energy is fully restored, then the long-awaited victory will definitely be his. Not far from the battle site, other players are still desperately fighting various monsters, trying to survive in this dangerous dungeon. In the neighboring team, things are going quite badly. One of the heroes was just mercilessly killed in front of his comrades. The security personnel are running through the corridors in panic and shouting to each other to evacuate the dungeon faster. Perplexed, the surviving heroes decided to urgently recruit reinforcements from among the more experienced hunters to deal with the threat. A rescue team approaches the scene of the tragedy and sees an incredibly large number of victims scattered throughout this gloomy cave. One surviving player who brought the worker to the massacre site points to a certain spot and says that this is where he was attacked. An experienced tracker on the team tells his comrades to look, There are wild tracks left here that may lead them to the monster's lair. The huge paw prints of the beast on the ground clearly indicated that it was definitely not a simple monster, as one might have originally thought. The security worker anxiously asks the team if they are sure they really need to go there to face the danger. The group leader indignantly replies that, does she really think they should just sit back and do nothing? The rescuers couldn't get in touch with the security personnel who are supposed to guard that dangerous area, which means they too were hit by the monster. If anyone else has any other reasonable ideas on how the team can survive this situation and save people, the experienced guy replies that in any case they can't stay away from the tragedy. So let's thoroughly search the whole dungeon. He is told sarcastically that if he is so curious and brave, in that case, let him go there alone. The fighter earnestly replies that he does not want to die for nothing, but is obliged to fulfill his professional duty to his comrades. To which one of the workers anxiously asks, what about the players who are now inside there? Another cowardly employee nervously replies that he doesn't care at all about the fate of those reckless hunters in the dungeon. He adds that he is absolutely not here to risk his life fighting such an incredibly dangerous monster. The team leader gets angry at this stance and says indignantly, well then what do we do next? Two sides of the conflict with completely different views of the situation and different approaches to solving the problem faced off in a dispute. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung realizes that his magical energy is slowly recovering, giving him hope to continue the battle. But no matter how much the hunter tries to wear down this supernatural beast, it doesn't get tired or weakened from the long fight. The Cougars also continue to try to attack him, even though they have already lost 2 of their 3 goals. The guy thinks anxiously that perhaps this is the same legendary monster from ancient myths, about which there are terrible legends. You should definitely try to defeat it before the monster has the desire or ability to regenerate lost heads. Therefore, with his trembling hands, Hyun-sung once again begins to materialize the last fire spear for a decisive attack. The exhausted hunter has only one shot at victory, and he can't afford to miss this time. Hyun-sung is as serious as possible about going all the way against this most terrifying monster, despite the deadly risk. The monster only had 1 head left, meaning that the fighter was getting pretty close to finally winning the fight. A huge, 3-headed panther slowly but inevitably approaches the exhausted guy closer and closer, preparing for the final attack on its victim. Hyun-sung clearly realizes that, in any case, a prolonged battle of attrition is definitely not the right option for him in this situation. Therefore, clutching the last fiery spear tightly in his trembling hands, the hunter prepares to deliver a decisive death blow to his opponent. The guy realizes that now it's just necessary to try to finally and definitively end everything with one powerful and accurate blow. The fighter realizes that his plan is a kind of real madness, and an extremely risky venture with an unpredictable outcome. Hyun-sung breathed deeply, desperately trying to focus as much as possible on the upcoming attack and push away all extraneous thoughts. But this bloodthirsty beast looks just insanely scary and inspires paralyzing terror with its mere appearance. The hunter resolutely gets into his proven fighting stance and already begins to carefully aim his flaming spear at the vulnerable spot. Then, quite unexpectedly for all the participants of the fighter starts to hear some strange extraneous sound from somewhere far away. The huge animal has also noticed this carefully and begins to look warily in different directions, trying to determine the source of the noise. Utterly bewildered by what's happening, Hyun-sung can't understand what's even going on in this dungeon right now. When such an unexpected moment of distraction comes along, the guy realizes it's time to strike a decisive blow. This time, the hunter decided not to throw his spear from afar, but to run closer and swing at the monster in close combat. The guy realizes he's being unreasonable, as this was his last hope of winning this fight. A huge, enraged panther menacingly raises its massive paw to kill the defiant lad with one blow. Hyun-sung once again desperately tries to swing his magic weapon, putting all his remaining strength into the strike. Even in such a critical situation, the hunter can't do anything good. He somehow dodges the monster's deadly blow. This ferocious panther with blazing red eyes begins to growl very loudly and threateningly at its opponent. The guy carefully notices this aggressive reaction of the monster and frantically thinks about what he should do now in this desperate situation. There is simply no other reasonable way out. We need to try attacking once more, as no good will come out any other way. The look of an exhausted fighter becomes imbued with maximum determination and the anger accumulated during the fight against the enemy. Hyun-sung makes a powerful push off the hard ground to gain extra speed and height for the jump. The hunter then manages to successfully jump onto a large broken rock for a tactical advantage. While in the air, the guy literally manages to swing his hot spear and strike from top to bottom. After performing this complex attack, Hyun-sung begins to breathe heavily from the incredible physical and emotional strain. But to the hunter's disappointment, the huge monster was still alive and unharmed with its last head. The only thing the guy managed to do with his attack was to leave a small scar on the monster's face. This minor injury makes the bloodthirsty monster even angrier at the defiant man. The exhausted guy is standing in front of this huge monster, which is comparable in height to a real multi-story building. With its giant, sharp claws, the panther begins to close in on its prey so that the ground cracks under its weight. Hyun-sung is already finally tired from the long fight, as he realizes that this will be his very last hope for salvation. The hunter sees the monster's massive paw begin to swiftly approach him for the killing blow. But the fighter decided not to even try to move from his spot, as he plans to chop off the monster's claw with his spear this time. The huge three-headed panther begins to roar deafeningly from this unbearable pain it feels after successfully hitting the hunter in a vulnerable spot. Hyun-sung is genuinely happy to have finally found such a painful and sensitive place for this seemingly invulnerable animal. The wounded monster immediately tries to desperately run away to the side after receiving such a serious and painful injury from the spear. But it's too late. The exhausted lad manages to deftly climb onto the monster's massive back, taking advantage of its confusion. The hunter quickly finds the vital point that is located on the monster's back, and strikes it with a powerful weapon. Holding this blazing fiery spear in his trembling hands, the fighter jumps up slightly and carefully aims at the most vulnerable spot. Hyun-sung takes and in one decisive move, deeply stabs the last head of that damn monster through and through. Everything around starts to glow brightly and burn intensely with real magical fire, illuminating the dark dungeon with a frightening light. But the hunter tries to introduce this deadly dagger further and further to inflict maximum damage to the enemy. After this final blow, the fighter pulls off the third and final head of the bloodthirsty monster with great effort. Hyun-sung heartily rejoices at the long-awaited victory that finally it really was the last monster's head at last. It was such an incredibly prolonged and grueling battle. The first time something like this had ever happened in a hunter's life. But then the look on the guy's face changes dramatically as he realizes that this is apparently far from over. The fighter barely manages to dodge some strange blow that came from the darkness. Hyun-sung is at a complete loss as to what is even going on in this damn dungeon with him right now. Looking at this dead panther, the hunter is horrified to see that it is already starting to recover right before his eyes. How could such a thing even be possible? And what should he do in such a hopeless situation to survive? Why this damned monster had proved such a tough nut to crack, and what the lad should do against him now. Realizing how little magical energy he has left, the hunter realizes that these are indeed his last reserves. The fighter stands with one last hope, thinking that at least he got something out of this fight after all. Hyun-sung's eyes are full of determination and accumulated anger towards this unkillable monster. Hunter desperately leaps forward to this recovering head that appears, looking to land a decisive blow. The exhausted fighter manages to get a takedown into range, and hopes that it was indeed the final blow. Hyun-sung then delivers another powerful strike with his burning spear for guaranteed destruction. This time, the hunter manages to cut off the paw of the monster, which has reached out to strike back at him. The boy cautiously looks back to scrutinize what else is going to happen with the monster. The fighter throws his last spear, before doing so, taking very good and careful aim at the vital point. The weapon hits its target, and a powerful and devastating explosion of magical energy occurs not far from the monster. Hyun-sung carefully descends to the solid ground after all that has happened from the back of the defeated animal. The hunter is relieved to see that at last the damned cat has been finally defeated and is no longer moving. This time, the guy sincerely hopes that it really was definitely the monster's last attempt at revival. The fighter's hands are all burned after holding that hot fiery spear so tightly and for so long. Hyun-sung is still in a very real state of affect from the incredible stress he's experienced. Looking at this huge, motionless carcass, the hunter wonders in disbelief if he really did manage to win. Here the guy receives an important game notice, which he carefully begins to study with great interest. Hyun-sung got the impossible achievement for killing a high-level boss, a real dungeon mini-boss. The fighter continues to scrutinize the numerous notifications that continue to come to him in the game system. Hunter realizes with joy that he has earned another prestigious title for his incredible feat of soloing. A level 1 destroyer, Hyun-sung pensively ponders, wondering what this mysterious and impressive rank in the system even means. Of course, it's really good that the hunter got 2 prestigious titles at once, but those incredible efforts he put in for it almost cost a life. Then with his tired gaze, the fighter noticed something very strange and unusual happening right before his eyes. Hyun-sung watches in amazement as the body of that huge monster slowly disappears before his eyes, seemingly dissolving into thin air. After the monster completely disappears, only a beautiful book is left on the ground, and the guy wonders what it could be. It looks insanely beautiful and expensive, and the hunter thinks with admiration that it must be a very valuable item. Getting closer to the mysterious object, Hyun Sung is even afraid to take it in his trembling hands out of excitement. Still, the fighter decides to go for it, and begins to scrutinize this real treasure dropped from the boss. This book is called Immortality. The owner will not die until his head is completely destroyed by enemies. It turns out, if Hyun Sung doesn't die immediately from the attack, his wounds will slowly repair themselves. If one protects his head well with a quality helmet, it turns out, he will become virtually invulnerable to most attacks. There is an educated guess that slow means a uniquely rare skill with great opportunity for further development. Hunter had never seen anything like this for sale in stores, or even in real life among players. For such an incredible ability, surely all the tanks and defenders will want to fight him and take the book away. The guy realizes that he has hit the real jackpot. It is indeed an incredibly rare and valuable find. Although classified as rare, the book is equivalent to a legendary or even possibly heroic rank and power. But there is another extremely important detail that makes this find even more valuable and unique. The fact is that this book is really unique in its own way and has no analogs in the world. She's the only one in this whole big world. And right now, she's exactly in Hyun Sung's hands. That's when the hunter received a system notification asking if he wanted to study this unique skill book. The fighter presses confirmation that of course he is extremely interested in learning this incredible ability. Immediately in his body, Hyun Sung begins to feel the very real physical transformation and change. The hunter notices that indeed the wounds that were inflicted on him in battle are beginning to slowly heal. Even the serious burns he received during the long battle with the fire weapon are healing. But it becomes physically difficult for the guy at this point because of the activation of a new skill in his body, as this powerful skill requires and depletes his stamina to maintain regenerative effects. But fortunately, Hyun Sung was lucky enough to have enough stamina accumulated to use the ability, so for the hunter it will not become any serious problem in principle if used correctly. The fighter decides to check his new rank and sees that it increases each characteristic by 5 units. Hyun Sung thinks great. This is a normal rank, and after all, there will be even more raises at a higher level. The hunter decides to check something else, and notices that the rank of the one who single-handedly felled the monster increases stamina by 3, which is also pretty good for development. It turns out that this 3-headed monster was a really strong boss. After checking out all the new abilities he got for winning, the guy realizes that okay, it's time to move on. After such an incredibly busy and exhausting day of hunting, it's definitely time for Hyun Sung to return home to his family for some rest. At this very moment, the security players continue to quickly run through the dark corridors of the cave in search of survivors. It is a special team from the Player Association, an elite squad of monster killers for emergencies. One of the fighters in expensive silver armor reports over the radio that live players have been detected in the dungeon, so the team leader decides to stop for a second and assess the situation before further action. The girl commander loudly announces that they have come from the official Players Association for a rescue operation, and the other guys who are in that neighborhood are tensely thinking about what's going on around them. Thus, 2 different groups of players unexpectedly collided with each other in the depths of a dangerous dungeon. Shin Yuna, who is an experienced leader of the rescue team, talks about the fact that they were informed about the high-ranking monsters. It seriously appeals to casual players to leave this dungeon as soon as possible for safety's sake. As of now, it is already official that there are 2 dead players found in different parts of the cave. One of the young girls can't believe what she's heard and asks with horror if it's really true. The commander earnestly replies to her that yes, it's true. Why would they cheat in such a critical situation? The rescue team must decide where they need to go next to find and destroy the dangerous monster. If there are still monsters in this dungeon that are categorized as high-ranked, then the situation is critical. The blonde from the rescue team says no, there are only the usual low-threat level wolves left here. All team members rejoice in the fact that yay, it's good to have the main threat eliminated. That's when one of the team's scouts reports that he's spotted another live player in the depths. The team leader urgently asks what direction the survivor is in and how many are even there. After receiving the information, the commander says they won't believe it. It's just one man all alone. Hyun Sung, incredibly proud of himself and his accomplishments, moves confidently towards the exit of the dungeon. The rescue team runs very quickly down the corridors towards the detected signal from the lone player. The hunter immediately took careful note of these strange sounds of approaching people and became alert with surprise. Hyun Sung thinks with bewilderment, how can this even be? Who else is in the dungeon? The rescue team is surprised as they move through the cave, also wondering if they are definitely going in the right direction. The hunter is in tense anticipation, thinking that someone is about to attack him from the darkness as well. The fighter turns his head sharply and cautiously toward the source of the sounds to assess the threat. Seeing people approaching, Hyun Sung thinks anxiously about what's going on and who these strangers even are. Hunter saw 4 players wearing insanely expensive and high-quality armor that cost a fortune. Looking at them closely, the guy realizes that something very strange and unusual is going on. Everyone in front of him right now are very high-ranked players with impressive accomplishments. Their armor and weapons look very ornate, expensive, and clearly made by top-notch craftsmen. This is the first time Hyun Sung has seen such luxurious equipment in his life. Something like this costs millions. Shin Yuna politely asks the shabby-looking guy if his health is okay. The anxious Hunter, not fully understanding the very situation with the appearance of the rescuers, replies that it is quite normal. These experienced players turn to him and tell him he looks pretty shabby after some serious fighting. The commander wonders if he's ever had an accidental encounter with that dangerous monster along the way. The worried guy cautiously interjects, "What kind of monster? What the rescuers are even talking about?" The girl leader earnestly replies that a monster has appeared in the dungeon that simply shouldn't have been here by classification. After hearing this important information, the guy clearly realizes that he has already killed the most dangerous monster with his own hands. I wonder if the official Players Association is aware that the panther was specifically 3-headed and incredibly dangerous. Therefore, Hyun Sung cautiously thinks about what would be the right thing to say to these influential people in this delicate situation. The hunter decides that the surest and safest way would be to say that he has indeed encountered this horrible creature. Hearing this confession, the girl commander anxiously asks if the monster is somewhere nearby right now. Shin Yuna came so close to the guy that she directly stared intently into the hunter's eyes, studying his reaction. The commander waited patiently for Hyun Sung to answer her persistent and important question about her whereabouts. Shin Yuna tells the guy in an apologetic tone that she didn't mean to scare him with her persistence. Just in relation to such deadly monsters, it's a true miracle that someone managed to survive the encounter. The girl pulls out some strange expensive object and says, "Let him take it. It will help him with his wounds." Upon seeing the vial, the guy immediately realized that it was a very expensive item, a top-grade quality healing potion. The team commander tells the hunter to just take the potion and apply it to his wounded arm. Looking at his really badly burned hand, Hyun Sung thinks it's probably worth getting help. The guy is worried that maybe these people just want to set him up or get some kind of benefit. Hunter decides that okay, these people seem to be quite friendly and not a threat. Hyun Sung tells the rescuers that he has some valuable information about the monster that he would like to share. The fighter says that it was a huge 3-headed panther with shiny black fur. Shin Yuna says in surprise that it's amazing. She had never seen such a monster before in her life. All the other guys on her elite team were also seriously flabbergasted by the description of this incredible monster. Hyun Sung decides to continue his believable story and says that the monster was the size of an entire house. With his index finger, the hunter starts pointing in a certain direction of the dungeon to make it more convincing. The guy tells the team that that's the direction the dangerous monster went after their brief encounter. The girl was insanely grateful for the valuable information, though she didn't yet know that it wasn't entirely true. Literally in a few seconds, the entire professional team vaporized before the eyes of the surprised guy. Hyun Sung was genuinely surprised that they were so fast. But it was good that he was able to handle the monster. If the hunter couldn't win before reinforcements arrived, it would seriously cause him a lot of trouble. It's not like the guy could get his honestly earned reward for killing the dungeon boss. And those professional people on the rescue team are going to have to do a little more searching for the non-existent monster. The rescue team continues the hunt together, and gradually realize that they've hit a real dead end. One guy on the team tells his comrades that, interestingly, this monster couldn't go back through the portal. Shin Yuna seriously says that it's very likely, but only then the whole situation becomes much more serious and dangerous than originally imagined. Since that bloodthirsty monster has previously tasted and experienced the taste of human blood, making it even more aggressive and dangerous. No one ever knows when exactly this monster will reappear and attack unsuspecting hunters in the dungeons. So first, the team should be sure to report this critical incident to the Central Players Association. Shin Yuna looks more insanely serious and focused than ever, realizing the seriousness of the situation with the monster. As the commander walks past a certain spot in the cave, something very strange catches her close attention. One of the comrades asked anxiously what had happened to the leader, and what was happening to her at the moment. The girl thoughtfully asks the team how they think that guy was able to successfully make it out of the dangerous cave alive. Shin Yuna suggests that he lost all of his teammates, but he somehow miraculously managed to survive completely alone. The commander tells her loyal companions that it is time for her to leave here on very important business that cannot be delayed. She earnestly addresses the team and tells them that they must wait patiently for her return right here in a safe place. Comrades in the Players Association were genuinely surprised by the unexpected decision of their experienced leader to leave the team. They inquire perplexedly about that stop. Then where is she going to go alone at such a dangerous time? The girl explains that she is seriously worried about a lone player who was left all alone not too long ago, so she wants to track him down. The team tank replies that there's no need to worry about the stranger. He'll definitely be fine. He can handle himself. The leader replies emphatically that he doesn't understand the seriousness of it. The guy is all alone in a dangerous place. Shin Yuna points to a gloomy cave and says that it could be insanely dangerous for a lone hunter with no support, right? After the commander's persuasive arguments, still the comrade reluctantly agreed to her decision to go on the search. The team members replied that in that case, there was nothing left for them to do but to wait patiently here for the leader's return. She sincerely thanked her loyal comrades for their understanding and literally disappeared from the team's sight a second later. Shin Yuna walks through the dark cave, thinking carefully, wondering where that mysterious guy was headed. The commander scrutinizes every corner of the cave, every crevice and every turn looking for tracks or clues. Her gaze is very intense and focused. She doesn't want to miss any important details in her quest. Finally, the girl reached another glowing portal and stopped right by it, pondering her next course of action. Shin Yuna thinks she doesn't know for sure, but most likely that guy left through that particular exit portal. The commander is very worried about the stranger and sincerely hopes that he is doing well and is perfectly safe. Hyun-sung is already quietly at home at this point and thinks that the recovery is going much better than he expected. Regeneration by itself restores health slowly, but together with healing skills, the overall effect is very good. After such an incredibly hard and exhausting day, the hunter decides to lie down on a soft couch for a good rest. The insanely sleepy guy is thinking about how tired he is, like a hunted dog after a long chase. When Hyun-sung only wanted to close his eyes to sleep, something unexpected prevented him from relaxing and falling asleep. It was his beloved mother who told him in surprise that he had come home early today, somehow early for his schedule. The woman carefully noticed that her son looked somehow strange, so she immediately asked worriedly what was wrong with his face. Hyun-sung realizes with dismay that oops, he definitely won't be able to hide all these changes and traumas from his perceptive mother. Hyun-sung spent too many points on shopping at the store, causing his body to start aging and weakening prematurely. Hunter tries to reassure his worried mother and tells her that he is just very tired from his hard work today. The guy decides to cleverly change the topic of conversation and asks if they have anything good to eat at home to recuperate. The woman reproachfully tells her son what he even did all day, that he even skipped his usual home-cooked meal. His mother replied caringly that let him wait for a while. She would quickly prepare something nutritious and tasty for him. The guy realizes how bad he feels right now, that his head is literally cracking with unbearable pain and fatigue. If Hyun-sung is going to spend points so quickly on purchases, it's clearly not going to end well for his health and life. At this point, his mother is on the phone with her daughter about some events that happened at work today. Surprisingly, the sister also began to take a serious interest in her brother and asked about his well-being and safety. The mother tells her daughter that, well, yes, he's home now, but what's wrong? What happened that was so scary today? The girl anxiously tells her mother over the phone that many people have died in the dungeons. How could this even happen? Hyun-sung was really shocked when he heard the news and thinks that the missing people were identified through the identification system. Most likely checked who entered the dungeon and who was able to exit the cave, but the information about him hasn't been updated yet. The boy anxiously waits for his mother to finally finish her emotional conversation with his sister about the tragic events. The hunter notices that the woman's expression has completely changed. She looks very worried and frightened. With sadness in her voice, the mother tells her son that this is why he came home from work so early today. Hyun-sung tells his mother with a fake smile that she doesn't have to worry about him. He hasn't even seen a monster. But the woman didn't even want to hear it and said she always knew this job was too dangerous for her son. His mother adds that it's wrong of him to risk his life like that. But the guy tries to explain that he really likes his profession. Hyun-sung insists that for the first time in his life, he is truly having a good time doing what he loves. At the moment, the entrance to the Red Wolves dungeon has been officially closed to all players for security reasons. 2 experienced security officers were tragically killed in the line of duty when confronted with a threat. They were unable to offer proper resistance to this incredibly powerful monster and fell in unequal combat. Strange footprints were also found, clearly showing that the monster had indeed come out of the spatial gate. Kim Jones, a monster tracking specialist, tells her colleagues that there is no sign that the monster has made it back. Shin Yuna asks perplexed, does he really mean to say that the monster is still roaming around somewhere? They had thoroughly searched the area. All team members are so alarmed by the situation. This is the first time something like this has happened in their practice. The experienced specialist tells his comrades that he doesn't know what happened here either, but will try to follow the trail of the monster. Shin Yuna takes a decisive step forward, showing his willingness to act in this critical situation. The commander tells the specialist that in that case she wants to be sure to go along with him on the search. Clearly, no one objected to the experienced leader's decision, so everyone just silently agreed. Kim Dong-soo even tells the commander gratefully that thank you. He is truly glad that a trustworthy person like her is accompanying him today. The girl modestly replies to the specialist that she is not to be thanked. It is after all her direct work and professional duty. The boy carefully placed his hand against the stone wall of the cave and concentrated on reading the traces of the events that had taken place. He was immediately able to read the information and see that here, the monster had attacked a group of hunting low-level players. And then, judging by the footprints, the monster headed forward that way, continuing its bloody hunt for humans. The specialist's eyes glow with a blue magical light, and he tells his colleague that this is a rather strange and unusual situation. The girl listens as he explains that the monster was able to attack the player. However, the player did not die immediately from the first blow. The victim put up serious resistance to the attacker, and after a fierce battle, the monster was forced to retreat. They continued to exchange deadly blows for a long time, and this bloody battle dragged on for a long time. The player who fought the monster here appears to the specialist as a very strange and unusual hunter, since all the tracks found clearly indicate that he was here all alone, without a support team. The specialist tells Shin Yuna that he can still feel powerful remnants of fire magic hovering in the air of the cave. Yes, it seems that the dexterity of this enigmatic player is very well pumped and developed to a high level. Kim Dong-soo suggests that the player who fought the monster belongs to a rare class of magical swordsmen. As they continued to explore the dark cave, they came across the huge paw prints of this bloodthirsty monster. Kim Dong-soo decides to study these tracks a little closer to get more information about what happened. He tastes the blood and tells his colleague that the monster here was extremely seriously injured in battle. The monster lost a very large amount of blood at one time, indicating the power of the enemy's attack. Shin Yuna, the leader of the association's team, thinks that the security officers were completely powerless against the monster. But that same monster was seriously injured by some nameless player fighting alone. The specialist continues analyzing and says that he thought it was a magic sword class player. But there's one important but. It could just be a warlock player with exceptionally high agility and movement speed. Most likely, the unknown fighter was using a very powerful fire skill to deal critical damage. It was this destructive magic that helped him eventually kill this incredibly dangerous monster. The two of them continue to methodically run through the cave and scrutinize this gloomy area. Kim Dong-soo takes a closer look with his magical eyes, analyzing every detail of the battle that took place. When they reached a certain area, the specialist says, "This is where it all happened, the final battle." The girl from the association asks in amazement if this is really where the decisive battle took place. The specialist confidently replies that yes, he is absolutely certain that the monster was killed in that exact spot. With his blazing blue eyes, Kim Dong-soo continues to analyze the remnants of magical energy in detail. He tells a co-worker that they seem to have some fierce melee going on here. And then an unknown player killed the monster with some incredibly powerful high-level magic skill. No, the expert is sure that it was definitely a magical swordsman, and he knows it for sure from the characteristic marks. Most likely, the residual magical energy of the slain monster had turned into a rare magic item, so they wouldn't be able to find its physical body. The girl, hearing all these details of the investigation, thinks about how unbelievable and amazing it sounds. Any player of the magic sword class, with the exception of some prominent individuals, can safely be called a versatile soldier. Because of this versatility, they cannot completely stick to any one narrow specialization in combat, and an unknown fighter fought a dangerous monster whose level was much higher than his own, an incredible feat. Shin Yuna thinks with bewilderment. Then what even happened in the end in this mysterious fight? The specialist tells his colleague that judging from all the tracks, the player who fought here was about level 24. But something about this story doesn't add up, as he isn't even a member of the dungeon security department. Those two guards who were on duty at the spatial gate were killed by the monster just instantly, without resistance. The security personnel who work on the border between the worlds on the Earth side are highly trained. They didn't even try to catch the monster on their own, waiting for the arrival of the special monster killing squad. Shin Yuna, upon hearing this information, already definitely realizes that that fighter was clearly not an ordinary player. Kim Dong-soo suggests that it can't be someone who hasn't yet renewed his player's license with the association. After all, a player's official document must necessarily be renewed every 2 years to confirm qualification. The girl tells the specialist that she does, but he realizes that it all looks very strange and suspicious, doesn't he? As far as how much you can raise the level at all before renewing the credential, at best, it will be a little over a 50th. No one among those hunters who were in the dungeon that day had received support from any powerful guild. The specialist, upon hearing this remark, fully agreed with his colleague and replied that naturally, it was indeed very strange. Even if this is true, and the high-level player did tackle the monster, there's no reason for him to hunt in a low-level dungeon. The team leader asks the specialist if he can track down the player who fought this dangerous creature. The monster tracking specialist thought about this complex issue and its technical possibilities. Kim Dong-soo replies to his colleague that he can try using his skills, but does not promise a guaranteed result. He begins to scrutinize with his magical eyes and look out for every possible trace in the area. The specialist says with frustration that immediately after the battle ends, traces of the mysterious player are simply lost without a trace. It might not be so easy to track down this player, as the complex landscape of the dungeon does not lend itself to tracking. Shin Yuna reminds the expert that he was able to find traces of the player's battle with the monster in this place after all. The specialist is patiently trying to explain to his colleague that an oversized monster of such dimensions simply physically cannot leave no visible traces behind it. Kim Dong-soo points to the ground and says to just look at the huge paw print left here on the stone floor of the cave. No matter what a monster of such colossal size will do, it is sure to leave massive footprints that can be easily spotted. There is also absolutely no indication that the mystery player used any sort of teleportation skill after his heroic battle. If the unknown fighter had at least used movement magic, an expert would be able to track him through the remnants of magical energy. Shin Yuna regretfully tells her colleague that apparently she really did ask him for something almost impossible to fulfill. The girl decided to apologize to the guy for putting him in such an awkward situation by demanding an impossible task. The specialist politely replies to the commander that, "No, sorry, he was the one who couldn't provide her with more useful information." The girl replies with the understanding that, okay, that's it then. They can go back to the association headquarters. Kim Dong-soo fully agreed with the team leader's decision to end the investigation at this point without further attempts. Finally, they emerged from this gloomy dungeon through a glowing portal leading back to the safe world of humans. While at the Players Association building, Shin Yuna says to look in detail at the list of all the players who entered that day. The girl, being the chief inspector, starts reporting to management and says she's sure there was a strong player there who killed the monster. If there is such a talented fighter, he should definitely be in the association, and other guilds shouldn't be allowed to get him. The Players Association is fully controlled by the government and represents the official monster hunting interests of the country. On the other hand, the various guilds are private for-profit organizations pursuing their own profit. In the early years after the disaster with the advent of portals, the impact of the Players Association was truly incredible. The organization consisted of a huge number of players with very strong skills and unwavering loyalty to the state. However, time passed inexorably, and the influence of the association was very much diminished due to bureaucracy and corruption in the leadership. On the other hand, the influence of private guilds became bigger and bigger due to better conditions for players. Because of the lack of understanding of the gaming industry, politicians have emerged to take high positions in the Players Association. They covered themselves with loud slogans about patriotism and started forcing players to work for paltry sums of money. Guilds sponsored by large enterprises could provide a much better environment for talented players to develop. Private organizations started promising players really decent pay and impressive signing bonuses. In order to attract the best players, the association was forced to initiate radical reforms in its internal structure. Corrupt politicians began to be removed one by one from key positions in the organization to cleanse their reputations. After these painful reforms were implemented, players in the association began to be paid as decently as those in private guilds. Promising government support and decent pay, the association launched a fair competition for the best players in the country. After some hard work, it managed to clear its good name and regain the trust of the gaming community. Even today, the association had reached its truest prosperity, but it was still far inferior to the private guilds in terms of quality of service. Opening up a list of all the players who had entered the dungeon that fateful day, the staff began scrutinizing each name. Shin Yuna realizes that this is definitely a talented rookie with great potential who can fight even high-level players. The girl firmly decides that she will never miss such a valuable candidate, and will definitely find him by any means necessary. Hyun Sung, safe at home, realizes he must end his hunt for these dangerous red wolves. The guy has already been to all the dungeons that are in close proximity to his home and neighborhood. Fortunately, red wolf dungeons are not only here, but also in other parts of the city and surrounding areas. The hunter took all his essentials and gear and set off on a long journey for new adventures. Along the way, Hyun Sung ponders how he needs to properly level up this mysterious skill. The skill from the Book of Immortality remains a mystery, as there is absolutely no useful information about this book on the internet. Does he just need to constantly use the ability to improve it, but it's a passive regeneration skill after all. Yes, basically a guy can seriously harm himself and his health in such a reckless way. Checking into the hotel, the hunter thinks it's imperative to figure out a way to hide the number of stones he's gotten in the dungeon. Hyun-sung can no longer trust the association staff after recent events with the search for the mystery player. Now the guy has to avoid their stares and suspicious attention to his activities in every possible way. The official reason for checking personal belongings is to prevent dangerous items, such as monster eggs, from being taken out. While representatives say the inspections are necessary for this, there's actually a whole other hidden reason, which is to effectively prevent players from evading mandatory state taxes. So you have to do things exactly right, because obviously the association and the big guilds make up the cartel. They act solely in ways that benefit them, and in doing so they themselves may avoid paying taxes. Leafing through the game menu looking for relevant information, the guy hopefully thinks that at least he should see something useful. Hyun-sung really sincerely hopes that he can find at least some more information about the skill. Suddenly the hunter caught a glimpse of something familiar on the list. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before in the store. The look on the guy's face becomes very much surprised at the unexpected discovery in the game interface. Finally, Hyun-sung had found exactly what he had long been looking for to develop his unique immortality skill. Looking at the astronomical price of the item, the hunter was horrified at the amount he would have to pay for the purchase. The guy realizes that this is an insanely high price, but he simply has no other choice to progress. Therefore, Hyun-sung decides to purchase the active skill book because it is critical to his development. His thoughts are centered on the fact that he really needs this purchase badly to survive future battles. In the hunter's hands, this mysterious black book with ancient symbols on the cover materializes. The guy decides that this offer can't get any better than that, so he immediately begins to explore the contents of the book. After successfully learning, Hyun-sung immediately checks his hand to see the result of applying the new skill. After the hunter scrutinized the contents of the mysterious skill book, new knowledge and abilities appeared in his mind. Extending his right hand out in front of him once more, Hyun-sung thinks with curiosity, well, let's see the result. The guy uses the new skill subspace, and a mysterious dark matter begins to emanate from his hand. Watching this incredible phenomenon, the hunter thinks with admiration that this is really something awesome and powerful. But there's something here that doesn't give the guy complete peace of mind. He feels a strange unease about this new ability. Hyun-sung thinks this space has turned out to be much easier to use than he originally envisioned. In size, the pocket dimension resembles a small apartment where a hunter and his family used to live. After experimenting, the guy is careful to close this extra space so no one will notice his ability. Hyun-sung wonders if he shouldn't go hunting now that he's gotten such a useful new skill. Finally, the hunter approaches a familiar place where a glowing portal to the dangerous dungeon of the Red Wolves has been opened. Despite having an official player's license, the guy hopes that everything will go well and without problems. Hyun-sung tries to hide his face as much as possible so that none of the employees will accidentally recognize or remember him. Hunter cautiously looks in different directions and tries to hide from intruders in the crowd of players. The guy thinks, looking at another player in full armor, that it's a good way to hide identity. Also, Hyun-sung noticed a strange player who looks like a joker, thinks there are a lot of weirdos gathering here. Hunter approaches the entrance to the dungeon and holds out his ID to the patiently waiting security officer. The officer began to read the document carefully, examining almost every letter and symbol on the page. The guy's mind is spinning with only one thought. At least no one picked on him today. Here the employee suddenly interjects with suspicion. Isn't that really your real name on the document? Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and Hyun-sung safely went inside this familiar hunting dungeon. There, the hunter continued to methodically exterminate these aggressive red wolves, honing his fighting skills. Just then, a new notification from the game system popped up for him that he had received another prestigious achievement. The guy all alone managed and killed exactly 1,000 of these dangerous monsters during his treks. Hyun-sung thinks what a good day today. Everything went smoothly, even though they asked for his fingerprints at the entrance. The staff was able to let him inside without much trouble after a standard ID check and biometrics. But now the guy realizes that it's definitely worth it to take advantage of his new spatial storage skill. Valuable stones that the hunter has earned from slain monsters are scattered all over the cave floor. Into this handy space, Hyun-sung carefully pushes all those gems for safekeeping. Holding a few rocks in his hands, the guy thinks he almost forgot one important detail for camouflage. To make things look plausible before the inspection, you should bring some visible prey with you. At the Sioux Guild headquarters, someone asks interestedly. He wants to say that there is a newcomer who has interested Ma Ji-hong. Seo Tai-hun, the second-in-command chief of this powerful guild, says that in his opinion they should intercept him. Upon hearing this intriguing information, The interlocutor immediately began to smile meaningfully with anticipation. Jong Seonu, who is the deputy guild leader, demands details. Tell everything you know about this player. The mentee began to carefully give a whole detailed presentation on this important account, showing all the available data. Seo Taeyeon narrates and visualizes the information so that exactly everything is clear to the guild leadership. The deputy says interestedly, wanting to clarify. This guy has been in dungeons of level 15 to 20 difficulty before. Even though it's only been a few months since he awakened, he's also hunting all alone. The second squad leader earnestly tells the leadership that, believe me, this is far from the most important and amazing thing. There's a player named Hyun Song, and he somehow managed to bypass the sacred rule of 20 levels of difference. The deputy, when he heard this incredible information, could not believe his own ears with shock. Jong Seonu interjects with amazement. Is it really true? He can't believe it's like that. His subordinate tells him honestly that he can't say for sure, but the likelihood is very high indeed. The deputy anxiously asks if the commander is sure that no one has poached this player yet. Seo Tae-hoon replies that it's probably because the guy asked for too much fee for his services. The deputy wondered what this astronomical amount of money some newcomer was demanding. The commander reports that an unknown hunter wanted as much as 10 billion won as a deposit. Jong Seonu indignantly said that yes, this kid is completely crazy. Why is he asking for such a huge amount of money? A subordinate explains that 10 billion is the standard amount for hiring a high-level player. But still, one must understand the main point. What if the rumors of his abilities are indeed true? Then it's absolutely not even about the sheer amount of money that will have to be paid for the contract. And the real problem in the negotiations is the irreconcilable positions of the two sides. Hyun Sung is only willing to open his status window after he is given the promised deposit, and the guild leader wants to thoroughly check and verify the real status of that player first. The deputy says with annoyance that their leader is still too stupid and indecisive in important matters. But really, people don't change that easily, especially when there is a lot of money and risk involved. Because of indecisive people like him, the guild has already missed out on several outstanding players, the deputy lamented. Therefore, no more Jong Seonu wants to make a single such unfortunate mistake in the future. The deputy makes a decision. For starters, they will pay the required deposit to this mystery player. The management will then look at its status, and if there are problems there, they will point out the errors and take the money. So Tae-hoon should personally go to this guy, and as soon as he signs the piece of paper, immediately pay the money. The commander of the second group could not believe it, and asked in surprise if we would really pay such a sum. Deputy explains if everything goes well with the contract, great, and if there are problems, they will refund the money. The deputy was left all alone in his spacious room, enjoying the silence and a chance to think over his plans. Jong Seon smiles contentedly as he ponders how brilliant he is at strategic planning after all. If he could successfully solve this case with the mysterious player, then he could definitely become the head of the guild then. Hyun Sung looks anxious, his face sweating a lot from nervous tension during another inspection. When the hunter came to the exit again, his bag as a regular player is scrutinized by the security staff. The security worker told his colleagues that everything had been checked and no irregularities were found. Hyun Sung was quietly released without anyone knowing that the real stones were hidden in another space. The guy is insanely happy and realizes that now he can really avoid unwanted interest from different people. Finally, a few more productive days passed, and the hunter was still methodically slaying the monsters in the dungeon as well. Hyun Sung finally finished the legendary achievement, realizing that he could call it a day and get things in order. The lad had also gotten another skill book, which he now held in his fatigue-shaking hands. Hunter realizes that he has had a similar book in his collection a long time ago. So this is a duplicate. Here, Hyun Sung noticed another interesting item that he had received as a reward for the achievement. Guy was interested when he saw that the new find was called Wind of Rebirth, a promising name. The passive skill book speeds up wound healing, a popular ability used not only by players, but also by regular people. This time around, the hunter didn't get anything particularly special, except for his prestigious legendary achievement. When Hyun Sung was about to go home, he received a strange notification that he couldn't read the book Winds of Rebirth. The guy was madly surprised at this turn of events. How could this even be possible in principle? This unexpected message made the hunter's hair literally stand on end. So much so that he was surprised at what was happening. Hyun Sung tries to study the book again, but again receives the same notice of technical impossibility. The guy realizes that he had never heard of such a phenomenon from other players before in his life. Hunter frantically thinks about what could have happened to his abilities and the game system as a whole. His skill from the Immortality book suddenly activated and somehow evolved without his knowledge. Hyun Sung reads the description and realizes that it says it's a developing skill that can be improved. It turns out the ability absorbs other skills that contribute to health regeneration in one way or another. This is where the guy has a logical question about how much this unique skill can grow. Hunter takes his trusty vampire weapon to do a little experiment on himself. Hyun Sung decides to conduct one dangerous experiment to test the effectiveness of his upgraded skill. The guy deliberately cuts the finger of his hand with a sharp blade to scrutinize the result. The hunter looks at the wound in concentration to assess the speed and quality of the recovery of the damaged tissue. Indeed, the wound on his finger slowly began to heal faster than it had before. But the problem is that there is absolutely no noticeable difference in the rate of healing. Hyun Sung wondered how many such skill books one would need to absorb for the ability to improve significantly. Especially, Hyun Sung had absorbed a valuable skill book that was worth as much as 30 million points in the system store. But it could actually turn out to be a very profitable investment. What's a guy to do next now? Finally, the hunter emerged from this gloomy cavern through a glowing portal and headed for the exit of the dungeon. Hyun Sung went to his house, and while walking down the street, he was constantly distracted by his cell phone. The guy turns on his phone, as it is always off in the cave for safety reasons and to conserve charge. Hunter immediately goes to check the backlog of messages and missed calls from the time he's been out of touch. Suddenly, someone calls Hyun Sung's cell phone, interrupting his thoughts about the previous day. Seeing an unfamiliar number on the screen, the guy thought with suspicion if it was some kind of spam call. Hunter picked up the phone, not even expecting to hear something particularly interesting from the unknown caller. When the stranger greets him politely and calls his full name, Hyun Sung is immediately wary. The guy immediately tensed up and thinks anxiously, "Stop. Who on earth is this guy and how does she know his name?" Seo Taeun introduces himself as the head of the second recruitment department of the prestigious So Guild. Hyun Sung immediately tensed up when he heard that the caller was a representative of this powerful guild. Hunter tells the rep what he's already said. Don't contact him unless you're willing to accept his demands. The guild commander says that if he remembers correctly, the guy asked for 10 billion won as a deposit. Now the management can say, accept the terms. Let's meet in person and sign an official contract right away. Hyun Sung simply couldn't believe his ears and asked again in amazement if he was really serious. A spokesperson for the guild explains that this is a deal with so much money and serious commitment. But the guy himself realizes that when it comes to such big money, there can be no screwing around. Hyun Sung, upon hearing this unexpected offer, was very much surprised by the turn of events in his favor. The hunter didn't even know what the right thing to say in this situation, and replied that he was currently on a hunt. It's going to be hard for the guy to get to the meeting right away, so could they send a contract to look at? Seo Taeun, hearing the request, immediately agreed. Of course, can email the document right now. Hyun Sung told the representative that he would then contact them after scrutinizing all the terms of the contract. Thus, their business dialogue was successfully concluded to the mutual satisfaction of both parties. Hunter is glad that at least in this matter, he was able to turn the situation in his favor and get what he wanted. Walking home, the guy is also very surprised to receive another unexpected message. Hyun Sung receives a notification that the promised contract was sent via email. The guild representatives really don't even give the guy a rest, actively trying to make a lucrative deal with him. Hunter came to a lawyer he knows and says that this contract contains a good offer and very favorable terms. However, there are a few points that are a bit troubling to Hyun Sung and require professional legal evaluation, as some items may be taken back by the guild in case of unforeseen circumstances. Hyun Sung asked the lawyer what the suspicious items were, and the lawyer decided to print out a copy. Then the specialist brings the document up to the guy and says that here, for example, this part raises questions. If a guild member damages the reputation or name of the organization, this contract may be unilaterally terminated. In fact, the decision on this critical part depends entirely on the subjective opinion of the guild's top leadership. According to the lawyer, this is a completely unreasonable and unfair clause for the average member of the organization. Also, a contract may be terminated if a guild member's character or abilities do not meet the stated level. The lawyer tells Hyun Sung that he doesn't know the amount of the deposit, but trust me, this contract is extremely unfavorable. The hunter, upon hearing these disturbing details, is clearly very stressed and begins to worry about the consequences. The lawyer warns that if the contract is terminated due to the player's fault, he will have to pay a penalty of 10 times the amount. Hyun Sung gets angry and realizes how cunning and calculating the people in the guild leadership are after all. The specialist goes on to explain that in his opinion the amount of liquidated damages should be adjusted to the amount of the deposit, and asked to exclude these absurd clauses, in principle, then the contract can be safely signed. The guy is already dialing Seo Taehoon's number on his phone to discuss the contract dispute with the representative. Hyun Sung smiles and realizes that it's definitely necessary to have a serious talk about adjusting the terms of the deal first. Hunter tells the lawyer that he's going to talk on the phone with the guild for a bit first. and then he'll be sure to come back. Hyun-sung walked out of the office to the street to talk quietly with the guild representative about the contract. The guild employee politely asks how the hunter is doing and says he's calling about a contract discussion. Seo Tae-hoon wonders if the guy might agree to an amount of 50 billion won instead of the original amount. Hyun-sung realizes that something very strange is going on with the negotiations and amounts in different contacts. Hunter tells the representative with surprise, "Is his requests really that high for such a large guild? The guy reminds me that he asked for a deposit of 100 billion, and they're only offering half of that amount." Seo Tae-hoon explains that even though their guild is the top in the monster hunting industry, the hunter must realize that paying such an astronomical amount of money would be quite a challenge even for them. Next, this recruitment team worker says he has one important piece of insider information. The amount the management has authorized for this deal is a maximum of 50 billion won. Hyun-sung diplomatically said, "Okay, in that case he would seriously think about the proposal." The guild worker was shocked at this reaction and interjects, "Is the guy really talking seriously?" Hunter replies that yes, but wants to take another close look at the contract before making a decision. Seo Tae-hoon says she'll email him an updated version of the document right away. Hyun-sung thinks with satisfaction, "Great, now he'll get that cell phone contract quickly." Now the guy has two whole different contracts in front of him, from two different guild specialists. When the hunter walked back into the room, the lawyer immediately asked if everything went well. Smiling, the guy politely told the lawyer that yes, it seemed fine. Could they please look at this copy some more? The lawyer says with interest that the client must really be some kind of player with outstanding ability since such offers. Of course, in that case, let's take a close look at what exactly is being offered to you in the new option. The attorney also printed out a second contract and began to methodically study each clause and condition of the deal. The lawyer says with bewilderment, wondering why the same guild is making such different demands. Whether the two contracts were accurately drafted by representatives of the same organization or different departments. Hyun-sung asks the specialist in surprise how he even knew about this fact of having two options. The attorney explains that in general, the content of the contracts is similar, but some key parts are radically different. For example, there are fewer controversial clauses, but they are generally similar, with only 5 times the fines for violations. Guy asks the lawyer if he happens to know why one guild sends out such different contracts. The lawyer assumes that there is some serious internal conflict going on in the guild that wants to hire the client. And a very serious conflict since they're sending such dramatically different contracts separately to different people. The lawyer tells Hyun-sung that it is very favorable. If you act wisely, you can choose a contract with better terms. The guy thought about the words of the specialist and realized that indeed, this was most likely the situation. Hunter asks if the attorney can make a new contract, eliminating any unfavorable terms for the client. Of course, a professional can do that. And when the guy is back at the hotel, thinks about the mess in the guild. The guild head Ma Ji-hoon and the deputy guild head clearly have some big squabbles between them. Hyun-sung dialed someone's phone number and decided to play with the situation a little in his favor. Hunter called a second human resources supervisor to test his theory about the conflict. Seo Tae-hoon replies in surprise that the master is calling, and what's the guy there already decided on the contract. The guy smiles and realizes that it's really going to be fun to manipulate the situation between the parties to the conflict now. Hyun-sung says he thought about it, and it seems the deposit is still small. Can you pay 200 billion? The supervisor replies that he can't give a definitive answer right now, but it's probably technically possible. Hunter starts to deliberately push and says he might, in that case, even 300 billion won. Understandably, after making such a statement, he was asked the question, "You must be kidding us right now." The guy seriously says no. He was actually contacted by the first team recruiting director as well. And he's heard that they're not getting along very well right now. There's some serious internal disagreements in the leadership. Seo Tae-hoon directly got very angry at this brazen statement, and the attempt to use internal issues against him. The warden of the second department says they will definitely offer the hunter conditions much better than the warden of the first department. Hyun-sung realizes that these people really hate each other and would do anything to win the competition. So the guy thinks he's going to dial up the head of the first department now this time to inflame the conflict even more. Hunter politely greets the other guild representative and says that yes, he is the one calling about the contract. Jin-sung asks the gentleman how he is doing and if he has already read the contract sent for review. The guy replies that he was actually going to call him specifically to sign a contract with his department. Hyun-sung smiles meaningfully afterward and says that there seems to be no need for that anymore. Jin-sung doesn't understand what the hunter is talking about and replies that he recently sent him a contract update. First, the client should look at the document carefully, and then they can continue to have a constructive conversation. The head of the first department says with some concern, "Please, okay, just wait a little while." At this point, their telephone dialogue was temporarily ended until the guild representative examined the new document. After some time, this boss dialed the guy back, having already familiarized himself with the contents of the contract sent. Hyun Sung says next time, let them solve all their internal problems and then send only one contract. The head of the first department didn't even realize what kind of internal problems their conversation was about. Hunter claims he wants 200 billion, though that's not enough either. So let them give him 300 billion. The guild worker is clearly already very angry and asks as if he's being openly mocked right now. Hyun Sung calmly replies that if the representative doesn't want those conditions, then he doesn't need it. The guy just picks up and abruptly hangs up after such a provocative dialogue with the guild rep. Smiling, Hunter tells himself that it's so easy to edit voice files these days. That's what he'll do now. Hyun Sung sent edited audio recordings of the conversations to both 1 and 2 department heads. After this operation, the guy just tosses his old phone in the trash can as an unwanted item. Hunter realizes it's about time he changed his cell phone for a new one so he doesn't leave a trail. The recordings have been altered in such a way as to distort what they were really talking about there during the negotiations. Now Hyun Sung would do something that no one in the guild would expect him to do. It's already been a whole month, and the deputy guild leader is asking with annoyance where this kid went. Seo Taeyeon reports to his superiors that he is nowhere to be found, not even in the hunting grounds that are under their control. The team has been searching for the mysterious hunter for a very long time, but still can't find any trace of his whereabouts. The deputy gets angry and says reprovingly that the subordinate can't even handle this simple task properly. The deputy fervently demands of his subordinate that he must find the mysterious player at all costs and at all costs. After that provocative voice file that someone had sent a month ago, the atmosphere in the guild had changed drastically. The head and deputy are constantly in a fierce struggle for power and influence in the organization. The guild has indeed now split into 2 warring camps, which seriously undermines its effectiveness. Before that, the team had miraculously obtained the dungeon entrance record book and found a mention of Hyun Sung there. Regardless of the size of their resources, they can't review these records every time they want to. The main problem is that this mysterious player has vanished like through the ground without a trace. Jung Seonu asks the second group leader if the hunter could have joined another rival guild. Toth replies to management that there is too little chance of that happening. Such players don't just move on. The deputy gets very angry at this response and tells the subordinate that he doesn't want to see him again. The angry supervisor orders you to get the hell out of his office immediately and stay out of sight. The subordinate had no choice but to just quickly leave the room under the angry gaze of his superiors. There is real chaos in the hallway of this prestigious guild, with all the employees seeing the state of their boss. The employees of the organization are very much worried about the future of their careers in this unstable environment. Everyone saw the angry state in which their boss walked out of the deputy guild head's office. Seo Tae-hoon, while in his office, is also very worried about the current critical situation. He realizes it's all because of those fabricated audio files and fake contracts. Most of the colleagues now sided with Jin Sung in this internal departmental confrontation. Seo Tae-hoon thinks he'd rather find this mysterious player and resolve this whole conflict. Hyun Sung, at this point, thinks that the points he gets from hunting will also come in handy, making 600,000 in a day. If you collect such grits on a daily basis, you can even save up quite a bit for some serious shopping. The guy was notified that the batteries would be good for customers too, and that another sale had been successfully completed. Next, Hyun Sung is insanely happy that his trading business is doing better and bringing in a steady income. But Hunter realizes that he has one major problem with the organization of the trade process. The sales window in the system is too small for efficient trading of large volumes of goods. Each item, when it sells, has to be re-added or registered in the system, which is time-consuming. The guy thinks if it was possible to add and register all of these things in huge quantities at the same time. Hyun Sung continues to scrutinize this trade showcase, looking for ways to optimize the process. Hunter thinks he can't even remove those windows selling other electronics to make room. I wonder if he raises his personal trading skill level if anything will change for the better. Guy had heard that other sellers could register hundreds of items, if not thousands at a time. This is especially true of the vendor Ricamos, which effectively sells its drugs in large batches. However, Hyun Sung needs to first accumulate 10 billion points to improve his trading skill. To increase his trade level, Hyun Sung now has a little more than half of the required number of points to improve. The guy clearly understands that he needs to hunt further and harder to get this hoarding problem over with as quickly as possible. Then suddenly the hunter is attacked by a huge mutant toad, jumping out of a swampy part of the dungeon with aggressive intentions. The huge, hideous creature poses a serious threat, but even still, the guy handles it with ease. A bright blue energy begins to emanate from the fighter's palms, concentrating into a powerful magic spell. It's a magic projectile that Hyun-sung uses to easily slice through the head of another approaching monster. Another opponent falls dead at the hands of this experienced fellow, demonstrating his increased skill. Hunter is rejoicing in the fact that this fight was actually quite easy for him, but these strange mutant toads are actually not as easy opponents as they may seem at first glance. Their venomous attacks can seriously poison a careless hunter and incapacitate them. Now Hyun-sung understands why other people hardly hunt here. It's too dangerous for regular players. A new group of these mutants very quickly tore from their positions, preparing for a coordinated attack on the lone enemy. They all synchronously jumped high up to deliver a fatal blow to the guy from above with the whole group at the same time. Hyun-sung is not confused at the critical moment, and immediately begins to use the destructive fire magic in his hand. The fighter uses a powerful fireball spell, after which everything around him explodes in bright flames and smoke. These poisonous creatures were hit by a powerful blast, but the result was not what the hunter expected. The guy thinks with wonder how come they didn't die immediately from such a powerful explosion. Seeing these hardy creatures that continue to aggressively attack him despite taking damage, Hyun-sung thinks that in that case, he should try to slaughter them with his trusty cold weapon. Hunter takes a wide, determined step forward, preparing for a melee with the remaining opponents. The fighter starts running straight towards the enemies, as if throwing himself right into their arms for a melee. The opponents didn't even expect such crazy tactics from a lone man. What a strange strategy. With his sharp vampire weapon, Hyun-sung slashes the head of the nearest monster in one motion. It was very easy for an experienced hunter, and he didn't even feel much resistance from his opponent. The fighter's gaze falls slightly forward to the other potential opponents deep within the swampy area. After seeing a few more of these hideous monsters, Hyun-sung realizes that he can easily handle them too. Several valuable green crystals have fallen from the slain toads, which can be sold for good money. Guy thinks with satisfaction, that's a great result. All it takes is just a few accurate strokes. Then the hunter gets an unexpected notice that someone has bought up all the batteries for sale. Hyun-sung thinks it's quite strange. Usually electronics sell slower than other goods. Again, he gets a complaint about his product, and the guy gets a very bad feeling about it. Hunter thinks it's a good idea to start by trying to challenge this unfair complaint through customer service. He then receives a message that this item must now be sold for half the original price. Checking all the complaints he received, Hyun-sung noticed one suspicious similarity. They were all exactly the same. The guy is trying to figure out what the real reason is for this coordinated attack on his trade. In addition, Hyun-sung noticed one suspicious vendor with the nickname Crow, selling various items on the platform. Here, the hunter's gaze noticed something else very strange in the behavior of this mysterious merchant. This seller only bought one specific item from him, these particular batteries, which is what the complaint then came about. If the customer were buying some electronic items that actually require power to operate, for example, Tamagotchis, Polaroid cameras, or something similar that requires batteries to function. But he only bought the batteries that Hyun-sung loaded each time, and in doing so, he wrote a complaint about the quality. And now the system says to sell the item at half price because of this customer's complaints. They also give the hunter some kind of strict time frame to fix the sales situation. The guy doesn't like the way these suspicious circumstances around his trade are shaping up at all. Hyun-sung thinks with indignation, why the hell should he even submit to these unfair demands? So the hunter decides to once again register the same item for sale to test his theory. Once registered, he is immediately notified that the registered item has been instantly sold. And then Hyun-sung receives another complaint from the same customer, Crow, about the quality of the purchased goods. The guy doesn't understand what's even going on with this weird trading system situation right now. What a mystery shopper who keeps taking batteries and complaining about them every time. But the hunter realized the true goal. This buyer is getting himself locked out of the system. Well, have it your way, but Hyun-sung isn't going to just give in to this provocateur. The guy says with determination, in which case they'll try something interesting in return. The huge amount of batteries that the dastardly scoundrel had bought up would now become his own problem. Crow thinks with interest how long this naive salesman can sustain such a bidding war. Does this rookie really think he can beat an experienced player in this game? For newcomers, the skill of selling and buying was something of a divine blessing at the beginning of the journey. With this unique skill, Crow quickly became much stronger and richer than the other players. As a result of the long game, he became the absolute ruler of the planet on which he now lives and thrives. Even if someone has special skills, not everyone will be able to achieve their high position and influence. Whoever fails to properly collect enough points is doomed to fail in this system. Resources will absolutely always be insufficient for full development and achieving high goals, because the points are spent very easily and quite quickly on various needs and improvements of the character. At some point, newbies get too into the flavor of spending and start wasting resources. although they are well aware that earning points is quite hard and requires a lot of time and effort. As a rule, newbies collect points from hunting and spend them on expensive medicines for healing. But sometimes you get some really funny creatures who try to play smart in the trade. They earn their points by selling special items that are only available on their home planet. No matter how monopolistic he is, trust me, he'll have nothing left to do but kneel before me. Crow pondered his strategy, realizing that for him, the trade had turned into a real race for points and power. The experienced player was constantly buying up quality goods that naive newbies were putting up for sale on the system. The crafty merchant would then immediately write complaints about the items purchased, using any possible pretext for complaint. This tactic worked without fail. He kept complaining until the hapless salesmen were permanently blocked. Newcomers were banned for 3 months, and when the restrictions were lifted, Crow would repeat his destructive scheme all over again. The guy realized that no matter how stubborn the opponent was, sooner or later anyone would give up under the onslaught of complaints. As a result, victims were left with nothing to do but sell goods at a fixed price at a certain time. In this insidious way, Crow planned to become an absolute monopoly on the trading platform and control the market. If this brash kid decides to rebel against the system, he's going to have a very tough time in the future. An experienced player will simply file a suspension complaint against Hyunsong and achieve a temporary blocking. Looking into Crow's store, the young man realized that all the batteries were completely out and needed to be restocked. Hyunsong was deep in thought about the situation and possible ways to counter the enemy. The hunter realized that the goods had been bought out completely, so there was an urgent need to replenish trade supplies to continue. The guy went to a local store and purchased a huge variety of items for resale. The young man thought the buyer was trying to intimidate him into suspending his trading activities permanently. Hyunsong has been in sales for a long time, so he has accumulated enough experience and knowledge in this field. The hunter also had an interesting idea on how to effectively deal with this challenging situation and enemy. The guy knew that Crow was definitely not going to have it easy, so it was time to unload the new merchandise for sale. Hyunsung mentally addressed his opponent, saying that it was time to start their exciting second round. Hunter stood near the trading system and methodically filled a virtual shopping cart with a variety of items for sale. Crow immediately noticed the enemy's activity and became very excited about the opportunity to continue the trade war. Hyunsung thought something strange was going on, since there hadn't been a single complaint from customers yet. All other players on the platform have also actively started buying these popular batteries at bargain prices. The young man realized that batteries would be bought even if he raised the price twice as much as the original cost. Crow was starting to get seriously worried, realizing that at this rate the enemy would completely eat him up. Hunter decided not to stop there, but to continue to actively put items up for sale. The guy realized he'd get a complaint from Crow anyway, so he boldly tripled the price. Hyunsong had accumulated 10 billion points, reached a rare rank, and was able to buy heroic items. At first, the hunter absolutely hated this grueling trade war with an experienced opponent on the platform. But now the young man is really grateful to fate for this battle, which helped him get rich quickly. The guy thought it was dangerous to raise the price of goods even more in the current market situation. The reason for caution was that the number of complaints almost equaled the initial number of successful sales. Hyunsong pondered whether to gradually start adjusting the number of items in the assortment. Displaying the new merchandise, Hyunsong thought with interest whether this sneaky rascal would continue to buy. Again, countless batteries were instantly bought up by the same mystery shopper on the platform. Crow hoped that this stubborn kid would finally give in, because who else could withstand so much complaining? The experienced player knew he needed to take a little break and recover from such a grueling trade war. It will take quite a lot of time and resources to turn the deficit into a surplus and stabilize the situation. As a result of fierce competition, the price of batteries has already quadrupled from the original price. Crow was angry because he had to pay for this war out of his own pocket, spending huge sums of money. If the standoff does continue in the same vein, the situation will become critically difficult for him. The guy could withstand a quadrupling of the price, but crazy, this opponent is on the limit too. Crow noticed something very interesting in the trading system that could change the course of the entire battle. The experienced player carefully leafed through the storefront, studying the new offerings from his opponent on the platform. A message appeared asking if he wanted to purchase a high-capacity battery for camping and hiking. The buyer was horrified to think that the guy had this kind of advanced technique for long-term trading. Hyunsong has registered over 70 of these powerful, overpriced camping batteries. If you buy up absolutely all of the items offered, you will come out to about 21 billion points. What if, even after this purchase, the enemy wants to load more of similar batteries? Is it worth spending such a colossal amount of points again to continue this grueling war? Confident of success, Crow could have invested revenues 100 times the current spending. No matter how you look at it, there is one serious problem. There is no telling how far this guy can go. The experienced player was no longer as ambitious and determined as he was at the start of the trade war. Crow thought it was probably time to end this confrontation and admit defeat in the battle. Hyun Song received a happy notification that his registered product had been successfully sold to customers. The guy realized he didn't get a single more complaint from dissatisfied customers about quality. So this annoying customer most likely just gave up and stopped his provocative actions. It also seems that the high-capacity batteries were bought by those who had already purchased items from him before. Hyun Sung sees Crow put the items he previously bought on sale. It looked ridiculous. Hunter thought this guy was the reason he had to put Trump out much earlier than planned. Evening came, and the lad was walking down a dark alleyway, reflecting on the previous day and trading successes. The young man thought that, as usual, his goods were becoming more and more popular among the platform's customers. So the hunter needed to stock up on something else like this to expand the assortment in the store. The devilis sat at her throne, also actively searching for interesting trade novelties. She saw a product in a catalog called a home arcade machine with an attractive description. The mystery shopper slightly averted her gaze away from the offer screen. Then the devilis saw a portable console that had previously been purchased by just that vile Crow personality. She didn't even know how good the product was, or if she should try to purchase this for fun. Hyun Song, back at the hotel, thought with interest how different his skill was from the original level. Hunter had already accumulated almost 15 billion points, but 1,000 billion points were needed for the heroic rank. The guy was perplexed as to why so suddenly the difficulty level for development had jumped to unbelievable heights. The young man realized that his path to power was indeed very far and incredibly difficult to traverse. But first, the hunter had some other important things to do before further character development. It turned out to be exactly as he thought. Buying a heroic rank elixir wasn't that easy. Hyun Sung would only be able to do so after he increased his level to the heroic skill rank. If there's anything else besides the fact that you can now add up to 100 items to the trade store. After ranking up, the guy saw that the system had user reviews of the products he was selling. Hunter has seen different people's opinions about his products and their quality on a popular trading platform. The young man thought it would be interesting to take these reviews and scrutinize them a bit. Hyun Song felt that the customers' comments were quite harsh and frank in their content, although there are products that can be used all the time with electrical wires and magic stones. The cost of such things even on Earth turns out to be insanely exorbitant for ordinary people of the planet. Therefore, a hunter simply cannot sell such expensive items through his humble store. After a long day, the guy tiredly laid down on his comfortable bed in a small hotel room. Hyun Sung decided to just lie on the bed and quietly look at the new items in the trading system. A surprised young man saw someone put a real live pet for sale. Hunter wondered if pets acted as a luxury item for buyers rather than a practical utility. Stretching hard after such a hard and eventful day on the hunt, the guy just lies down on the bed completely on his back, relaxing after a long trading battle. The young man thought that he was afraid to even imagine how expensive a legendary rank elixir could be. Then suddenly, the hunter heard his cell phone begin to ring loudly in the quiet room. Hyun Sung wondered what could have happened if someone decided to disturb him at such a late hour of the day. After a short hesitation, the guy still decided to pick up the phone and answer the unexpected call. As it turned out, it was his mother asking if he personally knew Seo Tae-hun from the guild. The young man replied that he wasn't sure, but afterwards he heard that it was the boss of the second team of a prestigious guild. The hunter immediately realized where this strange nighttime conversation with his mother about the guild representative was leading. Hyun Sung remembered who it was and really realized that he knew this guy from the business negotiations. The young man had already prepared himself to hear the worst from his worried mother on the cell phone. The guy asks with growing concern why she's suddenly talking about this man at all, whereupon the mother replies to her son in an excited voice that this mysterious man has come to their home. The woman tells her son that the stranger is now at the entrance and what she should do, whether she should let him inside. The boy replies to his mother that no, he's about to call him himself, and asks her not to open the door for anything. The woman says with surprise, which is strange, didn't he come to them with good intentions? Smiling, her son answers her reassuringly that he will believe him, then he will be sure to explain everything in detail. The woman replies that fine, she understood his request perfectly well, and will not do anything to harm him. The boy confidently replies to his mother that she will believe him. He will definitely solve everything soon. Hyun Sung adds that she definitely doesn't have to worry or fret about anything about it. At this time, the head of the second department is standing right in front of the front door of their family home. Seo Tae-hun pulls out his cell phone and starts dialing for an important conversation with the hunter. The guild rep is happy that he was able to get his way and force the guy to negotiate. Hyun Sung gets angry and says, "What are you even doing? Why did they come to his elderly mother's house?" Seo Tae-hun laughs and says that the young man is somehow too worried. he really came with peaceful intentions. The representative states that they are aware of the father's condition and know that the guy is having a hard time coping alone. But the son still won't listen and says they want to sign him, not mom. To which the boss replies that yes, that is indeed true, but such a big decision is best made thoughtfully. CEO Taehun explains that they want to consult with the hunter's family first, and then decide everything. Upon hearing this, the guy replies with annoyance that it's absolutely none of their personal family business. CEO Taehyun says she sees him as a very tough guy. They offered the desired amount, why the rejection? To which the hunter replies that the latter is still asking after sending him such a bondage contract. This guild man asks puzzled, and what the young man was confused about in the document in the first place. Hyun Sung says, does the representative really not know the problems of the contract? He consulted a lawyer. CEO Taehun starts to get seriously worried by such a question, wondering if the guy is really that smart. Hyun Sung patiently waits to see what the despicable scoundrel from the prestigious guild will answer him. The spokesperson says it's just insurance against all sorts of unforeseen situations in the future. CEO Taehyun pauses meaningfully, pondering further words to convince the stubborn hunter. Then he says the guy should think hard about their lucrative business proposition. The representative adds that the young man himself realizes their guild is indeed one of the best. At this point, the second team commander is very worried because of the hunter's unexpected resistance. Hyun Sung himself feels as if more power is now on his side. Hunter walks around the room and listens intently to what else the persistent man has to say. Hunter thinks with regret that if there wasn't an open status clause in the contract, he would definitely have signed it. It seems that Seo Tae-hoon will never be able to accept this extremely unpleasant fact of completely abandoning a lucrative partnership. The guild representative, standing right in front of the guy's mother's apartment, still more worried from the failed conversation. Hyun Sung responds to that by saying coldly that if that's all they wanted to say, in that case, he's going to pass out immediately. The young man adds threateningly that he will change his phone number immediately afterward, so they won't be able to reach him again. And if the reps disturb his elderly mother again, let them believe it. They certainly won't get away with it. After such an extremely tense dialogue, this guild man is very worried and angry at the hunter's stubbornness. Seo Tae-hoon is angry and straight up thinking about how much of an overconfident brat this brash and cocky kid turned out to be. The representative doesn't want to leave this important issue for nothing and seriously thinks something needs to be done immediately. He tucks his cell phone into his jacket pocket and begins to consider his next move against the stubborn hunter. Understandably, the first person he wanted to call on the matter was his immediate superior in the guild. Seo Tae-hoon asks the management hopefully if they could pinpoint the exact location of this elusive guy. Of course, they were able to do this without a problem, and so they immediately throw him all the hunter coordinates he needed. Surprisingly, this is actually the territory of the powerful Osun Guild, which complicates the whole situation considerably. They think long and hard about what to do, but the boss says to just contact this rival guild. Seo Tae-hoon smiles wickedly and thinks that no, of course they won't physically kill him or hurt him. But if you strongly frighten an overconfident hunter, in that case he will come running to negotiate with them himself. Hyun Sung went to the familiar electronics store again the next day to replenish his shopping supplies. The guy looks closely at these used appliances in the department and seriously considers what's best to pick up. The hunter methodically filled his large basket with a considerable variety of goods for further trade. Here another very interesting and promising retail outlet in the center caught his eye. It turned out to be a prestigious store of expensive branded luxury clothing with a wide range of quality items. The young man came out of it with numerous heavy bags of various things and purchases for resale. Hyun Sung has bought up so many expensive items that all the store clerks respect him greatly and hold him in high esteem. When the hunter goes home leisurely, he sincerely hopes that this quantity of goods will be sufficient for the trade. It was already late evening, and another glowing portal to the dangerous dungeon was inaugurated for the hunters. The guy makes the last careful preparations and is about to go inside there to continue the lucrative hunt. The hunter is well aware that this is another time he needs to hunt. For him, it's a regular routine. Watching these aggressive mutant toads, he quietly thinks it's time to hunt successfully again. As soon as the hideous monsters spotted him, they immediately began to quickly run towards him to attack. Hyun Sung confidently grabbed his sharp vampire weapon and held it firmly in his hands for the upcoming fight. With remarkable ease, the young man chops the head off these slimy, hideous creatures with one precise, deadly blow. So incredibly easy is it for him that an experienced hunter can do it even with his eyes completely closed. The hunter moves on to the next hideous creatures and easily slices their body simply into 2 equal parts with a sharp blade. After this successful strike, he decided to drastically change his battle strategy and attack with fire magic. Hyun Sung sends a powerful fireball toward his opponents, and everything around him explodes with bright, destructive flames. For 5 whole hours straight, the guy diligently hunted these slimy, disgusting creatures in the swampy dungeon. he received a joyous notification that he had killed 10,000 mutant toads and was awarded the prestigious legendary title of Hunter. The young man is insanely happy about this accomplishment, as he finished the hunt much sooner than he had originally imagined. The hunter is now on his way out of this gloomy cavern and is walking leisurely towards the exit of the dungeon. The guy stares intently into his cell phone while some strange man stealthily appeared behind his back. While Hyun Sung hasn't noticed him, the young man thinks he'll still have time to enter the new goblin dungeon today. As the hunter quietly contemplates this prospect, he looks very happy and pleased with the result. But there are clearly unkind people in dark clothes already waiting near him, who want to attack him suddenly. One of the green-robed bandits quietly interjects to his comrade and says that this is exactly their order, isn't it? The other dangerous bandit replies to his accomplice confidently that yes, this is exactly the man they are looking for. Their cunning plan is to quietly follow the hunter so as not to be heard by the prey. Hyun Sung walked into the dungeon he wanted to explore, and was very much surprised by the incredibly beautiful scenery he saw. This is the first time the guy has ever seen a dungeon so beautiful, with stunning wildlife and vegetation. It was the hunter's first time in such a large wooded area to hunt various magical creatures. The young man thinks with admiration, what a wonderfully interesting and scenic place to adventure. Smiling with anticipation, he seriously considers whether he should try to go deeper into the thicket there. Hyun Sung decides to use his useful stealth skill to stealthily get past the guards. The guards didn't even realize or notice anything that was happening in their dungeon at this moment. Hunter walked as quietly and discreetly as possible past those inattentive workers at the entrance to the dungeon. When he finally gets inside the forest, the guy realizes that he's definitely not going to be spotted by the guards here anymore. Therefore, this is the perfect place and time to quietly begin a successful hunt for numerous goblins. These vile green creatures were clearly happy to see new fresh blood in their cozy forest dungeon. Hyun Sung didn't let them smile evilly so calmly and immediately skillfully used a powerful magic projectile. The goblins have only seen how lightning fast their comrades were killed, but they only continue to smile. This strange behavior of the monsters even partially surprised the experienced guy, who was used to other reactions. After that, the hunter decided to use his next destructive skill called Fireball. The young man's gaze is full of unwavering determination. He wants to see what happens to these creatures. The small feet of numerous goblins move swiftly across the forest floor, preparing for a fierce battle. Understandably, the guy has heard them coming and is trying to quickly figure out which side they're going to attack him from. These green creatures with sharp spears in their hands run straight at him, preparing for a fierce attack. Watching them closely, the hunter thinks with amazement that it is amazing how smart and organized they are. After this observation, he continues to skillfully use his skills by launching fire projectiles and blowing up opponents. Some of the goblins fall dead from these attacks, but some simply continue to run at him persistently. After which, Hyun Sung used a powerful magic projectile and accurately blows the head off one of the green goblins. The hunter repeats this movement time after time, not intending to stop until the complete victory over the enemies. The young man sees unwavering determination in his confident movements and realizes that he is doing great. But then suddenly, the goblin's sharp spear swiftly approaches the guy from the back right to his neck. Hyun Sung was able to notice this in time and stop it, turning at the right moment to defend against the blow. Turning his attentive gaze in the other direction, he realized that it wasn't as simple as it had originally seemed. Because on the opposite side, these dangerous monsters are also actively present and preparing to attack. Also immediately, sharp little arrows begin to swiftly fly at him from all sides at once. The arrows hit his sturdy protective cloak and did not hit the hunter at all, bouncing off to the sides. The young man takes a confident step forward with the thoughts that the cloak is indeed very sturdy and reliable. The hunter then slashes the heads of these creatures, who decided to attack him as a whole group at once. Hyun Sung decides to get a better position from above, so he deftly jumps onto a thick tree branch. The guy looks down at the battlefield and tries to quickly come up with an effective strategy to win. The hunter sees that the goblins are actively gathering in groups, and it is necessary to end this confrontation somehow urgently. The young man jumps straight up and stabs one goblin with his powerful palm right in the green face. When Hyun Sung grabbed one of them, he nailed his opponent to the hard ground with force. The rest of the frightened monsters started breathing heavily from fear and fatigue from such a show of strength. The guy continues to methodically slash these green creatures with his weapon just through and through, leaving no chance. His sharp dagger that he has can deal with such weak monsters with remarkable ease. As always, after a successful battle with monsters, valuable glowing crystals of different sizes fall to the ground. As he looks at these trophies, the guy thinks with joy that, yay, finally another battle has been successfully completed. The hunter begins to use his useful technique called subspace to gather prey. But it wasn't that simple here. he suddenly heard someone's heavy footsteps amidst the silence of the forest. Those mysterious footsteps are coming closer and closer to him, disturbing the calm after the battle. Hyun-sung thinks with wariness, which is strange. Is there really anyone else left here after the battle? Just then, a stranger approaches him and loudly tells him what kind of fool made a mess on their property. The hunter sees these suspicious bandits in front of him, who have been following him since the entrance. Hyun-sung was surprised by the fact that he suddenly saw some other dangerous players here. These strangers shout loudly to each other that yes, look closer, that seems to be the one. The guy doesn't understand at all what these strange people want from him and why they showed up here. The main man in the green robe says with menace in his voice that it seems the guy is hunting on their personal turf for some reason. To this, Hyun-sung replies indignantly that he pays the same entrance fee as them. So why is the territory yours? The bandit gets the cheeky reply that they've actually been here absolutely every day for a long time in a row. So, of course, this is their territory. And since the hunter hunts on their land, he must leave all the stones to them. As an apology for the monsters killed, the young man will also leave all of his expensive equipment in their favor. Hyun-sung realizes with alarm that these guys who are picking on him are some completely crazy people. The hunter had certainly heard of such unpleasant cases before, but never thought he would get into them himself. The guy rather angrily and threateningly tells them that they have made a very big and serious mistake. The gang leader says with disdain that he will look at this guy. He is completely ignorant of the situation. Of course, you can't use modern weapons such as handguns in such places, as electronics don't work here. Therefore, it is in such dangerous places that serious conflicts and fights between different players are very common. You usually have to rely on the testimony of other players, and player deaths in a dungeon are considered commonplace. Such tragic incidents are considered accidents rather than crimes, which unleashes the criminals. So criminals looting items from other players can, at worst, even kill the victim. Hyun-sung is sure that these dangerous gangsters have had to ruthlessly kill someone for profit many times before. Hunter, looking at all of this, has one thing on his mind. There is something he absolutely cannot understand about the situation. Why do these people keep pouncing, even seeing all this goblin carnage that he was the one who set up? The ringleader replies with a sneer that it seems to them that the young man is completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. Then they will show the hunter what they are really worthy of and what they are capable of in a real fight. This dangerous bunch of players have amicably pounced on the guy on a direct assignment from their brutal ringleader. Hyun-sung calmly watches them run at him, but he has no emotion from the sight. Hunter covered his eyes slightly and tries to concentrate as much as possible on the upcoming battle with his opponents. The young man told them with disdain, "What, believe me, they do it too slowly for real fighters." Then the guy sees an enemy spear wanting to strike him unexpectedly from below in a vulnerable spot. Hunter manages to skillfully repel this insidious attack and drive his opponent's spear deep into the hard ground. Hyun-sung is angry and thinks with annoyance that here it is, they really want a serious fight. Two cocky guys swing their weapons at him at the same time, trying to catch him off guard. But the hunter doesn't step aside and pulls out his sharp vampire dagger for close combat. The boy swung his dagger with such force that he broke his opponent's weapon in half with a single blow. After which, Hyun-sung prepared for the next attack and launched a powerful strike at his opponent. That enemy player flies backwards a few meters from the force of the blow, falling to the ground. Hyun-sung wanted to move to the second opponent, but the latter was lucky enough to put up a defense block with his weapon. Hunter absolutely does not care about defense and delivers a powerful fist punch right to his foe's chin. The guy dealt with the two dangerous guys with remarkable ease in just a couple quick seconds. The enemies watching this massacre are greatly surprised. They didn't expect this from an ordinary hunter. The bandits yell at him with rage that yes, he's a freak, how did he even do that so fast? They want to avenge their wounded comrades, so they decide to attack the whole group at once. Hyun-sung thinks with disdain that these people are not as savvy and intelligent as ordinary goblins. One of the enraged enemies jumped high up and swung his heavy weapon around, but his steel sword was broken in half into two unequal pieces with astonishing ease, as it was done by the hunter with his incredibly sharp and durable vampire weapon in a single motion. The young man then used his powerful fist to charge his opponent right into the bridge of his nose. Here, the wounded enemy fell just at once, flat on his back, and began to cry pitifully in pain. At that moment, another aggressive opponent with a weapon suddenly approaches the guy. Fortunately, the attentive hunter was able to hear the footsteps and turned around in time to defend against the attack. Hyun-sung quickly picked up his weapon and prepared to deliver a deadly blow to the enemy. The hunter brings the sharp tip of the dagger closer to the frightened face of the approaching enemy to intimidate. The guy is ready to swing his weapon to strike, but something stops him at the last moment. The young man calculated the trajectory of the blow correctly, but he still only managed to graze his opponent and inflict a scratch. Hyun-sung thinks with annoyance that, okay, these annoying idiots need to be finally finished. Hunter grabs the head of one of the bandits with his strong hands, preparing for the final blow. After which, this red-headed opponent he simply picks up and slams his head against the hard ground with force. The guy is thinking about what kind of disgusting freaks have gotten in his way. Just then, Hyun-sung hears shouts behind him that someone else is approaching the battle site. The hunter decided to drastically change his battle strategy and quickly hid his sharp dagger. The young man watches and creates a magical subspace, thinking that this is how it's supposed to work. The lad grips the sturdy shield in his trained hands, preparing for a new phase of battle. It was already late evening in this dense forest, shrouding everything around with mysterious shadows. Some stranger with long dark hair thinks the bandits are doing a pretty good job. It would have been a lot easier if management had ordered that this hunter simply be killed on the spot. But now, we'll just have to limit it to inflicting serious damage and intimidation. This mysterious stranger is slowly approaching the fierce battlefield between hunter and bandits. With his keen hearing, Hyun-sung heard new suspicious footsteps among the sounds of battle. Hunter turned quickly and asked suspiciously who was there. A member of the dungeon security department. The guy sees before him an insanely pumped up and muscular man with long waving hair. This obscure stranger was a little surprised, and did not immediately understand the true meaning of the question asked. Hyun-sung himself quickly realized that this person was far from a member of the dungeon's security department. As it turns out, it is the ringleader of this dangerous gang responsible for the attacks. These wounded players sit on the ground and are horrified to think that this is their formidable head. Their menacing commander asks with menace in his voice if the guy realizes that he's the one who put down all his subordinates. Hyun-sung responds to this honestly to the ringleader, that they themselves were the first to start this unnecessary fight with him. After which the hunter didn't even have time to finish the phrase. The weapon flew straight towards the guy with tremendous force. Fortunately, the young man managed to place a sturdy shield in front of him in time to fend off his opponent's powerful attack. This dangerous commander looks at the resistance and wonders how he's going to have fun with his new victim now. The heavy sound of this massive two-handed weapon can be heard, cutting through the air with a menacing whoosh. Hyun-sung carefully put his foot forward, adopting a more stable fighting stance to defend himself. The hunter then gets into a defensive block to quickly think about what to do in the situation. This ringleader thinks with wonderment, how could such an inexperienced newcomer to the dungeon block his strike? After all, the guy isn't good enough for this dangerous dungeon, so what's he doing here in the first place? Suddenly, this big muscular guy starts laughing loudly and sinisterly at the situation. The leader said that although he had only seen the hunter for a short time, he had grown tired of his resistance. The leader was going to do everything as neatly as possible. But the young man himself won't let him do it quietly. So the enraged commander takes and threateningly swings his huge heavy weapon for the killing blow. Bandit talks about how it seems like one broken leg is definitely not going to be the end of the matter today. The formidable opponent takes a decisive step forward, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to the hunter. Hyun-sung is highly stressed as this is his first serious run-in with a truly dangerous opponent. The guy sees this ringleader leaping into the air, the opponent insanely massive and threatening. The gang leader is sure that now it's going to be the punch he's going to use to kill the pesky guy. But the hunter manages to put up a block with his trusty shield at the last critical moment. The young fighter then jumps back a bit, dodging the next possible attack from his opponent. The leader, looking at this unexpected resistance, thinks with wonder how this can even be. Apparently this mysterious guy really is much stronger than he seemed at first glance. Hyun-sung himself realizes that his enemy is drastically different from the bullies he recently fought. The speed and physicality of the opponent is at a really high professional level. This dangerous opponent is absolutely superior to the hunter in everything in terms of combat characteristics and battle experience. Yes, and in skills the leader excels, because the vampire weapon has good characteristics. It would be bad without it. But there is one important thing that Hyun-sung has yet to fully understand about the situation. How could things even get to such a serious confrontation in an ordinary dungeon? Why indeed did these people decide to attack him, and even so suddenly without warning? The guy realizes that first of all he needs to get out of here alive. A fire spear begins to materialize in the hunter's hands. This is his magical ability. The leader of the gang sees that the guy is obviously up to something serious, but doesn't realize what it is yet. Literally a second later, a blazing fire spear appears in front of the surprised eyes of the enemy. And after a couple more seconds, there is a rather strong and deafening explosion, shaking the entire neighborhood around. Behind this thick fog and smoke, nothing and no one can be seen among the trees of the dungeon. Hyun-sung realizes that now is the best time to get his feet out of here and away from danger. Some of his formidable foes' long hair had been mercilessly burned by a fire spell down to its roots. Now the leader doesn't have his gorgeous long hair, making him even more enraged and dangerous. Hyun-sung himself is extremely surprised at the fact that things suddenly came to such a serious confrontation. Hunter thinks with regret that it was not a fatal blow, but merely a distraction. The enemy is so pissed off that he thinks with rage, "I should have finished with this guy even earlier." Now, the enraged leader wants to deliver a fatal blow to the young man, and swung his heavy weapon threateningly. It was very close. It felt like a sharp blade was about to slit the guy's throat. Hyun-sung manages to put up a defense with his small shield again at the last moment. After a powerful blow, this shield was forcefully thrown aside, leaving the hunter unprotected. The gang leader is insanely angry. He already realizes that he is about to finally kill the annoying guy. Hyun-sung, in desperation, once again accumulated fire energy in his right hand for a new spell. The hunter aims to deliver another powerful blow with his flaming spear at his opponent. His dangerous opponent puts a huge weapon in front of him to use as a reliable shield. But the guy this circumstance does not embarrass at all. In his head there is as if a clear plan of action. The young man throws this fiery spear not at the enemy, but directly into the ground beneath the enemy's feet. Once hit, there is a huge destructive explosion that shakes the entire ground within a few meters. The gang leader falls to the ground from the shockwave and again sees nothing in the thick smoke. He continues to get even angrier and thinks with rage what kind of freak this cheeky little guy really is. The bandit tries a counterattack and blindly throws another blade in the direction where the guy was standing. Hyun-sung here again manages to put up a defensive block with his battered shield. His enraged opponent is looking at it with a completely mad look already, losing control of himself. After the smoke clears a bit, the leader says with relief that he has finally found the enemy. The ringleader is ready with his weapon to strike, as if it would definitely hit his shoulder by now. But Hyun-sung managed to jump aside at the last critical moment before the strike. Hunter realizes that there is something completely wrong with his opponent's motives right now. This man is clearly not here to just kill him on the spot without further ado. Clearly, his formidable adversary has an entirely different important task, but it's not clear what it is yet. The young man wants to try using his proven fire spear skill to retreat again. Hyun-sung throws a blazing spell to hide again in the resulting smoke and flames. His enraged enemy is angry and yells how long the guy will keep playing these childish games. This last blast was so powerful that it almost seriously hit this dangerous leader. The ringleader can't see anything around him again, and his view is completely blocked by the thick smoke. It was as if the whole forest little by little began to burn, and dense black smoke rose to the sky. Hyun-sung, while he has won some precious time, is feverishly thinking about what he should buy to defeat his opponent. The hunter quickly flips through the store looking for something useful that could save him in a critical situation. The guy found what he was looking for, the passive skill book Survival Instinct, which was successfully acquired. After learning this useful skill, the young man thinks with relief that great, it should go easier now. Hunter realizes that he may now have even won a key advantage in this dangerous confrontation with the enemy. His formidable opponent shouts at him that there is no point in resisting at all, just give up already. The leader adds that looking at the guy's condition, he can already tell that he has effectively given up. Hyun-sung realizes that right now, he only needs to last 160 critical seconds, and then he would be able to completely disarm his dangerous opponent with his new skill. The gang leader dismissively says that yes, this hunter is some totally stupid and naive kid. Hyun-sung doesn't want to hear it. He's completely focused on his new battle strategy, as suddenly some mysterious girl in dark clothes appears on the fierce battlefield. Her cold, dark gaze begins to scrutinize what's going on around her and assess the situation. Hyun-sung saw this girl in complete shock. He only had one question. Who was she? The stranger has blue eyes and a piercing dark stare that makes you uncomfortable. Weapons break in two. The huge weapon of this powerful leader just falls apart. The ringleader is clearly at a loss as to how this could even happen to his trusty weapon. The girl did it with one slight movement of her hand as if it were nothing. One careless swing, and the huge sword was just as gone, turning into scrap metal. She then decides to counterattack this cocky gang leader and goes on the offensive. Hyun-sung literally looks at this all happening with his mouth wide open in amazement. Hunter sees how this fragile girl defeated a powerful gang leader in 1 second. The guy is at a complete loss as to what just happened in front of his eyes in the first place. The mysterious girl takes one calm step toward the surprised guy, moving closer to him. As she approaches the hunter, she greets him sweetly, calling him by name with a friendly smile. The girl says she apologizes. She was indeed a bit rude the last time they met. Hyun-sung realized that once again someone unfamiliar wanted to get or ask something important from him. As he looks at this mysterious girl, he realizes that he has indeed previously met her somewhere before. The hunter remembered that this was the same girl who had given him a rare quality potion at the store. Then she said she was overly assertive in her communication, so she apologized to him. The guy realized that yes, it really was her. All the details and circumstances fit together perfectly. Hyun-sung bowed respectfully before her and sincerely thanked this girl for her timely help. She smilingly said that, believe me, she was the only one who should apologize to him for what was happening. In fact, the girl admits to watching him since the beginning of his hunting career. She says she's telling the truth, has been watching since her first assignment, and is sorry she didn't intervene sooner. Hyun-sung didn't understand what he meant by what other task and looked at the girl with a puzzled look. She replies seriously that these guys are actually the realest dangerous criminals, not just ordinary gamblers. Hunter was in complete shock upon hearing this revelation. He thought they were just ordinary aggressive players, of which the young man speaks with an understanding that believes she did not interfere to gather more evidence of their crimes. Shin Yuna replies to this honestly, that she just wanted to test how good his abilities really are. Upon hearing this confession, the guy was shocked that she was keeping an eye on his abilities. The girl replies formally that now let me introduce myself. She is Shin Yuna, the chief inspector of the Players Association. And she didn't go after those guys, but only came here because of him, Mr. Hyun-sung. The guy didn't understand at all what this mysterious girl was talking about and what she wanted. Shin Yuna says, let's get outside of the dungeon first and then we can talk quietly there. She adds that it is imperative to start by taking care of these injured guys on the ground. The boy dutifully said of course. As she said, he would follow her instructions. But Hunter clarifies that she did say they were criminals. So what does that mean? Does that mean these people have committed similar serious crimes against other players before? The inspector replies that yes, but the evidence in most of these places where player disappearances have occurred simply isn't there. These thugs were just merely suspects in various crimes, but without direct evidence. Also, authorities have yet to determine for sure whether these were indeed disappearances or perhaps even murders. Hyun-sung recalls nearly dying at the hands of these men in a fierce battle, but then he intuitively felt that something seemed off about their behavior. Because after all, these guys weren't here to just kill him on the spot. So the hunter decided to tell the girl about this observation, that they had not come to kill him. The girl, on hearing this remark, says she has the same absolutely suspicions as to motives. They approach these wounded criminals who lie motionless on the cold ground. Hyun-sung asks the girl curiously, in which case what the whole attack was for. Shin Yuna was surprised that the guy didn't fully understand the seriousness of what was happening. So she said that now they needed to get everything as good and detailed as possible. Then in a second, the girl literally evaporated from the eyes of the astonished guy using magic. She instantly teleported to the leader of the criminals who was lying motionless on the ground. The inspector tells him sternly that he knows perfectly well that he is conscious, so let him get up immediately. But the stubborn criminal still pretends to be completely out of it and hears nothing. She says warningly that she didn't want to go to extreme measures, but she'll probably have to use force. So Shin Yuna starts poking him threateningly with his sharp spear, demanding him to stand up. The one immediately, understandably, woke up from such a painful and unpleasant exposure. Shin Yuna says reproachfully that if he would have stood up nicely like she asked originally, it didn't happen. So Shin Yuna asks this bandit with suspicion, why did they suddenly decide to attack the guy? This leader responds with the excuse that he was merely trying to protect the guild members who were attacked. The girl smiles sweetly, but it's clear that she doesn't believe these blatant lies and excuses at all. Bandit says indignantly that it is not permissible for the management of the association to attack innocent players like this. Plus, to attack those people who were completely unconscious and unable to defend themselves from the attack. He starts yelling and threateningly says he'll report it to the whole association and see what they do to her. The girl asks with a chuckle how he knew she was even a member of the association since he was lying unconscious. At that moment, this guy realized with horror that he had been completely caught by the hand and had given himself away. Shin Yuna, though she may seem like a nice girl, but that is far from the reality. She is the ultimate cold-blooded killer who can easily do it without too much emotion. The girl asks this guy with disdain if he doesn't realize if he's a fool or what. Don't you really understand your critical position and don't know where you are right now? It's a dangerous dungeon, and if she kills him, there will be no evidence of a crime at all. So she's just going to get absolutely nothing for it from management or law enforcement. The bandit doesn't think that Hyun-sung, who was attacked by the guy, will go to the police to complain. Hyun-sung felt awkward at being unexpectedly mentioned in this tense dialogue. Shin Yuna says threateningly, unless he wants this dungeon to be his grave forever, then of course in that case, he'd better tell her everything without secrecy and lies. He can only stay alive if he is useful to her as a reliable witness. Completely cornered, this bandit does not know what to do in this situation. So he starts desperately yelling and saying, is she really trying to seriously threaten him now? Would a representative of the association kill a good player for no good reason? The girl realizes with annoyance that it seems this guy still hasn't come around completely. She places her sharp weapon threateningly in the ground and points it in the direction of the criminal, and turns to Hyun's son, which was even surprising for the hunter himself in this situation. She smiles sweetly and tells him if he can leave them alone for a while. Of course, the guy is totally fine with this, so he replies that he will do so immediately. Also, the girl says he must see to it that no one lying unconscious escapes. If any of these criminals go missing, they certainly can't avoid serious problems. Hyun-sung takes this important assignment very seriously and responsibly, realizing its significance. But the hunter is still uncomfortable with the fact that this fragile girl is so strong and dangerous. Now the bandit leader and the association representative were left alone for a serious conversation. Now this frightened criminal is pathetically saying spare him. He was wrong about everything. But it's too late for remorse. I should have thought of it much earlier. From the depths of the forest, only the desperate cries of this poor fellow can be heard, and nothing else. Hyun-sung firmly gripped his trusty vampire weapon in his hands for protection just in case. Hearing all these desperate cries from the forest, the hunter was even a little surprised at the ferocity of what was happening. The guy even continues to keep a close eye on all those connected criminals on the ground, and seriously thinking about what their true purpose in the offense actually was. There is no way they could know about his trading skills, as no one knows about this secret. And their leader, who fought him so fiercely, what a mysterious man he is in general. Perhaps it was all because of the Sioux Guild or that three-headed monster he defeated, and why that girl from the association had been following him so closely all this time. Guy, reflecting on it all, realizes with dismay that there are so many unanswered questions. What if it was all started by this strange and powerful guild for their own purposes in the first place? And what to say to Shin Yuna if she inquired about how he handled the three-headed monster? The guy clenches his teeth and realizes that the most important thing for him right now is to get a lot stronger, since that annoying guild Sue would definitely never give up on him so easily. Yes, and in principle the Players Association also does not deserve his full trust and openness, and they are also too suspicious, even though they try to appear righteous and fair. Hyun-sung thought that if he became a player, he could solve absolutely all of life's problems. While the lad was in such deep thought, quiet footsteps approached him from behind. The hunter turns to see who it is approaching him. It's Shin Yuna, who says that this bandit received an order directly from the Sioux Guild. He was instructed to press the hunter. It seems they were trying to poach him by pretending innocence. Fortunately, this time it was possible to gather convincing evidence and find out their personal details. So now the association can deliver the final crushing blow to this corrupt organization. First, let's get out of here together and discuss the details, says the girl calmly. They had already emerged from the glowing dungeon portal to the surface to the normal world. The representatives of the association have tied up the most important leader of the bandits and are leading him like a prisoner. They also put the remaining injured criminals immediately into a waiting police car. Bad luck for the bandits, as who knew the guy was under such serious surveillance. Just then, someone's quiet footsteps approached the place where Hyun-sung and Shin Yuna are standing. Some unfamiliar uniformed girl approached the surprised Hyun-seong with an official look. She kindly asks the hunter if he has a spare moment to talk. And of course, the guy politely replied to this that he had free time. They came to the main imposing Players Association building in the center of town. The guy is wondering in anticipation what these powerful people want from him now. Shin Yuna is seriously thinking about how to choose the right words for an important conversation. And she says cautiously that it's all about the situation with that mysterious three-headed monster. The guy talks anxiously about how they even knew he was in that dangerous dungeon. The girl said calmly that they just looked at the entrance records. They know who went in there and when. Upon hearing this revelation, the guy indignantly says, "Is this legal? Because this information is strictly confidential." But the girl replies without embarrassment that the association has every right. So that's what they do. Shin Yuna explains that they can request any information about players if they desperately need it. She moves on to the main topic and talks about that mysterious incident with the three-headed panther. Hyun-sung is very worried about what he might hear from the association representative now. But the girl is not yet in a hurry to put out all the secret information she has about the incident. Hunter expects the worst that only he can hear from this powerful organization. Shin Yuna says seriously, he understands the whole point of this extremely delicate situation after all. As for that monster, they know perfectly well that it was you who defeated it, not anyone else. This was an unofficial investigation, so she was going to secretly go to the dungeon and assess the abilities. But then there was that unpleasant situation with the bandits, so I'm sorry I didn't intervene right away. The girl says she became convinced she was right when she saw the skills he used. Therefore, she is sure that that dangerous three-headed monster was definitely killed by a guy with his own hands. The techniques that were demonstrated in the battle are completely consistent with the evidence from the scene. Hyun-sung realizes the dire situation he's gotten himself into, and that he has indeed been brought out into the open. He says cautiously that if he hid the fact that he killed a monster, Does it really count as a crime? Shin Yuna says reassuringly that of course not. They were looking for him for an entirely different purpose. The association would just like to thank the hunter and reward him handsomely for his outstanding work. Hyun Sung remains shocked at the surprise. He thought that there would really be some kind of reward. The girl says that, yes, there's a nice cash reward for killing that monster. Also, the association has a tempting offer for him that he might be strongly interested in. The guy immediately took the hint, so he asked bluntly if they really wanted to hire him into their ranks. Hunter answers honestly that he has absolutely no desire to join any organization. Shin Yuna smiles understandingly and says that they saw this coming, so listen to the proposal first. The association is offering the same solid deposit as the guild. We're talking about 1 billion won. In addition, he will become a member of the association and will be able to receive many other valuable bonuses, from tax liability relief to free rentals of the best equipment. Also, the guy curiously asked if he had to show his playing status to join the association. The girl said calmly that Hyun Sung needed to take someone very easy and quick test. All the hunter needs to do is answer honestly all the questions posed by the association. Hyun Sung thinks with suspicion that whether this girl is a professional investigator. This skill has nothing to do with combat, and is usually used by police officers or investigators. The enigmatic ability is called truth contact, and allows you to detect lies with high accuracy. If the person being interrogated is telling the truth, absolutely nothing will change in the environment. However, there is one important condition, which is a certain peculiarity of this skill. That if a person lies during an interrogation, they will begin to emit a bright red color around them. Hyun Sung says with surprise that if the association wants to hire a guy, she's willing to go that far. Honestly, you can hire a player with a much higher level and experience under those circumstances. The girl says that actually high-level players aren't always good, and the hunter definitely has the right skills. The association has followed up on Hyun Sung, and a player like the guy, they definitely want him in the organization's ranks. The girl says convincingly that believe me, the hunter is much stronger than meets the eye. Also, the guy said the association wants to hire him at level 20, but it's unknown what the ceiling is. The girl replied that it didn't matter. Hyun Sung still showed a very high score in the dungeon. That's enough to invest as much as 100 billion won in hunter for development. The guy thinks anxiously, gosh, why in this association is pushing for something from him? If the association found out, then probably all the other major guilds are also aware of the abilities. But in any case, right now the only thing a hunter should be interested in is improving skills. But Hyun Sung can't even handle brash people. What to speak of powerful guilds? You need to become much stronger to protect your family from all possible threats. Hyun Sung realizes that the offer is kind of good, so he decides to accept it after all. Shin Yuna is very happy and says that believe me, the hunter will definitely not regret joining the ranks. After such a productive conversation, the girl calls up her co-worker to do a checkup. Another girl in uniform approaches Hyun Sung and Shin Yuna for the procedure. Hyun Sung worries about what's about to happen with this mysterious inspection. Now it's going to be the very honesty test that Shin Yuna was talking about earlier. The girl who approached the group activates her special truth contact skill for interrogation, and asks the guy officially if Hyun Sung is definitely willing to undergo such a serious test. Hyun Sung replies emphatically that of course he is willing to undergo this test, and is not afraid of any questions from the association. When the skill is activated, a special message will appear in front of the hunter's eyes confirming the consent. In this case, the guy just needs to respond positively to the offer to activate the truth contract. This employee decided to once again use her magical power called the truth contract. Hyun Sung received a system notification whether there was really a desire to take the action of this skill. Hunter realizes perfectly well that he doesn't like any of this at all. But there isn't much choice. The guy will have no choice but to accept the activation of this unpleasant contract after all. After Hyun Sung pressed the consent button, a strange pressing magical energy appeared around him. Hunter looked fearfully toward the door, waiting for further developments from the representatives, and saw this professional girl slowly walk out of the room, leaving the two alone. The employee stepped out completely and carefully closed the heavy doors of the meeting room behind her. Shin Yuna and the guy were the only people left in this spacious room. The girl tells the hunter, make yourself comfortable and answer honestly to the questions posed. Trying to actually relax and calm down at least a little, the guy starts breathing heavily with excitement. The girl asks Hyun Sung if it's true that he awakened 3 months ago, and gets an affirmative answer. The next question asks whether the hunter knows how to circumvent the rules of the 20th level of restrictions. Shin Yuna says he knows. The guy is at least level 40, but why goes to weak dungeons? Hyun Sung doesn't even know how to properly answer this tricky and dangerous girl's question. Time passes, and the hunter thinks about how there shouldn't be anything special about the answer. The guy remains silent and ponders what would be the right answer to this difficult question. The girl realized that it was most likely about something completely different and unexpected, and Sing Yuna asked the hunter if the guy happened to have some personal unique skill. Hyun Sung realizes with horror that he has long since been figured out by the association's representatives. The guy starts to get really stressed out as he realizes he can't lie under contract right now. Shin Yuna tells the hunter that the reason for going to weak dungeons has something to do with skills. The girl repeats the important question one more time and presses the guy for an honest answer. And Hyun Sung answers with a heavy weight on his soul that yes, it's because of that secret skill. The next question concerns whether a hunter can use his skill on other players to trade. The guy swallows hard at the accumulated saliva, realizing he's in a very difficult situation. After a short thought, Hyun Sung replied that no, it was completely impossible for his ability. The next question is whether a hunter can bypass the level 20 rules by using their unique skill. The excitement does not leave the guy's body, but on the contrary, as if multiplied several times with each second of interrogation. Hyun Sung starts to get very anxious, his whole body tensing and clenching from the growing fear of the consequences. Hunter realizes with regret that he must have agreed in vain to take this insidious honesty test from the association. And being completely honest under the influence of the contract, the guy answers in the affirmative that this is indeed the case. Hyun Sung is upset about the unpleasant fact that he has essentially given away his most important and vital life secret. Sing Yuna with a satisfied smile says to the hunter calmly that here is the end of this unpleasant interrogation procedure. The guy asks the girl hopefully if there are any additional association questions that need to be answered. And of course, there was absolutely no need for that. Everyone understood and was satisfied with the honest answers. The girl tells the hunter calmly that to some extent this was all expected by the leadership of the organization. But the truth is that Hyun Sung does have a very good personal skill for dealing. Hunter listens intently to what this mysterious girl from the Influential Players Association has to say next. But here, the guy decided to interrupt Shin Yuna and ask his own interesting question about personal abilities. That maybe the girl also has some of her own personal unique skill set to work with. Sing Yuna replied in the affirmative that the hunter was right. But of course she couldn't say which skill. But let Hyun Sung be calm for his safety. Nothing bad will happen with this information. The hunter was glad to hear the admission that he was not the sole possessor of the ability in this important respect. The girl from the association says that personal skill is unique and unrepeatable for every single player in the world. And all players who have such rare abilities hold very high positions in large organizations. Hyun Sung, upon hearing this revelation, thinks with wonder, does everyone really hold high leadership positions? It turns out that this girl is just one of many. Of course, there are high-level developmental players in leadership. Shin Yuna tells the hunter that for ordinary people, information about these special players is very limited. Ordinary citizens don't know much even about the existence of such people in government and private organizations, especially about players who have a personal skill. All information about such people is completely classified by the government. The guy says with growing concern that it's okay for the girl to tell him all this. Shin Yuna explains that it's only because the hunter has a personal skill, but it's not allowed to divulge the information. But let Hyun Sung believe it. There will be no problem with this secret information since it's one team now. Hunter replies indignantly to the girl that he didn't say anything about joining the association. What makes you jump to such conclusions? Shin Yuna says with regret that geez, how come since the skill story, the guy has no choice. Hyun Sung completely misunderstood the whole point of what was happening, what this mysterious association girl was talking about. But the girl said there was no need to make such an upset face. The guy would become a member of the state organization. At this tense moment, another man in an official black uniform walked into the spacious room to join the group. The stranger brought some suspicious papers and immediately placed the documents neatly on the wooden table. Hyun Sung initially didn't realize what it was that was placed in front of the guy on the wooden table of the meeting room. But the hunter quickly realized that it was an official contract from the association with many conditions and obligations. Guy thinks with wonder, are such unbelievable conditions possible at the state level of the organization? Yes, there are indeed few commitment points, but benefits and privileges abound for the member. Emergency wages are solid, even benefits are paid during military operations. Full rights to stones and items obtained while hunting in dungeons are also guaranteed. Shin Yuna turns to the guy with a smile and says, let him sign already faster without thinking. Hyun Sung thinks with suspicion that this is very strange. Everyone is given practically for free without any special conditions. But there was one small detail in the contract that the hunter noticed upon close examination of the document. It is a contract for life. Can't such a document be called a bondage in such a case? Hyun Sung asks with bewilderment that all the players in the association sign up for such harsh conditions as well. The girl smiles and says calmly that of course. Otherwise, the association would have gone bankrupt from expenses long ago. The association provides such generous terms only because the hunter has a personal unique skill. The guy was surprised at this explanation and wondered if he really was that valuable to the organization. And that's only because of the fact that Hyun Sung has the ability to bypass the rules of the 20th level. The girl tells the hunter that even when hunting low-level monsters, his level still increases. And the guy still gets to drop valuable stones, so it's a pretty lucrative partnership for the association too. The organization would be complete fools if they didn't want to take such a valuable player with them. Hyun Sung is puzzled as to who these powerful men think the ordinary hunter is. But such a mistake in assessing ability only plays into a guy's hands in negotiating with the association, since there is some truth in the girl's words regarding the value of the skill to the government organization. With a smile on his face, the guy decided to try to shorten his contract with the association a bit. Shin Yuna was clearly troubled by such an unexpected question from the hunter about the timing of the cooperation. The girl asked, wondering if the terms of the contract didn't seem attractive enough to the guy. Hunter knows how many people in the entire world have any personal talent of this level at all. Can't say the exact figures, but right now the government thinks it's only 80 people. And before Hyun Sung came along, the girl in general was the only one in all of Korea with the skill. Hunter is surprised by the fact that it turns out such a special skill is quite rare among players. Now I can see why all organizations are so desperate to get the guy in their ranks at any cost, Shin Yuna says with an understanding that he realizes the guy can't help but be bothered by a lifetime contract term. But the association cannot allow a player with a special skill to be recruited by another guild or country, so have maximized the terms of the contract. But they can't change the term from lifetime categorically. If all of a sudden Hyun Sung wants something else, just let him just say so, because they are willing to give a lot. Hunter says emphatically that he would like to change the term of the contract from a lifetime contract to just 1 year. The girl is sweetly trying to convey to the guy that this is completely impossible for a government organization. Hyun Sung replies that in that case he is willing to reduce the amount of the deposit 40 times. 1 billion is enough. The girl replied firmly that even under such conditions the answer would be absolutely the same and unchanged. The guy tries to further get his way and asks Shin Yuna that at least the contract is for 2 years. The girl tries to take charge of the situation and says she'd better increase the deposit for a lifetime contract. There is the most genuine silence in the room. No one is happy with the current state of negotiations. The guy even continues to stubbornly demand a contract from the association for only 2 years of work. And a $20 billion deposit if the parties have no problems during those 2 years. The hunter would then have a contract with the association as a priority when choosing an organization to work with. If the reps refuse such an offer, in which case the guy doesn't want to sign anything. The girl asked suspiciously, wondering if Hyun Sung happened to be planning to immigrate to another country permanently. Hunter honestly said he didn't. He just didn't know much about the association and didn't like to comply. Shin Yuna reminds him that the guy has seen the terms and conditions after all. Aren't there more benefits than liabilities? Hyun Sung asked the girl ironically that did the association representative really think that way about the conditions. In Hunter's mind, the thoughts of the 20 billion deposit, now it's even hard to express. But a guy can't neglect his future and let that money completely constrain his freedom of action. What Hyun Sung needs now is a shelter to help protect his family and hide from enemies. Of course, if the association is not to his liking, in that case we'll be able to leave the organization. So Hunter says he will definitely re-sign the contract on the same terms. The association will lose nothing. Maybe the reps will still consider a 2-year contract as an internship period before the primary. Shin Yuna sighs very heavily at the guy's stubbornness and realizes the difficulty of the situation for both sides. And the girl realizes that in all likelihood, she really will have to change this contract to a probationary internship. Shin Yuna answers honestly that there is one important condition: cannot make such a decision alone. First, be sure to report the proposal to the association's immediate management for authorization. So the girl asks the guy to wait a bit for a final decision from higher officials. Time passes slowly while waiting. Hyun Sung stares at his cell phone, studying the news. Sing Yuna had already returned from the boss's office and replied that she had forwarded the proposal to the association's management. And now the representatives have some sort of counter-condition for the hunter in response to the demands. Hyun Sung immediately inquired with curiosity as to what the management had come up with this time. When a guy gets an offer from other guilds or foreign associations to cooperate on favorable terms, in such a case, the hunter will talk about the Korean Players Association's offerings to compare conditions. Also, if the association offers similar terms, Hyun Sung will have to sign and extend his contract. The guy realizes that this wording is much more to his liking, so he said he would. Hunter has signed this official 2-year contract with the Players Association. Hyun Sung noticed some strange, satisfied reaction from the girl after signing an important document. Shin Yuna extends her hand to the guy and says she hopes for a fruitful collaboration in the future. Shaking hands, the hunter replied confidently that he was absolutely certain of a successful partnership. After which, Hyun Song adds that he expects a mutually beneficial cooperation during this time. The guy hears from the girl that there are some important things to do for work after the contract is signed. First, be sure to change some of the hunter's equipment items to better quality counterparts. Right now, all of Hyun Sung's equipment is what the guy rents for money. The hunter replied that the sword and mantle were of a high enough level, and their quality was sufficient for hunting. The girl said with understanding, then changing all the outfit except for those two valuable items. The next morning, the association has an entire room with a variety of armor of the highest quality. When the guy went inside there, the hunter was amazed at this incredible variety of quality equipment. Looking at these shelves of items, Hyun Sung thinks admiringly, "What's not here for the players?" The hunter asks the association representatives if he can take anything from the range on display. Shin Yuna answered the guy honestly, that in reality, the possibilities weren't exactly limitless for everyone. Everyone may only rent equipment appropriate to their rank according to the established rules of the association. But the girl tells Hyun Sung that there's one nice exception to the general rules here. This exception applies to the hunter. The guy can take absolutely anything he wants from what is presented. Hyun Sung was pleased to know that the new member had such outstanding privileges. Hunter looks and considers a magical high-quality velour jacket and has taken an interest in the item. The guy realizes that it's kind of a little different than what he expected to see in the range anyway. You need to choose as carefully and thoughtfully as possible, as this will affect the outcome of future battles. When Hyun Sung walks into the cozy cafe, the girl says she can tell all about the association while the outfit is being fitted. Hunter still can't believe this is all happening to the guy in reality and not a dream. Shin Yuna says calmly, "Let's talk about where Mr. Hyun Sung was assigned to work." The lad was interested in the subject and asked with curiosity what and where he was sent to serve. The hunter gets the answer that he will be doing investigations where everything was planned to go to complete the tasks. Simply put, the job would be to regulate incidents in dungeons or conflicts between players. It's mainly about troubleshooting and problem solving. But also Hyun Sung has to help the association's support team. The guy has to do it because sometimes the staff is understaffed to do all the tasks. Hunter immediately said that he didn't even know. It seems to be hard enough to ruin the situation with skills. The girl replies reassuringly that, don't worry, Hyun Sung's current level of development will be taken into account. Since Shin Yuna is the boss, if there are any difficulties, immediately report the problems to the girl. Hyun Sung says with hope that in such a case, he can discuss one problem that came up earlier. The situation arose before the official contract with the Players Association was signed and needs attention. The guy says that information about the number of stones earned and sold has fallen into the hands of the Sioux Guild. Plus, the reps knew of every dungeon the hunter had ever visited to hunt, and as can be understood, this clearly poses a security threat to all parties to the conflict. Shin Yuna replied that she would try to find out more about the incident, and then she could nail the guild. But the guy noticed that the girl was not at all surprised by what was happening, since it was not the first time. The girl says she's ready to deal with the guild right now, but she's not strong enough to confront them yet. Hyun Sung, hearing all of this, wondered about the extent of the problems and corruption in the player system. The girl tells the hunter that, believe it or not, the association will also provide the guy with a place to stay. Hyun Sung said that everything is absolutely fine, leads a nomadic lifestyle, and housing is not needed. The surprised girl says with bewilderment that isn't this a hindrance to normal life? The guy realizes that this is difficult, but what can already be done under the circumstances? Hunter asks Shin Yuna, isn't this because of the association's emergency unscheduled work? The girl says that's right, labor is needed, so it might be a little difficult. So in such a case, asks Hyun Sung to report every time he moves around the country. Shin Yuna would then be able to provide jobs depending on the hunter's current location. The association also provides a special card and cash to cover a member's work expenses. Hyun Sung will be able to pay for temporary housing in different cities while on assignments for the association. The girl says she'll make sure the other members don't find out about it because it will start a fuss. Officially, it will simply be recorded as compensation for frequent changes of location due to business necessity. Hyun Sung had received so much from the association, so he decided to sincerely thank them for caring so much. The girl in charge said, believe me, it's the least you can do to keep the guy after 2 years. The hunter seemed to start to fall in love and was so embarrassed by these unexpectedly warm words. The guy is already getting ready and dressed in his new rugged armor he got from the Players Association. Hyun Sung is insanely happy and says admiringly that he can't believe it. It fits like a mold on his body. Shin Yuna holds out the card to the hunter and says, take this important document with you. It's a credential that proves a guy is a full member of the Players Association. And now Hyun Sung has official credentials as a member of the rules oversight team. There shouldn't be any trouble with this document as the hunter has had in the past. With a satisfied smile on his face, the guy asks if he can go do his business now. Shin Yuna says that, by the way, you should check the notifications from time to time as information appears there. But don't let him worry. Emergencies are almost non-existent, but sometimes they still happen. But if emergencies do occur, you need to respond immediately to the association's call. Also, the girl says that the deposit has already been transferred, as the contract comes into effect after the transfer. The girl picked up on the fact that the guy seemed in dire need of funds and replied about buying skill books. Shin Yuna supported the hunter in this and said that the association had its own store with books. So let's go to the merchandise section together, and I'll show and tell you about all the products. The guy is only glad that Hyun Sung now has such a great opportunity for development. In the hunter's mind again, thoughts of the main goal now is to become much stronger. When the guy gets to the store, he realizes that there aren't as many of these books as he originally thought. Shin Yuna replied with regret that unfortunately the assortment is unfortunately not replenished as often as she would like. Also, demand exceeds supply, so if a good book comes along, it is quickly bought by members. They have fewer books in their association than the official auction house in the capital. While shopping, Hyunsung is happy that he can now bypass taxes when purchasing goods. Shin Yuna tells the hunter that it's amazing. They bought so many books. It doesn't seem to be very effective. Hyunsung replied that even so, there would be a use for books someday, and bought a passive immortality skill book. Shin Yuna is already starting to say goodbye little by little and leave the association store on his official business. The girl tells the guy with a smile that she knows the work with the new employee was completely finished. The vehicle is insured and waiting for the hunter outside. Use the vehicle at your pleasure, sir. The guy went down to the first floor, got into the car, and said a warm goodbye to his new boss. In the office of the president of the Korean Players Association, the executive says that no matter how much he thought, 2 years is really a short time. Shin Yuna tells her superiors that she was very upset, not being able to sign a lifetime contract with the hunter. The president responds with the understanding that of course he's upset. The leadership should have seen this coming and done it. The frustrated girl responds with a rebuke that the executives were thinking much more about money than results. The president, a guy with red hair and a scar on his face, says they've also honestly improved conditions. The supervisor explains that since it's a lifetime contract, you can make it work for low pay for a long time. The girl replied to the supervisor that it was originally intended to be like this from the beginning. If Shin Yuna hadn't insisted, they wouldn't have provided better terms from the beginning of the negotiations. The warden says don't compare the hunter to yourself. The situation was completely new to management. If they didn't know the special skill existed, and the girl says that's why they should have treated it better. The president says that's what they did, made concessions in the guy's contract, everything as she wanted it. If Shin Yuna hadn't intervened, only a lifetime contract with $1 billion deposit would have been offered. The girl says that if they did that, the information would leak out and the guilds would take the hunter away. Shin Yuna says convincingly that, believe me, it is not threatening. Only said the high probability of this development. The girl says that if you know the employee well, you should understand what the subordinate is thinking. Shin Yuna replies with a challenge that absolutely don't pretend you don't know what it's about. And the girl says demandingly, change then the employee's contract too for 2 years of service. The president answers honestly that if she hadn't resisted, it wouldn't have mattered at what price the contract would have been signed. Shin Yuna expresses everything she thinks about such a despicable leader of the organization directly to the director's face. The president was taken aback at such rude and direct words to his address from a subordinate female employee of the association. The president says indignantly, "What do you think? He's doing it for himself. It's for the good of the country. Nothing wrong." The girl replies with a challenge that it would have been much better if the hunter hadn't signed the contract at all. The president thinks with irritation, what a nightmare is going on here, and why is he going to all this trouble? Shin Yuna tells the supervisor that if you don't like it, then in that case cancel the employee's contract. And the president realizes with horror that no, there's no way he's going to do that to a valuable cadre. The girl just walks out of the office and the president yells after her where the employee was going to go. Clenching her teeth angrily, Shin Yuna replied to the boss that the girl had a bunch of urgent work to do on assignments. Hyun Sung at that moment decided to transfer 1 billion won to his mother from the deposit he received from the association. Hunter realizes it's enough to pay his father's hospital bills for the next 10 years. To avoid seeming suspicious, I only bought one skill book, which is related to regaining health. Gotta keep improving my immortality skill. We'll see how many books it takes to fully develop. The guy sits in front of the computer in his hotel room and scrutinizes the trading system's offerings. Hyun Sung is leafing through the storefront and seriously thinking about what else he should buy for development. Hunter saw a passive skill book that heals wounds and was interested in this offering. The guy realizes that this is a book of a very rare skill, so he should definitely acquire it now. And even if he can't learn it right away, it's nice to just have that kind of value in reserve. If the description is to be believed, passive skill books are always active, which is why everyone tends to buy them. So let's buy everything rare rank and even higher in classification for the collection. Coming out of this store, the guy is happy that he managed to find so many useful things. Hyun-sung realizes that he spent quite a decent amount of money on developing his fighting abilities today. But it was not done for nothing, but to become much stronger to protect the family. Here the hunter's eyes lit up, wondering if he should spend some more money on the trade. Looking at how many different things have been sold recently on the trading platform, the gaming console and the laptop are once again popular items among buyers from other worlds. And the cosmetics and perfume were also successfully sold, and the watches were unexpectedly quick off the counter. Still, the guy is curious about something from all the assortment sold in the last few days. No one will ever be able to outdo this great charging station in terms of popularity among customers. Hyun-sung walks into the second-use goods store and is immediately greeted with joy. All the employees bow before the hunter and say, "Welcome, dear customer." The guy immediately asks the employees what the store has in store about different types of batteries. The employee interjects that the guy has exactly the same order as last time. "Don't worry, it's all charged." Hyun-sung rejoices at this fact and says with satisfaction that great, in that case everything is perfect. And the hunter responds to the staff that he will have one more small request for the store. The guy says you can prepare exactly the same amount of product with fully charged batteries. Employees tell the customer that of course, dear customer, you can rely on the employees completely. The staff says they made the discount because the hunter always transfers payment with rare points. If Hyun-sung suddenly needs anything, be sure to tell the employees in advance. A guy sits in his hotel and looks at the store's commissary merchandise on his computer screen. Hunter recalls that heavy fight with the bandit leader in the forest dungeon not long ago. Hyun-sung recalls that frantic look of his opponent that was full of rage and determination to kill. And the guy thinks with determination that okay, in that case he wants to spend absolutely all the savings. Hunter has only 3 billion points left in his account for further development spending. A weak boost to various stats costs 5 billion. A small boost to skills costs all 10 billion. To improve all stats to 200 units, Hyun-sung needs somewhere around 5 billion experience points. The hunter holds this small pebble that he extracted from the monsters in his trained hands, and thinks that increasing stats affects all skills, so it's beneficial to invest in pumping. With only 105 billion points left, the guy will spend the funds on all the right books. Bought a book of immortality, and realizes it's just another useful passive skill for survival. Hyun-sung decided to check how the regeneration skill had pumped up. So he made a small wound with his knife. And the guy noticed that the wound was starting to heal much faster than it had before the purchase. The hunter thinks with admiration that wow, this is really amazing and beyond all expectations. Just then, Hyun-sung heard the phone ringing, and he saw that the supervisor from the association was dialing the number. The guy quickly picks up the phone and says politely to greet the caller, "It's Shin Yuna calling." Hunter immediately inquired as to what the matter was and why the supervisor had decided to call. The girl says the association has evidence of information received earlier, reported the guild to the police. It was great news, which the guy was happy about, says it would have been disgusting to mess around with. The boss says the guild is on close terms with the prosecutors, but they can't get away this time. On the contrary, says Shin Yuna, this time the investigation was much more rigorous and thorough than usual. And all because of the disagreements within the Sioux Guild itself that are currently going on between the leadership. The guy inquired curiously, wondering what happened to Jung Seonu in this situation. The girl replies to the hunter that right now there is no official order to arrest this man from the guild yet. But on his own, Jung Seonu won't be able to resist the pressure and escape justice for long. When the accomplices were arrested, all the murders or assaults on players became known. And most interestingly, all of the people who ordered these crimes were close to Jung Seon personally. The supervisor unexpectedly asked the guy to turn on the TV to watch the latest news about the incident. Hyun-sung quickly obeyed the girl's order and did so, picking up the remote control. Hunter turns on the news and is immediately surprised by what he sees on the TV screen. The two hosts talk about this high-profile scandal. Jung Seonu was expelled from the guild for good. The police and the association are currently actively searching for this dangerous fugitive across the country. Guy has seen for himself through the news how serious this investigation is. The girl tells Hyun-seong that she'll see, the criminal can't escape imminent arrest. Now everyone, even those who were close to this guy, just turned their backs on him for good. Upon hearing this information, the hunter thanked the supervisor for getting things done so promptly. Shin Yuna says no thanks, instead apologizing for not doing it sooner. Hyun-sung said he would treat the girl to something later, as a token of his gratitude for helping with the case. And the guy tells Shin Yuna that believe me, these are not empty words. We'll really treat the boss lady." The girl said with a smile that in that case she would wait for a call from the hunter to meet. Their short but productive dialogue was successfully concluded to the mutual satisfaction of both parties. Guy is trying to digest all the information he received from his boss about the investigation against the guild. Hyun-sung thinks with annoyance that geez, we need to find another skill book to develop. The guy in his hotel room is thinking and looking for where his improved abilities from shopping are. This is the last skill book the hunter has left to study out of the entire purchased assortment. Hyun-sung spent all the money and studied the available books. Invested so much to develop the skill. Guy gets a notification that immortality has been upgraded to heroic level. Rejoices at the achievement. Hunter believes he won't die now unless his head and heart are critically damaged at the same time. Yi Hyun-sung notes that the skill can be developed further, but there is one important obstacle. The guy has put so much into this skill for heroic level, it probably doesn't make sense to go up to legendary. After such a busy day, the only thing a hunter is interested in is just getting a good night's sleep. Since tomorrow will be my first day of work officially in the Players Association as an employee, Hyun-sung came to the building and thinks with curiosity, wondering if he even got to the right place. Hunter looked at all these people and realizes he's a little nervous before he starts. Someone approached the guy and asked with interest that it was a new employee coming in. All the other members of the association look at Hyun-sung as a stranger in an unfamiliar place. Hyun-sung anxiously replies to his new co-workers that it is indeed him, a new employee of the association. The players continue to cast curious glances at the hunter and study the appearance of their new colleague. The employees are whispering amongst themselves about how weird this guy looks. One of the team members asks Hyun-sung that, well, today is the first time he's taking a shift. Hunter replies to his co-workers with a smile on his face that yes, this is the first day of work for the association. The man says he asked many times to send a rookie, and management finally did. This kid with dark eyebrows says it's nice to meet you, named Seo Taechul, a member of the department. Hyun-sung extends his hand to his co-worker and says it's nice to meet new co-workers too. At the back, some girl in a Players Association uniform still approaches the group of employees. Seo Taechul talks to the guy and tells him all about the job and the specifics of the service. Hyun-sung looks up a bit and thinks about how the job at the new team will work out. This girl clearly does not like the hunter, treats the guy very wary and suspicious. When you go into room number 7, they say you can wait here for assignments. If assigned to dungeons below the 100th level, in that case, go with the girl. It is with Suin, a girl with a short haircut who has been bad for the hunter since they met. The girl will be 25 years old this year, and the employee is somewhere in the 20th level. With a smile on his face, Hyun-sung tells his colleague that he hopes for a successful collaboration in that case. Suin is clearly reluctant to answer the guy that yes, of course he will team up with the newcomer. Seo Taechul turns to the girl and says he should have introduced himself properly to his co-worker. Suin replies that the hunter looks younger than the girl, so let's communicate so informally. Whereupon the co-worker turns to the guy that he sees the upset face, then pardon the indelicacy. Hyun-sung realized perfectly well that he probably didn't like this association officer at all. Seo Taechul says apologizing, this girl apparently has no social manners. The guy realizes that in all likelihood there is something wrong with the attitude of the new employees here. Hunter replies to the girl that he definitely doesn't qualify as a younger brother in terms of age and experience. So it must be that Suin didn't know this fact, but Hyun-sung is older than her colleague in age. Since the guy will be 27 years old this year, which is more than the girl's age, colleagues started talking about how yes, it can't be. The hunter has such a baby face. Hyun-sung replies with the understanding that he indeed hears this opinion from people very often. But the girl was abruptly ashamed of her behavior, immediately apologized to her senior colleague. Hyun-sung replied to his colleague that believe me, it's absolutely fine. Different things happen in communication between people. Seo Taechul told the hunter that when the request came, you could go to the scene right then. The co-worker wanted to introduce someone else to the guy, but the others hadn't reached the 100th level of development yet. Hyun-sung replied to Seo Taechul that believe me, there is absolutely no difference at all in choosing a partner to work with. If sent to a dungeon of level 100th and below, total stats above level 200th will allow action. Hunter was led to a break room and told it was a workspace to wait for calls. If you don't plan on putting on your gear, you can just read a book or take a short nap before your assignment. The guy sat down to rest for a bit, as he was a little tired from his first day in his new co-working space. After 4 hours have passed, Hyun-sung thinks about how long he slept during working hours. Even so, the paycheck still really does go to the hunter during that time. Maybe the guy should just take night shifts and sleep it off here in the association lounge. When Hyun-sung stood up, he noticed that none of his co-workers were in the room anymore. Hunter heard someone's very loud, hurried footsteps approaching the restroom. The partner ran into the room and told the guy that therefore follow the girl immediately. Hyun-sung dressed up in his work uniform very quickly and said that of course he would. The officers are riding in the association car, and the guy immediately asks his partner what happened. Soon explains that a signal has been received about a monster that exceeds the level of the dungeon. Hyun-sung asked his coworker if it was okay that it was only the two of them going out on a mission. The girl tells the hunter that a level 60th monster has appeared in the dungeon of a level 70th horned turtle. No casualties are expected for now, but staff needs to deal with the problem. Most often, it is the incidents in dungeons above the 50th difficulty level that get the most calls. The guy asked his partner, "It's only because there's no full-time security staff." This is indeed true. Players who reach level 10 and gain a profession go to work as employees, and they go to work at low levels of dungeons, and further, starting from the 50th, there are no employees. So all sorts of security and player coordination problems start there, since there are players there who are used to being under the tutelage of these security personnel. When various situations arise and there are no staff around, survival skills deteriorate dramatically. Hyun-sung turns to his partner and says curiously that she's having a lot of fun with this. Suin said enthusiastically that of course, because this outing would give a raise to her salary. Either way, when a call like this comes in, you get an extra pay raise. The staff had already entered this dungeon to search for and eliminate a dangerous level 70 monster. The guy realizes that most likely finding this monster will not be easy at all in a large dungeon. Hyun-sung waited until his partner approached the hunter for further joint action, and Suin told her colleague that the most important thing is just not to be surprised by what she sees. In another second, the girl's body began to blotch like a true wild panther. Suen began to look like a real cat person with the characteristics of a predator of the feline family. Even her partner's gaze took on a more predatory look, typical of wild cats in the wild. Hyun-sung wasn't really surprised by what was happening, but said with interest, "That is it really true?" Soon got angry at the inaccuracy and said no, not a common cat, but a leopard by classification. And this actually belongs to the cat family, but a completely different kind of predator. Since the guy didn't immediately recognize the ability correctly, he just apologized and said he would know. The partner turned on her ultrasonic sniffer to search for the monster in the dungeon, and told a coworker that if we slow down, he will leave behind, so try to follow. Literally a second later, Suin very quickly ran through the tunnels of the dungeon to find her target. The guy thinks how fast his partner is, but understandably, uses all four of her paws to get around. The girl continues to run, sniffing the air and trying to find this dangerous monster by scent. The staff saw a target in the distance and thought the monster was huge, like a hunting dog. This monster's sense of smell is probably even better developed than the average dogs in the wild. The staff is already approaching this monster wolf that howls at the entire dungeon. The girl immediately approaches her opponent and is ready to tear him apart with all the power of her claws. Hyun-sung was very much surprised at his partner's speed, thinking that she had gotten the job done so quickly. Indeed, in literally one move of her own, Suin killed the monster without much effort. The hunter turned to his colleague and said with admiration that his partner had very good fighting skills. Suin replied to the guy that it couldn't have been otherwise, but now we can go back to the association. Employees exit the cave, but still look carefully around for safety. Suin suddenly turned around to the guy and stares at her colleague's face anxiously. With her keen sense of smell, she smelled that such a monster was not alone in the dungeon. The guy said to his partner, puzzled as to what the girl was even talking about right now. But Suin tells the hunter that most likely that monster had time to call out to his pack before he died. Huge numbers of these dangerous monsters are looming toward the association's staff from all sides. The huge paws of the predators cling to the ground, leaving deep footprints on the stone floor. These monsters, which look like wolves but only on their hind legs, are vicious against humans. Hyun-sung doesn't understand the situation and asks if this even happens often in dungeons. The partner replies to her coworker that no, it's not at all common, but it very much does happen. However, there is one interesting point about this situation that is worth considering when planning your actions. That when this happens, the name and level of that dungeon automatically changes according to the new conditions. Upon hearing this important information, the guy took it seriously and thought about the implications for the association. Suin tells his colleague, let's deal with the monsters first, and then prepare a detailed report. The partner tells Hyun-sung that in the interest of the cause, she will go first to attack against the enemies. The guy didn't particularly mind the plan, and pulled out his sharp dagger for close combat. These wild creatures pounce on employees, ready to tear apart every living thing in their path. But the bars girl is very serious in battle, just sweeping away the head of one opponent in a second. The guy doesn't want to fall behind his partner either, so he's ready to kill all the attackers. Hyun-sung hears nearby still howling those wild animals to the entire dungeon. The hunter hears paws nearby, clawing with force against the hard ground of the dungeon. The guy wonders who exactly it was and where those threatening attack sounds are coming from. The huge, massive monster growls very viciously, showing its aggression and willingness to fight. Hyun-sung looks at the creature and realizes that this is about to be a tough fight with a serious opponent, as it is an unusual creature, and the truest high-level werewolf king. The hunter tells his partner that this monster is about level 100th, maybe even 100th. The guy asks Suin, since there won't be any serious problems with this dangerous monster. But the staff doesn't even have time to ponder. The other creatures immediately prepare to attack as a group. Fortunately, Hyun-sung reacted in a very timely manner, so he quickly counterattacked the attackers. The hunter was even partially surprised that he had handled his opponents so easily. Guy continues to fend off these enemy attacks, dodging left and right from the blows. And Hyun-sung remarks that it seems likely that this battle will soon end in victory, although there were still quite a few monsters of this species left alive to continue the fight. With magical power, the hunter pierces through the heart of one animal and it dissolves. Literally all enemies start falling to their knees, monsters have blood everywhere on the ground. Hyun-sung goes through all these corpses, which he quickly handled effortlessly. The guy asks his partner, well, quickly they're already finished with the king. But the hunter sees his partner bars continue to fight the werewolf king fiercely, and that this is truly a battle of the truest of leaders, worthy of each other's strength. Watching this wild fight, Hyun-sung wonders if he should help this girl in the fight. The guy decides that, okay, it's probably best to intervene in this dangerous battle process. Hunter starts running straight for this king to help his partner in a difficult situation. The werewolf goes crazy and starts screaming so loudly that it echoes throughout the dungeon. Strange dark magic appears everywhere, which greatly surprises the guy and alarms him. Hyun-sung jumps back a little so that there's a safe distance and a chance to think hard about what kind of magic this is. The hunter sees this angry werewolf snarling at the guy and looking with the crazy red eyes of a predator. The king attacks the girl, who fights well, but the monster strikes hard at his partner. Suin's nose starts to bleed. The girl clearly didn't expect such an unexpected turn in the battle. Then this huge creature clings with its sharp fangs to the girl's throat, trying to inflict a fatal bite. Hyun-sung tries to help his partner at least a little, and so he sends a powerful fire projectile at the enemy. But the werewolf simply recoils with the girl in his teeth, dodging the hunter's magical attack. You can't see your partner's pupils at all anymore, just the whites of her eyes, indicating critical condition. Hyun-sung realizes that there is absolutely no time to procrastinate, so he prepares to deliver a decisive blow from behind on the king. The hunter grabs this girl in his arms to keep his partner from falling to the hard ground of the dungeon. After the rescue maneuver, the guy lands gently on the ground with his injured colleague in his arms. With hope in his voice, Hyun-sung asks Suin if her partner is okay after the attack. Hunter realizes that while there is time, the girl definitely needs to be healed, or the colleague could die. So the guy uses his recovery skills to make sure the girl doesn't die from her wounds. And Hyun-sung thinks with annoyance that, damn it, he's failing to cure his partner to the end. While the hunter is giving this process his full attention, the king approaches from the back for a surprise attack. The boy turns around sharply and slices the monster's sharp claws with his dagger, defending himself from the deadly attack, and says to the king with a challenge, "I'll see how much you take on yourself by attacking the defenseless. First you take out the hunter's partner, and now you want to kill the guy yourself in a sneaky way." Hyun-sung points out to the monster that look around at what became of your brothers after the battle. But the king did it on purpose, just to stall for time and wait for reinforcements from the depths. This monster just simply laughed after the hunter's words, then wanted to deliver a fatal blow to the guy. Hyun-sung has no intention of tolerating such horrible behavior from some monster, and is ready to fight back with dignity. So a fierce battle begins between the opponents. One attacks, the other defends, and so on in a circle. The combatants jumped away from each other to make a distance while the fight is completely evenly matched. After which this sneaky monster simply disappears from the guy's sight, using some sort of invisibility magic. Hyun-sung tries to find his dangerous opponent with his eyes, scrutinizing everything around him in the dungeon. And the hunter sees that the monster wants to finish off the innocent girl who is lying helplessly on the stone ground. The guy intervenes in time and kicks the creature right in the face with his foot as hard as he can. It was so lucky that the werewolf was just thrown a few meters away from his partner. Hyun-sung himself didn't expect that he was so strong physically that he could handle such a huge and dangerous creature. Hyun-sung sees this stubborn ringleader won't give up and starts howling loudly, calling for reinforcements from the depths of the dungeon. A huge number of other werewolf creatures can be seen beginning to approach the battle site, surrounding the hunter on all sides. The guy realizes that the situation is not working out at all in his favor and becomes critical to his survival. Because not only are there so many enemies, but my partner is lying unconscious and dying of wounds. But on the other hand, it even stacks up much better for Hyun-sung in terms of showing his true abilities. Therefore, the hunter's plan is to act in a measured manner, step by step, using the full power of magical skills against the enemies. First, a magic projectile for stun, then an ice projectile for slowing, and finally a fire projectile for maximum damage. Such a well-thought-out attack sequence will give a much better result in combat against multiple opponents of different levels. After the basic attacks, there will be a powerful fireball and a piercing fire spear to finish off surviving monsters. After the guy carefully thought out his battle strategy, the hunter set out to execute the plan against the werewolves. To begin with, Hyun-sung used his powerful skill called energy release against a group of enemies. A bright white magic appears around these creatures and begins dealing damage to all nearby enemies. These creatures are all cast with powerful energy, a considerable distance away from the hunter and wounded partner. Next flew fire and ice projectiles of varying power, aimed precisely at targets to hit vital organs. Magical attacks begin to pierce the bodies of these horrible monsters, dealing critical damage and excruciating pain. The guy attacks literally simultaneously, with each hand firing multicolored projectiles at different groups of approaching opponents. And then Hyun-sung realizes that in this case, he wouldn't even need to use expensive healing potions. Hunter further concentrates as much as possible in preparation to once again deliver a decisive blow to the surviving enemies. After the guy has concentrated as much as possible, continues to apply multicolored projectiles non-stop in all directions. Hyun-sung hits these monsters clearly, so there's nothing left for them to do but die in agony. But the most important king manages to escape, deftly dodging the hunter's magical attacks in every way possible. The hunter realizes that the enemy has such good reflexes, but it still won't save the monster from its fate. Guy thinks, okay, now let's see if you can dodge a rare rank attack of unprecedented power. So Hyun-sung uses the ice wall. A huge cobble of ice appears and melts right in a second. This monster is puzzled as to what the guy is up to with this strange spell. The hunter takes a small, confident step forward, preparing for the final attack against the powerful werewolf king, after which he tells the creature calmly that that's it. The time has come. It's too late for any salvation. Behind Hyun-sung's back, a huge number of different spears made of pure concentrated magical energy begin to materialize. The monster looks at this menacing sight and thinks with growing horror what really he should do now. These magical spears start flying at a tremendous speed straight at the king, leaving no chance of dodging. The king is angry at having been driven essentially into such a clever trap by an experienced and cunning hunter. The monster looks and sees these multicolored spears flying like the truest asteroids from heaven to earth. After all the spears hit, there is a huge explosion that shakes the entire dungeon to its rocky foundation. Hyun-sung successfully dealt with this powerful being, winning a convincing victory in the hardest battle against the king. Although there is no smile of satisfaction on Hyun-sung's face yet, the guy is seriously evaluating the results of the battle with the king. After the powerful monster died, several valuable stones and some strange object fell out of the body. The guy inquired curiously, thinking, well, now let's see exactly what items fell out of him after death. Getting closer to the corpse of the king, the hunter was very much surprised by the find, wondering what it was that was so unusual. In his hands, Hyun-sung literally held the very real heart of the slain werewolf king, still warm and throbbing. The guy thinks with interest that, okay, let's see then what this artifact even is and what it's for. This werewolf king's heart allows you to transform into the shape of a werewolf with the appropriate abilities for 60 minutes. The hunter thinks that compared to the increase in stats, the payback is much stronger. Their dexterity will decrease by 10%. And Hyun-sung thinks that they should probably just take all the valuables and get back from here soon. When they have already left the dungeon, the partner is lying on a hospital bed in the medical department of the Players Association. Seo Daishul went there to check on his co-workers and asks if the injured girl is okay now. Hyun-sung told the supervisor that yes, the external injuries had completely healed thanks to the recovery skills. But to make sure there are no internal injuries, I'm sure the partner needs to be taken to the hospital for evaluation. This leader says with gratitude that thanks to the hunter, if it wasn't for the help, there would have been a real disaster. The guy replies modestly that co-workers are also on the same team, and helping their comrades is the normal order of things. Seo Daishul smiles and says that when he gets back to the office, he'll be sure to confront his superiors about what happened. Suin the next day is already bowing before the guy and sincerely thanking him for saving his life in the dungeon. Hyun-sung was surprised to see such devotion and gratitude from his partner yesterday after a dangerous assignment. As the hunter remembers the girl's initial rude attitude toward him as a newcomer to the team, and the guy replies to his partner with the understanding that, of course, he was only too happy to help his colleague in a difficult situation. The others are in the same work clothes as yesterday, and the leader says he went hunting after yesterday's incident. And after all that, came here to headquarters. And here's Mr. Hun Song basically slept here too. The guy said with a smile. That's right, rested here and made money. It was a great accommodation option. Seo Taechul thinks aloud that the hunter has luxurious things and a lot of money. It's rare for one person to have so many valuables. The guy laughed and told his coworker that he must think Hyun Sung is some rich, spoiled brat. But believe me, says the hunter honestly, that before he awakened, he was just an ordinary laborer without much prospects. The guy tells his colleagues that his father has fallen ill and has been hospitalized with a serious diagnosis requiring expensive treatment. In order to pay the hospital bills, Hyun Song's entire family worked hard, tirelessly day and night. The leader speaks with the understanding that they have actually received an edict from the leadership to take good care of the hunter. Hyun Sung, when he heard this confession, couldn't believe his ears and says with surprise that it's really true. The guy thinks to himself with irony that it seems his colleagues thought he was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Hyun Sung says with understanding that apparently girl boss Shin Yoon took such good care of the new employee. The guy smiles and tells his coworkers that he thinks so, since it was the supervisor who personally hired the hunter for the job. Seo Daechul says respectfully that Hyun Sung really has outstanding abilities for such a young age. Because if the new employee was hired by Shin Yoona herself personally, it actually means a lot for the career. After such a busy day at work, the guy is going to go to his home to rest and recuperate. The hunter realizes that he now has plans to sort through the items he got from the king before going to bed. Suin suddenly appears nearby and turns to the guy saying excitedly that wait, we need to talk. The partner bows in front of Hyun Sung again and says that believe me, the girl is actually very sorry. The hunter was literally taken aback by this unexpected behavior of the girl after yesterday's events in the dungeon. This partner says in an apologetic tone that there was a misunderstanding and was being rude to a coworker. Again, Suin apologizes and speaks honestly that the girl has developed silly prejudices against newcomers because of one man the partner met one day while fielding an association emergency call. Hyun Song immediately asked his colleague with interest, what happened then? Could you tell in detail? Because the son of a high-ranking official of the association behaved recklessly. Something terrible happened then. Team member Suin then suffered greatly due to the negligence and irresponsibility of a privileged rookie. And this perpetrator of the incident didn't even receive any punishment from management for his actions. But then, the injured member of the team got the full program from the bosses for failure. And after that incident, Suin was worried while riding with Hyun Sung to a dangerous dungeon challenge. The guy said understandingly that absolutely nothing was wrong, totally oblivious to such trivialities. Suin was glad for the fact that this guy was so good-natured and understanding in character. The girl bowed once more before the hunter and thanked him for all he had done for his partner. Hyun Sung, looking at the girl, thinks to himself that his partner is probably insanely kind by nature. And the guy tells Suin that he has one question he's wondering if he can answer. The girl immediately agreed to help with the answer, causing the hunter to be pleasantly surprised by the openness. Suin immediately asked with curiosity as to what a colleague could possibly find so interesting about a mere partner. Hyun Sung immediately realized how open and honest this girl was in dealing with her work colleagues, and the guy looking at his partner is surprised to even like socializing more and more. Hunter realizes that the upcoming conversation may be sensitive for the girl and requires careful wording, and Hyun Sung realizes that this will be a bit problematic to discuss with a colleague for obvious reasons. After all, the question is about Suin's personal skills, and that's a pretty intimate topic for most players. Suin says with a smile on her face that she knew a coworker would ask about it, because many people were interested. It was as if the girl was really getting ready to honestly tell the whole truth about her skill of turning into a leopard. Suin begins to talk and share details about his abilities with a trusted colleague. The guy realized that his partner's skill was therianthropy, an active skill to transform into a high-level snow leopard. And the girl's strength, agility, and stamina scores increase significantly while using the transformation ability. Suin has high attack power and defense, so can be a good tank and damager at the same time. From the disadvantages, low level of magic and willpower, because of which becomes vulnerable to magical attacks. But still, Hyun Sung thinks that unless there's a special reason, there's no need to tell it all in detail. It's a whole week later, the guy is lying in his bunk and realizes that nothing interesting is happening. There were absolutely no more incidents at work that the hunter was getting bored out of his mind with idleness. Yes, the ceremony of introduction to colleagues went in principle as it should, without much problems and misunderstandings. But after that recent busy day, time really does drag a lot for an active guy. For Hyun Sung, it's like an eternity has gone by without interesting quests and dungeon adventures. Hunter looked at the fact that the battery product has dropped in price, but popularity as a seller is still high. At this steady pace, the guy will soon be able to buy something else heroic rank to develop. Hyun Sung thinks okay and got up from his bed, no more lying around idle. The hunter thinks it's time to go hunt someone and maybe get some experience points. The guy approaches yet another dungeon, where a guard asks for a player ID to enter. Hyun-sung immediately obeyed the demand and reached into his work jacket pocket for the document. The hunter presents this ID card to the officer, where all the detailed information about the owner is written. And the employee was dumbfounded when he saw that the guy worked in the Players Association's supervision department. The guard immediately started bowing in front of Hyun-sung and wished him an insanely successful dungeon hunt. The guy had already gone inside this dungeon and prepared to meet the local inhabitants. In front of the hunter was immediately a large number of some strange monsters of unknown species. Without wasting a second of his precious time, Hyun-sung decided to take advantage of the powerful firestorm. And a huge amount of magical fire began to fly from the hunter's hand towards the group of opponents. The truest destructive tornado of flame materialized, sweeping away everything in its path. Guy realizes with satisfaction that how good it is to have acquired this useful skill for hunting after all, which is to be expected from an item of rare rank, a wide range of damage and high effectiveness. The synergy of the firestorm with the shield does indeed astonishingly enhance the hunter's defenses. The guy thinks it's not as noticeable in a mid-level dungeon, but at low level it's a powerful advantage. While Hyun-sung was pondering the effectiveness, suddenly the guy's shield was just torn into two unequal parts by some force. Also, a painful blow to his shoulder still flew across Hyun-sung, from which scarlet blood was now dripping onto his clothes. Fortunately, the hunter was able to react in time, and some stranger says with a chuckle that he has a good reaction. The guy immediately asks his attacker who he is and why he decided to attack him in the dungeon. This stranger with a smile on his face says surprised, does not recognize him? Well, this apparently happens. But if it's interesting to know who the attacker is, it's worth knowing at whose hands Hyun-sung will die here today. The hunter began to look closer and try to discern who it was actually standing in front of him. The guy himself introduces himself and says the name is Jong Seonu, and recently was still a deputy in the So Guild. Hyun-sung asks in genuine bewilderment why the man attacked him, what the hunter did to him. The guy immediately responds with hatred that he thought to take out his anger on the guy for everything that happened. Since Hyun-sung did this to Jong-sung, the only person the former deputy can take revenge on. That the hunter thinks he can get revenge, and thinks he can get away with just retribution. Jong Seonu says it's useless to resist, has set up a barrier in advance, blocking sounds and visibility. Oh, and overall, let him look at him. Does he look like a high-level experienced player? Looking like a true beginner himself, does it look like a player who hasn't even reached level 50? Hyun-sung, when he began to understand the situation, asked suspiciously if the man had forged his ID. Jong-son said he did, and that the hunter wanted to say that it would be bad for the fugitive afterward. The guy should worry about that, because today's deputy is sure to leave this country for good. We'll be living under a new name overseas. To tell you the truth, first thought was to start with family. I wanted Hyun-sung to feel all this pain and loss, but unfortunately it's hard to get to them. The hunter, hearing all this, angrily tells his opponent that he is the ultimate psycho and maniac. Jong Seonu says with a chuckle that it would be easier to eliminate the guards and family, but then it's harder to leave the country. So I decided to target the hunter and just kept watch the whole time, waiting for the entrance to the dungeon. If you hide the corpse well, Hyun-sung won't be discovered until a few days after his death. The hunter realizes how serious this is. The opponent has really thought things out well for the kill. Jong Seonu says that the wounds are healing too fast. It seems he got a good regeneration skill. The boy tensed up even more from these observations, realizing that the enemy had studied his abilities beforehand. The former deputy says with a smirk that he knew Hyun-sung was trying to buy time for treatment and distract the opponent with talk. But did the hunter really think he could defeat an experienced fighter, even if he fully recovered from his wounds? Jongsun shows off his sword and skills, threateningly stating that he will definitely kill the cocky guy today. Hyun-sung himself was beginning to believe that today would truly be the end of him in this dungeon. The enemy began to attack immediately, but the guy somehow miraculously managed to fend off this first deadly attack. It was hard enough for the hunter, barely landing on the hard ground of the dungeon. The former deputy says with surprise that it's unbelievable. He didn't even think Hyun-sung would be able to block. He had planned to chop off at least the hunter's left arm first to weaken the enemy. Wanted to do it so the guy wouldn't have time to recover like before, with regeneration. Hyun-sung reaches into his subspace to get the werewolf's heart to activate the transformation ability. Seeing this, the opponent says with interest that he couldn't even think that the hunter would have a transformation item. The very real werewolf with sharp fangs and claws is already standing in front of this cocky former deputy. Jong Seonu says with a smile on his face that he sees the guy has improved his fighting skills a lot. The werewolf's dexterity begins to decrease little by little, due to the side effect of using the artifact. Hyun-sung decided that the best thing to do in this situation would be to try to run away from the dangerous opponent. Suddenly, the hunter jumps the other way, trying to create distance for the next maneuver. After which the guy flies through the air. A powerful fireball appears in his hand to attack, throws magic straight at his opponent, and there is a deafening explosion with bright sparks. Black smoke rises from everywhere, temporarily hiding the whereabouts of the fighting men in a thick veil. Jung Seonu suddenly appears behind the werewolf's back and is already ready to thrust his sharp weapon into the target. The deputy with a smile on his face says mockingly, "Do you really think you can get away with these childish tricks?" Hyun Sung realizes with horror that he has fallen into the very real trap of his own careless actions. The hunter is really sure that this is the end, and now he's going to be killed in this damn dungeon. At the very last moment, the guy manages to bounce back with the help of his werewolf form from the blow. Hyun Sung realizes that indeed this battle will be difficult, and a new fireball appears in his hand. Hunter doesn't want to give up without a fight, so he sends this fire projectile straight at his opponent. But Jung Seonu fends off the attack as easily as possible with his quality weaponry. The werewolf can't believe his eyes and lunges at the dangerous enemy in desperation. Hyun Sung clings straight to his opponent's sword with his sharp claws, trying to disarm. But the only thing the enemy does is laugh and mock these desperate attempts at resistance. Hyun Sung's only thought in his head is that he has to handle this situation at all costs. This former deputy wants to deliver another fatal blow to the guy to finally finish off his opponent. Swings his weapon a few times so that you can hear that crazy sound of the blade cleaving the air. The werewolf is just getting angry that such a humiliating defeat is happening to a hunter. Hyun Sung jumps back and lands with such force that the entire ground shakes from the impact of his powerful paws. Jung Seonu suddenly chuckles and says with admiration that the guy really is an incredibly tough opponent. The deputy was sure he could handle it with one swing of his weapon, but the hunter was still holding on and fighting back. But here, Jung Sun says with interest, "Listen, does the opponent even know his battle nickname?" After this question, the deputy's weapon begins to glow with bright lightning, creating an intimidating sight. And the former leader says probably not, but his name is a lightning sword, and his body is covered in lightning. Jung Sunu pulls his arm slightly forward, which is completely covered in those deadly electric shocks, releases this insane energy charge that hits the werewolf and deals critical damage. Hyun Sung's body begins to smoke and is completely burned by the powerful high-voltage electrical discharge. While this was all happening with magic, the opponent lightning cut off the guy's arm with a sharp blade. With a sadistic smile, the deputy says, "What a pity. If I had listened then, it would have ended differently. And then wouldn't spare any more for the hunter than some 1,000,000,001 deposit." Hyun Sung becomes very heavy from blood loss, barely able to keep up on his tucked legs. The guy totally didn't expect this turn of events, with levels of rage and despair rising in him. Jung Sonu delivers another powerful blow to the hunter, and the werewolf simply falls to the stone ground. All my legs are covered in huge abrasions and wounds that make it hard to move around the dungeon normally. The guy realizes that things are really bad. His werewolf guise doesn't help at all in battle. Opponent says with curiosity as to whether he wants to tell you how he got around the rules of level 20. Or it would be nice to know how he was able to become so strong in such a short time of development. The werewolf screams and says angrily, "He's out. He won't tell this dastardly enemy anything." The former deputy says if he tells about it, in that case, he will think about it and let it live. Understandably, the guy doesn't want to fall for this obvious trap and doesn't believe his opponent. Jongsun says the right thing since he doesn't even trust himself, but he could have given an easy death. Because believe me, whatever awaits the hunter next is the truest agony and suffering. And the deputy pierces Hyun Sung once more with his lightning sword, causing critical damage to his vital organs. Blood spurts in all directions, but his opponent only smiles as he sees this bloody spectacle before him. Jung Seonu says sadistically that it seems regeneration isn't the best helper during torture and torment, and even more of a serious disadvantage, because the werewolf would feel endless pain from every blow. Especially, trust me, it won't be easy for Hyun Sung to die at the hands of an experienced assassin like the deputy. The hunter only thinks about one thing, how bad it is, can tell you about the existence of a special skill. The guy thinks about maybe acknowledging the existence of a special skill and asking for mercy. Hyun Sung just doesn't know what it takes to win this hopeless deathmatch, and the hunter realizes what a horrible person this is. He has absolutely no need for a just revenge for defeat. The guy starts screaming and says desperately that yes, enough already, just kill it, won't say anything. Taking the weapon out of the werewolf's body, the sword is completely covered in the flowing scarlet blood of the victim. The deputy grabs the werewolf by the hair and says with a satisfaction that really does seem to be true, Hyun Sung would rather die than bring any benefit to the opponent, as he had already realized from the behavior, and Jong Seon needs time to carefully dispose of the corpse and cover all traces of the crime. The deputy will do everything as cleanly and quickly as the dying hunter requested to alleviate the suffering. The werewolf's head was completely severed and flew off to the other side of the dungeon with a fountain of blood. The body lies motionless and understandably can do nothing. There is no head to control it. Jung-sun tells himself that he should also gather the rest of the body parts to completely destroy the evidence. Suddenly, the deputy hears some strange noise behind him in the silence of the dungeon, and sees with horror as the werewolf's hand slams from his back through his body with sharp claws. Looking at the wound in bewilderment and thinking with horror, what is this even doing to the body? Hyun-sung, who has an insane heroic rank regeneration skill, can also act without his head. Hunter finally got his advantage, which helped him cope in this critical situation. The guy is literally putting his torn body back together piece by piece, using the recovery skill. Hyun-sung went to raise his arm, which had recently been cut off by his opponent's sharp sword. The hunter then reached the severed head lying in a pool of blood on the stone floor. The body came together completely, as if nothing terrible had ever happened in the battle. Jong Seonu is clearly dying from such a strong, unexpected claw strike to his vital organs. The deputy doesn't understand what the hell is even going on here with the body of a dead opponent. The dying man sees before his eyes a werewolf who has fully assembled his body to continue the fight. Dying with a hole in his body, Jong Seonu thinks with horror that he doesn't believe this can happen. Hyun-sung returned to his usual human form after completing the use of the king's artifact. Hunter himself can't believe his eyes that he actually survived after what he experienced in battle. The body moved even after the opponent severed the head with a sharp lightning sword. But there is one important thing that Hyun-seong remembers very vaguely about the events that took place. Having dealt with his dangerous opponent, Hyun-sung realizes that Jung-soon is now lying dead on the ground. Hunter thinks it would be dangerous for even the Players' Association to talk about everything that happened in the dungeon. Because who knows what'll happen if the guy tells the authorities exactly who he killed here today. The association may call into question the hunter's true level and actual fighting ability. So now, all Hyun-sung has to do is to get rid of this body without a trace. A powerful fireball appeared in the hunter's hand, which he plans to use to destroy the evidence. The guy realizes that there is absolutely no need to reveal his secrets in front of anyone. The enemy's body was completely burned in the flames, and only pieces of his sturdy armor remained. The metal slowly continues to melt, and small pieces of molten iron are left on the ground. There was already absolutely nothing left of Jong-seon after such a powerful fire strike from the hunter. And then suddenly, the guy noticed something on the stone ground of the dungeon near the battle site. Hyun-sung thinks with surprise, is there any other useful item for him to develop now? Hunter thinks about whether items drop not only from slain monsters, but also from players. The boy takes cautious small steps closer to the mysterious object on the ground. Hyun-sung sees that it's some book called Lightning Breath of Rare Quality that fell out. Of course, the hunter is interested in learning this skill that analyzes the enemy's body. It is indeed a very handy and powerful skill that can help in future battles. A huge cluster of electric lightning bolts now appear around the guy, enveloping his body. Hyun-sung decides to test another of his abilities called Magic Projectile with renewed vigor. The hunter sends this projectile forward, and there is a really strong explosion of pure lightning. Seeing the result, the guy thinks with admiration that this is so powerful it looks like cheating. The skill level clearly changed a lot and increased after absorbing the ability of a slain opponent. Hyun-sung opened his status window, and something in the guy's entries greatly surprised and puzzled him. Hunter got the achievement First Rebel and thinks, do players get ranks for killing players too? Guy ponders, wondering if he could easily defeat his opponent with such a skill. Jong-soon talked about lightning bolts being his strongest ability in the deputy's arsenal. Hyun-sung, even though he has improved now, still thinks he needs to get even stronger. The hunter should refrain from sharing skills, as it uses up too much magic. It's been a few days later. Buyers are complaining that Hyun-sung has become overpriced. It's been a full month since the incident, and the guy is at Sinchon Station. Hunter sits in his hotel as usual, and studies the game window with offers to buy. Hyun-sung looks at the merchandise and thinks seriously about what to take from these two interesting offers. Of course, the hunter would gladly buy both items if he had enough points, but Hyun-sung has so few of them that it's like a cat's pittance to buy quality products. The guy realizes that he needs to take action and earn, so he gets up from his comfortable bed in his hotel room, and thinks, okay, we'll think about this money problem later when there's more time. Hunter settled back on his bed and picked up the remote control in his hands. Today is the only day off of the week, and Hyun-sung wants to spend it the way his soul desires. The guy turned on some romantic show, where the characters talk to each other about their feelings, suggest dating. After that, this series suddenly has an exciting battle between the main characters and the monsters. The hunter feels so much for the characters that he thinks, here he is obliged to save the girl from danger. At the same time, Hyun-sung is still eating delicious chips, enjoying a relaxing day off. Guy thinks what an interesting drama they made for the 20th anniversary of the Cataclysm for the viewers. The creators seriously splurged on expensive outfits and special effects for a quality production. And in fact, on that terrible day, everyone suffered when the portal disaster happened. The whole world was expecting something to happen on the 10-year anniversary. But nothing major happened. Some journalists wrote fake news that the number of dungeons has decreased, but this is not true. Hyun Sung further continues to watch this love series that was filmed for the anniversary of the disaster. Hunter is downright absorbed in watching it, even though it seemed like a very silly and corny movie. At this point, the guy realizes that he is already starting to fall asleep little by little from fatigue and relaxation. And Hyun Sung's mind is filled with thoughts of what he can buy with the remaining points. And then suddenly there is a very strange sound, like a real big earthquake. Hunter didn't understand what had even happened to the city on this quiet weekend day. The guy quickly ran towards the hotel exit, thinking that is this really a real devastating earthquake. When Hyun Sung went outside, he saw that the most real huge portal in the air was forming. But something else caught my eye. There are evil monsters coming out of this portal into the real world. They look like huge evil gremlins with sharp fangs and claws to attack humans. This pack looks like orcs that have passed into the human world to kill the civilians of the city. Hyun Sung realizes that things are bad as even some hunters can't handle such monsters. But the hunter is right there. Fire strike in hand as always, ready to strike at his enemies. A guy sees this huge green monster climbing up to an innocent girl for an attack. Fortunately, Hyun Sung was able to react in time and save the victim, killing this dangerous beast with fire. Hunter continues to protect the remaining civilians of the city and methodically kills these monsters. Hyun Sung swings his sharp weapon like a true professional, demonstrating a high mastery of the blade. People, ordinary citizens of the city, keep running in panic, hoping not to die on this horrible day. The guy heard a strange sound behind him and turned around to see what was going on. The hunter saw that these monsters further continued to come out of the portal in huge numbers. Hyun Sung thinks that no, that doesn't fit, so he uses the powerful skill Firestorm. In just a second, a multitude of those vile creatures disappeared in the flames as if they didn't exist. The guy realizes that the situation is indeed very dire and requires immediate action, because these orcs are mixed together with the regular citizens, making it difficult for the hunter. Hyun Sung thinks of a plan to kill the monsters without hurting the innocent people in the crowd. But worst of all, the enemies won't stop coming out of the portal in a continuous stream of attackers. What's a hunter to do? How to save these ordinary citizens from imminent death by monsters? Here comes another player who looks like a knight, determined to help people in trouble. And not just one, several other players have come forward to deal with this dangerous incident. The red-haired guy tells the other hunters that they're leaving the spatial gate on Hyun Sung. The hunter turns to his colleague and says gratefully, "Thank you very much for your help." The city's loudspeakers announce that martial law has been officially declared. People are freaking out, little kids don't know what to do, and citizens in general don't know the direction. Matters are so serious that the state has decided to back up its trained soldiers with an army. The president of the association tells his subordinates to notify all players within the country of the mobilization. The supervisor says that from this point forward, things are much more serious than they might have been originally, because the president declares a general mobilization of players to defend the country from invasion. The city is crumbling before your eyes, huge buildings falling from monster attacks and devastating spells. On the ground lay children's toys, which the poor children, running away from danger, had left behind. Shin Yuna dialed the guy's number and asked Hyun Sung where the hunter was now. The guy told the supervisor near the Red Tarantula dungeon, not far from the subway station. The gate suddenly opened, and now he's fighting the orcs that have come out in droves. Fortunately, it seems the death rate is low because other players have joined the sweep. There's a guy who's been temporarily put in charge of the operation, giving orders left and right. The commander says that once the area is cleared, please direct everyone to the next station. The gates have opened there too, but the military is woefully short of available hands for defense. The girl tells the guy on the phone that she can be completely unconcerned about the safety of the family. Shin Yuna reported to the hunter that the family, along with other residents, had been evacuated to the bomb shelter, so you can be calm. Hyun Sung is happy that the association is taking such good care of him, and the family is also being thought of. And so the guy realizes that it is necessary to hurry in order to have time to help everyone in this critical situation. The hunter has absolutely no time for any reflection. It is necessary to act quickly and decisively. So Hyun Sung quickly goes to the store, buys a passive skill book, and studies it right away. The guy realizes that great, will finish this faster and can move on with his tasks. Hunter quickly uses his new skill firewall against a group of approaching orcs. All these orcs are starting to burn from this insane flame, with no chance of escape from the magic. and Hyun Sung just watches a huge wall of fire burning his enemies to the ground. Thinking, okay, now the hunter has a few more pressing things to accomplish. The guy has pulled out a megaphone and is ready to announce important information to people about the current situation in the city. Hyun Sung says loudly that he is a representative of the Players Association and acts on their behalf. So players assemble as per the emergency mobilization order. Hunter warns everyone gathered that what lies ahead will not be easy at all for all participants. A minimum of players remain here to defend the territory. The rest move to the next subway station. Also, everything has already been resolved at this station, so you only need to take care of closing the gate. Suddenly, a player raises his hand, wanting to ask a question of his gathered colleagues. This guy says with excitement that sorry, he has one important question about the situation. This red-haired player asks the commander how many places the spatial gate has had time to open. Hyun Sung answers honestly that the exact number of portals is unknown to anyone at the moment. But it seems that the gates opened all over the country at the same time, which speaks to the scale of the disaster. The guy saw the reaction of the players and realized how unprepared everyone was for such a situation. And at that moment, the very real apocalypse with many victims happens at the next station. Creepy monsters climb out of portals and terrorize civilians, wreaking death and destruction. These creatures kill indiscriminately absolutely everyone, young and old alike, without exception. These creatures look like aliens, full of anger and hatred for all life on the planet. Just as suddenly, a powerful punch flies across one of these creatures, straight into its face. Some player decided to protect people and intervened in this horrible mass murder. The monster begins to bleed out in bewilderment at what has happened to his body. This huge male player further began to methodically kill the monsters one by one. The man was already exhausted and breathing heavily from the physical exertion of a long battle. Looking around, the fighter can't recognize his native place, so destroyed and changed is everything. But the worst thing about this situation is that the monsters further continue to come out of the portals. Other players who got there early are waiting for backup and asking when there will be reinforcements from the association already. Suddenly, powerful fire projectiles appear next to the two girls, attacking the monsters. The local fighters didn't realize it had even just happened and who did it to save them. But it is clear that just as the long-awaited reinforcements have arrived to protect the station from enemies, Hyun Sung uses his legendary firewall skill to block the monsters' path to humans. Approaching these girls, the hunter asks them if their health is okay. The guy tells the victims they can worry about nothing, come to help them in their distress. And then Hyun Sung saw something that extremely surprised him and made him think about the situation. Hunter saw that there really weren't many other players here, but they defended everything well. Looking around, everyone realizes how serious the situation here is and how much work remains to be done. There aren't many dungeons in the area, so there are correspondingly few players to defend. Hyun Sung, addressing all these guys, says the task now, launch a counteroffensive. And then the guy suddenly heard some strange sound coming from somewhere in the depths of the station. Hunter looked a little ahead and saw that something incomprehensible was happening ahead of the group. Hyun Sung's eyes widened in horror. He wondered what he was even seeing in front of him right now. And ahead stands a huge mutant monster with spear and shield, ready for a serious battle. The guy realizes that in such a case, it is necessary to deal with this dangerous monster as soon as possible. And between the hunter and the boss began the most difficult fight of the entire monster invasion. Hyun Sung leaps up and is ready to swing his sharp weapon to deliver the killing blow. He manages to dodge the blow from this monster, but the monster also deftly dodges the attack. After analyzing the enemy's attack, the guy realizes that the enemy is actually not as strong as it seemed. So in this situation, the hunter has a realistic chance of ending this battle fairly quickly. What Hyun Sung did with ease, cutting off the monster's head with one precise blade strike. The guy heard someone's desperate screams behind him and realized that the fight wasn't over yet. Hunter turned around and thought anxiously, wondering what was even going on with the rest of the fighters. And Hyun Sung realized that it wasn't actually a boss, but a very ordinary mid-level monster. The guy immediately decided to use his powerful ability called Firestorm. But all these monsters survived and nothing happened to them despite the huge amount of fire. The hunter of course saw this immediately and realized that the enemies were resistant to fire and magic attacks. From subspace, Hyun Sung pulled out his sturdy shield to defend against the opponent's attacks. After which, the guy jumped up and prepared to deliver a powerful blow to this monster with a cold weapon. Hunter swings around and delivers a hard blow straight to the creature's face with his sharp blade. After which, he makes several more lethal attacks with his weapon in an attempt to finish off the enemy. But then the look on the guy's face gives away the most common fear. Something has gone completely wrong. Hyun Sung sees some kind of spear flying towards him and thinks anxiously about what it even is. Then suddenly, just as the guy thought, a white monster appears right behind his back to attack. The monster grabs the hunter by his weapon and wants to pull the blade from his hands to disarm his opponent. Hyun-sung thinks with indignation, "What a freak. Why does he have so much intelligence to coordinate attacks?" And the guy sees these strange icy spears coming swiftly toward his face for defeat. After that, there is a powerful explosion, and thick smoke from magical attacks appears around the hunter. And Hyun-sung's shield is now in ice, completely frozen and unavailable for use. Hunter doesn't realize what else he even sees in front of him in this chaos of battle with monsters. Most likely just as he sees the ultimate boss, a huge monster as tall as a tall building. This monster is clearly ready to kill everyone present in just 1 second with a powerful attack. Hyun-sung realizes with horror that the one in front of him is the so-called highest-level Lizard King, and the hunter's weapon falls, sword and shield falling to the stone ground with a loud sound. The guy did it on purpose and is only willing to fight with his vampire weapon. After which, the ice tridents start flying straight at Hyun-sung with incredible speed and accuracy. This is all done by the biggest boss, who materializes them overhead for a massive attack. Tridents fly so fast that it is very hard to calculate their trajectory for evasion. Hyun-sung realizes that the best solution now would be to retreat a bit to regroup his forces. While running aside, other monsters want to also attack the hunter and finish him off. But the guy handles them with ease, literally cutting his opponents into several bloody pieces. Hyun-sung does this very simply and easily, demonstrating a high level of proficiency with the weapon. Realizing he couldn't get his shield out, the hunter decided to create a defense out of fire. And the guy's look of determination realizes that with these scoundrels must finally end. Jumping a little into the air, Hyun-sung prepares to deliver a decisive blow to the top boss himself. The boss screams so loudly that the truest Arctic cold comes out of his mouth. Guy thinks with apprehension that the monster's icy breath might get to him too. After that, there is the most real blow from the ice, which collapses everything in its path. Everyone in the path begins to freeze literally instantly from the king's extreme magical cold. Hyun-sung thinks that this isn't the time to save power. He needs to use all the abilities available. Therefore, realizes that he needs to use the lightning breath skill to counterattack against the boss. The strength of the body begins to electrify. This is the same skill that he recently received from Chong Sonu. And the monster looks on in bewilderment to see what kind of tricks this stubborn fellow is pulling before he dies. But Hyun-sung sends those lightning bolts straight at the Lizard King for critical damage. All other lower-level monsters only begin to laugh loudly and angrily at the attempt. Hyun-sung thinks, let them laugh. But he needs to at least hold back the onslaught of monsters here. There is absolutely no one here to help deal with at least the usual low-level monsters. If the hunter leaves the place, then all civilians and players will then be slaughtered without mercy. So the only thing the guy can do now is squeeze all the juices out of himself for the win. With all these monsters clustered around Hyun-sung, he thinks with some relief about the situation. The hunter is happy that all the enemies are going to him instead of scattering around the city, because the guy's got enough power to take care of those damn devils with ease. Hyun-sung chops his opponents into 2 unequal pieces with his sharp weapon in one precise blow. Hunter is so focused on this battle that you can't even see the pupils in his eyes. All the monsters start to die, they can't do anything. Their bodies are covered in deadly lightning. Guy grabs one of the enemies by its ugly head, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. And afterward, Hyun-sung takes and blows his head off with literally one powerful motion of his gun hand. The air is filled with smoke that remains from lightning discharges after the skill is applied. A full hour of battle has already passed, with the other players watching with genuine shock at what's happening. The fighters see a guy who single-handedly killed almost all the monsters with his hands. Since there is only one monster left, the most important and dangerous boss of the entire invasion, Hyun-sung says firmly to the Lizard King that trust me, the two of them will easily end this now. The monster swings his huge weapon and is ready to cut the guy in half with one blow. But the hunter easily jumps aside so that he isn't even hit by the boss's attack. The guy tells the monster that one-on-one is good because no one will get in the way. Hyun-sung further continues to fight this monster, realizing that it has a good chance of killing him. For the moment, the hunter is thinking and trying to analyze the strikes of this powerful beast. When he chose the right moment, the guy splits the monster's head into 2 bloody pieces with a sharp blade. He, of course, immediately died from this fatal blow without making a sound. The Lizard King simply fell completely to the ground. Such a huge creature collapsed with a crashing sound. Hyun-sung, after such a grueling battle, was of course a bit tired from the exertion and loss of strength. But the hunter realizes that it didn't really end so badly for everyone. Because at least the guy will be rewarded for it, and hopefully something good will fall to him. Hyun-sung sees another book falling, as it always does from slain high-level monsters. The artifact lands on the ground in a neat motion next to the body of the defeated Lizard King. The guy approaches the loot, and the first thing he sees is a rare rank book to study. She gives the ability Ice Breath, and the hunter realizes, let's learn this useful skill. And so at last the long-awaited peace has more or less come to this station, after a bloody battle. Guy realizes that after resting, he feels his strength and energy slowly returning to normal after the fight. Hyun Sung sat down slightly, examining himself and assessing his condition after such a hard and exhausting battle. Suddenly, the hunter heard a strange sound like a machine gun blast from the side. Turning his head, the guy saw some monster being taken and shot with machine gun bullets. This was done with a submachine gun, from which there is smoke coming out after heavy firing. It was the military saying over the radio that this station had been completely cleared of enemies. Hyun Song turned around and realized that he most likely hadn't noticed another monster in the chaos of the battle. With a smile on his face, Hunter realizes that things seem to have ended well for everyone involved. And it turns out that this dangerous mission can be considered successfully completed by the players and the military. 3 days later, the second wave of the cataclysmic event hit the world economy hard. Such common things as electricity, oil, gas, and water began to be severely lacking in the population. The government of the Republic of Korea began building defense lines around major cities. The essence of this was to reduce the amount of protected area in order to minimize casualties among the population. However, this method has effectively paralyzed logistics and turnover between cities and regions of the country. Under such circumstances, the shortage of goods has become very severe, so the products are now being bought up very quickly. But essentially, Hyun Song doesn't have much to sell through its trading system to customers right now. So it seems like it's going to be a lot harder now to increase the power parameters with the points earned. Hunter thinks, okay, now it's time to move out to the association to run errands. We need to deal with the second wave of the cataclysm as quickly as possible and help stabilize the situation. A warplane circles around in the sky, scoping out targets to strike at clusters of monsters. Hyun Sung tells his colleagues on the walkie-talkie that they have arrived at the site of the operation against the enemies. The plan is to encircle these monsters and gradually deal with them with the forces of a united group. All players begin to prepare for this fierce battle by checking equipment and coordinating. Hyun Sung turns to the commander and says that everyone understands what the contestants are getting into right now. The military said of course they understood the risks, and this helicopter began to descend for the landing of the paratroopers. Guy says he leaves the right of command to each of the group leaders for autonomy of action. Since everyone understood the plan, if it was okay with his colleagues, the hunter would go first to attack. And out of this portal come big, huge, giant monsters, ready to do battle with humans. Hyun Sung jumps off the helicopter on his mission, preparing to use the full power of his abilities. The first thing the guy uses, as always, is his proven firewall skill against enemies. These huge monsters begin to be burned alive by powerful flames, dealing critical damage to enemies. Afterwards, some of the survivors continue to be killed by Hyun Sung with his sharp weapons. All opponents fall dead, as they are not strong enough to withstand such powerful blows from the hunter. Guy is as focused as possible on his important job, realizing how critical a mission this is to the country. Therefore, Hyun Sung chops these opponents left and right, leaving no chance of survival. The other players have joined the hunter in battle too, but they don't get it as easily as the guy. The most important thing is that there is at least someone to protect the peace of civilians from the invasion of monsters. Hyun Sung realizes that right now, fortunately, everything is going absolutely according to the operation's pre-designed plan. A huge giant runs across the ground with such force that everything around him shudders from his footsteps. The monster screams and howls in pain from being burned alive by powerful magical flames. The guy is tired of listening to all these agonizing screams, so he quickly kills the enemy with a sharp weapon. Suddenly, the hunter noticed something strange in the behavior of the remaining enemies on the battlefield. Hyun Sung saw these monsters stop responding to fire and magic attacks. The monsters simply run out of the wall of fire and run on, ignoring the obstacle in their way. The guy realizes that this is quite strange, because up to this point, this behavior has never happened. Moreover, these monsters pass by the hunter without even reacting to him as a threat. Why the giants run away after being attacked is puzzling to Hyun Sung. Hunter realizes that it is absolutely impossible to let them escape from the battlefield now. Guy uses his lightning breath skill to stop fleeing opponents on the spot. After Hyun Sung paralyzes them with electricity, the next one uses a fire spear to get them. And the hunter realizes that in this case, his business will go much easier and more efficiently. The guy starts running very quickly, so that he is left with a direct trail of lightning bolts. Hyun Sung ran over to another giant and blasted it with his firepower. In his hand, the hunter takes a blazing fire spear to further attack against enemies, and throws the weapon straight at this huge monster, causing critical damage to vital organs. The guy keeps his own kill count and realizes that this was the 15th monster, after which he most likely kills another enemy and wonders if that was the last enemy. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Hyun Sung realized that it probably wasn't true at all. Something surprises the hunter greatly. He sees a new gate opening and thinks, what the hell? Some sort of blue creature emerges from the portal, clearly outclassing all previous opponents in power. The guy doesn't realize what this huge monster is, but he senses the danger coming from it. That's above the 150th level, and even possibly above the 400th level of development. Hyun-sung sees this huge blue lizard that is ready to single-handedly destroy the entire city. The guy realizes with horror that a monster with such a high level can destroy all living things. It is, after all, a monster of heroic rank, a blue drake capable of mass destruction. At this moment in the association's control center, Shin Yuna is sitting at his desk and working, telling his subordinates that he hopes the invasion is over. The number of active players from Korea has already reached the mark of as many as 100,000 people, which is an all-time high. Of them, about 5,000 of them are high-level players who have successfully completed the 4th stage of advancement and possess serious strength. There are also low and mid-level players who fight monsters under the coordination of the country's armed forces. But as the number of portals grows, there are more and more high-level monsters that are difficult to deal with using conventional methods. The association increasingly lacks the fighting force and experienced players to effectively counter the threat of invasion. Suddenly, one of the employees says that there is urgent, maximum critical news from the front. Subordinates report to the supervisor that a new dimensional gate has opened at the central station in the capital city of Seoul. The girl anxiously inquires about what kind of monsters appeared from the portal this time. The operator reports that a whole group of small but extremely dangerous wyverns capable of flight and magical attacks have emerged from there. Shin Yuna, upon hearing this message, grabs his head from realizing the magnitude of the new threat to the population. Since the girl is well aware that these are once again high-ranking monsters capable of causing great damage to the city. And this is Seoul Station, which is under the direct jurisdiction of this important region, with a population of millions. Therefore, reinforcements from the most experienced and strongest players should be sent there as urgently as possible. A subordinate reports that the forces of the nearest guild are assembled mostly from tanks specializing in close combat, so the operator doesn't think they'll be effective in fighting these flying creatures. The boss asks her subordinates if some nearby guild with a suitable specialization can be involved there. For example, there's the Yunhwa Guild, which has mostly ranged mages who are already on standby at the station. Shin Yuna says, order the people from this guild to move immediately to the scene to eliminate the threat. But then a report comes in that a new dimensional gateway has opened at another location on the outskirts of the city. From there, a whole horde of garrets emerge along with orcs, and even more dangerous berserk orcs have appeared. There is also a report that a blue drake has appeared from a gate in the area where the trolls are fighting the military. Shin Yuna can't digest all this terrible news. Such a huge number of diverse monsters at the same time. The girl says with excitement that she understands correctly. This is now the area where her subordinate Hyun-sung is. It was confirmed to her that the supervisor understood everything correctly. The situation is developing exactly as she suggests. But one of those who reported it is also anxiously looking under his feet, clearly hiding something important. The girl realizes that the situation is really critical and requires immediate drastic decisions. And Shin Yuna says that if that's the case, you should immediately relay the order for the players to leave that danger zone. The subordinate, hearing the girl's orders, said that so true, everything would be accomplished in the shortest possible time. And so the boss is very much concerned about the safety of her subordinates, especially Hyun-sung at the epicenter of events. Hyun-sung runs very fast through the ruined streets at this critical moment, dodging the monster's attacks. The hunter has only one thought in his mind, constantly asking himself when the promised reinforcements will finally arrive. In his earphones, Hyun-sung is given critical information that command is halting all operations on the station right now. Guy thinks with bewilderment. Why is it that all military operations suddenly stop in the middle of a battle? Over the earpieces, there is an insistent message asking all players to leave this extremely dangerous battleground as soon as possible. Hyun-sung, running away from pursuit, thinks that he completely disagrees with this decision of the command in this situation. Because right now, this is absolutely not a situation that you can just take and get out of safely alive. The blue horrible lizard is ready to deal with all living creatures in the area without exception. The boy jumped sharply to the side in time to save his life from the huge drake's deadly attack. Hunter realizes that he has absolutely no intention of leaving the place and abandoning the civilians to their fate. It's a huge lizard with its massive paw with sharp claws reaches out to the guy to grab the victim. The monster swings in with such force that there is literally a huge, devastating explosion immediately at that spot. Fortunately, Hyun-sung managed to move aside in time to avoid being directly hit by the deadly attack. The hunter climbs into the nearest building and hopes that this huge monster won't notice him among the ruins. Looking out the broken window, the guy thinks anxiously about why this thing is chasing him alone exclusively. But on Hyun-sung's face, is the most genuine fear and misunderstanding from the critical situation with the drake. The hunter sees this blue creature peering out at him through the windows of this dilapidated building. The guy saw this huge paw that seemed to have found his hiding place and was reaching straight for him. The building and various structures are flying sideways. It seems quite impossible for a normal person to survive here. The monster lands, and the city collapses all at once from the impact of its incredible mass and destructive power. A huge lizard, like a real King Kong, is ready to completely destroy this entire city to the ground. Hyun-sung chooses the right moment to retreat, and now begins to quickly run away from the danger. Hunter decided to use his powerful firestorm ability to deal with this creature. A blazing fireball immediately appears in the guy's hands, which he now plans to use against the enemy. Since nothing much happened the first time, Hyun-sung thinks he should try it a second time. This magical fire then begins to rapidly approach the huge monster to deal damage. The guy managed to ignite the huge creature's muzzle a bit, causing it to look away from his pursuit. While this lizard is distracted by the pain of the burns, the hunter quickly moves to another safe place. Hyun-sung concentrates on what he sees in front of him and frantically thinks about where he should run next. But then it turns out the guy doesn't have much time to think, as there's already this monster on his tail. The hunter was counting on having a lot more time to successfully change locations. Hyun-sung manages to put a wall of ice between himself and the pursuing monster as a protective barrier. But this doesn't help the hunter at all. The monster literally sweeps away the ice wall as an obstacle in a second. The guy ducked straight to the pavement to at least avoid being directly hit by the drake's huge paw. Hyun-sung doesn't understand how the blue drake found him so quickly among the ruins of the ruined city. And now the hunter realizes he has no choice but to engage in mortal combat. The guy decided to use his skill that he had recently gotten from a slain enemy, lightning breath. And Hyun-sung's whole body starts to be permeated with electric shocks. He says resolutely, "Then let's go." Already in a second, the hunter literally disappears from his seat, so fast ran to the enemy. The boy approaches the massive paw of this blue lizard and delivers his first experimental weapon strike. But then Hyun-sung doesn't realize something important, like things are going completely off track. The hunter jumps back, pushing away from the solid body of this huge creature to create distance. In flight, the guy looks around and tries to make out the big picture of the battle going on. In front of him, literally in front of his face, Hyun-sung sees the monster's paws rapidly reaching for him. Hunter is still trying to put up a defensive block with his sharp weapon against the attack. The lizard takes and squints its huge eyes filled with anger and a lust for killing. After the guy lands on the ruined ground, realizes how huge the creature is after all. Looking straight into the eyes of his enemy, Hyun-sung thinks about what could be the drake's weakness. The hunter looks at every detail of this lizard's body to figure out what strategy to choose to win. Sort of like the guy has the next plan in his head. He bounces out of his seat. Hyun-sung approached the monster's body and jumped as high as his abilities would allow, and the hunter got close to the creature's belly, realizing that this might be the vulnerable spot. The guy realizes that he doesn't have many attempts to test his theory in practice. When Hyun-sung wanted to make his decisive strike, the monster immediately started attacking him back. There was absolutely nothing left for the hunter but to leap aside to survive the onslaught of attacks. And then the guy noticed that there was absolutely no damage at all on the creature's belly from his attack. Not even a drop of blood appeared. Hyun-sung wondered how this could be. While the hunter is in these musings, the monster wastes no time and continues to destroy the city. Hyun-sung, fighting this powerful opponent, thinks that he has never met such strong enemies before. Here something happens that surprises the guy very much. He can't believe his eyes. The monster stares at Hyun-sung with the truest evil eyes that he can only squeeze out of himself in a fit of rage. The guy realizes that he needs to try to use his lightning skill for one last attempt to save himself. The whole body starts to ache from this huge amount of electrical discharges penetrating every cell. Hyun-sung lands so hard on the ground that there is a massive explosion of lightning energy on impact. Hunter lies on the roof of a building, the cracked roof beneath him threatening to collapse at any moment from the damage. The guy looks up, not realizing that he has absolutely no energy left to continue fighting the drake. This huge lizard approaches the helpless hunter closer and closer with obvious predatory intentions. Hyun-sung can almost see the lizard's face right in front of him already. So close the monster has gotten. So the drake ate the guy. He's already inside this lizard's stomach, just his body. When the hunter is lying there in the acidic environment, it is very hard for him to breathe and move inside the monster. Hyun-sung realizes that he can't just pick up and die in the creature's stomach right now, since the guy has a family to take care of and depends on his earnings. Hunter is the family's only hope for some kind of normal life and to pay for his father's treatment. So, though missing one leg, the guy grabs the weapon in his hand for one last attempt at survival. Hyun-sung tries to think about what he should do now in this critical situation. The hunter can't fall any lower. so he tries to latch onto something inside the monster's stomach. The guy inserts his sharp weapon right into the stomach wall of this huge animal from the inside. Does it in such a way that it at least catches on, and doesn't fall into the acid at the bottom of the stomach. Hyun-sung now doesn't fully understand what's even going on around him in this darkness. Hunter sees a red-colored energy around him that begins to envelop his body in a strange way, and the guy feels like he's starting to recover little by little. The passive immortality skill has been boosted. Hyun-sung thinks about how hard it is for him to hold back on just his hands alone inside the monster. If this keeps going on like this, the hunter will definitely die from acid or lack of oxygen. The guy is trying to fight for his life, thinking about his family and his sick father in the hospital. So Hyun-sung decided to climb a little higher up the wall with his sharp weapon. Grasped the soft wall of that monster's stomach with his teeth, thinking there was no way he was going to die like that. Shin Yuna received the tragic news that her subordinate Hyun-sung was killed in a battle with a drake. Her subordinates tell the supervisor that yes, they believe that is indeed exactly what happened. The girl says reproachfully, "What happened?" For she said everyone was supposed to retreat. The employee explains that this guy was busy on a critical assignment to close a dimensional gate, and Hyun-sung was the closest to that huge lizard when it appeared from the portal. After being ordered to retreat, Hunter had already attempted to move away from the front lines, but most likely the guy just couldn't escape the pursuit of such a fast monster. Shin Yuna tries to hold back her tears when she heard such tragic news about her subordinate. The girl is so sorry that this is what happened to her talented and dedicated subordinate. The warden asked the staff if the family of the deceased hunter had already been informed of the accident. She was told that they have not yet sent an official letter about Hunter's death, but a list of deceased players has already appeared online for the public to see. Most likely, these relatives themselves will soon learn all on their own about the tragedy from news reports or social media. Association leaders are grabbing their heads and thinking with horror at how catastrophic the current loss situation is, but they are completely unaware that this guy is actually still desperately fighting for his life inside the monster right now. A partial attempt to climb up the wall of his stomach failed, and Hyun-sung fell back down into the acid. Of course, the hunter has only one arm and no legs at all after the drake's brutal attack on the surface. But the guy is completely unwilling to give up and accept death, thinking of the family that depends on him. Hyun-sung rejoiced at least in the fact that now his health was no longer deteriorating due to the regeneration skill. Looking around at the place where he is, the hunter thinks with amazement at how much blood there is around him. The guy literally made multiple cuts almost all over the inner body of this huge lizard with his weapon. At one point, an entire fountain of blood spurts from the wound, and Hyun-sung realizes that this is a great sign. Just when he thought everything was going well, he is abruptly surprised by an unexpected change in the monster's behavior. The hunter doesn't realize what's happening outside. It's as if he's losing his balance due to the lizard's movements. The guy realizes that the situation is critical, and something must be done urgently to achieve the result. So Hyun-sung continues to methodically make these deep incisions inside the monster's body with his sharp weapon. Once again, the hunter deeply inserts the weapon straight into the soft flesh of the lizard's internal organs. The guy grabs the hilt and thrusts that weapon straight upward, trying to grope for vital organs. And Hyun-sung doesn't understand what kind of strange things are even happening to Drake's body from the inside here. This blue lizard still continues to ravage the city as well, sweeping away buildings and attacking survivors in the streets. But though the Drake begins to growl loudly in growing pain as the guy makes another incision inside his body, players who are also near the monster don't understand what is suddenly happening to this lizard. Why is her mouth suddenly bleeding, and why is she acting so strange and aggressive? For indeed, this powerful monster seems to be slowly dying of internal agony and pain. Because of all these horrible, painful experiences, the Drake becomes even more aggressive and uncontrollable in his rage. And players are still also looking at what's going on and can't figure out what the mystery of the behavior is. The girl hunter was so caught up in the lizard's strange behavior that she didn't even notice the building flying at her. And then, a huge chunk of the destroyed building landed squarely on the ground next to her with a clatter. Hyun-sung, being inside this monster, realizes with relief that he has finally found what he needed. The hunter recognized by the fountain of blood that he had found a large blood vessel feeding the Drake's vital organs. In his hand, the guy decided to materialize a vampire fireblade to deal maximum damage to the monster from within. After recovering a bit, Hyun-sung has grown an arm and can now use 2 hands to hit the right target. Making a deep cut along this blood vessel, the hunter realized he had hit the exact target. As soon as the guy did so, he heard the heartbreaking screams of the monster echoing through the city. Hyun-sung realizes with satisfaction that great, he's done exactly what he's been striving for all this time. The guy realizes that when he can recover so quickly, he has a real chance of beating Drake from the inside out. A part of Hyun-sung's body began to actively regenerate, and the guy's eyes shone like a nickel from the joy of recovery. The The hunter continues to methodically make deep incisions along these vital blood vessels inside the drake. Here was Hyun Sung, who had already fully recovered thanks to the immortality skill. Both of his legs had grown back to their previous state. The guy found the place he had been looking for a long time inside the monster. It was the huge heart of this blue lizard. Without even wasting a second of time, with his vampire blade, the hunter delivers a precise strike at him. After that, from this massive heart, the most real blood begins to gush in fountains in all directions. Hyun Sung doesn't stop at one punch, and further continues to swing his sharp weapon furiously. The guy's gaze is focused on the target. He knows he needs to keep attacking until he is completely destroyed. And literally a second later, it was as if my heart stopped beating. So strong and precise was the work done. And then suddenly the guy is very surprised by something. Looking at the results of his actions inside the monster, Hyun Sung looks at his blade and realizes that something unusual and strange is absolutely happening to the weapon. This is where the hunter gets a game message and tries to make sense of the text about increasing the passive immortality skill. All of the guy's other skills have increased significantly in level 2, and he thinks even the characteristics have too. And then, even more unexpectedly, Hyun Sung's achievement that he had defeated this particular legendary monster popped up. The hunter can't believe his eyes as he thought it was an ordinary monster. But is it really the end now? The guy's weapon has been restored and also improved. It's really changed its appearance and looks more serious. And then Hyun Sung's eyes saw something that he can't imagine at all in reality. A book that fell out after the death of a powerful monster as a reward for victory begins to appear in the air. The hunter immediately ran to grab this marvel and see what this rare artifact meant. It is the scales of a formidable dragon that increases physical defense and skill resistance. A very powerful item indeed. And of course the guy wants to take it, after which the opportunity to study the book of dragon scales popped up for him. At this point, the players on the street who still managed to survive the devastating blow are looking around the neighborhood. The brown-eyed girl asks her comrades what was even just going on with that monster. The hunters see this huge blue monster fall straight in front of them with no signs of life. Everyone thinks that's very strange. Before, this creature was just screaming at the whole town and destroying it. And after that, the drake just stopped moving completely and lies motionless among the destroyed buildings. And now this huge creature is just lying motionless on the ruined ground. What's the strange thing that's happening to the drake in the first place? The guy thinks with bewilderment that maybe this powerful monster at some point suddenly got sick or something else happened. The girl tells her companions that actually this lizard looked healthy. If that's really the case, she's never heard such a thing. Afterward, this partner of hers says with surprise that he thinks there's someone up ahead among the ruins. The players say to each other, "Look, in the dust and smoke you can see some person coming out of the body." The association's helicopter also flew into the area to evacuate survivors and assess the damage from the attack. And the players are telling the pilots at the top that when this is all over, they are owed vacation pay. This is the first situation in my career where things are so very, very scary and unclear for everyone involved. Shin Yuna, being also in the helicopter, thinks of only one thing, that her talented ward has died. The girl then yelled at her subordinates about asking them how they could even let this happen. Her employees tried to calm the supervisor down and say, "Please show respect for your coworkers in a time of need. Either way, this guy is already dead. And unfortunately, there's nothing anyone can do to change the situation. Look at the massive amount of destruction that has been brought to this peaceful city. So we need to think about rebuilding. So the best thing to do is not to pay the money to this guy's family now, but to work on rebuilding the destroyed city." When the girl heard those heartless words, an aura of death began to literally hover in the air from her rage. Her charges felt the cold straight away, and realized their grave error in their choice of words to speak. Shin Yuna speaks with rage about how they can act like this. It would please them if they died, and she spoke like this. The employee tries to calm down his angry boss, and says it's best to end this painful conversation now. Shin Yuna is still also unable to move away from this tragic situation that happened to her subordinate. Then all of a sudden, one of the operators says that they have some important new information from the field. The girl immediately inquired hopefully about the kind of information that had come from intelligence. It is reported to her that the blue lizard is now officially dead and no longer a threat. All the players who were near the battle scene couldn't believe how she died or who killed her. Fighters talk about how there are no players in the country that can handle this legendary monster, to which the operator replies that this player, who was eaten by the lizard, somehow managed to get out alive. So he damaged this monster from the inside, and with this method, he was able to kill the drake. Shin Yuna immediately asked with growing hope, "Then what was the name of the miraculously surviving player?" And she's informed that it's the name of her ward, Hyun Sung, who was presumed dead. When the girl heard that native name, a slight smile of relief appeared on her worried face. Hyun-sung found himself on the ground after leaving the Drake's body and realized that the battle had really worn him out. Inspecting his own body, the lad was surprised to find a complete absence of any wounds or injuries. One of his fellow hunters approached him with his clothes, insistently offering to take the items as assistance. Hyun-sung tried to politely decline the offer, but the hunters continued to stubbornly insist on their decision. The young man turned to another player nearby, explaining that he had an extremely important request for him. The hunter asked to borrow a cell phone because he urgently needed to contact his family back home. No one present refused to help, and soon someone handed the guy his cell phone to call. The girl player handed the device to Hyun-sung, adding that he could use it for as long as he needed. The guy immediately picked up his phone and dialed the number of his relatives, wanting to talk to his loved ones as soon as possible. Amazingly, all the surrounding hunters were now showing genuine respect for the young man and his feat. Hyun-sung didn't care at all about the attitude of his co-workers. His only thought was to take care of his birth mother. He called with the hope of hearing that all was well at home, and his mother would be able to answer his call. The mother could not believe what was happening, exclaiming that she had been informed of her son's death and it was simply impossible. The boy reassured his parent, explaining that there was an unfortunate mistake and now he feels fine. The hunter also inquired about his younger sister's condition, hoping to hear that she was doing well as well. The mother couldn't answer anything coherently. She continued to sob inconsolably into the phone receiver in relief. She told her son that she had been eating and sleeping well the whole time, trying to hold on for the sake of her family. The parent expressed great gratitude that her beloved son remained alive despite the terrible news. The woman mentioned that a representative of the Players Association came yesterday and handed over a monetary compensation to the family. The mother also apologized on her knees for failing to protect her son from danger. At that time, they were unequivocally told that Hyun-sung had indeed died, and there could be no mistake. The association's messenger had genuine pity written on her face for the grieving family of the dead hunter. Now the mother said she felt immense gratitude that her son was alive anyway. The woman expressed her love to her son and asked him to be sure to come home alive and well. With these warm words, their emotional phone conversation between mother and son was over. Hyun-sung couldn't hold back his tears after having such a touching conversation with the person dearest to him. Someone from the surrounding hunters delicately approached the boy and handed him a clean tissue for his tears. The girl hunter apologized for the inconvenience and explained that she just wanted to provide assistance in a difficult situation. Hyun-sung sincerely thanked the kind girl and all the players for their support, as he continued to quietly cry from worry. When the young man recovered a bit from the emotional conversation, he decided to head straight for the exit of the zone. Hunter was trying to deal with all the strong emotions he had just experienced while talking to his mother. Examining the improved weapon in his hands, the lad thought it was worth scrutinizing the changes to the vampire dagger. Examining the blade, Hyun-sung was surprised to notice that there was now some additional item attached to the weapon. What struck the young man the most was the third item in the description: when absorbing dragon blood, attack power, and regeneration increased. The guy realized that now there was absolutely no point in him worrying about the quality of his main battle weapon. The hunter decided that it was now worth it to check the improvements in the Thunder Dragon Breath skill after the recent battle. Hyun-sung noticed that there was only one new detail added here, but the skill could still be developed further. The last piece of good news was that as a level 1 destroyer, all of his stats increased by 10 units. The young man realized that everything was happening exactly as he had imagined. A nice bonus indeed. The hunter thought it was now time to gather up all his clothes and make himself look more proper. Now, the only desire of the guy was to go home to his beloved family and rest as soon as possible. Suddenly, Hyun-sung heard some strange sounds coming from somewhere in the sky above the ruined city. Looking up into the distance, he saw a helicopter approaching, heading straight in their direction. His immediate supervisor from the Hunters Association immediately jumped off the aircraft. Hyun-sung, of course, immediately recognized the familiar figure, and even opened his mouth in surprise. Xing-yuna, as soon as she landed on the ground, immediately ran to hug her subordinate, exclaiming her gratitude to God. The girl said that she was really madly happy about the fact that her talented ward was alive. The supervisor admitted that she could not believe her own eyes as she heard the most horrible news. Suddenly, the girl realized that Hyun-sung was wearing absolutely no clothes at all, and it looked rather embarrassing. At this unexpected moment, both of them became a little uncomfortable with the ambiguous situation. Hyun-sung explained to his boss that all of his clothes were completely corroded by the acid inside the monster's stomach. One of the hunters immediately approached the guy and offered him spare clothes to change into. The young man thanked his comrade, saying that this was exactly what he missed the most right now. Xing-yuna was madly embarrassed and blushed from the awkward situation that had just happened between them. The girl thought of being in a state of the most serious reflection on what was going on. Some stranger came up to them and said it was really a very touching reunion. This guy with bright blue hair added that he was really quite surprised by the scene he saw. Shin Yuna asked the stranger bewilderedly, what exactly was it that surprised him so much about the situation? In response, she received a comment that he had no idea of her preference for younger men. The strangers continued to ask about Hyun Sung, wondering if he was the lover she was so carefully hiding. The boss made it clear to everyone that they should not even think of such jokes in her presence. From this menacing warning, everyone immediately realized that it was indeed time to stop with the inappropriate comments in time. Turning to her subordinates, the girl sternly asked why they were all here. After all, she had clearly said about canceling the operation. Shin Yuna added that now they could take a break and go about their business in peace. Wasn't that so? In response, she was told that after such an exciting scene, no one could just pick up and leave. Everyone came back out of curiosity. One of the girl players, smiling, stared intently in the direction of the protagonist of the events taking place. She approached Hyun Sung and said he wouldn't believe it. But the guy turned out to be exactly to her liking. The huntress immediately inquired with interest if he currently had a girlfriend or was single. Shin Yuna was quick to intercede for her subordinate, reminding her that the guy had just been on the verge of life and death. So she asked for the jokes to stop, to which the girl player replied that she wasn't even going to do that. The huntress then asked her superior why she was so angry over an innocent question. Shin Yuna explained that right now, this guy needed rest, and he should definitely go to the hospital for a checkup. Addressing the employees, she said that everyone was surely interested in how Hyun Sung defeated the Blue Lizard. The warden hoped that was really the only reason all these curious hunters were gathered here. The girl emphasized that it was now completely uncomfortable for him to give details about the battle that had taken place. Turning to the guy, she said she hoped he understood the need to go to the hospital first for a checkup. Shin Yuna also mentioned the information about the helicopter that all the players used to come here to participate in the operation. The airplane will be used for the emergency evacuation of Hyun Sung to a medical facility in the city. The girl took the guy's hand and the two of them literally flew through the air to the waiting helicopter. All the players watching commented that this behavior of the supervisor seemed rather rude to them. The girl with the carriage remarked that she was very curious as to how this guy managed to overpower the Blue Lizard all by himself. The hunters all agreed amongst themselves that, judging by such care, he was clearly an unusual and special player. So they decided that they would be sure to find out a little later what was so special about this mysterious kid. Hyun Sung began reading numerous messages from customers asking to sell the energy batteries he had stored. A whole dialogue ensued between the buyers with mutual recriminations that everyone should have stocked up beforehand, and now people are willing to buy batteries for huge sums of money. Hyun Sung walked down the recovering street, knowing that the country had suffered quite a bit of damage from the recent events. However, Korea suffered much less damage compared to other nations, so a second cataclysmic event was averted. The country has completely rebuilt all the destroyed infrastructure thanks to the concerted work of the government and citizens. The authorities have begun active research using recently mined monster parts and magical power stones. Of course, in the aftermath of such upheavals, society is in a somewhat unstable state and going through difficulties. But in any case, life is slowly returning to normal, and people are adapting to the new realities. Hyun Sung arrived at some familiar place and was preparing to go inside to do some shopping. When the young man went inside the room, the boy put on a mask to hide his face from prying eyes. The hunter noticed that there were quite a few supplies in here, not as few as he had originally expected. The salesman replied that fortunately, the store had not suffered much devastation during the cataclysm. Therefore, once the power plants were restored, all available batteries in stock were charged. The merchant did this specifically for the regular customer, as the latter is one of the most important customers. The guy replied that as always, he takes every penny of the merchandise and never does otherwise. After making the purchase, Hyun Sung came to his home in a small apartment for further work. As usual, the young man was busy registering items for sale and putting these large batteries on the sales floor. Hunter realized that supplies were scarce right now, so he could quietly raise the prices of the scarce commodity. Suddenly, the guy got a notification that the sale was successfully completed in a short time. Hyun Sung was surprised that the charging station sold out even after the initial price was raised significantly. The young man decided to prepare and load the new stations for sale at an even higher cost. After the guy put the item on the site a second later, the sale was immediately finalized. Hunter thought, great. This way the prices of scarce energy devices could be greatly increased. A few days later, Hyun Sung returned to the same store again to restock. The guy asked how come the tradesman didn't have power tools, to which he got a reply about a recent order. The seller said he would then place an additional order specifically for the sake of a regular and important customer. Since it has become known that the factory has started operating in a completely normal mode, nothing will interfere with production. In the meantime, The merchant promised to immediately ship the available goods from another section of the store to the city. Hyun-sung says that since there's nothing to buy, in that case he'll just leave and come back later. The salesperson attempted to stop the valued customer and offered to leave contact information for contact when the item arrived. The guy told the salesman that it was completely unnecessary, as he would definitely be back in the store tomorrow to pick up the goods. Hyun-sung walked past the beautiful display cases with various products, pondering his future plans for the business. The young man realized that he now had the perfect opportunity to make a direct deal with the production factory. Hunter really has all the opportunities right now, and the guy will be able to get significantly rich from this endeavor. Just before the second cataclysm, Hyun-sung called the factory representatives to discuss potential cooperation. But the employees hung up on him, saying the company doesn't do personal transactions with individuals. Then the young man called again and promised to make a really big order for a significant amount of money. But factory representatives said they don't take orders at all unless the customer is an official corporation. The guy thought it might be worth registering as a sole proprietor and buying his own warehouse complex. But Hyun-sung has an idea that seems much better than the previous solution to the problem. Hunter thinks about the fact that it is then worthwhile to open your own electronics store in town. It's been a few days since the final decision was made to develop the vending business. The guy walked into his new store and scrutinized the surroundings around him, assessing the outcome. Hyun-sung thought that there weren't many people here right now, even though it was a day off. Suddenly, the young man noticed some girl who greeted the shopkeeper cheerfully and smiled. Hyun-sung said he thought so. It was indeed a good idea to leave trade management. The girl replied that she is the sister of the owner and works as a manager, and the brother, the head of the whole organization. My sister knew it was going to be great, and she had also recently sent a new batch of batteries to the warehouse. Just now the goods were about to arrive, and the girl asked if her brother wanted to order something besides batteries. The guy, upon hearing the offer, replied that he didn't know for sure. It all depends on the specific market situation. The girl asked her brother to have lunch with the family since her mom should be home soon too. Hyun-sung agreed and suggested going to some really nice place for a family dinner with the whole group. After family time, the guy came to his own storage facility to check on things. Hunter thought that since things might be slowing down a little at a time now, the next steps of development should be planned. The frequency of sales did slow down so much that trading almost came to a complete halt for a while. But then all the next week, the merchandise started flying around like hotcakes among shoppers. Hyun-sung rejoiced at the success and thought that it might be worth using the accumulated points to improve again. The guy settled happily on the couch, thinking about how good it was that things were going so well. Since the young man is the boss of his own business, he can afford to put his feet up on the couch. Looking at the in-game storefront, Hyun-sung thought about what he needed to buy now to develop his abilities. At this point, the hunter has exactly 5 different heroic rank skills to use in combat. The only active skill Hyun-sung has remains Dragon Breath, which is the guy's only attacking skill. This long-action skill deals damage every second, and the hunter needs the skill to use it without limit, or even the ability to teleport through space to quickly get out of the most dangerous combat situations. The young man thought deeply, and contemplated what was far more important to develop now than anything else. After briefly thinking about it, the guy thought that in that case, it was worth buying these 2 useful skills. Compared to passive skills, active skills are much cheaper than normal skills in the in-game store. Still, the price of one particular skill greatly surprised the careful buyer when examined in detail. Hyun-sung thought that teleportation skills were really quite expensive compared to other abilities. But the high cost is understandable, as such skills can really help out in tough times. Hunter continued to peruse the in-game storefront in search of the most ideal skill to purchase. The guy thought that only when the skill reached heroic rank would it be possible to teleport another person. This skill has quite a few serious limitations, but you can still read reviews from other buyers. Hyun-sung looked at the reviews and saw that the comments were pretty good. The skill looked better compared to others. The price of the skill is certainly quite large, but the guy decided not to be greedy and buy himself this useful skill. After such a successful store purchase, Hyun-sung got up from his comfortable couch to test it out. Hunter scrutinized his huge warehouse complex, assessing the space to experiment with his new skill. The young man thought about how he could now safely test the skill he had acquired in real life right now. The guy noticed that the warehouse had a video surveillance system to monitor security and record what was going on. Hyun-sung thought that this arrangement of cameras was even much better for capturing the results of the experiment. The skill the hunter bought is called Flicker. The guy said the name and jumped into the air. Hyun-sung himself had not expected it to happen in such an unexpected and spectacular way. Hunter was happy to realize that he had spent the money he had accumulated with the most genuine success and developmental benefit. The guy thought it was now worth trying to test the longer-range teleportation capabilities. Hyun-sung sat down on the couch again and continued to look at the in-game storefront for his next purchases. The young man read the skill descriptions of fire, wind, ice, and other elemental attributes for combat use. Hunter couldn't find anything perfect. He was completely unsuited to any of the skills on offer. But still, the guy found something interesting. Those low on mana can use stamina. Hyun-sung thought that in that case, he could try to buy another similar skill to experiment with. Suddenly, the hunter received a message that he couldn't equip the book due to a conflict with the Black Lightning Dragon skill. Hyun-sung thought that he hoped this skill would change for the better, compared to what he could imagine before. The boy read the detailed description of the new skill and rejoiced, realizing that this was indeed everything he had wanted for so long. Since even the defense membrane that used to activate automatically and absorb mana unchecked had now changed drastically. This useful ability can now be controlled at will, greatly expanding tactical options in combat. The hunter thought, great. Now with such wonderful novelties, one could boldly go into a dangerous dungeon. Hyun-sung walked inside the dark dungeon, and the strange bats began to aggressively attack the young man immediately. The creepy monsters looked like a hybrid of some kind of lizard and bat at the same time, posing a serious threat to the hunter. Hyun-sung thrust his arm forward and prepared to deliver a powerful strike at the hostile creatures approaching him. At first, it seemed like the guy would have absolutely no chance against so many aggressive opponents in a confined space. But suddenly there was a powerful lightning bolt that literally pierced the hunter's body and made his hair flutter with energy discharges. The new lightning bolts were drastically different from the previous abilities. The discharges now took on a dark purple hue with a menacing appearance. In literally 1 second, Hyun-sung tackled a huge gang of these dangerous creatures, leaving no surviving opponents. Looking at the results of his work, the hunter realized that it was indeed very impressive and effective against the enemies. Now the guy is not at all sorry for the points spent today, as the investment has fully justified itself with the result. Several hours had already passed, and Hyun-sung was still continuing his fierce battle against the monsters in the depths of the dungeon. Hunter received a special achievement for taking down 5,000 different monsters single-handedly in a relatively short amount of time. Surprisingly, the guy said he was tired from the long battle, so we can finish hunting and rest for today. Hyun-sung stopped by his own electronics store to check on business and chat with his sister about current affairs. The young man saw his older sister and wondered why the girl hadn't gone home yet at such a late hour. The sister asked her brother where he had been all this time, and if he had been hunting all day in dangerous places. The girl reported that it was a good thing, as she had collected new batteries from the warehouse and the brother could look at the result. Hyun-sung walked past his caring sister and, as always, simply thanked the girl for her work. 30 minutes later, the lad was surprised again by something very surprising in the behavior of the close person beside him. Hunter saw that the sister still hadn't gone anywhere either, and wondered why the girl was still here. Hyun-sung thought for a moment and suggested that his sister go home together, since it was late enough to work at the store. But the girl had a serious change of heart and asked her brother to sit down, as she had something very important to say. Here the guy realized everything and said that was why his sister had been waiting for him here all this long. Hyun-sung asked the girl what was so important that she wanted to tell him in such a serious tone. The sister replied that she wanted to talk about that terrible time when her brother was officially declared dead in battle. The girl said that when she learned of her brother's death, her mother fainted from shock and grief, unable to bear the terrible news. And even waking up a few days after losing consciousness, my mother cried non-stop with grief and despair. Hyun-sung himself did not expect that the consequences of his presumed death would be so serious for the entire family. The sister explained that the real problem came later, when the official paperwork began, as notices of loss of rental equipment and notices of contract default began to come one after another. The guy was truly shocked when he heard about it, exclaiming that this just couldn't happen. The girl replied that she protested as much as she could, but the official said that everything was happening within the framework of the current law, or in such a case, the family could execute a quitclaim deed. The representatives always answered the same thing. At that time, the sister consulted a lawyer, but the specialist said that there was no other way out but to renounce the inheritance. Officials said the family will have to give up the house, which was titled in the name of the alleged dead hunter. The representatives were even willing to take all the money Hyun-sung sent to the family as legitimate gifts. They invoked probate and inheritance laws, not wanting to get into the position of a grieving family. But then, everything was resolved quite well and quickly thanks to the intervention of influential people from the association. Shin Yuna came to apologize to the family and even knelt down in a sign of deep remorse. The supervisor said that there was an unfortunate mistake, but Hyun-sung should still know about these events. After thinking about the whole incident once more, the sister doesn't think it was all just a simple random error in the system. The guy replied that he understood everything and would try to deal with this unpleasant situation himself in some way. The sister admitted that her mother had asked her not to tell her brother about it. But the girl knew her duty. She told the truth since Hyun-sung really needs to know about what happened to the family. Hunter, upon hearing the story, thanked his sister for the girl going against her mother's wishes in essence. Hyun-sung arrived at the Players Association building to personally deal with the events and their aftermath. The lad was determined enough to find out all the circumstances of what had happened to his family. Hunter informed the receptionist that he had an appointment with his superiors for a serious conversation about the situation. The administrator replied that the captain had not yet had time to return from her last dangerous foray into the disaster zone. Hyun-sung understood the reason for the delay since he knows that his boss is indeed a very busy person. The guy explained that he had contacted Shin Yuna before he came in, so the supervisor told him to wait in the office. The administrator offered to then escort the visitor to the correct office to await the appointment. The two employees began moving through the hallways of the association building, heading toward the team captain's office. On the way out, the admin girl politely asked if we should bring tea or some other beverages for the wait. Hyun-sung politely told the receptionist that, believe me, everything is absolutely fine and doesn't need anything. The guy sat in the spacious office and waited patiently for the door to finally open and his boss to come in. When Shin Yuna had yet to arrive after waiting for a long time, the hunter decided to take advantage of the opportune moment to explore. Hyun-sung used the psychometry skill, and the young man's eyes immediately began to shine brightly with a mysterious violet light. The guy activated the ability to search for information in this office to find out the truth about past events. Hunter decided to see what had happened then in the past, when he was thought to have been killed in battle. Hyun-sung saw the subordinates coming to the supervisor's office at that time, and reported that the guy had died at the scene. Shin Yuna then immediately reacted to this tragic information very emotionally without holding back her feelings. Hunter was surprised that the girl showed such sincere and deep emotion over his death. The supervisor then quickly started calling and asking why the officials had been so cruel to the family of the deceased. In response, she received a brief explanation that the association's representatives were simply following an established course of action. The girl couldn't believe such a real injustice to the family of the dead hunter. Shin Yuna said please withdraw all these cruel orders immediately and stop the harassment. The boss was outraged at how the family of a player who lost his life fighting for the country could be treated like this. In response, the girl received a cold explanation that these were the rules of the association and no one could change anything. Shin Yuna began to scream and asked what would be done if she herself died in the battle. The association director coolly said that it would indeed be considered a breach of contract on their part. The boss tried to get justice, saying that absurd adherence to the terms of the contract would not be approved by the community. The official on the phone reminded the girl that she must understand her position within the association structure. The representative advised Shin Yuna to look at herself and realize how angry she was about the situation. Minister Lee Han-gu told the girl that he would contact her later to continue talking about the matter. Shin Yuna then continued to shout into the receiver after the call ended, calling the official a real freak. Watching this scene from the past, the guy realized that he had nothing left but gratitude for the girl. Hunter also got a clear picture of who Lee Han-gu, the secretary of the Measurement Management Department, was. Hyun-sung mentally turned to that heartless old man and promised that he would be finished soon. Shin Yuna was just at this moment already on her way to her office after finishing her work matters. When the supervisor entered the office, she immediately apologized to the guy for the long wait for the meeting. The guy just smiled and calmly told the boss that everything was fine. He was the one who came earlier than the appointed time. Shin Yuna wondered why Hyun-sung had asked for a meeting so suddenly without even explaining the reason for his visit. The supervisor recalled that she repeatedly asked her subordinate on the phone what was wrong, but never got a coherent answer. The guy seriously said he apologized but felt it necessary to terminate their work contract for personal reasons. The warden, in genuine shock, asked the hunter what he even meant by such unexpected words. Hyun-sung replied that he had learned absolutely everything about what that vile secretary was planning against his family. The girl immediately responded that she was ready to apologize to her subordinate for the behavior of the department official. But the guy objected that the supervisor shouldn't apologize, since she was the reason things ended well. So it's only Hyun-sung alone who has to thank Shin Yuna for everything, the way the circumstances ended up. The girl had already asked hopefully if the subordinate could turn a blind eye to what had happened this time. The warden gave her word that she would definitely change the current rules and approach to working with hunter families. Hyun-sung agreed, but said that in that case, he only had one binding condition. Hunter wants a personal apology from this heartless secretary for the suffering and humiliation caused to the family. Hearing such a demand, the girl even opened her mouth in surprise, not expecting such a turn of events. Lee Han-gu, upon hearing such bold demands from a mere hunter, simply angrily pounded his fist on the table. The official shouted that it was some insolent freak who dared to impose such conditions on a powerful man. The secretary resented that the guy was making a fool of himself just because he'd gotten some unique skill. Lee Han-gu asked his subordinates what he had done wrong, for he had acted strictly within the established regulations. The subordinates supported the boss, saying that apparently the young man does not yet fully understand how the world works. The officer added that the secretary was really just doing his duty, so no one should complain about the action. The old man agreed with his subordinate's opinion, confirming that everything was happening exactly as he had said earlier. Lee Han-gu insisted that he was just performing his duties according to regulations and doesn't understand why he should apologize. After all, the secretary did nothing illegal under applicable law and internal regulations. The subordinates only gave the boss a nod in this matter, saying that he had shown incredible generosity to the family. The staff therefore felt it necessary to teach this insolent young man a serious lesson for his insolence. The old man agreed with his subordinate's suggestion, believing that it was indeed necessary to show the hunter his place in the hierarchy. The secretary asked his staff how best to handle the defiant kid, so that the lesson would be memorable. When rumors of the demands reached other departments, everyone discussed how to really teach a lesson to the arrogant hunter. The secretary irritably shouted at his subordinates, calling them idiots, and demanded an immediate solution to the problem. The staff only apologized to the angry supervisor and offered to call the hunter to the secretary to talk. The old man agreed to the suggestion. After all, he wasn't the one who should go to some simple guy for an explanation. Therefore, Lee Han-gu decided that if the hunter wanted an apology, let him come to the influential official's office himself. The secretary was nervously telling his subordinates that he couldn't just openly go looking for this cocky guy around the building. Hyun-sung was already walking down the long corridor of the association, reflecting on the fact that the officials had shown up later than he had imagined. But the hunter realized that this was not a bad thing in principle for carrying out his own plans of revenge. The lad realized that this place was indeed a veritable viper's den with many dark secrets and intrigues. As the building is a veritable hotbed of corruption of major officials, guilds, and managers controlling access to the dungeons. A lot of the other employees of the association, they are just the most ordinary, honest people, not involved in dirty deeds. Hyun-sung was sure that this was the best approach to the situation to achieve justice. Suddenly, the hunter heard footsteps approaching. Someone was heading towards the guy. Judging by the sound, it was a woman's heels. The receptionist who approached politely said, "Please follow her," as the minister was already expecting a visitor in the office. Hyun-sung defiantly showed that he didn't see anything particularly enticing about the upcoming meeting with the high-ranking official. But still in the end the guy smiled and agreed, saying, "Okay, let's go to the minister's office." A few minutes later, they were already entering the spacious and luxuriously furnished office of a high-ranking official. The minister immediately turned to the young man, saying that this must be the guy in question. Lee Han-gu noticed that the visitor looked to be about the same age as his own favorite grandson. This old man added that young people your age today are so ambitious and demanding of life. The guy immediately interrupted the official and bluntly asked if he wasn't going to sincerely apologize. Hunter decided to use the skill of psychometry while the minister said that yes, he was indeed apologizing for what had happened. But the official added that the young man must understand. He had absolutely no other option, as the minister is obliged to perform official duties. Hyun-sung didn't even really listen to the excuses, using the skill to examine how these people were involved in corruption schemes. The guy thought about how awful and disgusting all of this was on the part of the powerful old man. The man went on to explain that all he wanted was to do his job honestly, strictly following the letter of the law. Hyun-sung listened to this and said that frankly, instead of acting according to the law, the official made some inappropriate demands. Lee Han-gu was shocked at such insolence and indignantly asked what a mere hunter even dared to talk to him about. The guy explained that the claim for damaged gear obviously relates to something that happened in the line of duty, plus a fine. Hunter died in combat while fulfilling the terms of his contract, literally doing what association officials ordered. Hyun-sung asked the minister if he really thought such actions made any rational sense. The minister asked indignantly what made the young impudent man think it was okay to make such nonsensical accusations against him. The old man was so angry at the boy's insolence that he simply clenched his fist with rage and indignation. The officials started yelling and asking if the hunter thought the minister was going to play kindergarten with him. The guy calmly replied that the minister had been acting this way since the beginning of their tense dialogue in the office. Hyun-sung added how an official could be so reckless and indifferent to this whole situation with the family. The minister could not accept such insolence and shouted that the guy was a dumbass daring to say such a thing in his office. Lee Han-gu recalled that he is the present minister, and was also previously an influential congressman with great connections. Hyun-sung thought to himself about how much he didn't care about this person's status and position at all. The hunter continued to quietly listen to all these shouts of the enraged old man who was literally going mad with rage. The minister kept shouting at the guy incessantly and calling him a stupid, unintelligent youngster who didn't know his place. At some point, Hyun-sung got fed up with it all, so he wondered if it wouldn't be easier to just kill the minister. Hearing this threat, the official simply became numb with sudden fear and could not move out of terror. Lee Han-gu felt a truly formidable aura of death emanating from the young man in front of him in the office. After the words were spoken, the spacious office was completely silent for many seconds. Hyun-sung advised the minister to constantly look around and live with this awareness of possible life-threatening danger. Guy added that now when an official opens his mouth, he should think carefully before saying anything. Pointing to the head, the hunter remarked that the brain is not just a decoration, and the minister should remember that. Hyun-sung said he recorded information about all the bribes the official had ever received from interested parties. The guy also added that he recorded their entire dialogue on a tape recorder to use as evidence. So Hunter suggested that we should see what the Supreme Court would say when it sees all this compromising information about the minister. After saying all of this directly, Hyun-sung just calmly walked out of the official's office. The guy was leaving the building completely pleased with himself as he heard the minister's panicked screams in the background. Hunter realized that the psychometry skill was actually a very useful ability for situations like this. This skill works especially well against such ordinary people with no supernatural abilities. A few days later, all the information about the corruption was divulged all over the internet and social media. What's most interesting is that the regular players started revolting against the control system en masse in the first place, as small and medium-sized guilds have recently become the center of collective protests and strikes across the country. Hyun-sung, lying on the couch at his home, was browsing the game window and reading the details about the psychometry skill. Unexpectedly, Hyun-sung got a call from his immediate boss, which was a complete surprise for a guy at a time like this. Hunter wondered why Xing Yuna would suddenly bother him with a call. After all, the workday had long since ended. Of course, the guy picked up the phone and asked why his boss had called him out of the blue at such a late hour. Xing Yuna immediately offered to meet in person for an important conversation if it was possible at this moment. The girl informed the hunter that she was right in front of the front doors of his house and was waiting for an answer. Hyun-sung didn't expect this turn of events, so he started yelling into the receiver for his boss to wait a second. The guy began to quickly think of some local establishments nearby that he could go to for conversation. Hunter suggested that they could go together to a small, cozy cafe not far from his house. The boss and subordinate agreed to meet at that establishment in exactly 30 minutes for a serious conversation. When they were already sitting in the cafe, the girl said she wanted to talk to Hyun-sung honestly about the events. Xing Yuna asked about the minister and how Hunter was able to get such results in the corruption investigation. Hyun-sung asked why the supervisor thought he was involved at all, to which the girl replied about her suspicions. Xing Yuna added that she didn't know who else was capable of such actions against the powerful official. Therefore, the government is now very sensitive to the events that are happening, and Hyun-sung is under suspicion. The guy certainly realized that he was trying to act as cautiously as possible during his investigation, but the hunter asked what would happen if it was suddenly revealed that he was actually the one who had initiated it. The girl replied that in that case, Hyun-sung would be arrested for undermining state secrets. The boss added that if it does happen, the subordinate will have the support of many honest people. Hyun-sung rejoiced at this statement and realized that this was basically not the worst-case scenario. But the guy assured that he wasn't that stupid, so the supervisor could take it easy on everything that was going on. Xing Yuna still looked very serious and asked her subordinate to just be as careful as possible going forward, because these people are not the kind of people who forgive such things and forget the insults inflicted on them. The girl explained that Hyun-sung should understand. He had really messed up powerful people with his actions, and now not only the hunter himself is in danger, but also all his close relatives. The supervisor said, clutching the tube in her fingers, that she was very much concerned about the safety of the subordinate and his family. Xing Yun warned that from now on, Hyun-sung would have a lot of powerful and dangerous enemies, and all the subordinates of corrupt officials will also actively oppose the hunter in the future. So right now the best thing a guy can do is to remain inconspicuous and sit quieter than the grass. Hyun-sung smiled and told his boss that, okay, but this story had absolutely nothing to do with him. Because no matter how it all happened, Hyun-sung still thought it was better to lay low, as the hunter did not want any unnecessary looks or suspicion from the authorities directed at him. The supervisor agreed that in any case, the best solution was to avoid unnecessary suspicion and attention to herself. Suddenly, a huge military missile flew over the water surface, heading for a target in the northern part of the peninsula. There was a massive explosion near the North Korean capital, shaking the entire surrounding area for miles around. The military spoke hopefully to each other. wondering if this attack had finally ended the threat to the region. Afterward, the soldiers were horrified to see that no, the situation did not look at all like they had hoped, since a huge monster could still be seen in the distance, which continued to pose a deadly danger to everyone. It was a sea serpent of incredible size that roared and looked extremely terrifying to human perception. The soldiers literally began to melt from the heat emitted by the monster, turning people into helpless victims. From this deadly impact, the soldiers' bodies, like wax figures, simply began to separate and lose their shape. In the city, there is absolutely nothing left of the former life, only one continuous devastation and desolation. The melted combat uniforms of dead soldiers were lying everywhere, testifying to the scale of the disaster for the army. The only hope the commanders had left were missiles capable of hitting targets from long distances. The huge lizard, meanwhile, continued to methodically destroy the remains of the city, meeting no serious resistance. Hyun Sung and Shin Yuna sat quietly in a cozy cafe, unaware of the unfolding tragedy. The guy looked quite concerned after a serious dialogue with his boss about safety and possible repercussions. The girls said that in that case it was probably time to go home and end the meeting. But suddenly, Hyun Sung's facial expression changed drastically from the information he saw on the phone screen. The guy showed his boss some urgent information from his mobile device that needed immediate attention. There was an emergency message from the Korean Players Association, so Hunter suggested that the girl go together to the scene. They were quickly approaching their destination by automobile, discussing along the way the seriousness of the situation. Shin Yuna said she would call the association's head office first to fully understand what was going on. Hyun Sung at this moment kept flipping through the news feed on his phone, reading the summary of the catastrophic events. The guy told his boss that the information was already all over the news reports and social media. Pyongyang was completely destroyed by the monster, and the North Korean regime finally fell under the monster's onslaught. The hunter wondered about the likelihood of a highly ranked emoji monster reaching their country's territory. The situation turned out to be even more serious than the most pessimistic forecasts of experts could have suggested. At an emergency meeting of the Players Association, officials confirmed that the situation is indeed critically serious. North Korea's capital city was completely destroyed, and the country's government suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the monster. All of North Korea's ranked and high-level players were wiped out during the heroic battle against this monster. There are also new waves of monsters emerging from open portals in the destroyed North Korea. Huge crowds of terrified refugees are now desperate to enter South Korean territory for rescue. Monsters of various species also follow the flow of people southward, posing an additional threat to the region. The president of the association announced that this is the completion of the official report on the current critical situation in the country. The reason why only ranked and high-level players from all over the country were summoned in this manner. Now the president told the assembled hunters that he would tell them everything they needed to know to be successful. The supervisor recognized that it is hard enough to ask for this, but everyone has their sacred responsibilities. All players must prepare to defend themselves against Emoji, who is heading straight for the borders of their homeland. And you also need to contain the onslaught of monsters that are moving en masse from North Korean territory to the south. After a few tense days, events unfolded in the Gyeonggi-do region, Paju City, near the border. The green orcs were already making battle cries in full swing, preparing for battle with the border defenders. The players lined up in battle order and were already preparing to give a worthy response to the invading invaders. One of the heroes in traditional Korean clothing ripped off the head of his opponent in one elegant move. The hunter did it really easily, so easily that his movement looked almost weightless and graceful. This player asked his comrade how long the two of them would have to deal with those pesky guys. Hyun Sung, watching everything from the sidelines, thought about how horrible it all looked. While he was pondering, another aggressive monster suddenly appeared out of nowhere from above, attacking from behind. Clearly, for an experienced guy, this monster was a very easy prey, and the hunter killed it in one move. Suan, his battle partner, was also actively fighting nearby, dealing with the rest of the dangerous werewolves. Also, other experienced players were there to successfully deal with these aggressive creatures. Hyun Sung asked his comrades how long they would all have to do this grueling work in general. The guy carefully looked around in different directions, assessing the overall situation on the battlefield. Hunter realized that thanks to his older sister here, he could replenish his supplies of necessary resources. But to be honest, Hyun Sung absolutely did not feel at ease here amidst the chaos. In another area nearby, monsters that came from the northern side of the border were also still appearing. There, the military tried to deal with the threat with other, more traditional methods of combat. The soldiers were actively shelling these dangerous creatures with automatic machine guns and other heavy weapons. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the huge paw of a giant lizard appeared, looming menacingly over the fighters. This creature turned out to be simply terrifyingly huge in size, surpassing all previous monsters encountered. The monster was also heavily shelled with powerful explosions from artillery shells. The monster could not forgive such insolent treatment of himself, and began to get even angrier at the humans. One girl hunter told a fellow hunter what an incredible animal of such size and strength this was. Several players with different unique abilities prepared to give a decent fight to the giant enemy. To begin, one of the hunters unleashed a series of powerful fire blasts at the red behemoth, hoping to inflict damage, but the fire somehow had little effect on the monster. All the creature did in response was just growl in annoyance. Another player realized how serious the situation was and decided to use more drastic measures against the enemy. The hunter flew up and with his sharp blade sliced the creature in half, severing the monster's head in one precise blow. Without even blinking much after the successful attack, the fighter landed on the ground next to his defeated opponent. The warrior looked ahead to check on how his comrades were doing in other parts of the battlefield. He was approached by a military officer who reported that the situation had gotten a little more complicated than expected. Imuji is approaching their position at a very high rate of speed, and there is little time to prepare. The player was surprised to ask how it happened, if this information was really true. This is a monster whose rank cannot be accurately determined, and the same one who has essentially destroyed all of North Korea. An expert who was sent to North Korea for reconnaissance was wrong in his initial assessment of the monster's level, but it seems that the specialist still managed to correctly analyze his true rank after more research. All the players were tensely waiting to hear the truth about what rank this terrifying monster had. Finally, the responsible information was announced. This legendary monster of the highest danger class. Military hardware was still preparing to launch coordinated strikes against the approaching threat from multiple directions, and the attacks were planned both from the air with the help of aviation and from below by ground units. The players realized how serious it was, but they also wanted to take part in the historic battle. The guy with the gray hair thought that if they pulled it off, they'd get the first achievement in history. And such a first-ever achievement will clearly greatly enhance the characteristics of all participants in the legendary battle. Therefore, the hunter was determined to take this unique achievement into his own hands at any cost. The number of ranked players stationed at the border for defense was only 81, and here were about 3,000 high-level players who were completing the fourth combat shift. Imuji, a huge snake of incredible size, was already getting closer and closer to the defenses. The gray-haired player exclaimed happily, saying that the legendary opponent had finally arrived. Hunter shouted and said that they would show the world the greatness and strength of their country. The player who resembled a European used his special ability, burning spirit fire, to attack. The fighters tried to strike this monster down using all the powerful abilities available to them. But the huge serpent only grew angrier from the attacks, becoming even more aggressive and dangerous. No one was getting anywhere yet. The monster was just getting more and more uncontrollably fierce. A notification came to all participants in the battle that they had been subjected to the mental terror skill and were paralyzed by fear. Imuji simply grabbed one of the players who was paralyzed and mercilessly ate the unfortunate hunter. The huge serpent swung its massive tail to knock all the other players down with one blow. The rest of the fighters were scared and terrified as they were unable to move due to paralyzing fear. After that, the monster released a powerful sound wave from its ears, striking all the people in the vicinity. Hyun-song, watching the news of the events happening with this monster, realized how huge this creature was. News reports said that more than 1,000 Chinese players simply died in the battle with the monster. Hyun-song realized that everyone needed to be careful right now. Originally, the guy was going to buy a wild instinct skill, but the hunter changed his mind and decided to acquire the spirit attack resistance skill to defend against mental attacks. The guy couldn't turn down the opportunity to get his very first legendary achievement of his career. Therefore, it was the best choice at the moment. Besides, this ability had a heroic rank. Hyun-song realized that he still wanted to buy this skill since the skill had good reviews from other players. After the hunter learned the new ability, the guy immediately felt the extra strength in his body. The young man realized that although right now he obviously couldn't feel all the improvements from the acquired skill completely, but in combat, it will be a whole different conversation, and the effect will be much brighter and more noticeable. Hyun-sung thought that he would still try using his newfound skills now to test their effectiveness. Somewhere nearby, some people were arguing amongst themselves about how dare someone embarrass others. Everyone present began to listen, trying to figure out who was shouting so loudly and outraged. Everyone around them tensed up, wondering what was going on there and whether to intervene in the situation. The players were under so much stress that they were almost ready to go against each other because of the tension. Everyone was becoming uncomfortable being in that room because of the heated atmosphere and mutual grievances. Hyun-sung also noticed this very tense atmosphere that prevailed among the gathered people. Looking around at the people around him, the guy realized that there were far more applicants than he had bargained for. Most of the reasons people came here were simple enough and understandable to every sane person. Once someone is selected to be a part of the operation, it's immediately a huge plus for them. Because if you even just lift a finger in battle, you'll immediately get the first achievement in history. Of course, there are also people who applied for completely different, more noble reasons and motives. Those hunters who truly want to protect their country and homeland from the looming threat of annihilation. Watching the endless rejections, the guy thought the acceptance rate was lower than he could have imagined. Finally, Hyun-sung also went to the front desk to go through the necessary formalities before the interview. The receptionist said great. She confirmed the applicant's identity, and all the paperwork is in order. With a friendly smile on her face, the girl explained that it was now possible to walk down the designated corridor. Hyun-sung was fully prepared to go through this important interview to participate in the operation. When the guy stepped inside, thought the room looked more like an interrogation room from the movies. From the doorstep, the hunter was immediately asked if he was willing to undergo a special test for suitability for the operation. Of course, Hyun-sung confidently said that he was fully prepared for any trials and tests. The guy felt a little awkward in this whole formal setting, but tried to keep a confident demeanor. The examiner started asking all sorts of questions, such as asking to see the candidate's overall ability statistics. A spiritual coercion skill was used on Hyun-sung. The guy had to be put into confusion for 10 seconds. Basically, it had little or no effect on the hunter, so he passed the test. Basically for Hyun-sung, everything worked out safely and fairly quickly without much difficulty. The examiner said goodbye to the candidate and thanked him for coming to the interview for the surgery. Hyun-sung was coming out of the office and was told that he was some inscrutable guy with unique abilities. Shin Yuna herself was carefully observing this whole process of testing her subordinate from the hallway. A few days later, events unfolded near the demilitarized zone between the two Koreas. After much discussion with world leaders, the South Korean government decided to move north after all. The leadership decided to act in a variety of ways, including the use of military force against the monsters. The fighter pilot radioed that he was entering ceasefire line airspace. The military also used water rigs to launch missiles at clusters of monsters in enemy territory. The fighters continued to take down all sorts of different monsters, including the blue dragon that had previously been damaged. The creature was literally blown apart by a direct hit from the missile and died instantly. Hyun-sung, observing what was going on, realized that basically everything was going even very well so far. Ranked players and their new weapons were showing some pretty impressive results in battles. It would be difficult for a hunter to deal with all these monsters alone, so it's good to have plenty of allies. All sorts of different creatures appeared among the opponents, including dangerous werewolves of various species. They were easily dealt with by all players by literally swinging their sharpened weapons once. A week later, the action shifted to Beijing, the capital of China, where an emergency meeting was being held. There, they discussed the fact that the emoji monster continues to attack positions alone. So now this monster still continues to destroy the Chinese side of the border non-stop. The command felt it was necessary to mobilize all ranking players in the Beijing area as soon as possible. One of the commanders was asked if he thought the decision was too hasty. What if another legendary monster of similar strength appeared in Beijing itself in the meantime? Wouldn't it be too difficult to fight the threats with just regular players without elite support? Command officials said that while it would be difficult, there was one important truth to realize. That if you use high-level players from each local government, it's definitely possible. In this way, Chinese forces may even be able to minimize the number of deaths from this terrifying monster, because right now all attempts by the command to counter the threat look rather hopeless and futile. Chinese people are killed in literally a couple seconds once they enter the battlefield against the monster. The fighters all fall and die before they can even deal even a little bit of damage to the legendary enemy. Chinese doctors and support players are working at full capacity, devoting all their energy to rebuilding their allies. But even with these efforts, medics are not able to treat all wounded fighters fast enough. Therefore, the monster easily kills even such half-dead players without giving them a chance to escape. Chinese tanks and defending players are trying to hold their defenses at all costs while covering their allies, while mages deal various magical damage to this monster with all available spells. But the only problem is that it does absolutely nothing to help in the battle against the enemy. Not a scratch is left on this legendary monster from all the attacks of the Chinese fighters. Emoji, on the other hand, kills Chinese people in literally a couple seconds without much effort on his part. Players don't have time to do anything once they get to the front lines against the monster. The fighters immediately become exhausted as they cannot effectively confront this monster. As the leader of the Chinese player group surveyed the battlefield and considered the surroundings around him, the commander realized that there were only 10 people conscious among all the survivors. So the only thing left for the surviving fighters is to act on their backup plan. The last defenders threw their heavy shields to the ground, preparing for the final attack. The archer began to draw the bowstring of his powerful bow to maximize damage to the enemy. The mages began to materialize all their remaining magical power for one last spell. All of these players realized that this was their last attempt to have any effect on the outcome of the battle. All the Chinese fighters have to do now is point this monster towards South Korea. Recent breaking news reports have indicated that Imuji is moving towards the Korean border. Hyun-sung, upon seeing this news, thought that the monster had just crossed the Sino-Korean border. All the players in the camp were preoccupied with the fact that a legendary threat was closing in on them. The guy also noticed that everyone around him looked kind of disappointed and depressed about what was going on. Looking inside his mug, the hunter noticed the coffee starting to shake strangely from the vibrations. Hyun-sung wondered what was even so unusual right now in the surrounding space. Everyone immediately thought that it was some kind of strange earthquake of unknown origin. But the communications girl shouted that there were reports of a monster moving at high speed towards the army. Therefore, all fighters should immediately prepare for battle and take on the monster as best they can. But many wonder why Imuji appeared so suddenly. Does it mean there is a chance of catching him? Hyun-sung met the news of this monster's approach with the most genuine, joyful smile on his face. The guy talked about how it was definitely time to get his legendary achievement. Chinese players suffered a crushing defeat in a battle with a legendary monster on their territory. So few fighters managed to at least survive that terrible battle against superior enemy forces. The Chinese soldiers tried to lure this monster with a special formation to direct it in the right direction. Korean players were outraged that the Chinese had failed to deal with the threat and were now driving the monster towards them. Besides, isn't it a felony since they are taking a dangerous monster to another country? Shin Yuna, who came to the scene, said that everyone should calm down immediately. Now the only thing all fighters need to do is prepare for the upcoming battle with the enemy. Hyun-sung was happy to see his superior, much less in such a fighting mood. Suddenly one man was approaching the camp very fast, running as fast as he could from pursuit. The fugitive had no arm, and was screaming about the monster being almost here and closing in. All the fighters realized that Imuji could attack them at absolutely any moment without warning. The monster opened its huge maw and wanted to finish this poor wounded player in seconds, which the monster easily did. To him, the man was just like a tiny ant. After Imuji tackled this player, he didn't want to stop and moved on. With its huge eyes, the monster kept looking for a new victim among the Korean defenders. In front of him, the legendary serpent saw a group of players that he wanted to immediately eat alive. The monster began to emerge from the water, which spurted violently in all directions from its movements. Imuji was aggressive absolutely against anyone who dared to stand in his way. The monster used the mental skill of terror, and Hyun-sung was glad that it didn't affect him. The other players could do absolutely nothing to the monster, finding themselves paralyzed by fear. The legendary serpent was simply preparing to methodically kill them all one by one without resistance. But some players continued their work and struck from absolutely every available angle. The fighters used a variety of powers, both physical weapons and magic spells against the enemy. The most important thing to do was to neutralize the flashes of flame around the monster's body. The monster continued to be attacked with huge lightning strikes, trying to break through its defenses at all costs. All of these attacks were carried out by Hyun-sung, who used his pumped powerful skill against the enemy. The guy himself recognized the fact that the enhancement of his abilities was quite noticeable. There were also, understandably, doctors and support players active on the battlefield. But the attacking players had no time to stop. They continued their assault on their opponent. Melee fighters and tanks fought very close to this dangerous monster. Therefore, Hyun-sung had to join the mages who attack from a long distance. The first player tank had already been seriously injured in a direct collision with the monster. Some comrades began to run to him and ask if the wounded man was all right. Hyun-sung, looking at what was happening, realized that just as he had thought earlier, this was a bit too much, and he should try to collect the blood that had spilled onto the ground. The guy was trying to do this at the moment with his hand, carefully collecting the precious liquid for later use. But the hunter realized that nevertheless, this opponent posed a completely different level of danger compared to his previous foes. Watching the movements of this legendary monster, one really begins to realize the colossal difference between power levels, since it's even very difficult to keep track of the monster's lightning-fast movements during furious attacks on players. Hyun-sung watched all these high-ranking heroes continue to methodically strike Imuji, without giving up in the face of danger. The guy, watching the actions of all these experienced players, realized that getting the achievement must be a very cool experience. Obtaining a unique achievement remains his only way in which you can drastically improve your abilities. So the hunter was forced to pump his stats without elixirs until he had 1 trillion points to buy. The battle had already been going on for 30 minutes, and the fighters still continued to strike at the enemy in a variety of ways without stopping. Hyun-sung realized that the battle looked much simpler than he could have long imagined in theory before the fight began. Suddenly, the guy's gaze went straight upwards, where something suspicious was happening with the monster's behavior. The hunter saw the monster's saliva begin to flow profusely from its huge mouth, heralding another attack. One of the commanders shouted to the others that everyone should immediately prepare for another powerful enemy attack. The legendary monster, which had taken a huge amount of water into its mouth, began to release it under pressure. With this devastating water wave, the monster could easily paralyze any player on the battlefield. Everyone involved in the battle realized that things were now taking a really bad turn for their forces. Some players tried to quickly put up a protective shield to escape this deadly monster attack. Fortunately, the fighters were lucky, as only one top layer of the collective impact barrier shattered. The players asked their comrades not to stop, but to continue to build and strengthen this vital barrier. The mages themselves understood that it was imperative to do so. But creating a defense was not as easy as it might seem to the inexperienced observer. The tanks, as always, ran heroically forward to occupy the front ranks and take the brunt of the attack. The defenders put up their heavy shields to protect the other players from damage as much as possible. Suddenly, everyone noticed that the monster's attacks had temporarily stopped, and it was as if the monster was preparing for something new. Therefore, this was the best moment to launch a powerful counterattack against an enemy who had let his guard down. A wide variety of attacks flew towards the monster from all directions, followed by a huge destructive explosion. Hyun-sung told himself with great hope that he was sure this battle would all end with their victory soon. But when after another series of these attacks, the monster's gaze simply changed drastically, becoming insanely red with rage. Everyone involved in the battle realized that the monster had entered a new, more dangerous stage of its battle state. Hyun-sung thought that this new stage was a skill that reduced the monster's defense, but increased the attack power. No big deal. This didn't scare Hyun-sung at all, as this kind of behavior of the monster showed that the monster was starting to be afraid of their attacks. All the players on the battlefield realized that they only had a little bit left to hold out before finally defeating their opponent. Suddenly, one of the participants in the battle received a strange game notification that puzzled the experienced fighter. But as it turned out later, he was not the only one among all those present on the battlefield who received this message. The other players also popped up this same game window with cryptic information about the events taking place. All participants in the battle received a notification that the activation of their skills had failed for an unknown reason. Some player with blonde hair tried to land a powerful blow on the monster, disregarding the warning. Looking back, the fighter checked to see if he had gotten anywhere against his legendary opponent. But the hunter didn't notice that he had failed to do absolutely no damage. Something was wrong here. All the other players were shouting at this character that he should take care of himself and not risk his life unnecessarily. But apparently it was too late for warnings. The monster killed this brave fellow with lightning speed. From this deadly blow, a powerful wave dispersed, which reached all the other players on the battlefield as well. Those involved in the battle said that the monster stalked mages and healers, completely ignoring the attacks of physical fighters. The situation of this enraged animal acting so unpredictably was starting to drive everyone crazy with despair. Hyun-sung ran off to the side a bit, realizing the dire situation that everyone involved was in right now. Lifting his head up, the guy thought it was urgent to come up with some groundbreaking plan of action. Hunter tried with his eyes to latch onto anything that might help in this critical situation. Suddenly, Hyun-sung received a strange notification from the game system that required immediate attention. The guy read the game window, which had information about being caught in the monster's sight. Because of this fact, the hunter was unable to successfully activate his skill to damage the enemy. The monster swung its huge tail as hard as it could, aiming straight at the group of players closest to it. Because of the powerful blow, the guy couldn't stay on his feet and just fell to the grass from the force of the impact. Hyun-sung tried to stand up, leaning on his arm to regain his combat readiness faster. The hunter realized that this legendary monster was much faster than he had expected to encounter in his life. All the players who were nearby were literally standing with their mouths open at what was happening. The fighters had no time to react to the attack, the monster striking them with its massive tail in a split second. Hyun-sung realized that it was time to use another one of his powerful skills to save the day. The guy decided to try and activate his subspace access ability to retrieve the items he needed. Imuji swung his tail, and drops of water and blood from previous victims went splattering everywhere. The hunter managed to pull a reliable weapon from his magical space along with a sturdy protective shield. The guy tried to run away a bit from this monster to create a safe distance. Otherwise he would definitely die. The monster caught up to the hunter with a powerful blow, and the protective shield shattered into many shards from the impact. This blow was so monstrously strong that it even seriously hurt the guy himself through the shattered defenses. Hyun Song crashed into the nearest rock with such force that his painful scream could be heard everywhere. Opening his eyes a little, the boy hoped that the worst had passed and the danger was over. The hunter needed time to fully realize what had just happened to him and his comrades in the first place. Hyun Sung tried to get up and realized that just a little more and he would simply die from his injuries. What an incredible blessing it is that the guy ended up doing relatively well. Hyun Song completely didn't expect this legendary monster to have any other dangerous mental skills. Previously, the only ability the guy had seen the monster have was a mental fear skill to paralyze opponents. Looking to the side, the hunter saw the other players still desperately trying to do some damage to the monster. But what was happening was a real mess, and this chaos needed to be over with as soon as possible. Looking at his hand, the guy realized he didn't have a ball absorbing blood to regain his strength. Hyun Sung thought that he definitely needed to recover his strength and health to the end first. Suddenly, another game window appeared in front of the hunter, informing him that his sword had been improved. The boy wondered how such a thing could even be possible in the midst of a fierce battle with the enemy. While Hyun Sung was pondering this, the other heroes continued to launch various attacks on the monster's body. The monster simply swung its massive tail around, trying to fend off the attackers and do as much damage as possible. It turned out that the hunter's vampire blade was lodged deep in the monster's body, and continued to do constant damage. The guy thought he would just have to summon the weapon to himself again with a magical connection, but Hyun Sung saw the blood of this monster get on the blade of his sharpened blade inside his body. Hunter realized that the winner of this epic battle was already determined due to the constant damage from the weapons. The notification came again that the sword had been improved once more by blood absorption. The guy thought it was so strange why these notifications kept coming up one after another. Perhaps it is because the weapon consumes the blood of a legendary rank monster for the first time. It's likely that this is indeed the case. Finally, players have managed to at least wound a legendary foe. The monster's exhaustion was already evident, but the players weren't going to dwell on the result. The fighters continued to deliver those countless blows all over the body of the weakening but still dangerous monster. The hunters thrust their blades and various weapons straight into the flesh of this huge beast without mercy. Imuji screamed in unbearable pain from the multiple wounds all over his body. But the legendary serpent also had no intention of giving up without a fight. Its eyes lit up with an even brighter red light. The monster's aggression level had risen to the highest possible level, making it even more unpredictable and dangerous. The monster once again used its mental skills to try and stop the heroes attacking it at all costs. The players tried to dodge the mental attacks, and in parallel continued to strike at the creature's huge body. Shin Yuna, the team boss, also actively participated in this decisive battle against the legendary opponent. The girl was an insanely strong warrior who could fight this monster on equal footing. These brave players didn't even think of giving up. They endlessly dealt the monster blow after blow, and both melee and ranged worked cohesively together, coordinating their attacks for maximum effect. The fighters pelted the monster with a variety of attacks: lightning, fire, ice, and other elemental spells. It seemed that this legendary monster should already just fall from such a huge amount of accumulated damage. But looking at the defeated opponent, Hyun Sung saw that the monster seemed to not even be in a hurry to finally die from its wounds. Shin Yuna, after scrutinizing the monster's condition, after a second, had already flown high into the air for the final strike. With her small, feminine foot, the warden delivered a mighty kick right on the legendary monster's massive chin. The girl watched the monster's reaction carefully, ready to throw additional blows if necessary for a guaranteed victory. Imuji falls to the ground with a clatter, completely defeated, no longer a threat to the combatants. But all the players decided to finally finish off the enemy and began to insert their weapons into the body one by one. They took turns doing this, each hero approaching the defeated monster and inserting his blade to confirm victory. As the fighters completed the ritual, they themselves could not believe what was happening. Got the incredible achievement of the first killers of the legendary monster. All participants rejoiced at the long-awaited victory as they acted together, and no one tried to get the glory alone. The hunters had indeed done the impossible, though it was hard enough for them to deal with such a powerful opponent. The dead monster's body began to gradually disappear, which meant something valuable should fall out as a reward for victory. All the people who had gathered around the battle site watched with their mouths open, waiting for a miracle. Everyone was wondering what was really going to fall there, and who would be able to take this valuable prize. On the tail of the disappearing monster, the participants noticed a vampire blade that belonged to Hyun Sung stuck in the flesh. The weapon flew into the air, and everyone could see that its appearance had undergone a drastic transformation. After a spectacular flight, the blade fell to the ground, sinking deeply into the soil from its own weight. Hyun Sung walked over to where he had fallen and picked up his transformed weapon, feeling the powerful energy emanating from it. The guy read the notification that he got the achievement of being the first player to get a legendary weapon in this game. The hunter was also the first to obtain a legendary skill, with the young man gaining as many as 3 unique achievements in a single battle. Hyun-sung thought it would be interesting to see what had changed about the weapon at all, besides its impressive appearance. The guy decided to study the characteristics, and saw that now the weapon is completely customized for the hunter, and works only in his hands. The young man realized that it was basically quite logical and expected from an item of legendary rank with unique properties. That's why Hyun-sung needed to get those achievements first, but the guy didn't even know that uniqueness awards existed. There should be other players with unique skills or items like the hunter, but great job done. Since Hyun-sung did basically everything for the sake of receiving this incredible reward of risk and dedication. The guy received a message that the young man was the first participant in the first raid on the legendary monster, so all stats were increased by 10 units. Hyun-sung wondered if the hunter was really the first in the history of the game, and it was most likely due to the unique properties of the weapon. Hyun-sung mentally thanked his vampire blade, as it was the weapon that had so much influence on the outcome of the epic battle. Looking at the pile of dropped items, the guy thought, I wonder how the contestants will distribute these valuables fairly among everyone. Since usually hunters are just paid money, carefully evaluating each player's individual contribution to a challenging task. But if Hyun-sung reveals his real contribution to the victory, he will only receive losses from the excessive attention. So the guy should probably tone down his ardor a bit and not show his true capabilities too openly in front of his comrades. It is best not to be overly greedy in this situation, as it can only play against the hunter in the future. Because of this epical event, the world's attention focused on the ongoing events in devastated North Korea. The identities of those brave players who managed to kill the legendary monster during the dangerous raid became the object of everyone's interest. Exactly what objects or skills the defeated monster left behind when it died has been a great object of curiosity for the international public. However, the Korean government kept absolutely all information about these trophies under the strictest state confidentiality. Even under such strict conditions of secrecy, requests for the purchase of legendary items from foreigners continued to come in constantly. As a result, many foreign collectors bought up airline tickets and rushed to Korea to negotiate with the authorities. Rich people counted on the opportunity to get the subject of the first achievement, and the unique chance to become significantly stronger. A few days after the memorable battle, Hyun-sung arrived at his warehouse store's premises for work. The guy thought it would be much harder to buy the items he needed now because of the increased worldwide interest in in-game artifacts. The hunter could bid on items from this monster's raid, but he was still paid money to participate. So even if the trophies aren't legendary, they can still be worth billions of points on the international artifact black market. Hyun-sung thought that there was no need to be too greedy, since the hunter already had enough resources to develop. Suddenly, the guy noticed that someone was calling his cell phone, interrupting his thoughts about future plans and purchases. The young man picked up the phone and said hello politely. As it turned out, it was his immediate superior, Shing Yuna. Hyun-sung said he recognized the girl's voice, and immediately delicately inquired about the specific reason for the unexpected call. Shin Yuna, without any particular mood, as if slightly offended, noticed that the guy always got straight to the point. The supervisor asked if she couldn't call a subordinate even without any specific business reason for the conversation. Hyun-sung embarrassedly replied that it wasn't that you couldn't. It was just that the hunter was sure if the girl called, there was a reason. The girl admitted that she shouldn't have said anything. Since the subordinate is indeed right, the boss has a specific request. The guy immediately politely told Shin Yuna that he was all ears and ready to listen to whatever she wanted to report or ask. The girl on the other end of the wire was thinking about which side would be the right one to approach in order to say it as delicately as possible. Finally, the supervisor asked Hyun-sung if the guy was interested in obtaining any legendary item from the last successful raid. Hearing this suggestion, the guy's eyes shone like a nickel. Of course, Hyun-sung was interested in such opportunities. Can there be players who are not interested in such a lucrative and rare offer from the bosses? Hearing this reaction, the girl smiled quite a bit as she realized that the guy was really interested in cooperating. Shin Yuna explained that she could help a subordinate buy one of the valuable items that were now being auctioned off. Hyun-sung immediately asked the supervisor suspiciously what condition was clearly behind such a generous offer. With a mysterious smile on her face, the girl replied that of course there were certain conditions. How could there be otherwise? The boss added that she was sure the subordinate had already guessed everything himself and understood the essence of the proposal. The guy replied that basically as he thought she was talking about signing a lifetime contract with the association. The girl confirmed his guess, marveling at how quickly Hyun-sung could think of all this. Shin Yuna explained that the government would try very hard to use its full power to retrieve the items dropped from the monster. The boss doubted that there were players who could surpass the financial might of the state in open competition, but only those hunters who have been on that raid directly are considered qualified to participate. Hyunsong noticed that he and his boss were the only people from their association who were there. Shin Yuna honestly admitted that she had initially thought of monopolizing all the items from this raid exclusively for herself. But it so happened that one of the fallen skills of the girl does not fit the characteristics. The guy asked if he could first scrutinize the item he could buy through the supervisor. The girl replied that of course you can, but to do it right now, unfortunately, will not be possible. It was agreed that items would not be disclosed to all bidders until the day before the auction. For the sake of fairness, Hyunsong also only learns the details about the artifacts the day before the auction. Shin Yuna explained that if the information is revealed too soon, other countries may try to eliminate the participants. Hunter replied that he was already sure. That's just how it goes in international situations like this. The guy said he would make a final decision and respond to the supervisor when he had studied the subject carefully. With a confident smile on her face, Shin Yuna replied that she believed the subordinate would definitely not regret the choice she made. A few days later, the raid participants started receiving the long-awaited information about the auctioned goods. The guy got the description and carefully read about the Black Dragon punishment of legendary rank legendary dragon with unique properties. Hyunsong understood that the skill was incredibly strong, with no meaningful restrictions to use the ability. It's basically technically just the ability to use powerful lightning, but you can activate the skill at any time. Hunter wondered if his current heroic rank skill could absorb this legendary skill for reinforcement. The guy asked his boss if the girl was sure she didn't want to acquire the ability herself. Shin Yuna replied that the attribute of her energy, it was divine energy, so the lightning skill was not suitable. Most of Shin Yuna's key skills only respond to this divine energy, so lightning doesn't fit categorically. But if Hyunsong refuses the offer, maybe the boss will figure out something to do with the skill. Probably the girl will sell the skill to another ranged player, since the government is using this book as bait. Shin Yuna said that time is running out to make a decision, so we need to decide now. Hyunsong, reading the skill description and pondering the suggestion, honestly didn't even know what to choose. The guy replied that if the boss lady would fulfill his condition, in that case the hunter would agree to the deal. Young asked for permission to break the lifetime contract when he paid the same price as the down payment. The supervisor responded that this is not a comfortable condition for the association and her personally. The guy said if it was not possible, otherwise he would have to decline the offer. Shin Yuna proposed to apply the interest rate to the price until the day the contract is broken, all strictly according to the law. The guy immediately decided to inquire about the exact interest rate that would be applied to the amount. The girl said that the interest rate would be only 10% per year. Hyunsong interrogated whether it was simple interest or compound interest. The difference in calculation was significant. Shin Yuna said she's making big concessions on this issue and it's all for this guy. In the end, they basically agreed on something in common that suited both sides to cooperate. The supervisor said, "In that case, fine. Here's the official contract for the subordinate to sign." The girl added that she would then report all arrangements to the association's superiors. When the guy started to think, Shin Yuna said that there was nothing special or difficult about it. The supervisor added that you have to wait a little while. Now she will be back soon with the paperwork. At the auction, the host asked if there was anyone else who wanted to bid on this valuable item. The auctioneer announced that he would count to 5, giving one last chance to all those who wished to bid. The countdown began measuredly. 1, 2, and the participants were silent as they waited for the bidding to end. 3, 4, the hall still continued to remain completely silent without any new bets. When it got to 5, no one ever said a single word to raise the rate. The auction host, after the countdown ended, only congratulated the winner on his successful purchase. The auctioneer said that the Black Dragon spear would now go to the player represented by Shin Yuna. The bidding ended much faster than one could have imagined at the start of the auction. This is an extraordinary amount of money that not every average player in the country can afford. It turns out that big companies and states are playing their truest behind-the-scenes game for artifacts. One skill book and one weapon, it cost almost 2 trillion won to buy just those 2 items. It was finally the turn of the long-awaited last item in the trophy collection at auction. The artifact was carefully carried on a separate cart under the heavy guard of multiple security personnel. It was the legendary skill book Punishment of the Black Dragon, the top prize of the entire auction. There was already absolutely no outsider left in the hall. All the extra people had gone home. Hyunsong was in true anticipation of the moment when he would finally receive this unique item. The guy understood the sheer madness that went on around the legendary artifacts. Since Hyunsong's debt is now calculated at 1 trillion won, an incredible amount for a mere mid-level hunter. And on top of that astronomical debt still comes a compound interest rate of 5% per annum. The lad thought with horror. Would the rest of his life be tied to this players' association with no possibility of release? Shin Yuna received her spear, but was puzzled as to what happened, why she couldn't see the first achievement message. The boss thought it was a rather odd situation that didn't fit into her understanding of game mechanics in any way. During the raid, the message about achieving first place and destroying a heroic rank monster didn't even appear, and the girl also only took second place for her contribution, even though she was absolutely sure that first place would definitely be hers. Strangely, none of the raid participants have yet to report receiving a first place in the contribution rankings. When the team first hunted heroic rank monsters, things were a bit different and more predictable. Back then, Shin Yuna ranked unequivocally first in terms of contribution to defeating a powerful opponent of that level. After that successful raid, the girl received as many as 5 first achievements of rare rank for various aspects of the battle. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to get her first titles for armor and accessories, so took for granted getting most of them. This situation is impossible without someone else along with the team hunting a legendary rank monster. The supervisor thought with annoyance as to what could have happened here in the first place, and who could have beaten her to the ranking. For the sake of getting her first 2 achievements, the girl made serious sacrifices and risky auction manipulations. Shin Yuna had deliberately designated the Black Dragon punishment as the last item in the auction to create maximum tension. The boss really did bribe and coax a lot of people to make this whole tricky event work out. And now the girl felt like such a fool for going for such risky manipulations. If only Shin Yuna had told the whole truth to Hyun Sung back then, at the very beginning of the negotiations. Just at that moment, the guy who appeared behind the supervisor's back said congratulations on the winning item. Hyun Sung took a couple cautious steps a little closer to the girl, assessing her mood and condition. With a friendly smile on his face, the hunter said that since the auction was officially over, he thought it was safe to go home. Shin Yuna was quite anxious and upset after everything that happened at the auction with unexpected results. The supervisor asked the guy if he had already looked closely at the skills he had acquired and their characteristics. The girl added that she then wishes the subordinate to get home safely without incident. Hyun Sung listened attentively and went about his business, unaware of his boss's inner turmoil. Puzzled, the guy wondered what it was that was even so strange happened to the usually confident Shin Yuna's demeanor. As suddenly as unexpectedly, the girl also, for some reason, rushed to follow her subordinate, catching up with him at the exit. The supervisor, stuttering slightly with excitement, told Hyun Sung that she apologized for what she was about to report. Shin Yuna admitted that she had a lot to say about the real reasons for placing specific items in the auction. In fact, the government tried to force the girl to achieve world firsts at any cost for the prestige of the country, and the officials purposely displayed the items the boss was going to buy first, leaving the coveted artifacts for last. Hyun Sung, when he heard this confession from his boss, immediately thought deeply, wondering exactly what kind of first achievement in history she needed. When the guy thought about his own achievements that he had obtained after his epic battle with the legendary monster, he realized the essence of the situation. Hunter thought then it becomes clear. Perhaps Shin Yuna already had some first achievement in the history of the game, and the government must have learned of this fact and tried to support its valuable employee in this cunning way. The guy couldn't let go of heavy thoughts about the whole complicated and confusing situation with the manipulations at the auction. After reflecting on what he had heard, Hyun Sung told his boss that basically everything had become clear and logical. Hunter added that it doesn't matter whose point of view, the girl's or the government's. He understands everything perfectly well and doesn't judge. Therefore, Shin Yuna may not apologize to his subordinate for what happened today in this auction. The guy turned to leave again and said that in that case, he should be on his way home on his own business by now. The girl felt even more ashamed of her actions, looking at how kind and understanding this guy turned out to be. Looking at the back of the departing subordinate, the boss realized how Hyun Sung was actually not a greedy and noble person. To herself, Shin Yuna promised herself that she had to make sure she would never do anything like that again. When he got to his house, Hyun Sung thought about what an honest person his boss was after all. The girl could just keep silent about this unpleasant moment, and so say nothing to him about the behind-the-scenes games. Therefore, Hunter now felt some guilt towards Shin Yuna for what had happened with the distribution of achievements. Since essentially all of these valuable first achievements in history, the guy took exclusively for himself. Hyun Sung used the magic subspace and took out the skill book he had gotten from the expensive auction today. Examining this very real legendary artifact, the hunter wondered if he should study the contents of the book now, since the guy didn't know for sure if the new skill would merge with the existing skill, or if they would exist separately. In the end, Hyun Sung still decided to study the book of active skills and see if ability absorption would happen. By merging the two skills, the active skill Breath of Thunder Dragon's unique legendary rank was created. The guy realized that the abilities were not just absorbed, but fully merged, and he received the first achievement for the unique legendary skill. Participating in a dangerous raid on this huge serpent was indeed a great decision for character development, because with all the titles and achievements he had gained, the hunter was able to greatly improve his combat capabilities. Hyun-song improved his base stats by a total of 450 points, an incredible increase in strength. And the guy also got a skill that is actually truly incredible and unique in its own right. Hyun-song pondered with excitement. Was it really time to try the new legendary skill in action? The hunter's hand begins to gradually electrify, becoming covered in powerful discharges of purple energy, ready to attack. Focusing on the target, the guy unleashes a series of incredibly strong lightning charges towards the training targets. These green targets begin to literally melt under the destructive power of the legendary skill. Hyun-song thought with admiration that he himself had not expected this skill to be so strong and effective. For a hunter, now absolutely any monsters should not be a serious hindrance in battle. The guy wanted to keep going and continue to test his new capabilities. The next attack results in a huge purple lightning blast of incredible destructive power. But during this test, what surprised Hyun-sung was how quickly the targets were destroyed. The hunter thought that the monsters would vaporize rather quickly under the influence of the legendary skill with no resistance. The guy even regretted that he didn't have time to really observe the effect before his opponents immediately died. These chains of lightning instantly pierced the creatures, leaving them no chance of survival. Hyun-sung thought that he needed to find a bat dungeon or something similar for a full-fledged trial. But the hunter didn't know of any suitable places nearby where he could go for a serious aptitude test. At that moment, the guy got a message from his boss on his phone saying he needed to discuss an important case. Hyun-sung immediately thought with worry. Did something serious happen in their region again? Hunter called Xing Yuna and said that he had already come out of the dungeon and was ready to talk. The boss asked what the guy thought of the idea of hunting in the dungeons of the northern region of the country. Initially, Hyun-sung didn't even realize what exactly the girl's proposal was about. Shin Yuna explained that the area of North Korea that is being rebuilt is very lacking in hunters for low and medium dungeons. Therefore, the authorities would be very grateful if the subordinate could help in this difficult situation. And the pay for the job will be double the normal rate, because it is truly an emergency call. Hyun-song smiled, knowing that the other players didn't get much benefit when hunting monsters a level below them. So the hunter replied with a smile on his face, that of course it would help. Didn't he sign a lifetime contract? The supervisor just thanked the guy for agreeing and said she would get the helicopter ready for immediate dispatch. Hyun-song realized that the situation was indeed urgent if such swiftness in action was required. Shin Yuna explained that dungeons keep appearing in the region and no way to stop without intervention. Not so much that we need to declare a state of emergency, but everyone needs to understand the need to address the problem quickly. Because otherwise, the situation with the emerging dungeons might just get out of control of the authorities and hunters. After 2 weeks of intensive work in North Korea, the helicopter with Hyun-song arrived at the next mission site. The guy received an important notification that his accumulated points had reached the sum of 300 billion. So the mercenary system was now available. Being in another dungeon, the hunter thought with surprise. What kind of system is there? If there is such a system in the game at all. But right now, Hyun-sung realized that he had to think first of the monsters that required immediate annihilation. There was a huge purple explosion. The guy once again used his legendary skill against a group of opponents. The hunter handled the monsters very quickly, his face determined and focused on the task at hand. Hyun-song decided to open the status window to understand the new system in a little more detail, and understand the principles of operation. The guy saw that there didn't seem to be anything new in the familiar status window compared to previous versions. The hunter thought it was worth considering his unique skills and seeing what the description would say. What Hyun-song saw as a result of his search specifically surprised him and exceeded his expectations of the system, as it opened up an extensive list of mercenaries where you could see all sorts of different information about each of them. The guy thought about how it looked like it was possible to recruit allies as far up to, and including heroic rank. One of the most expensive mercenaries, the hunter decided to take a closer look, and saw that the cost was as much as 600 billion points. Not only is the price astronomical, but it's only for a 2-hour job. Hyun-sung thought that in that case, he would just take a rare rank mercenary for his first experiment. Though when considering the offers from the rare mercenaries, the guy realized that they were by no means cheap by the standards of regular players either. As the hunter scrutinized this game offering window, he noticed something that surprised him greatly. Hyun-sung noticed one girl named Lucia, who was basically the cheapest of all the mercenaries. But this circumstance didn't bother the guy at all. He was ready to experiment with the mercenary system. Reading the skill descriptions, the hunter saw the warning that don't trust her, for she is a loser, and wondered what that could even mean. Hyun-sung pondered if the girl was good at canceling contracts, or what the warning was even about. The guy was in contemplation whether he should spend his accumulated money on such a suspicious mercenary girl. Hunter thought that all he needed to start with was to get a little information on how the system worked. Therefore, Hyun-sung decided to still hire this mercenary, who literally materialized in front of his eyes a second later. Lucia immediately thanked her employer, saying gratefully that she was very glad he chose her boss. The girl turned to the boy with an assurance that she would fight alongside him with all her strength and ability. This girl with long white hair immediately asked in a businesslike manner where the enemy was and who she needed to deal with first. Hyun-sung replied to the mercenary with a friendly smile on his face that no, there really weren't any opponents here yet. Surprised, the mercenary girl asked her employer why, in that case, he had decided to hire her for the job in the first place. Lucia wondered if this was the guy's first time using such a complicated system of hiring combat allies. With an honest smile, Hyun-sung replied that yes, this ability had only recently activated for him to use. Lucia said understandingly that she understood the situation. The hire could ask anything she wanted, and she would try to be as helpful as possible. Since there were no enemies nearby to fight, the girl relaxed and dropped her weapon right on the ground. The first question the guy asked the intrigued mercenary was about who these mysterious mercenaries even were. The girl patiently explained that the mercenaries were players just like the boss himself, only from other worlds. Hyun-sung was surprised by this information and questioned whether they were really straightforward people like himself. Lucia confirmed that yes, they are players with the same unique skills and abilities as everyone else. Guy was genuinely surprised to hear this incredible information about the nature of the mercenary system. Lucia told me that she was just specializing in the skills of buying and selling various items and resources. Hyun-sung logically asked if that meant that the world the girl lived in was also being attacked by various monsters. When asked about the spatial gate, the mercenary replied that her world was also attacked by monsters, but she doesn't know the cause. If the hirer is interested in the details, he will have to hire mercenaries above legendary rank to get the information. Since even the heroic rank mercenaries Lucia met didn't know anything about it. Hyun-sung, upon hearing this information, revealed that in his world, the gate had opened a little over 20 years ago. During this time, 2 devastating cataclysms managed to occur. But now the situation has more or less stabilized. Hunter asked if it was somehow possible to predict when the next cataclysmic event would occur in the future. Lucia replied that as far as she knew from experience, there were usually only 2 total cataclysms per world. The girl added that the 3rd cataclysm probably wouldn't happen for at least another 20 years. But after this term, the mercenary cannot guarantee anything to her employer regarding the safety of the world, because 40 years after the first cataclysmic event in history, her homeworld was completely destroyed and consumed by monsters. Hyun-sung, hearing such a grim prophecy, didn't even know what to say to the girl in response to such terrifying information. The boy hoped Lucia was just joking, or that his homeworld could somehow avoid a similar fate. But the mercenary earnestly said she was sure of what she said, because her employment history says she is a loser. Lucia inquired if she wanted to hire to find out why she was put in such unpleasant categories of employees. Hyun-sung mentally prepared herself to hear the worst possible scenario of what could happen to her world. The girl sadly revealed that she was a loser who had abandoned her home world and just shamefully ran away from responsibility. Initially, everything was perfect in their reality. People lived peacefully and enjoyed every day they lived without worries. The residents had everything like ordinary people. Children, families, jobs, dreams for the future and plans for life. But one terrible day, a huge black crack suddenly appeared in the clear sky, tearing through space. And after this ominous phenomenon, a deafeningly loud sound was heard, frightening all the inhabitants of the planet. For the first time in the history of their world, horrible monsters appeared and began terrorizing the civilian population. The inhabitants of Lucia's world were then desperate to escape and flee from the impending threat by any means necessary. They tried all sorts of evacuation and rescue methods when they realized the scale of the disaster. But Lucia never ran away from danger back then. She bravely fought those monstrous monsters. These devilish creatures were ready to mercilessly kill absolutely anyone who got in their way. Lucia said she was absolutely not intimidated by it. She tried valiantly to defend her beloved homeland. There were all sorts of dangerous situations in which the girl was not supposed to survive at all, but the mercenary knew she had a sacred purpose, to completely cleanse her world of monsters. Then in one pivotal moment, Lucia was very much surprised at how incredibly strong she had become. Hyun-sung, upon hearing this information, understandably said that this was how the girl became a level 1 player. Lucia confirmed that yes, that was exactly what her complicated story of becoming a monster hunter was. At first, the mercenary tried to increase her characteristics quickly, using the points she had accumulated and improving her skills. But after a while, to be honest, the girl simply regretted the decision made then. After that, Lucia accumulated points by hunting, and she managed to survive by selling skill books. After enduring 16 years of constant struggle in this arduous way, she began to see real hope. But soon, a devastating second cataclysm struck their long-suffering world, changing everything. There was no way to stop the ever-increasing number of legendary rank monsters on the planet. Monsters appeared and appeared without end, so an overwhelming force field of energy was spread. This field made it impossible to use spatial maneuvering skills to evacuate. Then Lucia simply had no other choice. She used one emergency remedy. The girl prepared this remedy especially for the extreme case of emergency escape from a dangerous situation. Lucia used the rarest item of spatial teleportation, risking everything to save herself. There was a very high probability that the mercenary would be lost forever in an unknown dimension. But the desperate girl simply had no other choice to save her own life. Initially, Lucia was unable to move to the dimension needed for safety. Honestly, she got lost and literally found herself amidst endless black walls of emptiness. There, in the strange space between dimensions, the girl didn't know how to find her way back out. But Lucia tried not to give up and constantly searched for the right portal for her to return home. A space where absolutely nothing exists but endless emptiness and silence was hard enough to bear mentally and physically for any living thing. However, to Lucia's incredible luck in this interdimensional space, there was the possibility of applying to a mysterious mercenary system to find work. And thanks to the unique buying and selling skills, if you go to the in-game store, there's even a dedicated mercenary job application window. Hen Song, after listening to this amazing information, decided to thoroughly check for himself if such a possibility really existed there in his system. The guy saw that he could indeed apply on his own and become a mercenary for other players from parallel worlds and dimensions. Lucia said she registered as a mercenary and just started waiting patiently. But not many people hired her because of her reputation as a loser. A young woman once tried to significantly reduce the cost of her services to a potential employer to make the offer more attractive, and asked in return for such a concession to be allowed to live and work in her employer's world on a permanent basis instead of temporary contracts. But then Lucia was simply flatly refused. No one wanted to accept her on such terms into their world forever. The guy realized that the minimum pay for a rare rank mercenary was 1 million points per hour of work, not including extras. This amounts to 24 million points per day and about 700 million points per month, an astronomical amount for most players. Lucia told me that a greedy employer once wanted her to transfer 24 million points to him every day as payment. Hyun Sung even opened his mouth in surprise and asked in bewilderment how it was even possible to transfer his accumulated points to other players in the system. Mercenary explained that it's usually impossible to transfer points to other players or regular people through standard game mechanics. But it becomes possible to do this between players with the same unique skills, thanks to special ability synchronization between users. The girl got up from her seat and walked much closer to the guy, clearly intending to demonstrate something important in practice. Lucia extended her hand to Hyun Sung for a handshake, not yet explaining exactly what this physical contact was for. As the hunter shook her hand in greeting, a system notification suddenly came in that players could exchange points. Hyun Sung thought it was actually quite interesting and useful game mechanics for interaction between players with similar abilities. The guy asked if he could artificially increase his accumulated points if they traded points over and over in a closed loop. The girl replied that no, it is not possible at all, because when players trade points, the accumulated points are reduced by the amount used at the sender. And absolutely the same rule applies to the expensive mercenary system. Points don't come out of nowhere, just redistributed. Hyun Song, upon hearing this information about trading opportunities, felt his eyes light up at the same moment with anticipation of new possibilities. The hunter told the mercenary that she was then bound to accept some lucrative offer from potential employers. But Lucia replied that she flatly refused that offer, despite the financial benefit and stability, because there was too much commission percentage there, which made the deal unprofitable for her in the long run. Then the girl's position in the interdimensional space only got worse and worse with each day of job rejections. It was at that critical moment that the same man suddenly decided to hire Lucia again, but on different, fairer terms. Hyun Sung emphatically said that in such a desperate situation, the girl should have accepted his job offer anyway. But the girl bitterly explained that no, she simply could not physically continue to work under such bondage conditions with an exploiter. Accumulating points from hunting various monsters, Lucia was forced to hand over 24 million points daily to her greedy employer. The mercenary would then pay this astronomical sum to her employer, leaving virtually nothing for herself to develop and survive. Even if the girl hunted all day without a break, she would lose 4 million points every day, and there was nothing she could do about it. Fortunately, during the intense hunt, Lucia could save precious time for sleep and food by using game mechanics to recover. Even if a mercenary only earned 5 million points a day by hunting, it still wasn't enough to cover her expenses. But the greed and appetite of her employer only constantly increased, making cooperation more and more unfavorable for the girl. So Lucia had to simply terminate her bonded contract with the exploiter, despite the risk of being out of work for a long time. And after this unpleasant incident, the girl was left without a permanent job, and no one hired her until she met Hyun Sung. Lucia honestly admitted that she could last another 6 months at most, so she wanted to ask her employer for a long-term commitment. The minimum fair wage for a mercenary will be 24 million points for 1 full day's work with no days off. In return, the girl will faithfully follow her employer absolutely everywhere and fight bravely on any battlefield he indicates. So Lucia begged Hyun Sung to tell her if he would let her live and work in this relatively safe world. Hyun Sung didn't even know what to say to such a serious proposal that required a deliberate decision and long-term planning. The hunter asked the mercenary to give him some time to at least carefully consider all aspects of the proposed cooperation. Lucia agreed, but reminded them that they didn't have much time left before their current temporary hire automatically ended. So it seemed to the girl that it was now time to return to the interdimensional space until the next call from her employers. The mercenary disappeared without a trace just seconds later, leaving Hyun Sung alone with a difficult decision about the future. Hyun Sung was serious enough to think about the proposal and weigh all the possible consequences of such a decision. Once settled there in the cave of the dungeon, the guy sat down on a rock and began to reflect on how lucky he was in this situation. What should a hunter do in this difficult situation? It would be wise to actively utilize this unique mercenary system. But there is one significant but, which confuses the guy a bit and makes him doubt the correctness of the decision. The guy decided to go into his game profile and scrutinize all the available options and features of the mercenary system. Hyun Sung hired that girl again through the interface, and Lucia instantly appeared in front of him in the same place. With a happy smile on her face, the mercenary said she could see. Hiring her again chose her, so she made a wise decision for both parties. Hunter replied that he did, but first he would like to allow himself to clarify one important technical thing. Lucia said understandingly that she saw her employer's interest in her fighting abilities and was willing to demonstrate them. Hyun Sung directly asked the girl if she could show her status window with all the characteristics and skills first. The mercenary replied that if the employer was concerned about her level and combat performance, then of course she would show all the necessary information. Hyun Sung thought to himself that for a first-level player, the level number had almost no meaning in battle. Therefore, Lucia will only be able to show him her basic characteristics and available skills without indicating her exact level of development. The mercenary activated her status window, displaying all available stats and skills for the hirer's perusal. The guy immediately began to scrutinize the information presented in more detail, analyzing every metric and ability. Hyun Sung saw that Lucia's stats were quite high for a player of her level and experience with monster battles. The hunter was even genuinely surprised at such an impressive set of characteristics in a relatively inexpensive mercenary. The total sum of all her combat stats exceeded 3,500 units, an impressive result. A normal player can only have such high characteristics after reaching about the 700th level of development. Hyun Sung is 700 performance units behind her, but he thinks that overall he will catch up to her soon. The guy was sure that the mercenary had many legendary and high-ranked heroic skills. Hunter wondered how many of the strongest monsters could even exist in the various worlds. That even powerful people like Lucia are forced to work as mercenaries for other players for survival. The guy told the girl that yes, he was basically happy with her performance, but he would hire her temporarily for now. Hyun Sung explained that yes, he would temporarily summon her to one particular dungeon to go through together. Upon successful completion of this dungeon, the contract with the mercenary will reset to 0. He will pay for the job, and that's it, no obligations. The girl clarified if the hire meant that she would be called upon every time she went hunting. In principle, she was quite satisfied with this option of cooperation. Lucia said that it was not a bad offer for her. The mercenary again just a second later vanished without a trace, as if she had never been here. In the dungeon, the girl is already actively fighting at full power, showing off all her combat skills. A strong enough player skillfully swings his weapon, cleaving opponents with precise and powerful blows. Strange little monsters begin to slowly surround Lucia, trying to attack her from every available angle. The girl uses her magic power, and 3 protective shields appear around her to repel attacks. The extra armor creates an energy dome that prevents enemies from getting through to the mercenary inside. Once the defense is activated, a powerful blast of purple lightning occurs, striking all surrounding monsters. These strange rabbits literally begin to melt and vaporize from such a devastating magical blow. Hyun-sung realizes how convenient it is to have such a strong ally to improve his position. Monsters are torn apart literally with one precise movement of a skilled mercenary's weapon. Lucia really tries her best to show her employer all her best fighting skills. Guy noticed that her style of combat was drastically different from his own behavior on the battlefield. The mercenary behaves much more aggressively and assertively in attack, giving opponents no time to maneuver. But the team is getting good teamwork that can lead to a great pass rush. With the help of his legendary superpower, Hyun-sung continues to methodically destroy these monsters one by one. The mercenary also keeps up the pace, and in one powerful move chops another monster into 2 equal pieces. The opponent immediately drops dead, and Lucia demonstrates that she really is that much stronger than anyone else. Hyun-sung turned to his ally and said that it looked like they had successfully completed the joint sweep of this dungeon. Lucia replied that she really liked the hunting spot that Hire today chose to go through together. The other Hires in their worlds had quite a few different difficulties and inconveniences to hunt effectively. For example, there may have been too many other hunters in one place, creating uncomfortable competition for prey. And since the best places to hunt belong to powerful Hires, this posed quite a problem for ordinary mercenaries. The entrance fees to the most lucrative caves and dungeons back then were really unaffordable for most workers. Lucia suddenly decided to ask some personal question to the guy she had long wondered about his status. The mercenary asked if it was possible that Hyun-sung was one of the rulers or influential people in this world. With a smile on his face, the guy replied that no, he was just asked to take care of the area in time. The hunter asked if the girl could continue to actively fight further, to which he received a positive response from the mercenary. Hyun-sung replied that was fine, in which case he would call on her a little later for her next assignment. Before leaving the area, Lucia said she would wait patiently for the next call from her employer. After a full week of intense work, the guy came to a new, more complex dungeon to explore. Hyun-sung realized that this way he would accumulate his gaming achievements and experience very quickly. Previously, a hunter would only earn 10 million points for a day of intense hunting alone. But now, with the help of a mercenary, earns at least 3 times as much in the same period of time. And since Lucia was earning 300 million points a week, the guy was really incredibly lucky to have her. It looked like the mercenary was really happy that she had earned 300 million points in a week of working together. Hyun-sung admitted that he was now ashamed of earning hundreds of millions of points from selling electronic equipment, since it's already too little money for a hunter now compared to the income from hunting. The mercenary approached the guy and said she had an important question she wanted to ask. If it's okay to hire, Lucia would like permission to ask this personal question. Of course, the guy immediately said she could talk about anything she wanted, and the girl noticed his fighting style. The mercenary asked if Hyun-sung planned to continue fighting at close and long range at the same time. Hunter replied that of course he would, and how could he do otherwise if both styles of combat were needed? Lucia said then that she understood the lad had never properly studied the art of swordsmanship. Hyun-sung replied that indeed, he only had a few basic knowledge and nothing else. The girl advised in such a case to hire an experienced fencing master to teach the correct technique, and learn the art of the sword properly, as trust me, it will definitely be needed in future battles. Now the guy's gun ownership is too crude, and in places painfully inept in the eyes of a professional. Perhaps against weaker opponents, Hyun-sung is not inconvenienced, but for heroic rank monsters, it will be noticeable. After these words, there was a real pause between them to comprehend what the mercenary had said. So great was the difference in fighting skills and weapon proficiency, that it was obvious even to an inexperienced outside observer. Lucia offered Hyun-sung to fight her, without using active magical skills for a fair sword fight. The mercenary explained that she was offering this because the guy would figure out for himself in which direction to pump his abilities. Hyun-sung thought that he didn't even know how to feel about such a rather unexpected offer from an experienced mercenary. And then he grabbed his legendary blade and of course agreed to such a training duel with a professional. The hunter was already preparing to enter this serious sparring, realizing the importance of gaining combat experience from the master. Standing opposite the mercenary in a fighting stance, the guy didn't even know what he should expect from his opponent. The only thing Hyun-sung knew for sure was that he wanted to prove and show his best abilities in battle. The hunter decided to attack first and began to approach very quickly towards the girl to strike. The guy swung his vampire weapon, but Lucia managed to put up a solid block with her blade. Then suddenly, Hyun-sung realized that his swift attack had not succeeded as originally planned. But not only that, the girl also counterattacked him immediately instantly. giving him no time to recover. This intense sparring between the two continued constantly, demonstrating the difference in skill between the fighters. The girl began to press more and more on her opponent, giving the impression that he had nowhere to retreat to. But Hyun-sung realized that the mercenary was clearly not fighting at full strength, holding back her true capabilities. Hunter abruptly pushed off the ground with his shoes, using the momentum for a surprise maneuver to outmaneuver the enemy, and suddenly found himself right behind this experienced warrior girl, gaining a tactical advantage. The guy was preparing to deliver a decisive blow to his opponent, and was already confident of his imminent victory. This is where things went completely wrong, as Hyun-sung could only have imagined in his wildest plans. Laosia was proud of herself for clearly showing the boy how he was still quite weak in fencing. Hyun-sung didn't want to give up after the first failure, and decided to try another attack on his opponent. The hunter began to run very fast towards the mercenary, hoping to catch her off guard with a second attack. Another intense round of bout began between the two, showcasing the skills of both sides. After all this intense battle, there were no more than a few minutes of continuous combat. The guy was already thoroughly exhausted, and was really barely breathing from the physical and emotional strain. Hyun-sung thought with bewilderment, how could this be? Why was there such a huge difference in skill between them? Surprisingly, if one looked at the mercenary, she looked extremely calm and not even out of breath. Lucia decided to end the fight and swung her weapon towards her exhausted opponent. Acting decisively enough, a slight smile gradually slid off the self-satisfied girl's face. Hyun-sung thought that he had had enough swordsmanship lessons from a professional for today. The girl put the tip of her blade to her opponent's throat, and he was forced to admit defeat. Lucia told the boy that this was about the result she had expected, for she had said that he was rather weak in fencing. Hyun-sung asked about his unique skill, and the mercenary replied that yes, it just wasn't showing up in the status window yet. In some ways, this arcane weapon skill is even far more important than any other basic character traits. And whether it's passive or active abilities, from the player's perspective, it's all skills that are suddenly acquired through the system. That's not all, because it's not enough to just have a skill, you need to know how to use it correctly in practice. The guy countered that nevertheless isn't the method of using these skills automatically laid into the players by the system. The mercenary replied that believe me, even if that's how it happens, this basic understanding is clearly not enough for mastery. Lucia gave an example, the riding skill. Once you learn that skill, and yes, the guy will be able to ride a horse, then yes, you can stop and maneuver freely. But that's obviously not enough to say you've mastered the skill. Depending on skill level, combat power and its effectiveness vary widely between players. The same skill learned and practiced consistently will make it much stronger over time. Hyun-sung understood perfectly the concept of pumping skills through practice and continuous improvement of technique. Lucia added that this is not only a problem with passive skills, but even active skills such as spells, and in the case of a set of combat skills that you use as a major force in battles with opponents. Depending on your skill level, there will be a significant difference in the damage you can do to an enemy. The mercenary then gave an analogy, even if a casual and professional gamer play the same character, and even with the same set of skills and abilities available for use in combat situations. What a regular player or professional could do with such a character is the difference between heaven and earth. Hyun-sung realized that skill level really was insanely important, even if it wasn't displayed in the status window. Hunter was confident that this ability would prove to be of great value in real combat situations against strong opponents. So suddenly, the lad told the mercenary that he had one important request for her help. Hyun-sung asked if Lucia could help him improve his combat performance and skill. The mercenary readily said she could teach him absolutely anything he just wanted to learn for development. A few months later, thanks to the efforts of high-level players who were sent to North Korea to stabilize it, the dungeons, which had been in danger from the influx of monsters, slowly began to stabilize under the control of the hunters. However, on the flip side, the dissatisfaction of high-level players with the working conditions has grown quite a bit during this time. Players from giant guilds who joined for the purpose of business cooperation slowly began to get lazy and lose motivation. And if the order came to sweep the low-level dungeons, the elite hunters never liked it because of the low profit. The elite hunters were either deliberately slowing down on their assignments or openly expressing their dissatisfaction and insistence on an immediate return to South Korea. Due to this critical situation, mid- and low-level dungeons began to be shifted to other players who are directly affiliated with the State Hunter Association. And naturally, there was serious resentment even from these regular players who had to shoulder the extra workload without adequate compensation. Even if the rank-and-file hunters received double the emergency reserve allowance, it was still too much of a loss for them in the long run. Players could not gain enough experience for character development and level up, while in dungeons unsuitable for their rank. They also couldn't effectively mine valuable items or magic stones. And even in their daily lives, there were many serious inconveniences. Hunters had to sleep in uncomfortable field tents due to poor weather conditions and lack of proper accommodation in the region. The fighters even had to be limited to dry military rations or simple food. And under such harsh conditions, the work continued for months on end. Even the dedicated players in the association began to gradually slacken and lose enthusiasm for the tasks at hand. But instead of being lazy and complaining along with the rest of the disgruntled, there were other players with a completely different approach to the situation, who focused solely on hunting and showed an increasingly genuine enthusiasm for their dangerous work in the region. Hyun Sung and his mercenary Lucia belonged to this category of motivated and determined hunters. They showed the most genuine professional enthusiasm in this difficult matter of restoring the region from monster invasion. The guy continued to actively pump up his fencing skills under the guidance of an experienced mentor in parallel with his main job. Hyun Song had constant training sparring sessions with this talented girl who patiently taught him the finer points of martial arts. And in general, the two of them spent their free time with each other very well, finding common interests and topics for conversation. Even at one point, their working relationship had become much more warm and friendly than the usual employer-employee relationship. Lucia was surprised to note that this world had an amazingly well-developed civilization and social structure of society. Hyun Song explained that ordinary people still need an official ID card to do this kind of official business in the country. So that's why the guy can't summon her outside of the dungeons for exactly this important bureaucratic reason. Hunter explained that she was a top-notch player, and as for such players, their identities were strictly checked and controlled in every country. After the work they're doing now is finished, Hyun Sung will consider ways that will allow the mercenary to live legally in their country. First of all, it is important for Lucia to get an official identification document and register as a real player in the system. The mercenary said it would be great if they were able to do this. She was very happy with the current situation and the prospects for cooperation. Lucia had heard that the official photo for the documents would be an image of what she looked like at the present moment in time. The girl remarked that if this was all going to happen, it would be better if she looked a little younger than her current age. And the guy immediately realized what the mercenary was talking about, confirming that yes, indeed it was a reasonable point regarding the documents. It's much better and more practical to have a younger photo on your official ID card for long-term use. Suddenly the girl was surprised by something, her eyes sparkling with unexpected joy and gratitude for his generosity. Hyun Sung walked closer to the mercenary and extended his hand to hand over some of his accumulated points as a gift. Lucia suddenly decided after their important conversation was over to follow her boyfriend to discuss one more thing. The girl called out to Hyun Sung, and he turned to her to find out what was the matter and what was bothering her. The mercenary said she thought her employer had better take the glasses back, as she already looked noticeably younger thanks to his gift. Hyun Song replied that he viewed this transfer of points simply as a fair payment for quality training in martial skills. The guy added that Lucia had taught him many useful things already, so he gave her those glasses as a well-deserved reward. The girl, hearing such warm words of gratitude, was once again embarrassed by the unexpected praise and recognition of her efforts. The mercenary promised, saying she would then do her best to assist her employer in furthering his training. Meanwhile, the players were still in the cold and harsh places of the northern part of Korea, continuing their important mission. The hunters talked among themselves about work matters and current tasks, discussing plans for the near future. As he passed by the group of co-workers, Hyun Sung also rejoiced at the fact that today was such a good and productive day. Nearby, one of the players called someone on a cell phone to contact loved ones or superiors. In the conversation, the hunter told the caller that yes, he was on an extended business trip in the northern region of the country. Some stranger in dark robes eavesdropping on the conversation said something about how fine. This was their long-awaited chance for action. And just a second later, the mysterious figure vanished like smoke, as if it had never been there. Hyun Song was also part of an expedition in North Korea, carrying out his clearance duties. As the guy was walking along a familiar route, he suddenly saw something amazing that caught his attention. The hunter thought it strange as his heightened wild instincts warning of danger were suddenly activated. Hyun Sung wondered who was watching him then, since there was someone clearly watching beside him. The guy realized that his instincts were activated for a reason, meaning there were some hostile creatures or enemies somewhere nearby. But in that case, the hunter needed to do something to ensure his own safety first. Not far from him, while Hyun Sung was in the cave, a mutant lion began to growl threateningly at the intruder. The hunter cautiously stepped closer to these fearsome creatures, assessing their strength and preparing for a possible battle. The guy thought he needed to deal with these dangerous predators first before looking for other threats. Hyun Sung pulled out his legendary vampire weapon, preparing to use it against the aggressive mutants. The hunter hid behind a large rock and patiently waited for the best moment for a sudden and effective attack. When the guy waited for the right moment, he struck a powerful blow with his purple lightning bolts at the group of opponents. Hyun-sung realized how strong and experienced he had become, and that he was no longer afraid of these monstrous creatures. When the mutants saw him, they immediately pounced on the hunter with insane aggression and bloodlust. But with his new improved skills and characteristics, Hyun-sung easily handled them in a short time. After finishing such an intense fight, the guy collected the magic crystals that fell from the defeated opponents. The hunter piled the trophies into his trekking bag, which was already overflowing with various valuable loot. Hyun-sung wasn't going to stop there, and continued to engage in battle with the other monsters in the cave. After such a long and grueling battle, the guy decided to sit down on a rock for a while and rest. Sipping cool water to recover his strength, Hyun-sung read in the notifications that he had obtained the Horned Rabbit Killer skill for his recent victories. After such a short but necessary rest, the boy thought it was probably time to continue onward through the cave. Even though the hunter is tired from the continuous battles, but it is still necessary to continue his dangerous journey through the dungeon. Hyun-sung did this for a reason, as he continued to feel this murderous hostile energy somewhere near him. Suddenly, a mutant lion appeared behind the hunter's back, preparing for a surprise attack on the careless victim. The guy slashed the throat of his next opponent with one swift swing of the legendary weapon, preventing him from attacking. That's when Hyun-sung takes a cautious glance back and realizes that the mysterious killer who's been watching him is still here. The hunter sensed a dark shadow approaching, slowly but inexorably coming closer and closer to him. The guy didn't intend to just tolerate it, so he started conjuring a powerful lightning bolt in his open palm beforehand. In the next second, an unknown opponent appeared in front of Hyun-sung, and the hunter immediately swung around to attack. After that, he struck a lightning strike so that there was a huge purple explosion that shook the walls of the cave around it. The enemy was hit in the face by an electric shock, and it slightly disfigured his appearance with a deep burn. The guy immediately began to analyze his mysterious opponent and realized that it was a high-class professional assassin. Hyun-sung moved even closer to the enemy again and prepared to deliver his next decisive weapon strike. But the opponent managed to put up a protective block with his blade in time to escape the hunter's deadly attack. The boy pushed himself sharply off the stone floor again, jumped high up, and swung his vampire blade. But literally before the eyes of the astonished Hyun-sung, his swift opponent suddenly disappeared from sight. Hunter realized how incredibly fast his opponent was, that it was even surprising for an experienced fighter. This stranger with the assassin class began to run away from the battle site very quickly using his speed skills. On the fugitive's face was a huge scar from the lightning strike the guy had just left. The assassin was perplexed and wanted to flee, thinking that this guy had somehow found out about the surveillance. The stranger was running away so fast that his silhouette became barely recognizable in the darkness of the cave. Hyun-sung was well aware that he was much stronger than this stranger, but that stranger was too fast for a direct pursuit. And this advantage in movement speed did give the enemy quite a few tactical opportunities. Suddenly, this fellow assassin suddenly appeared behind the hunter's back using his stealth skills. Hyun-sung swung his blade in response, but his opponent had time to react and deftly jumped up, avoiding the blow. The guy realized that the enemy had well-developed movement skills that allowed him to maneuver effectively. The enemy realized his speed advantage and rejoiced in that fact, planning to make the most of it. After which, there was suddenly a huge green explosion of poisonous gas that this dangerous opponent had conjured. Hyun-sung received a system notification that he was under the effects of poisoning and paralyzed for 10 seconds. Hyun-sung thought with bewilderment as to what had just happened in the first place, and why the enemy was acting so fast and efficient. Powerful purple lightning bolts reappeared in the hunter's hand, ready to deliver a devastating blow to the enemy. The boy struck his legendary lightning strike again, trying to at least hurt the elusive opponent in the fight. But the assassin was too fast. He managed to deftly dodge this powerful blow, avoiding serious damage. Hyun-sung couldn't believe his eyes. How come the opponent was so fast and elusive? The hunter couldn't even hit the enemy. The skills wouldn't reach the target either. But a lot of energy was wasted. If this keeps up, the guy is simply going to lose this critical bout with the killer. Right now, Hyun-sung has only one chance to turn the tide of battle in his favor. And the most important thing for the hunter now is not to screw up at the crucial moment and use the opportunity as effectively as possible. This professional assassin continued to maneuver expertly, dodging all the guy's blows with enviable skill. The enemy began to retreat and realized that all his comrades had to get out of here immediately. The mission was a failure. They didn't expect the guy to be too fast and strong. What kind of a lightning strike of that power in the first place? It's hard to believe that this enigmatic guy woke up and became a player just about a year ago. When the enemy tried to run away from the battlefield, Hyun-sung resolutely rushed after him. The hunter approached the assassin a fair distance away and swung his sharp blade to strike. Even though the opponent managed to put up a protective block with his weapon, the strike was still quite strong. Hyun-sung thought with annoyance, does this coward really just want to run away from a fair fight? Some additional weapon materialized in the assassin's hand to continue the battle with his pursuer. The opponent also has his own blade, and he leaped high into the air to attack from above. Hyun-sung tried to read his opponent's movements in advance, even though he was moving incredibly fast and unpredictable. The assassin was still also trying to get away from the persistent guy, using all his speed skills. Hyun-sung decided to use his unique skill called Flicker to pursue. And with this ability, the hunter instantly teleported to his opponent and pierced him with his legendary weapon. Who would have thought such a thing was even possible? Instant teleportation directly to a moving target. This assassin is about to die from a mortal wound right now, and a whole fountain of scarlet blood is spurting out of it. Hyun-sung didn't want to dwell on the result, and planned to finish off his opponent finally. So the guy wanted to swing his weapon once more for a killing blow, but the enemy just disappeared. Hunter thought with annoyance, damn, how is this kind of teleporting even possible in a critical condition? Suddenly, this dying assassin suddenly appeared right in front of the surprised guy's face. Hyun-sung saw his opponent's blade approaching, which was rapidly approaching his heart for a fatal blow. After that, there was a huge explosion of lightning that illuminated the entire cave with a bright purple light. Fortunately, the guy was able to react to the threat in time, and the enemy was completely paralyzed by the electrical discharges. Hyun-sung was already giving his last of his strength. Realizing that this was his final chance to end the battle with a victory, the killer literally began to vaporize and disappear before Hyun-sung's eyes, as if his body hadn't even existed in reality to begin with. The guy was completely amazed at everything that had happened in this mysterious dungeon, and what forces were at work here. The hunter saw a magical skill book appear on the ground after the enemy died, containing the ability Hidden Form for disguise, and also this book emitted powerful magical energy. And the guy with a smile on his face thought how great it was for development. But that's not the only thing still left after the conclusion of this intense battle with a mysterious foe in the cave. As more of the assassin's weapons were left lying after him, a Dark Elf King's poison dagger of rare quality. Hyun-sung was puzzled that the enemy was looking for some kind of keeper, and that's how it turns out it was all because of a skill. But then why did they attack? The guy thought he couldn't let this situation go unaddressed, so he really needed to find out the real reason for the attack. Hunter decided to use his unique skill of psychometry to figure out the events that happened and find the truth on his own. But unfortunately, an attempt to activate this useful skill for reading past items failed for unknown reasons. Hyun-sung thought that in that case, he should talk to the mercenary first. Maybe Lucia could tell him something. The girl materialized and said with surprise that it was strange why it was suddenly Hire called her later than the usual time. The guy didn't even know how to properly tell the mercenary about the shocking event that had just happened to him. Hyun-sung asked Lucia to sit down comfortably so he could calmly tell her everything that happened here in this cave. After hearing the whole story, the mercenary noticed that attacks by some players on others in this world is quite rare. Hyun-sung replied that indeed, he doesn't know of any serious disputes, but there are definitely no public conflicts between players. So the guy asked the experienced mercenary how she thought why suddenly unknown people decided to attack him specifically. Lucia speculated that perhaps the attackers had formed a team to follow and attack without Hyun-sung's own knowledge. Perhaps they sensed a potential threat, watching the guy get stronger and more influential, and probably tried to figure out the secret of how he manages to become so powerful in a relatively short time. Hyun-sung, hearing this version, asked the mercenary if she thought such an attack could happen again in the future. Lucia said that if the people who attacked the employer were part of a larger organization, it was possible. Mercenary thinks there's a pretty good chance that similar incidents could happen in the future tense. However, if one follows the established rules of this world, enemies cannot attack Hyun-sung publicly and openly. All that's left for a guy in this situation is to be as aware of his surroundings as possible, especially in dungeons. So please call immediately if he thinks he can't handle the enemy alone without help. If the hirer has a lot of accumulated points, you can hire another mercenary for additional support. Of course, the guy completely agreed with all the sensible words of this experienced girl and her safety advice. Hyun-sung had already exited the dangerous dungeon and headed a little closer to their temporary resting base. It turns out that some unknown girl had been secretly following the guy all this time, watching his actions from afar. She was genuinely surprised to see Hyun-sung here alive and unharmed after completing the task in the dungeon. The girl thought with bewilderment, aren't her comrades now supposed to be performing a secret operation against this hunter? The stranger decided she needed to scrutinize everything herself, so she went to the same dungeon to investigate. This mysterious girl with long black hair decided to use her unique power of the hunter's eye. Her right eye activated and began to glow brightly with an ominous red color, demonstrating the activation of a special ability. Thanks to her rare ability, the girl can see invisible traces of magical energy in combat. But not just the energy traces, but also the full story of the so-called battle that took place here. In the memories and traces she saw with her magical eye, the girl noticed something that surprised her very much. In one particular spot in the cave, the stranger saw a huge concentration of red battle energy from an intense battle. As she got closer, she placed her palm on the ground to find out more details about the events that had happened. The girl thought about whether it was possible that there were really such bright and numerous energy traces left here. The next skill she used was the memory of the land to see the full history of what had happened here. The stranger saw Hyun Sung and the assassin the moment they were facing each other before the fight started. The girl could see perfectly well all their violent fight that was going on between the opponents in this place. At that moment, what she saw before her in the vision surprised and shocked the observer very much. The stranger could not believe her own eyes that her experienced fellow assassin had lost this critical battle. This professional assassin, her comrade, was desperately trying to flee from a stronger opponent. Even for a moment, the girl herself thought that maybe he had managed to do it and survive after all. But then, she was horrified to see how Hyun Sung easily caught up with this fast guy using teleportation. The hunter simply took and plunged his legendary weapon, a vampire blade, into his opponent, piercing the body through and through. After that fatal blow, her comrade simply disintegrated into particles and disappeared as if he had never existed. The girl felt immense fear and deep sadness for her fallen comrade who had been defeated so easily. She thought with bewilderment, how did this happen, since the assassin was so strong? How could he lose to an ordinary hunter? Meanwhile, in the capital of Japan, some powerful man with a mustache was in deep thought about the situation. The boss asked his subordinate if he was sure it was all true about the strength of a guy named Hyun Sung. The subordinate replied that yes, according to their detailed report, it is indeed all the purest truth without exaggeration. This mysterious guy killed one of their best agents, and it was done rather quickly and efficiently. Therefore, there is a high probability that this guy is significantly stronger than they may have originally imagined. But while management still needs more information, this player awakened just a year ago and broke the 20-level rule. The boss was perplexed and asked how Hyun Sung could beat their ranked player if he had awakened only a year ago. This is asked by Japanese Gate Control Minister Tanaka, who wonders how this could happen twice in a row. Breaking the 20-level rule, after all, is far from the limit of this enigmatic Korean hunter's capabilities. A subordinate reported that they believe, with a 99% probability, the guy has some unique skills. That's why the Korean Players Association wanted to sign Hyun Sung to a long-term contract as soon as possible. What incredible unique skills one must possess to grow so rapidly in their fighting abilities. So in that case, it would be best for the Japanese side to physically eliminate this dangerous guy. The secretary asked how many secret agents could be sent to North Korea right now for a mission. The subordinate replied that only 5 operatives were ready to be dispatched, so have them arrive in North Korea immediately. The contractor said okay, so now he will quickly arrange to have them shipped to the specified region. The agent asked his superiors if he understood correctly that the purpose of the mission would be exactly the same as last time. The minister replied that yes, but this time there is one additional important condition for the operatives. So if the mission suddenly fails, have the agents kill this guy at any cost available. The subordinate assured his superior that he understood the task perfectly and would do exactly as he was told. The executor left the minister's office very quickly to immediately start organizing the secret operation. Tanaka said dismissively that he knows Hyun Sung doesn't trust the Korean government, and that can be exploited. The minister added with a sneer that this guy is still pretty dumb if he doesn't understand political games. Meanwhile, Hyun Sung decided to test his new skill of magic projectile in a safe environment. The guy looked at his palm, and at the small light, there slowly being charged with magical energy. His mercenary Lucia was at his employer's side, carefully watching the process of learning a new skill. Hunter told the girl with disappointment that he didn't succeed. That light just disappeared. Hyun Sung admitted that he would have done much better if he had been more focused on the task at hand. Lucia told her employer encouragingly that she shouldn't even think about getting upset about this failure, since there would still be a lot of time ahead for her and Hyun Sung to practice their complex skills. The hunter, hearing the support, agreed with the mercenary, saying that yes, she was indeed right in her words. So now it was time to continue their martial arts training and practice together. Hyun Sung resolutely grabbed his legendary weapon and prepared for another sword training sparring session. The girl had been training Hyun Sung for quite some time, so she sincerely hoped to see good results from her efforts. The boy confidently told the mercenary to let today be his move first in their friendly sword fight. Lucia, hearing such a statement, was pleasantly surprised to hear such an assertive attitude from her student and employer. The fight began lightning fast, and only the sounds of the opponent's cold weapons clashing could be heard in the air. Hyun-sung's fencing skill has increased quite a bit from his previous training and sparring. It now felt to the outside observer as if they were fighting on almost equal terms. Hyun-sung was putting all his heart and energy into this friendly but serious sparring session with his experienced mentor. The girl suddenly tried to strike with her foot, but the guy managed to react in time and dodge the attack. The hunter landed on solid ground, rolling over to soften the blow and keep his balance to continue the fight. Sitting on the ground in a defensive stance, Hyun-sung quickly pondered his next tactical plan of action against his opponent. While the guy was immersed in thinking about strategy, the girl's sharp blade came dangerously close to his throat. One would have thought that was it, the end of the fight. But no, the hunter just deftly rolled aside. Lucia tried to find the enemy's location with her keen eyes, scanning the surrounding space around her. Suddenly, the mercenary felt a strange movement of air from the side, indicating that Hyun-sung was approaching from the flank. Turning the other way, the girl didn't see anyone, as the sly guy was already right behind her back. But even this stealthy movement Lucia could sense in time and quickly turned around for protection. Hyun-sung couldn't believe it. He was absolutely certain that it would be a perfect surprise strike. The guy sharply pushed himself off the ground again with the full force of his legs to make a high jump for an overhead attack. Lucia didn't stand idly by either and swung her sharp blade at her leaping opponent. Hyun-sung put up a defense block with his weapon and prepared to deliver a powerful retaliatory strike at his mentor. Lucia looked quite serious and focused, completely immersed in the process of a training bout with her apprentice. This intense sparring continued between them, and at one point the guy even pinned the girl in a defensive stance. The hunter delivered his crowning blow, and the girl barely managed to hold on to her protective shield under the onslaught of the attack. The guy realized his temporary advantage in the fight, so he wanted to finally finish his opponent with a decisive blow. But once again, in front of him, Hyun-sung saw the girl's sharp blade pointed straight at his unprotected head. This caused the hunter to jump aside at the last critical moment to avoid serious injury. After this exchange of blows, they just stood there looking at each other in silence, assessing the results of the bout. Lucia, after completing such an intense sparring session, suggested that the boys stop with the result for now. The mercenary felt it was best to move on to the practical application of skills in the next dungeon now. Hyun-sung hopefully told his mentor that he really hoped that he had already improved his swordsmanship skills. The girl replied that the student had become noticeably faster at dealing damage to a moving opponent during active combat. But when Hyun-sung dodges enemy attacks, he still makes too many unnecessary body movements. But to be honest, Lucia hadn't even expected her employer to be able to pump up her fighting skills so quickly. The boy replied to his mentor that this was how he would still like to learn how to handle his protective shield much better in combat. Lucia said that it doesn't suit him. If Hyun-sung wants to get better at the shield, he should just learn patience and endurance. The girl explained that since the hunter attacks the enemy as soon as he sees him, at that point the shield only hinders an active attack. The guy admitted that he's trying to be more patient in battle, but it's really not that easy for his impulsive nature. With a smile on her face, the girl said she knew that was exactly the main problem with the student. In addition, it would be much harder for Hyun-sung to move with his shield and sword at the same time during an intense battle. The mercenary explained that it would be much easier for the hunter to move if he only had a sword in his hands, and a metal handcuff would be enough to protect his left arm. Hyun-sung already has this sturdy metal armor, so it was better to focus on improving his other combat skills. With a satisfied smile on her face, the girl announced that their training was over for the day, and they could rest. Hyun-sung thanked Lucia, saying that in that case, "I'll see you tomorrow, dear mentor and swordsmanship teacher." Lucia, when she disappeared at the last moment, said with a smile, "Come on, what kind of mentor is she to him? They are just friends." A second after these words, the mercenary had already disappeared, as always, without a trace, vanishing into thin air. Hyun-sung was already heading towards the exit to leave this dangerous dungeon after completing all the day's training. The hunter was quite tired after today, such an active and busy day full of battles and training. The guy thought, that means it turns out he has to go to the next dungeon to continue the mopping up job. But then again, with his keen animal sense, Hyun-sung sensed something in the surrounding space. Up ahead, the hunter saw a pair of red eyes staring intently straight at him from the darkness of the cave. Hyun-sung, hearing someone's approaching footsteps, realized that somehow it was a coincidence that he wasn't alone in the dungeon. Someone's heavy footsteps methodically approached the boy closer and closer, echoing off the walls of the cave. A stranger with bright red hair addressed him in Japanese, saying he could see the mysterious target had been found. Hyun-sung immediately asked the uninvited guest suspiciously, "Why is he by any chance from Japan?" This mysterious stranger calmly replied that yes, that was correct. He had indeed come from the land of the rising sun, and it's better for the Korean hunter not to resist, but just quietly follow the Japanese agent to talk. Hyun-sung reasonably inquired as to why he should even go anywhere with a stranger. To this, the red-haired guy replied that he couldn't reveal the details, but the Korean had a choice between cooperation or coercion. The red-haired agent warned that if Hyun-sung resisted, then the Japanese would simply force him into submission. Hyun-sung felt a really quite powerful and terrifying killing energy emanating from this opponent, the hunter thought, wondering if this stranger was also in league with the assassin who had attacked him earlier in the cave. Obviously, these agents wouldn't attack a Korean hunter at the same time. That would be an ineffective tactic. The boy pondered what he should do now, in this potentially dangerous situation with the Japanese agent. Perhaps Hyun-sung should immediately call his loyal partner Lucia for help in this confrontation. But no, Hyun-sung decided it was too early to enlist the help of a mercenary in this situation with the Japanese agent. So the hunter made the decision to try to handle the whole confrontation on his own, with his own strength first. His legendary vampire weapon appeared in the guy's hand and he thought with determination, "Well then, let's try powers." This mysterious stranger with bright red hair said with a sneer that he sees. The Korean hunter chose the path of resistance. The Japanese agent shook his head, and added that he wanted to deal with the enemy as best he could without unnecessary violence. But apparently this Korean guy proved too stubborn for a peaceful resolution to the issue. Hyun-sung immediately jumped up sharply to gain a tactical height advantage for his next attack. Hunter decided to use his powerful Black Thunder Dragon breath ability against the Japanese enemy. The guy's eyes began to flash with purple lightning, demonstrating the activation of a legendary top-rank skill. As a sudden surprise, this Japanese agent instantly appeared right behind the surprised Korean hunter's back. Hyun-sung was surprised to think that this was clearly not ordinary speed, but some kind of space travel or teleportation. Fortunately, the guy managed to jump aside in time and also attack the enemy with his devastating lightning bolts. Hunter realized that this battle would be quite difficult and long, so he should try to conserve his strength. First and foremost, Hyun-sung needs to work on using up his stamina and magical energy sparingly. Since this battle will obviously be a long one, the hunter should try to spend all available resources wisely. The guy delivered another powerful lightning chain strike at the Japanese agent. Trying to do as much damage as possible, Hyun-sung pulled out his main legendary melee weapon, preparing for a serious sword fight. Hunter tensed with all his might, concentrating all his energy and skill for the upcoming confrontation. Their sharp blades made contact with each other with a clang, and both fighters jumped back to assess the situation. A distance had now formed between the opponents, and the Japanese agent was glad that he had finally found a worthy adversary. The Japanese admitted that he sees the Korean hunter as having really quite fast reactions and good reflexes. "Yes, Hyun-sung's fighting skills are quite good," added the opponent with a crazy smile on his face. But the agent wondered how long a Korean hunter could even last in combat in such a case. Hyun-sung decided not to listen to these provocative words, but to continue the offensive and crush his opponent. The boy put up a defensive block and could barely contain the powerful blade strikes of his dangerous foe. They had been confronting each other long enough that it seemed the hunter was about to give up under the onslaught. But Hyun-sung managed to wait for the right moment and deftly jumped aside, avoiding the critical blow. The opponents looked at each other, realizing that only one of them could emerge victorious today. A fierce battle continued between the fighters, and it was not clear which of them would eventually win the fight. Hyun-sung, after recovering his magical energy a bit, decides to use the destructive power of lightning against the enemy again. Hunter assumed a proper fighting stance, focused on his target, and prepared to deliver his signature powerful punch. The guy released his purple lightning bolts, hoping that this time it would definitely hit the Japanese agent and cause damage. But Hyun-sung realized that something had gone wrong. Nothing had worked out at all. The attack had missed its target. The enemy was once again right behind the lad's back, and the hunter wondered why the Japanese was so fast and elusive. Hyun-sung was preparing to retreat to the side while still wanting to strike back at the pursuing enemy. The guy once again unleashed a veritable cloud of destructive lightning, hoping to at least hurt the enemy with the electrical discharges. The hunter thought about the fact that apparently his opponent also had skills similar to wild instincts. Meanwhile, the Japanese girl asked her comrades if this Korean hunter had definitely awakened just a year ago. Another ninja answered this question in the affirmative that yes, the information is 100% accurate according to them. A year ago, Hyun-sung was only at the first level like every other aspiring player in the country. The girl wondered exactly how then he was able to rise in strength so quickly in a short time. But for now it's a mystery. Japanese agents are just here to find out as much information as possible. They hope that his method of development can be applied to other players so that they can ascend faster. But definitely don't think this guy has reached the level of a true top-tier rucker yet, since Hyun Sung wasn't afraid of even Sasaki, who was now having a serious one-on-one fight with him. The Japanese observer asked why then their comrade died at the hands of this Korean guy last time, but got the simple answer that that assassin was simply not good enough for such a difficult assignment. The girl couldn't believe this explanation and said that they were much stronger than this Korean hunter after all. Sensei philosophically remarked that, well, we'll see how things develop over time, we'll live, we'll see the result. Sasaki confidently stated that he could handle his opponent even if he had to give everything he had. This red-haired Japanese agent also truly believed that he would do well in this fight. And so Sasaki managed to do some damage on the Korean hunter, grazing his left shoulder with his sharp blade. But the problem was that the Japanese man was also hit back, also wounding his shoulder. Hyun Sung, while in this intense fight, realized that he wasn't good enough at fighting skills yet. Hunter is still quite weak in swordsmanship, so he needs to train much more diligently and constantly. Sasaki thought about how crazy this Hyun Sung was. His aggressive fighting style was too dangerous and unpredictable, but the Japanese was sure that he had to repel his opponent's last attack, and in that case he would definitely win the fight. As Sasaki swung his blade for the decisive strike, the Korean guy prepared to put up a defense block. Hyun Sung desperately tried to fend off the decisive attack of this dangerous red-haired Japanese agent using all his skills. But the hunter had no way to defend himself, so Sasaki was pretty sure that it was now definitively over. Hyun Sung saw the sharp blade that was rapidly approaching his unprotected head, and he himself believed that this was his end. The guy's really about to die just like that in this damn dungeon without completing his mission to the end. But surprisingly, the passive skill survival instinct was suddenly activated, and Sasaki's head suddenly flew upwards. The Japanese agent's head had simply been chopped off in one precise blow. It now lay separate from the decapitated body. Hyun Sung looked at this sight in shock, and he himself was having a hard time breathing after such a grueling battle. The hunter said with difficulty, addressing his dead opponent, that he had finally lost this mortal combat. Suddenly someone materialized literally out of the cave wall using some advanced cloaking or invisibility skills. It was a ninja girl who said bitterly that she never thought their experienced comrade would die. Annoyed, she added that she did, but she didn't believe what had happened. It was ridiculous and impossible. After which, just a second later, another strange dark energy of unknown origin appeared in the air. The guy was trying to figure out what was even going on around him right now, and where these mysterious people kept appearing from. It turns out that the Japanese opponent here was far from alone, but acted as part of a whole team of professionals. Several more people appeared from the shadows, slowly approaching the Korean hunter surrounded on all sides. The guy with the gray hair philosophically remarked that this man had exceeded all their prior expectations and predictions. Hyun Sung realized that in all likelihood, the other ninja were just hiding and discreetly observing the fight. The Japanese agents now surrounded him on all sides, and the hunter didn't even know what to do in the situation. The boy realized that they had learned about how he had risen in strength in such a short time after waking up. And most likely, these spies really just want to scout out all his development secrets for their country. Hyun Sung looked at these ninjas carefully and tried to figure out if he had a chance of holding his own against the whole group. One of those dangerous warriors in black began to scrutinize the surrounded Korean guy, assessing the threat. Hyun Sung stood there and just looked at the surrounding enemies with the most genuine, confident smile on his face. Hunter quickly opened his game window to have time to do something important before the massive battle began. Guy decided to call on all available mercenaries, including his friend Lucia, for support in the battle. But not just her alone, and the rest of the strongest mercenaries he could afford. Lucia was surprised to ask her employer who these people even were and where they came from. All of the materialized mercenaries quickly realized that they were most likely in for a very hard and dangerous group fight. The allies looked at each other, mentally preparing for the upcoming battle against a numerically superior enemy. The mercenaries realized that they couldn't accurately read the mana and strength levels of their mysterious ninja opponents. Their main task is to scatter the opponents in the first place, and everything else in the battle is no longer important to win. Hyun Sung forcefully told the allies that at the very least they were obligated to kill all the enemies today. Lucia replied confidently to this statement that of course she was in full agreement with her employer's plan. The other mercenary also fully agreed with the tactic. His gaze was frantic. He was already ready to engage in battle. The other two mercenaries were also fully prepared to fulfill any tasks of their boss employer without hesitation. And now the full-scale battle began. Immediately there was a powerful explosion, which shook the walls of the cave. The Japanese girl was thrown against the stone wall with such force that scarlet blood began to flow from her mouth. Lucia stood against her in a one-on-one duel. The result was a girl versus girl battle. The mercenary arrogantly looked down on this defeated Japanese ninja from above, assessing her condition. Lucia could see how hard it was for her opponent to even just get to her feet after such a powerful blow. Ninja thought with horror at what had just happened and how these people had such incredible power. Another Japanese warrior was also simply taken and lifted high into the air in a display of physical superiority. The huge, pumped-up mercenary showed no emotion on his stone face during the battle. This professional was just cold-bloodedly following the orders that were given to him by his boss before the operation began. The mercenary grabbed this ninja by the face with his mighty hand and lifted the helpless opponent off the ground. After that, he decided to swing his powerful knee to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy's body. The bald mercenary ran very fast at his chosen victim, giving her no time to prepare for defense. These Japanese warriors cried out in panic that no, the enemy was too strong. What should they do now in such a situation? The bald mercenary shouted to his enemies that he didn't want them to die too quickly and easily, but advised them to try to dodge his blow, if of course they had the ability to do so. He swung his huge warhammer with such force that it was simply physically impossible to dodge. After checking the condition of one ninja, the mercenary stated that this one was already unconscious from his injuries, and the second opponent immediately died on the spot from one precise blow of the mighty warrior. Baldy said that if the enemies don't surrender voluntarily, then they should just be killed on the spot. That's what their employer told them to do. At this critical moment, the Japanese girl was taken prisoner by tying her hands with strong ropes behind her back. The sharp weapons with shiny blades were approaching her fast enough that it was almost impossible to survive. A few precise blows with cold weapons, and the Japanese ninja was already in critical condition. The opposing girl simply fell to her knees, covered in scarlet blood from multiple wounds. Lucia, who had administered these blows, looked at the result of her work with completely innocent eyes. In the end, only one ninja with gray hair survived out of the entire Japanese group. He said with admiration that it was indeed impressive, but the armored mercenary replied that it was quite a trifling matter, since this professional mercenary was easy enough to deal with these worthless rascals without much effort. Hyun Sung turned to his allies and exclaimed with admiration, drawing their attention to them. The guy didn't even lift a finger in combat and told the mercenaries that they really are incredibly tough fighters. Hunter praised them for dealing with all ththose dangerous Japanese guys very quickly. The armor-clad mercenary said in a businesslike manner that their main mission was done. Was there anything else he wanted to hire? Hyun Sung thought deeply after this practical question from his subordinate on how to proceed. Hunter replied to follow up with the survivors until the end of their hiring contract time. All the mercenaries looked at this decision with surprised eyes, not expecting such a development. But the professionals decided to follow orders and keep a close watch on these captured Japanese agents until the contract was completed. Hyun Sung walked up to the captured Japanese agents and bluntly asked them why they were specifically targeting him. The Japanese ninjas did not want to give absolutely no secret information about their mission, so they stubbornly remained silent. All the captives didn't even want to raise their gaze to the interrogator, knowing they couldn't give away government information. The guy quickly realized that it looked like these professionals weren't going to answer any of the questions asked. The bald mercenary menacingly told the captives that they had better vividly answer his boss all the questions posed. Swinging his mighty leg around, he added that their employer had set them such a task for a reason. The mercenary still raised his heavy sledgehammer to psychologically scare these stubborn Japanese spies. But since no one answered anything sensible anyway, he forcefully pressed part of one ninja's leg. The victim began to scream and yell loudly in unbearable pain from such a brutally painful blow. The other prisoners watched the scene with unconcealed horror, realizing that they too might be in for similar torture. They looked fearfully at the huge bloody sledgehammer that was covered in blood after the recent brutal battle. With a cruel smile on his face, the mercenary asked if there was anyone else here who didn't want to answer the boss's questions. Turning to one of the Japanese, he inquired if the latter might have no desire to cooperate with them. To which the gray-haired ninja with fear in his voice hastily replied that, absolutely not, he was ready to talk. The mercenaries decided to give the captives one last chance and began slowly counting to 3 to create tension. This bald professional executioner was already at a critical count of 2 and was preparing for action. On the count of 3, he raised his huge bloody sledgehammer threateningly high into the air. The ninja girl started screaming in panic and confessed that they were here on behalf of the Japanese Dimension Gate Department. Her comrade also joined in the confession, saying they were ordered to capture Hyun Sung and bring him to Japan, because the Korean hunter had broken the sacred rules of the 20th level and rose in strength too quickly. The Japanese agents needed to find out all possible reasons for this incredible increase in ability. Hyun Sung, hearing this candid information, thought that this was all really interesting and logical. but it's possible the captives are still deceiving under torture. So you have to be thoroughly convinced of the veracity of the words first. The lad turned to one of them and demanded that the Japanese should then show their inventory. Understandably, the prisoners had nothing to do but listen to this categorical order from the victors. The ninjas gave the guy access to their belongings so he could accurately verify the truth of what he said. After checking the first one, Hyun-sung moved on to the next captive to thoroughly check his personal inventory. Hunter examined this Japanese girl's inventory quite carefully and in detail, looking for clues. And there was also still one last one left to check. This ninja with gray hair and frightened eyes. Without missing a beat, Hyun-sung also took a close look at what the last ninja had in his inventory. The hunter noticed something suspicious among the things, and so he asked the captive directly why he was hiding it from them. The Japanese man had a real tremor in his voice, and he couldn't even say anything intelligible out of fear of the mercenaries. The ninja saw that formidable mercenary again, with the heavy sledgehammer in his mighty hands, ready for action. And with a sledgehammer for lying and trying to deceive, a painful blow was struck at the Japanese. The boy seriously asked if any of their other allies were outside of this dangerous dungeon. The Japanese girl replied that yes, there were, but she knew little about them due to the secrecy of the operation. She assumed that these agents were roughly at the 200th level of development of their abilities. Being completely in a pool of her own blood, she got the next question about where exactly these people were. The captives replied that the allies had left the dungeon, so they really don't know the exact location. Hyun-sung didn't really trust that answer, since why would professionals suddenly leave the scene of an operation? Hunter looked straight into the eyes of this bloodied girl, hoping she would reveal all the information she had. After the interrogation, the guy turned to his subordinate mercenaries and said he would be back to them soon. Hyun-sung ordered them not to even think about letting these dangerous spies out of their sight for even a second. None of the prisoners are to escape from here until the hireling returns from verifying the information. In parting, the mercenaries told the lad that it was his duty to take care of himself and not to risk his life in vain. Hyun-sung walked out of the cave and began to actively search for these elusive opponents in the surroundings, Hunter thought, wondering where these professional Japanese spies could have been headed in the first place. In the distance, the boy saw some high mountain and thought that perhaps the enemies were hiding there. Hyun-sung quickly teleported from his current location using magic abilities. Using his proven flicker skill, he had indeed found one of those elusive spies. The hunter appeared literally at the enemy's back, so that he did not expect it at all and did not have time to react. Swinging just once with his legendary weapon, Hyun-sung delivered a fatal blow to the enemy's back. After successfully eliminating the target, the guy said it was now clear why he couldn't spot the lurking enemies. After this successful operation, the hunter decided to immediately return to the dungeon to his allies. Hyun-sung was immediately approached by his loyal mercenaries who were awaiting the return of their employer. That bald professional informed him that it was time for him to return to his dimension at the end of his contract. Or perhaps the hire wants to extend the time they are hired to perform additional tasks. Hyun-sung replied to the mercenary that he basically thought he could safely go home already. And the guy sincerely thanked the bald professional for such quality help in the battle. The bald man replied with a satisfied smile that he was very happy to help and complete the task. If the hirer still needs help, of course, he should definitely call for that hired man again, because never before had a professional faced such a simple and easy combat task. The other mercenaries agreed that they support their colleague. They are always up for such easy missions. Next time, each of them will definitely be happy to be hired again to help with such operations. In just a moment, all the mercenaries vanished into thin air as if they had never been here. Lucia was the only one of the team that remained close to her employer in the cave. Hyun-sung was deep in thought, trying to decide what action to take in this situation. Suddenly, a small flickering light materialized before the hunter's gaze, appearing out of nowhere. The tiny flame instantly turned into a powerful jet of fire that rushed straight towards the opponents. Lucia quickly put up a protective shield to shield herself and Hyun-sung from the hot flames of the attack. The lad realized at once that this sudden fire attack was the work of captured Japanese spies. Two Japanese took advantage of the commotion and attempted a daring escape from the cave toward the exit. Hyun-sung was surprised that the opponents were able to recover their combat abilities so quickly. The hunter couldn't let them escape, so he tore out of his seat and activated the legendary lightning skill. The ninja with fire in his hands assumed a fighting stance, preparing for a decisive confrontation with his pursuer. The spy girl also began to use her devastating fire magic against the attackers. There was a tremendous explosion where destructive lightning and raging fierce flames intertwined. Lucia protected her employer, putting up magical shields to shield him from dangerous exposure. The mercenary realized that the recovered enemies posed a serious threat to their safety, but the girl could not forgive their betrayal, so choosing a moment, decapitated one opponent. There were still spies left in the cave after that strike, desperately trying to get to the exit. Hyun-sung looked in their direction, realizing that it was impossible to let the enemies successfully escape. Such traitors must be punished for daring to thwart his plans and operation. The hunter decided to use teleportation skills and a powerful darkness curtain spell at the same time. The Japanese agents had almost reached the exit and were confident of the success of their escape. But the real nightmare ordeal began for them when Hyun-sung started teleporting to them. The spies looked at what was happening with open mouths, unable to believe in the reality of events. A second later, there was a colossal purple explosion of pure concentrated lightning energy. From the powerful blow, the opponents began to literally melt. They could not resist. The Japanese lay on the ground completely defeated and incapable of further resistance to the attack. Hyun-sung asked the defeated enemies if they really believed their escape would be successful. After all, here it was just himself and one professional mercenary against an entire group. The bodies of opponents after death simply disappeared without a trace, as if they never existed. Hyun-sung, despite the losses he suffered, gained considerable benefit from this battle with his enemies. The hunter pondered whether to inform anyone of what had happened in the cave today. The guy turned to Lucia, explaining that it was a Japanese criminal organization involved in covert intelligence. Hyun-sung was more than confident that the Japanese organization would definitely send new agents after him for revenge. At this critical moment, the hunter's highest priority was the safety of his beloved family. If the enemies are so strong and determined, a normal defense system will definitely not stop them from attacking. Therefore, the guy urgently needed to come up with a completely different way to save his family members. Then Hyun-sung decided to open the store and scrutinize what interesting items the vendors had put up. One unique item interested the hunter, and he decided to purchase a Greek-ranked defense ring. The young man discovered that the artifact cost as much as 10 billion for a single piece, expensive enough to purchase. But Hyun-sung had no other choice if he really wanted to save his family from danger. So the guy immediately bought as many as 3 rings, one protective artifact for each family member. Hunter continued to peruse the gaming section of the store when another item caught his eye. Hyun-sung saw an artifact called an exchange bracelet and realized that it sounded very promising. Since the bracelet gave various useful bonuses to the wearer, the guy decided to buy 3 pieces for the family. Another interesting item bore the cryptic name of long-distance traveling amulet in the catalog. This artifact provided the unique ability to travel significant distances in a short amount of time. Hyun-sung realized that he would definitely buy the amulet, as it would give him the opportunity to improve greatly. A guy came into the family store and brought with him 3 mysterious items purchased in the game world. His younger sister, who worked there full-time, wondered if something bad had happened to her brother. With a sincere smile on his face, Hyun-sung replied to his sister that he was absolutely fine. Hunter told the girl that he just decided to give her these protective items just in case for safety. After a short visit to his sister, the boy decided to be sure to visit his beloved and caring mother. The woman looked quite anxious and worried, not understanding why her son had come home unexpectedly. The last person Hyun-sung had to visit was his father, now lying in a hospital coma. The boy walked into the hospital room with hope in his heart that maybe his father would be okay. Sadly, his beloved father was still lying motionless in that hospital bed unconscious. Hyun-sung sincerely hoped and prayed to all the gods that his parent would definitely be all right. The hunter was also careful to put on his father the protective items he had specifically purchased for his safety and health. But here, quite unexpectedly, the guy was very much surprised by what happened immediately after this action. Hyun-sung saw that the bracelet on his ailing father's hand began to glow brightly with red magic light. The young man told his parent that he should not worry, for his son would surely find a way to cure him. After these sincere and heartfelt words, the bracelet suddenly began to glow with a bright purple magical light. This clearly showed the shocked Hyun-sung that his beloved father had somehow heard the words spoken. Although Hyun-sung was about to leave the hospital room, he suddenly decided to spend some more precious time by his father's side. The boy carefully sat down on a chair next to the hospital bed and decided to observe the condition of his parent, who smiled weakly. Hunter told his father understandingly that he was sure of his concern and anxiety for his son in these last perilous times. But now Hyun-sung could clearly see that the picture of their relationship and understanding of each other had completely changed dramatically for the better. The young man sincerely promised his dad that he knows how hard it is for him now, but will definitely do everything for his full recovery. A full week has passed since those dramatic events, and the action once again unfolds in the government offices of Japan among the officials. Minister Tanaka sternly told his subordinate that it had been a full week and no official report had been received from him. The subordinate of this influential minister looked guiltily at the floor and did not even dare to lift his bashful gaze upward at his superior. The agent bitterly confessed to his supervisor that their secret spy operation to capture the target had been a complete failure. The minister coldly replied to his subordinate, whether the latter thought he cared much if his men had just betrayed the country and the mission. The agent hesitantly replied that the probability of betrayal was rather low, but still one could not completely exclude this unpleasant option. The minister asked his subordinate with interest if there were any other secret agents who could be sent on such a dangerous assignment. The main problem was that the right highly qualified people for such a mission simply did not yet exist. Suddenly, another panting young ministry official rushed into their secret meeting room with important news. Minister Tanaka immediately sternly asked the entrant what had happened and why such an unreasonable rush in a government building. His agitated employee reported that the operation to protect the Dimension Gate in Fukuoka City had completely and utterly failed. The minister asked perplexedly, "Wasn't the protective circle heavily guarded by the forces of their best government guild of hunters?" The young official confirmed that yes, the area was indeed heavily protected by an elite unit of their best fighters. But the minister must learn another horrifying fact. The head of the guild was brutally murdered, along with all the other members. Tanaka anxiously asked the employee if he was sure of the exact rank classification of those monsters that had suddenly appeared there. It was officially reported to him that it had been reliably established. The monsters belonged to the dangerous heroic rank of the highest threat class. Also found among the enemy creatures is an unknown humanoid monster that is codenamed Chojo in the secret documents. The exact power level of this creature has not yet been established by experts. It is the first such monster to appear on Earth. The dangerous creature moves easily and gracefully thanks to its powerful wings, making it an extremely maneuverable opponent. The monster is fast enough to move on the ground while flying perfectly in the airspace above the city. Minister Tanaka took all critical information received to a sufficiently serious consideration and immediate response to the threat. The official started shouting and ordered the immediate dispatch of all combat-ready elite players to that affected county for elimination. The events in the Japanese city of Fukuoka turned the area into a veritable hell, with the bodies of slain civilians and defenders lying everywhere. The arriving military soldiers were scared witless, realizing that they were most likely walking towards their imminent deaths in battle today. This terrifying humanoid monster mercilessly devours defenseless humans with its huge, sharp fangs, tearing the flesh of its victims. The army command reports in panic that there is simply nothing they can effectively do against such monstrous killers. Anthropomorphic purple creatures possess the most intimidating size possible, and incredibly huge, deadly fangs for hunting. The commander desperately shouts to the soldiers to attack from all available sides, using every available opportunity to win. Just a second later, these terrifying flying monsters soared into the air and flew with incredible speed towards new victims. The experienced player hunters gathered there are shouting to each other that it is now necessary to act decisively and in a coordinated manner against the enemy. Fighters attempt to blast these flying creatures into the air using their fire magic spells and explosive artifacts. But these damned humanoids move too fast, so they easily manage to dodge the defenders' directed attacks. Not only do the monsters successfully dodge blows, they are also great at launching deadly counterattacks against humans. Suddenly, several blue lightning bolts unexpectedly struck these dangerous humanoids right in the heart area, causing critical damage. Of the large flock of flying raptors, only a few individuals were electrocuted. The rest remained unharmed. The injured monsters begin to growl viciously and make horrifying sounds of rage, showing their aggression and pain from their wounds. Military soldiers and warriors watch the battle in progress, but their faces are completely devoid of any expression from horror. The defenders begin to tremble with fear and desperately pray to all the gods in the hope that everything will end safely for them. Just a second later, the pack of these bloodthirsty monsters became even bigger, increasing in size by literally several times. The frightened soldiers stand in a fighting stance and prepare to attack these monsters, even though they are insanely scared to fight. These terrifying winged monsters flying through the air have a huge tactical advantage over grounded opponents. Players prepare to use all their magical power, look up and realize that they need to hit their targets with precision. The command gave strict orders to all fighters to hold defensive positions at all costs, and not to retreat a single step. If the defenders continue to fight in the same vein, then victory may be on their side after all. In a ruined city, the truest bloody battle begins between desperate humans and these terrifying mutant killers. One of the monsters is noticeably different from the rest, and has a completely different coloring, yellow-green instead of the standard coloring. Since absolutely all of its congeners have the characteristic dark purple coloration of the body and wings as a distinguishing feature. When this apparent pack leader let out a loud battle cry, all the other monsters immediately turned to face him. Players are also wary and bewildered, expecting the worst from such a strange reaction. The mighty wings of the monster leader majestically spread out and displayed all of its impressive power and scope in front of the opponents. But surprisingly, for some reason, these aggressive humanoids quite suddenly begin to retreat from the battlefield in an organized manner. This is extremely odd, as it is unclear why they would suddenly retreat when the tactical advantage was practically on their side. The Japanese military realized perfectly well that the monsters' retreat meant only one thing. They were heading for the next defenseless city. Humanoids must be stopped at any cost, so the command decided to use all available military equipment against the enemy. The flying humanoids cover each other with remarkable ease and skillfully dodge blows aimed at them. With their huge, sharp claws, the monsters cling to military vehicles, literally tearing the metal plating apart. After a successful attack, they methodically shoot down the military helicopters that are seriously impeding their goal. Amidst the devastation of the city, desperate players struggle to get after these fast-moving, dangerous animals in time. The main leader of the pack still continues to shout loudly to his subordinates, something in their incomprehensible language. It's unclear what exactly his commands mean, but one thing is clear: the humanoids obey him unquestioningly. Monsters mercilessly attack these brave players, killing them in seconds with their deadly attacks. Japanese players are desperately trying to figure out what they should even do in this critical situation to save themselves. The defenders look at the humanoids in horror and realize that for some reason they have decided to suddenly return to them again. Winged humanoids gracefully land on the roofs of tall buildings and line up like a veritable disciplined army of invaders. The monsters stand motionless, their muscular bodies electrified with energy, and they wait patiently for the command of their powerful leader. When the most important one gave the signal, they amicably started pelting the defenseless people with devastating lightning bolts from above. Despite the desperate resistance, the only thought swirling around in the minds of the defenders is how inhuman these creatures are. A player in bright red battle clothes furiously shouts that these freaks will get what they deserve. He will destroy them all. The warrior begins to actively use his destructive fire magic. Ready to kill absolutely anyone who gets in his way, he creates a huge blazing wall of fire that was supposed to stop the advance of these terrifying monsters. A real powerful aura of strength and unwavering confidence in his magical abilities emanates from the determined Japanese. The only thought in his mind right now is that he must protect his hometown at all costs. The humanoids, watching this brave fellow closely, even began to feel a little afraid of his strength. The other soldiers who saw the bravery of one of their comrades felt inspired and a surge of fighting spirit for the battle. Therefore, the enthusiastic defenders launched a decisive counterattack on these bloodthirsty monsters without sparing their own strength. There is no time to complain about the difficulties. There is only time to continue the desperate struggle for survival. This brave Japanese loudly declared to the monsters that he would make them regret daring to invade. In response to the challenge, the powerful leader of these terrifying monsters slowly approaches the defiant opponent for a duel. The Japanese player comes forward with determination, knowing full well that the upcoming fight should be the final confrontation. A monster with piercing blue eyes looks at the scene with such a predatory and bloodthirsty gaze. The brave fellow rushes forward swiftly and swings his magical weapon to strike the first blow. The monster leader's gaze speaks eloquently of one thing. He has a thirst for the blood and death of his opponents. So in a matter of seconds, the ruthless monster kills innocent people who were behind the brave Japanese and not involved in the battle. A young warrior girl dies in front of her comrades, but she is truly glad that she was able to give sacred duty to her native country. This enraged Japanese player angrily screams at the monster, calling it a disgusting freak and cursing it for being cruel to civilians. In response to the man's aggression, the rest of the bloodthirsty monsters amicably began to surround him to lend aid to their powerful leader. Looking around for ways to retreat, the guy realizes with horror that it's not good at all. Enemies are everywhere. A desperate warrior needs to definitely do something urgently to survive in this critical situation and save his own life. But the Japanese thought too long over the rescue plan, so the monsters had time to sneak up and stab him in the back with a sharp knife. On the verge of death from a severe wound, he bitterly realizes how he could have made such a fatal mistake in battle. The most important leader of the pack, this yellow monster, is watching carefully and clearly can't get enough of defeating the humans. The monster chief decides to finally finish this brave guy off with a powerful strike of devastating bright yellow lightning to complete the execution. The electric attack instantly turns absolutely all Japanese players who were on the battlefield at that moment into ashes. A more horrible death, it would seem, could not have been devised for these brave defenders in such a hopeless situation. Minister Tanaka sat in his government office and wondered agonizingly if all the elite fighters had really been destroyed. How could this even happen in reality, as these were already Japan's top professional fighters with high rankings? An angry official yells at a subordinate and demands to know exactly how many high-level players were sent on this mission. The subordinate, upon hearing this formidable question from an enraged superior, begins to visibly shake with fear of possible punishment. The agent explains that the damn monsters simply outsmarted the defenders. They pretended to make an organized retreat from the battlefield. What the minister doesn't realize is that even if this is indeed the case, how could it even be possible to eliminate all the elite fighters at the same time? Are Japan's Secret Service players so helpless against ordinary monsters that they couldn't give a decent fight back to the enemy? A terrified employee explains to his superiors that the leader of the monsters turned out to be an overly clever opponent, even smarter than themselves in terms of tactics. The enraged minister shouts that he doesn't care about it at all, as the opponents are just heroic rank monsters, nothing more. After all, the enemy doesn't even reach legendary strength level. So how could elite fighters be so shameful? But then another piece of important news came from another employee. They have full video footage of the entire tragic accident. Therefore, the agitated minister was immediately asked to peruse this secret video to analyze the situation. When Tanaka picked up the tablet and began to review the footage, he was extremely surprised by what he saw. In the airport lounge, Hyun-sung is surprised to hear the news that a whole new kind of monster has appeared in Japan. Heroic-level monsters have appeared, now officially called chojas, and are wreaking havoc and destruction across the land. Worst of all, the best Japanese players were simply wiped out by these unknown creatures in a short amount of time. The surprised Korean hunter asks how this is even possible, even in theory, to defeat elite fighters so quickly. But from the looks of it, these new monsters simply appeared to be clever enough tacticians to outwit experienced professional hunters. As a result, the desperate Japanese government was forced to publicly appeal to the international community for help against the new threat. Hyun-sung says doubtfully that in our selfish times, there is hardly a country that will allow itself to selflessly help others. But of course, the hunter is well aware that completely altruistic countries hardly exist in the modern world anymore. Hyun-sung made the decision to immediately return to the dungeon as he had very urgent questions for the mercenary. The guy turned to Lucia and said he wanted to ask her something important before proposing. The hunter inquired if the girl had ever heard of the monsters called by the mysterious name Chojami in various worlds. Lucia absolutely did not expect to hear such an unexpected question from her employer. Her eyes became the size of a 5-kopeck coin. The mercenary asked Hyun-sung with horror in her voice, "Did those damn things really attack his homeworld?" The girl replied that in her homeworld, a horde of these bloodthirsty monsters had wiped out an entire prosperous kingdom in just one day. Lucia warned that if they didn't intervene immediately, the Chojami could destroy absolutely the entire world without exception. The mercenary added that her employer should take her word for it. A lot of bad things can really happen in such a critical situation. The Chojo is a rather intelligent and incredibly agile monster, capable of complex tactical decisions in combat. And worst of all, these monsters always live in organized packs and move in exceptionally large coordinated groups. You can get very badly hurt if you treat them as the most common monsters without brains and underestimate the threat. Guy, after hearing this information, says that nevertheless the neighboring state has not yet done anything constructive to help. And if the pack leader is really as smart as they say he is, then dealing with him will be hard enough. But if it is at all theoretically possible, it would be worth it for all countries to unite and actually act together against the threat. Hyun-sung says doubtfully that he doesn't even know if other countries can find the strength to unite. And standing on the sidelines and inaction may be even worse in this critical situation for all of humanity, since these dangerous monsters have the potential to grow to a legendary rank of strength, which would be a disaster for the world. Hyun-sung, hearing this shocking information from the mercenary, wonders if this is even possible in principle. Lucia replied that of course it was possible, but the Chojami also had a certain growth limit, just like any creature. They are similar to novice players and actively pump themselves up by constantly hunting weaker targets to gain experience. Their power level had increased significantly after winning such a large-scale battle, so they had obtained many magic stones and skills. The guy is surprised to say that not only skill books but also magic stones can really have that much influence. The girl explained that these monsters hunt other monsters as well as players, earning experience points and valuable magic stones. This is especially true for rare magical stones that help chojas overcome the limitations of their personal development and power growth. Hyun-sung curiously asked if players could also absorb magic stones to grow fast and increase strength. Lucia replied to her employer that as far as she knew from experience on different worlds, this was simply absolutely impossible for humans. Although many powerful empires and wealthy kingdoms have invested huge amounts of money in various experiments, they have all failed. The guy, after hearing this important information, realizes that things are really bad if even other worlds have conducted similar experiments. The surprising fact was that in Hyunsung's homeworld, similar research had also failed without any success. Suddenly the guy was seriously thinking about something, and his face took on a concerned expression from his new thoughts and plans. The hunter told the mercenary that he didn't think the Chojami would be attacking other targets anytime soon after the victory, because all the top mercenaries are already busy with important matters, and he doesn't want to waste precious time waiting. The girl was slightly amused by this sincere admission from her employer, and even laughed a little at his practical approach to the situation. Lucia replied confidently that the Chojami would get what they deserved from the other hunters sooner or later without their interference. It had been 3 long months since the tragic event that had shaken all of Japan to its core, but the Japanese government is still unsuccessful in dealing with the invasion of these horrible monsters on its territory. The bloodthirsty Chojami have taken over the city of Fukuoka absolutely completely, and the once prosperous city has fallen under their brutal rule. A desperate Japan tried hopelessly to beg for military and humanitarian aid from the rest of the international community. South Korea was fully focused on repairing the severe damage that occurred due to the devastating second cataclysm. Large-scale reconstruction efforts in North Korea have also reached a more advanced level during this time. After the major work was completed, the South Korean government officially allowed all players to freely visit North Korean territory. Overjoyed players cheered and whole organized crowds went there to explore new dungeons and features. Hyunsung tried his best and worked tirelessly, but he still couldn't handle all the dungeons, since absolutely all players were constantly staying in droves and going there for loot and experience. The guy decided to return to his home, to his native and familiar South Korea, to his family. When he got home, his favorite sister was already waiting for him there, and she rebuked him for not even looking at her. The first thing the boy asked when he arrived at his folks' house was where his beloved mother was now. It had been so long since Hyunsung had seen them that he even felt a little guilty for being away from home for such a long time. Hunter told his family that yes, he had finally come home after all that he had endured in his dangerous travels. A caring mother asked her son if he was hungry after being away from home with his family for so long. Hyunsung admitted that yes, he skipped lunch because he specifically wanted to eat already at home with the whole family. After a warm reunion with his family, the lad came to the familiar Players Association building to deal with work matters. Hyunsung stands in the long hallway and nostalgically reflects on how long it's been since he's been here. Hunter takes a determined step forward and walks confidently down the familiar corridors to the right office for the meeting. Afterward, the guy thinks everything looks nice and calm, looking around carefully for changes. Hyunsung raises his hand up to bring up the familiar game window with the interface and available features. After activating the system, the hunter decides to summon his loyal mercenary Lucia to consult on important matters. Hyunsung warmly greets the mercenary with the words, "Welcome to my world, Lucia." Wondering how the girl is doing after a long separation, the girl totally did not expect that the guy would actually keep his promise and summon her to the ordinary human world to get acquainted. It had been so long since Lucia had seen the real human world, as she had only ever been summoned to the grim dungeons for battles. Cars, ordinary people, and all the rest of everyday life is something that very much surprises and amazes the mercenary's imagination. The delighted girl curiously tells Hyunsung that she now realizes what an amazing and advanced world he lives in. The guy explains to the mercenary that first she definitely needs to get an official ID to stay legally. To avoid a lot of serious trouble with the law, Lucia needs to do exactly what Hyunsung will tell her to do. Lucia, of course, listens attentively to the lad and readily says that how else could she act in an unfamiliar world. At this point, the guy even felt a little awkward. He felt like some overly formidable and authoritarian commander. They went to the passport center to draw up all the documents strictly to the letter of the law and avoid problems with the authorities. The guy reflects on the fact that people like this mysterious girl never existed in this ordinary world. In that case, how do you even get an ID for her unless it's through an influential players association? All countries in the world, even including isolated North Korea, have one important thing in common in their migration policies. Each state provides a range of benefits to attract talented players, and one of them, guaranteed citizenship. In this changed world where there are more players than the normal population, it seems to be the most common and natural phenomenon. And the powerful association tries to make all the players its property, pursuing solely its own selfish personal goals and interests. Even if people were illegal immigrants or smugglers, from the moment the ability awakens, they can easily gain citizenship. Of course, but this only applies if the new citizens strictly adhere to all the conditions set by the state. For example, you cannot join foreign guilds within the first 5 years of citizenship in the country, and it is also strictly forbidden to leave the territory of the country in exactly the same 5-year period of time without a special permit. So these strict rules must not be broken under absolutely any pretext, or serious legal consequences will follow. But Lucia has not yet received her official citizenship and is in the process of completing all the necessary paperwork. Though the mercenary thinks the whole process should be easy and simple for someone with her abilities. But as with everything in the modern world, things are very tight and complicated now in general with all such matters. As all countries are now still dealing with the serious consequences of the devastating Second Cataclysm and its impact on society. Lucia returned to Hyun-sung after successfully completing all the necessary bureaucratic procedures at the government offices. The girl happily tells the hunter the good news that she has now officially gotten her ID card. The guy is genuinely happy for her and says with a smile that it's great. He was sure it would definitely work out. The happy girl rejoices in her success and gratefully tells Hyun-sung that all of this was made possible solely because of his help. Hyun-sung tells the mercenary with an enigmatic smile that in that case, he has one very interesting offer for her. Guy adds that the proposal will be mutually beneficial and will benefit them both in the long run for collaboration. They headed to a cozy coffee shop to quietly discuss the details of this important proposal over a cup of fragrant coffee. Lucia, slowly sipping her hot coffee, is already in a pleasant anticipation of what is so interesting she is about to be offered for hire. Hyun-sung started by politely asking the girl if she even liked her drink and if she felt comfortable. Seeing the sincere smile on the mercenary's face, the guy realizes how perfect everything is for their important conversation in the cafe. So Lucia cheerfully said that yes, of course the coffee is cold and delicious, just the way she likes and prefers it. Hyun-sung replied to the girl that he was very, very happy that she liked everything and felt comfortable. Suddenly, the curious mercenary turned to the guy with a direct question, not wanting to procrastinate any longer to discuss the main topic of the meeting. She inquired about that tempting offer he had told her about earlier in the dungeon, and promised to elaborate. Lucia speculated that did he really want to sell additional goods using her unique fighting skills and abilities from another world. Hyun-sung replied with a satisfied smile that yes, that is indeed true, she is quite savvy, but she will get 10% of the commission. The girl was a little embarrassed by such an offer, and was careful to say that it wasn't a financial arrangement that was too favorable for her. But the guy countered that this was absolutely not the case, as in this situation, cooperation would be beneficial to both of them together. Hyun-sung reminded the mercenary that it had been a full 6 months since they had fought and traveled worlds together. So, until she finds a reliable way to return to her homeworld, the guy wants them to stick together. So if it's theoretically possible, Hyun-sung wants to help drive all the monsters out of her homeworld and restore peace. Lucia, hearing these noble words, could not restrain the tears of gratitude that suddenly appeared in her eyes. Hyun-sung thought that perhaps he had unwittingly offended the girl with his suggestion. So he worriedly asked if she was all right, but she tearfully said she just didn't know how to even be thankful for all the goodness and help. Lucia decided right in the middle of the crowded street where they were standing to solemnly kneel before the guy as a sign of deepest respect. Of course, Hyun-sung became very much embarrassed by this public gesture, as he didn't understand why she was doing that. The mercenary solemnly pronounced that she would serve him truthfully and faithfully to the end during her stay in this wonderful world. Lucia vowed that her sword would be a sharp blade that would slay all of her noble lord's enemies and foes without exception, and her body will be a solid shield to protect the lord from any dangers and threats that may threaten him. Hyun-sung, upon hearing these solemn words, realizes how serious Lucia is about their alliance and cooperation in the future. The girl goes on to say that she is taking a sacred knightly oath of loyalty that even death absolutely cannot break or undo. Suddenly the guy gets a system notification that he's started Lord qualification. He's surprised and wonders what that even means. Hyun-sung has received the special quest qualification of Lord receiving the Knight's Oath of Allegiance, so he can accept or reject the solemn oath. Guy ponders the fact that such opportunities probably only become available when you reach the 50th level of development. He asks the girl to get off her knees, but the stubborn mercenary replies that she can't do that until he officially takes the oath. Hyun-sung doesn't yell at her and says he will definitely take the oath, but this public behavior makes him very uncomfortable. The guy gently grabbed Lucia's arm to finally get her off her knees and stop attracting the attention of passers-by. He helped her up because her behavior in the middle of the street really embarrassed him a lot and created an awkward situation. Hyun-sung suddenly gets another brightly colored game notification detailing everything he got from taking the oath. This is a huge list of changes. He changed his role to Lord. All characteristics increased by 20 points. Unique skills opened. When the guy had already arrived at his home in a safe place, he decided to study in more detail all these important innovations. When asked about the nature of what was happening, Lucia said it was a fair payment for all the good he had done for her. Hyun Song is bewildered to say that nothing like this has ever been seen before among the usual features in a game system. Lucia is adamant that she has absolutely no concern for the accepted standards and rules of this modern world and society, since she is a noble knight and has sworn allegiance to a lord whose strength and character are truly worthy of loyal service. Of course, hearing such lofty words from the girl again, the guy again becomes insanely embarrassed by what is happening. Looking with deep hope in her eyes, the girl asks Hyun Sung, hoping that he has accepted her solemn vow after all. Hyun Sung confirmed that he had kept his promise and did everything necessary to officially take the oath of allegiance from the knight. The guy added that even in his status panel, there was a whole new lord role with corresponding privileges and responsibilities. The girl explains that this is an obligatory part of the sacred oath she has solemnly taken to him as her lord. Lucia told me that those who take the oath of allegiance from a true knight necessarily automatically become lords according to the ancient laws. The boy asked curiously if she herself had some special role in the system in such a case. Lucia proudly replied that of course she was an immortal knight. It was a prestigious role of heroic rank with special abilities. Hyun Sung asked in surprise how at level 50 such a thing was even possible. The girl confidently said that of course it was possible. The mercenary explained that level was only important before changing roles. But that was actually far from the most important condition. As a result of participating in countless battles and many dangerous battles, she has accumulated enough experience to advance to the next level. Through all of this combat experience, Lucia earned her honorable role as a knight through valiant feats and bravery. The girl thinks that getting the role was also influenced by her noble lifestyle and rich combat experience in battles. By fulfilling various special conditions and requirements, you can unlock similar rare quests to obtain unique roles in the system. Lucia apologizes for not telling this earlier. In fact, she only showed the level and characteristics, hiding the role. Lucia explains that this is why her strength and stamina were higher than the rest of her performance. They increased significantly with the change in role. Hyun Sung, after this detailed explanation, finally fully understood the working principle of the game's role system himself. The guy honestly admits that he thought he would never be able to get such a prestigious role on his own. But thanks to Lucia and her solemn oath of allegiance, he was suddenly an entire lord with all the privileges of that title. The girl modestly replies that, believe me, she's sure even if she didn't, he would still succeed. Hyun Sung curiously asks how long it took her after awakening her abilities to get her role as a knight. Lucia replied thoughtfully that it seemed, if she was not mistaken in her calculations, as much as 15 long years of hard work. The girl explains that you have to first test your professional skills before you can use them to their full potential. The guy gratefully replies that yes, thanks to her he now knows and understands all these complex game mechanics. Therefore, Hyun Sung opens his status panel to take a closer and more detailed look at all the changes in characteristics that have occurred. Hunter reads the information carefully and tries to figure out what exactly has changed there since taking on the new role of Lord. The first thing he notices in the updated interface is the appearance of brand new so-called role-playing skills in the ability list. The system explains that as the player's role is elevated, the number of available role skills can become much larger and more varied. In the specific case of Hyun Sung, this is directly related to the number of subordinates under his direct command and control. Role skills can be upgraded and developed to higher ranks of effectiveness with the accumulation of experience in use. The guy wonders what role metrics even mean in such a case. He got some sort of leadership parameter. Lucia patiently explains to her employer that leadership is defined as the sum of all the major character performance metrics in the game. Hyun Sung, upon hearing this important information, was immediately interested in it and began to analyze his new opportunities. He realizes that he's only 160 points short. Lucia replied that it's because of her submission. Depending on the number and level of development of players who are directly under the Lord's command, the stats may vary. The amount of characteristics can decrease or, for example, increase significantly depending on the composition of the team and its strength. On average, this difference can increase by a factor of 10, after which the difference does not increase, even if the player changes roles. Hyun Sung, upon hearing this explanation, concludes that in that case it means that she had her role changed 5 times. Lucia said with a smile, "That's right. She can see he's pretty good friends with math and logical thinking. Right now there are only 2 people listed in the status of the faction. The guy is a lord, and the mercenary fulfills the role of a knight." Looking at this detailed information in the game window, Hyun Sung clearly thought about the possibilities before him. He presses his finger on Lucia's knight icon in the interface to find out a little more information about her characteristics. Now the guy can see all the absolutely complete information about her, including previously hidden data and abilities. Hyun Sung is surprised that is there really such a unique opportunity in the game to view other players' data. Lucia patiently explains that this is her basic ability as a knight, because a guy will be able to effectively command his subordinates, but only if there is a good understanding of their unique abilities, strengths, and limitations in combat situations. Hyun-sung notices an exclusive class skill on the list, realizing that it's completely useless to him at the moment due to his lack of experience. The guy also saw the disturbing information that the penalty from expelling a subordinate from the faction is quite large and painful. The girl explains with a serious look that for the ward knight, the penalty from breaking the bond with the lord will also be considerable. The amount of punishment depended on how long they had time to serve their lord, and how deep their bond was, and if the banished knight can't find a new worthy lord, the guy thinks the fine becomes permanent. But the girl did not stop at this point, but continued to elaborate on all the consequences of breaking the Pledge of Allegiance. Lucia explained that their level and all characteristics in the case of exile are simply greatly reduced without the ability to recover quickly. She added that yes, but it's only temporary. They can get everything back by leveling up and using skill books. The guy anxiously asks if she has accurate information on how much of a drop in performance occurs with expulsion. Lucia sadly replies that all the characteristics and skills they gained while under the Lord's protection are just gone forever. Hearing this shocking information about the seriousness of the consequences, Hyun-sung was just completely shocked by the facts revealed, and what happens in the event that he himself, of his own free will, wants to dissolve the connection and leave. Knight explains that it's entirely possible in theory, but in that case they'll both also face a painful penalty from the system. Hyun-sung wonders how many people are needed for the Lord's banner to finally work. At the very least it should be 10 people. It will also take a certain amount of time before the banner activates. The guy says he never thought of using it at all. The girl confidently says that you shouldn't reason that way, as she is absolutely certain that he is worthy of greatness in this. Lucia predicts that he must lead not hundreds, but actually thousands of loyal knights to victory. At this very moment, bloodthirsty humanoid monsters are still attacking the civilians of Japanese cities as ruthlessly as ever. The Chojami have completely taken control of an entire district of Japan, establishing their brutal rule and terrorist regime there. They are no longer alone there. The area has also been infested by even more primitive but no less dangerous green goblins. These horrible green creatures are imbued with malice and a thirst for destruction, creating havoc with the main invaders. The powerful leaders of these Chojo are watching their new goblin allies closely, assessing their combat potential for future operations. All these various humanoids regularly gather for meetings on the rooftops of tall buildings, planning further attacks on humans. Anyone can even watch a live online broadcast of the horror that is taking place in this monster-taken city. The Minister for Measurement reports to the government that there are already concrete results from their active cooperation with the influential UN. The subordinate official replies to his superiors that yes, virtually all the necessary preparations for the international operation are ready to be realized, including America, Europe, and even some influential Asian countries. All insist that these monsters must be captured. If we are the first in this operation, we can choose our county as a priority target for liberation. Minister Tanaka becomes furiously angry upon hearing the report, and angrily states that they have already spent colossal amounts of public money on the operation. An angry official shouts to his subordinates whether international allies are still not going to seriously intervene in their critical case. The aide cautiously replies to the boss that the main thing now is to hold out a little longer, and then everything will really end well for the country. Even if the Chojami want to aggressively move further inland, it is better to tactically retreat and avoid direct bloody conflict. The minister says with desperation in his voice that the subordinate understands, in their critical situation, things should rather end in victory. At this tense moment in the captured district, crowds of hungry goblins begin to run very fast and chaotically through the streets. The green creatures run madly greedy at the scent of fresh blood, hoping to find easy prey among the ruins of the ruined city. But the serious problem is that these flying humanoid Chojami also actively hunt other monsters for sustenance. Therefore, it was in their predatory interests to immediately kill and devour these primitive goblins for magical energy. It would seem amazing to watch a monster go at a monster mercilessly, but these evolved mutants are really just that in nature. The Chojami take sadistic pleasure in tearing apart with their sharp teeth absolutely anyone who can help them develop and improve their magical skills. The winged predators simply devour defenseless goblins with frightening ease, as if it were a normal everyday meal for them. Their powerful leader watches the carnage with unconcealed admiration, reflecting on how strong his loyal subordinates are. The yellow-green leader dreams of a bright future, imagining himself triumphantly conquering absolutely the entire human world with his army. The monster is anticipating the moment when, very soon, he will finally be able to evolve and rise to the prestigious legendary power rank. Suddenly, the leader decides to thoroughly scout his surroundings, so he promptly flies very high into the sky above the city. Chojo flies majestically over this ruined city, scrutinizing what interesting things are still up for grabs. Suddenly, he felt some unfamiliar and powerful magical aura, which he strongly disliked and caused alarm. The alarmed leader begins to emit a very loud and shrill battle cry to urgently summon his loyal companions. This powerful sound shockwave spreads incredibly far, reaching literally already the territory of the neighboring peaceful city and scaring the inhabitants. Even his loyal subordinates, sharply raising their heads to the sky, look at what is happening with the most genuine shock and bewilderment. When the faithful warriors heard the alarming battle cry of their leader, they immediately flew swiftly to his summons. The gathered pack of monsters begins to act very quickly and decisively, having received secret instructions from the leader about a new important target. An organized group of Chojami flies swiftly and purposefully, straight to a well-guarded government vault of valuable magical stones. Hyun-sung walked out of yet another difficult dungeon in his homeland with a tired gait, feeling physically and emotionally exhausted. The tired guy bitterly realizes that today also did not turn out to be quite a good day for pumping and obtaining valuable resources. Lucia gently tells him that there is no need to rush into things, my lord, for you can grow stronger gradually, a little bit each day. With a tired smile on his exhausted face, the guy said that was wise, but he was woefully short on time. Suddenly, Hyun-sung apologizes to the girl, asking her to wait for 1 minute as someone urgently calls him on his cell phone. He was unexpectedly dialed by a stern boss from the association, and he wondered curiously what interesting things she wanted this time. Picking up the phone, Hyun-sung heard the familiar voice of the supervisor, who immediately asked about his exit from the dungeon. The suggestion to go to Japan came from Shin Yuna, as an important case suitable for him had appeared there. The guy frankly admitted that if we are honest, he has no special desire to go there at all. Gently, the supervisor explained that she thought this would be a great opportunity for growth, which is why she called. Plans to vacation in the south of his native country were voiced by Hyun-sung, not wanting to go on dangerous business trips. Shin Yuna noted with understanding that indeed he had too many things piling up lately. Curiosity made the guy ask his boss if she herself would go on this risky business trip to Japan. The supervisor replied affirmatively, as she simply had no other option in the situation. A generous financial offer was made by the Japanese government to the association, which is why she is calling with this request. It was a shame to miss such a lucrative opportunity, but the lad firmly stated that safety came first. Shin Yuna couldn't believe that her best hunter had flatly refused the prestigious assignment. Suddenly, she remembered an important point and asked when he was going to fulfill his conditions. Reminded her boss that he had promised to treat her to a nice restaurant as a thank you for her help. The hope expressed by the girl was that he had not forgotten those solemn words after the successful operation. Mentally, Hyun-sung recalled that picture of events and realized that yes, there was indeed such an episode. Shin Yuna asked reproachfully, were his words back then just an empty formality for a checkmark? The hunter hastened to assure his boss that when she returned from Japan, he would treat her very generously. Satisfied, the girl said, which was good, and hoped that she and he would definitely see each other again. Hyun-sung was sincerely glad that their difficult phone conversation ended on a positive note. With curiosity, Lucia wondered if it was the Players Association that was calling with the proposal. Confirmed the guy that yes, they were wondering if he could go on a business trip to troubled Japan. The mercenary guessed that was why he had refused, as he reasonably wasn't going to go into the enemy's lair. Unexpectedly, Lucia replied that it seemed to her an excellent opportunity, if security could be assured. Extremely surprised was Hyun-sung at such words from the cautious girl who usually warned against taking risks. Wisely, the knight explained that a tiger can only be caught by bravely entering its dangerous lair with preparation. Therefore, if its security was guaranteed by professionals, it would be a great development option. Assumed Lucia that he could fly to Japan and personally deal with those who had previously targeted him. Use can even be made of her, Lucia assured her. Should the need arise, she could easily dispose of the Lord's enemies. Asked the guy exactly how she wanted to utilize the mercenary system to accomplish tasks. The girl replied that she was aware of the inability to leave Korean territory due to citizenship restrictions. Hyun-sung apologized, but he doesn't think it's the right and reasonable thing to do in that case. There is no hurry to get rid of them right now, so you can wait for the right time. As the Lord wishes, the girl agreed, though she felt it necessary to get rid of the threat immediately. Honestly, even continuing to send assassins would do more to develop his abilities. A few quiet days passed, and now Hyun-sung is standing at the entrance to the Horned Turtle dungeon. Thinks the hunter that he could have completely cleansed this familiar dungeon of monsters long ago. Long enough this dungeon has been here for quite some time, and many hunters have already explored it. Who only did not meet already on his rich experience guy in various dungeons of the world. Most likely, there is absolutely nothing of value, and no more left to be mined in this dungeon. Hopes deep down that Lucia is quietly in her language classes right now. He did find a couple of rare turtles wandering among the stone labyrinths in this dungeon, though. The hunter handled them easily, but then something interesting caught his attention. In the distance, I could see another creature of the same kind moving slowly between the rocks. Realizes the guy that with his eyes, he is looking for the next opponents to continue his dungeon hunt. Reflects on the fact that finding monsters is much harder than killing them later in battle. So many rocks here, and it's very easy to mistake the turtles for regular boulders. He heard some suspicious sound, which immediately interested the experienced hunter. Saw a few other players struggling to fight these slow monsters. A whole team has gathered there, and even a personal physician accompanies them on the dangerous trek. Their battle looks strange, Hyun-sung thinks, if they don't even have proper equipment. They seem to lack the level of development to hunt effectively in this place. Barely could these inexperienced players deal with the unfortunate turtles after a long battle. The hunters discuss among themselves how long it will take to fully heal a wounded comrade. The girl doctor replied that it would only take about 3 minutes for each injured fighter. Doesn't even know what to do since she's already spent half of her magical energy on healing. The comrades are worried about why their healer has such poor health regeneration skills. Stop fighting, the other team members say. They have a more important common task now. At least change the class of this tank, one player resents. But if he didn't make the class change, the guy would have no use at all. It's still worth assuming it was the easiest luck of the class change, but his ability is still woefully lacking for the team. When going to the next dungeon, it is mandatory to look for a new reliable tank to hunt monsters effectively. Upon hearing talk of a new tank, the guy immediately objected strongly and said firmly that no, he would stay with the team. A teammate sarcastically tells the tank that he's at least thankful to be included in this group of hunters at all. Their tank stubbornly declares that he doesn't care at all, he will continue to hunt with the team. A serious altercation starts where they yell at him and tell him he can't hunt with them. Look how talentless the guy is. The stubborn tank further tries to prove his usefulness and persistently says he doesn't care. We'll keep fighting. Then the team leader talks about at least seriously pumping your basic survival skills in such a case. Look at yourself critically, resents the comrade. Still completely failed to increase your vital characteristics for the tank. You need to continue to pump your fortitude and still your stamina hard to become a useful member of the hunter combat team. The leader of the group says irritably that, okay, he's not so smart anymore since he tried to negotiate with their stupid tank. He'd definitely be stronger if he had normal characterization stats. But why doesn't he still have them? It's like this tank guy is stuck. He stubbornly repeats the same phrase that he will hunt with a team. Hyun-sung, watching this humiliating scene, wonders if they made him take off his gear to avoid paying for repairs. How these players are the truest human trash, the hunter ponders with a growing anger in his soul at the injustice. The guy can't just let it all go down and stay on the sidelines, so he resolutely steps forward. Hyun-sung decided to use his unique Veil of Darkness skill to discreetly observe their future actions. Indeed, they made the unfortunate tank fight without any protective armor, just bare hands with the dangerous turtles. Of course, the rest of the guys in full armor stand safely off to the side and finish off the wounded turtle from afar. Suddenly, their self-assured leader begins to sense some strange and ominous presence right behind him in the shadows. Hyun-sung materialized right behind him and appeared before the team with a rather embittered expression on his face. Hunter raises his 2 fingers to activate one of his most devastating combat skills against offenders. The guy blows up absolutely everything around him with his powerful electric lightning bolts, showing the true power of a high-level player. The other team members can't understand or realize that this even just happened to their comrades in front of their eyes. Hyun-sung approaches the surviving players with slow and threatening steps, instilling real terror in them. The guy smiles wickedly as he knows exactly what he is about to do to these violent people for their actions. But suddenly their humiliated tank gets to his feet and speaks with surprise that for some reason a stranger has come to them. Their leader turned to him indignantly and asked why the stranger was stealing their rightful spoils after the battle. With real killing intent in his voice, Hyun-sung coldly suggested that he try repeating those words again. The leader insists that the alien has just stolen their loot and repeats the accusation, thinking the man has not understood. One of the team's girls noticed among the trophies a rare skill book lying next to a defeated monster. Not only does this book look unusual, it also has a rarity that makes it incredibly valuable. The team members can't believe their eyes that such luck could have fallen to them in an ordinary dungeon. Hyun-sung realizes that the law of meanness seems to be at work. The book never fell out when he was looking for it on purpose. Claims the team leader that the book fell out of the monster they finished off together in a hard fight. The hunter realizes that this is a complete nonsense. because the monster was killed by his lightning. He hears these weak players talking among themselves about how the book is theirs by right. They'll take her for themselves, and they're completely uninterested in anything else in this stranger situation. Comrades say that this freak is some kind of psycho who is about to tear them all to pieces for resisting. Hyun-sung approached their tank, and the first question he asked was if the guy's body hurt. The hunter wondered why the tank didn't use armor or shield when fighting dangerous monsters. Asks the guy if it's okay for him to at least be paid to participate in a hunt with this team. Is it even possible to find out what amount of money they give a tank for his risky dungeon work? Again, the leader intervenes and says that first the alien took their prey, and now it's knocking off one of the fighters. Hyun-sung looks at their group and says that it would be obvious to anyone here, something is totally wrong. Interested in this leader player with a challenge in his voice. What exactly they have wrong, according to the stranger. Pointing his weapon, he says stop bothering them. Let him leave if he doesn't want to die here. If you look at the equipment, the difference between them is at most 10 levels of development, no more than that. No matter how experienced this lone hunter was, he would definitely not be able to defeat their entire team. Hyun-sung shows his official ID card unexpectedly to everyone present in the dungeon. He explains that he works for a player supervision association and has the appropriate authority to intervene. So has every right to interfere in their group's affairs if he sees wrongdoing. It's true, isn't it? Indeed, if you look closely, he's not cheating. Belongs to the Korean Players Association officially. Realizes the leader of this team that he has gotten into a rather unpleasant situation with a representative of the authority over the hunters. Again, Hyun-sung asks their tank about how much money he's being paid for the dangerous hunt. He gets a simple enough answer from the guy that the team is paying him supposedly a lot to participate. Replied Hyun-sung to the tank that he didn't believe his words to be true, as he answered the direct question about the hunting salary. Their team leader is growing increasingly nervous about the presence of a representative of the Players Association in the dungeon. Hyun-sung decides to use his unique skill of psychometry to find out the truth about what's going on in this team. He wanted to watch and replay their recent duel with the monsters to understand the true situation of the tank. The hunter sees their Wu-shin tank fighting against a huge aggressive rabbit in the previous dungeon not long ago. All the guild members then watched the fight and said amongst themselves that the newcomer was good enough to fight. He may lack a bit of intelligence and experience, but nevertheless the guy is quite alright as a fighter for the team. So then they decided to hire this inexperienced tank to join their group. Wu-shin simply agreed to their terms. They treated him as he lay wounded after the battle, as if he were some underdog not worthy of normal treatment. The leader then rudely told the tank why he kept repeating the same phrase and how long he was going to do so. Roughly, the comrades turn to Wu-shin and ask why he just can't understand what he's being told clearly. One of the team members tells the leader if he thinks they are giving too much credit to this stupid guy. The leader replied that this is the tank's own problems. He should understand his place in the team and not claim more. He began to tell Wu-shin that he hoped the tank would fully agree with how the team would proceed. In yet another dangerous dungeon, the red-dreaded foxes suddenly started running aggressively at their small group of hunters. They put this poor kid without proper defense against these bloodthirsty creatures as a human shield. Shouts from the team members that one of these dangerous monsters had broken through the weak defenses of the inexperienced tank. So then the enraged foxes simply began beating up all the members of the group, breaking through the defenses of the command line. The leader started yelling furiously at Wu-shin to remove his armor as an unworthy jerk and a bad fighter. He accused the tank of screwing the entire team with his weakness and being unworthy of wearing protective gear. When Wu-shin arrived at his home after the humiliating defeat, he was covered in bruises and abrasions from the beating. His caring sister was at pains to tell his brother that he shouldn't try so hard and risk his health. The girl replied with tears in her eyes that she had gotten a part-time job, so she would be able to help with her sick mother's treatment, telling her brother with tears in her eyes that she could no longer watch him hurt himself so cruelly. The guy himself perfectly understood the gravity of the situation, but could not do otherwise because of the need for money for the family. Wu-shin, after hearing his favorite sister's words, promised her that he would try to take better care of himself in the future. Before another trip to the dungeon, he was approached by one of the team members with an important warning about secrecy. Told him the most important rule is to never tell other hunters how much money he gets for a job. Even if other players suddenly want to ask him that, he should never tell the truth about his salary for anything. Because if Wu-shin tells anyone about our secret arrangements, the team will never give the tank protective armor for hunting again. Wu-shin then fearfully assured his comrades that they weren't even thinking of dumping the guy, as the tank would never tell their secrets to anyone. Hyun-sung, after learning the whole tragic story of this underdeveloped guy through psychometry, got angry at the cruel hunting team to the extreme. The hunter turns to the group leader and asks if the team thinks that the participants have done a bit wrong and cruel things to the tank. The arrogant leader starts denying the obvious facts and says, "No, it's all untrue. Where is the proof that the allegations are true?" The rest of the team supports their ringleader and says that the hunters in general constantly take care of this simple-minded guy, as if he were their own brother. The leader starts to pressure Wu Xin psychologically and tells the tank to tell the guy to tell the association representative the whole truth about the relationships in the team. Demands the commander to have Wu Xin confirm to the official that the team never made fun of the tank and always paid normally for dangerous work. Wu Xin is well aware that Tank cannot tell the truth about his torment, as he would then lose the only source of income for his ailing family. The leader tries to justify himself to the official and tells the official that look carefully. The tank is silent, so everything is absolutely fine. Hyun Sung coldly told the team that the hunter was completely uninterested in pathetic excuses. The association representative was not going to leave the dungeon. The leader asks the association representative with a cheeky challenge what the official is then going to do here with the team of hunters next. Replied Hyun Sung that he would get all the team's dirty deeds out, and after that, the offenders would be officially investigated by the association's head office. Because if these guys really don't know any guilt and are so clean, then the hunters can safely go to testify. This brash guy leader asks with open contempt who this imposter is to tell the team what to even do in their dungeon. Hyun Sung grabs the sharp blade in his hands and tells the leader that it's better for the commander to choose the peaceful path and go together for the proceedings. But if the team leader is unwilling to cooperate with the authority figure, then in that case, something very bad and painful will happen to the offenders. All the other guys on the team began to whisper nervously amongst themselves, thinking and discussing what the best thing to do in this situation was. And the leader himself gritted his teeth, realizing what a difficult and dangerous situation the team was in, because of the intervention of the association's representative. The commander realizes that if that underdog tank disappears forever, then no one will know anything about Wu Xin's violations and bullying. So the leader turns to his teammates and asks if the hunters really agree that an official investigation into their activities should begin. Hyun Sung asked the commander what exactly the leader meant by his cryptic words about agreeing to the investigation. But the team commander only smiled wickedly and told the association representative that the official would now understand what the matter was about. The hunters got into a fighting stance and said to Hyun Sung, "Wasn't the association representative afraid to fight against an entire team right now? The intruders have noticed that the official's armor looks quite good and of high quality, making the gear quite a prized possession. So when the team removes the protective gear from a defeated enemy, the armor will also serve the new owners well," thinks the hunters. Does the association representative really think that this underdog tank Wu Xin will help the official in the upcoming fight? Hyun Sung only smiled enigmatically when he received this naive question from the cocky intruder team. Han Song decided to address the tank directly by name, and asked Wu Xin to close his eyes for a while so he couldn't see what was happening. Then the guy will have a great opportunity to help his sick mom to be completely cured from a serious illness in a good clinic. Wu Xin will even be able to help his favorite sister and buy the girl a lot of delicious sweets she has been dreaming of. Hyun Sung walks up to the cocky team leader a second later and literally cuts off his arm with one precise blade strike. The commander's severed arm begins to fountain blood, and the leader himself falls to the ground from shock and unbearable pain. Then, without emotion, the hunter approaches the next intruder and also easily tackles the opponent in one motion. Hyun Sung decided to take away both of his hands so that he couldn't do anything bad to other weak hunters. There are still a few intact boys from this brutal group who stand aghast at seeing the massacre of their comrades. Hyun Sung asks the remaining hunters why the cowards don't attack the association representative altogether. Seeing the terrible thing that had happened to their comrades, the survivors simply threw their weapons down and surrendered to the mercy of the victor. The perpetrators fell to their knees and began desperately saying they were no longer opposed to an official investigation into their criminal activities. Hyun Sung is glad that at least someone in this critical situation showed intelligence and realized the hopelessness of resistance. But it's too late for a peaceful resolution, so the hunter kills this one remaining member of the team as well. A special car with blinkers from the security of the Players Association had already arrived at the exit of the dungeon. The battered team leader stands and awaits his fate, bleeding from wounds received in punishment. All surviving offenders are loaded into this special vehicle by association officers to be taken to jail. Hyun Sung and Wu Xin stand side by side and silently stare at these scoundrels who got what they deserved. In the hospital, where Tank's seriously ill mother lies, there is a touching meeting between the family and the liberator. This grateful kid thanked Hyun Sung from the bottom of his heart and said, "Thank you for saving him from his tormentors." Hyun Sung replied to Wu Xin that the hunter needed absolutely nothing in return, so the tank may not thank him for his help. The association representative asks if Wu Xin will go back to the dungeons to continue hunting monsters. Wu Xin replied that since the guy still needs to earn money for his mother's treatment, he will continue. Hyun Sung tells the tank that okay, in that case, let him show his characteristics for familiarization. The good-natured bulky man was a little surprised at such an unexpected offer from an unfamiliar but influential hunter. But Wu Xin decided that the guy had nothing to lose, so without any problems, the tank decided to show his data. Hyun Sung read through the specifications, and one point interested the hunter the most from the information presented. Lucia, who also looks closely at these characteristics, realizes how amazing the abilities of a simple guy are. The mercenary replied that Wu Xin's characteristics were enough to make the tank a true knight, and not just a shield-bearer. Therefore, if left to Lucia's boyfriend to train, the girl would make Wu Xin an excellent knight worthy of the title. The girl turned to this humble hulk and said that the tank's characteristics were truly amazing, and the skills were unique for a beginner. Especially the skill Indestructible Body is really very useful and is on par with high-rank heroic abilities. If you develop this talent properly, then Wu Xin can definitely become one of the best tanks out there. Wu Xin, hearing such encouraging words about his abilities, was bursting with enthusiasm and opened his mouth in surprise. But Lucia immediately warned the guy that without the necessary pumped characteristics, the tank will not be able to properly develop as a fighter. After this grave warning from the mercenary, this simple-minded lad thought deeply about his prospects and possibilities. The girl knight turned to Wu Xin and said that if a guy had a wish for her to help her become a better tank, Lucia explained that then in that case, Wu Xin would definitely have to become a loyal subject of her powerful lord. Wu Xin realizes how big of a life step this is, and isn't sure if the guy should agree to such a drastic change. Hyun Sung began to wonder to the mercenary why it was suddenly everyone was talking about submission and loyalty oaths. Lucia told her employer that, believe me, it would be good for absolutely everyone in their small but close-knit group. Wu Xin will only grow stronger as a player, gaining bonuses from belonging to the Lord's faction. And Hyun Sung will get a loyal ally he can definitely trust in the most dangerous situations and battles. After hearing the mercenary's reasonable arguments, Hyun Sung thought that it really might be worth it to try such an alliance after all. Wu Xin himself has been honest about how the guy genuinely wants to become a much better tank and defender. Hyun Sung asks the tank if he would then be willing to become a loyal subject of the hunter and serve him, suggested the hunter to the guy to become a subject. And Wu Xin something immediately said enthusiastically that yes, I agree. The tank accepted the invitation to the faction, and this action spent 20 leadership points from Hyun Sung's stockpile. Hyun Sung thinks that all the basic characteristics of a new subordinate should be seriously pumped up to start training. The Lord gives Wu Xin a special enhancement pill and says that the guy should eat this artifact immediately. Wu Xin immediately felt a tremendous surge of magical energy spilling over the tank's entire body in waves of power. Afterward, Hyun Sung gives his new subordinate some valuable skill books and talks about studying their contents. Looking at the characteristics window, everyone saw that this tank was now hundreds of times stronger than the previous level. Wu Xin asks if it will be more useful to hunt alone now, using his powerful new abilities. The girl replied that actually yes, but the guy was still too low right now to hunt on his own. Tank would be able to get several important achievements with ease, and sooner or later, Wu Xin would get them all. It's best to invest in endurance development now, but there's more to do before the hike. First, the combat abilities of the new knight must be tested, so the group went to the small bat-level dungeon. There began the very real training battle between the experienced girl mentor and this inexperienced tank. Lucia tells Wu Xin that the guy's fighting stance is totally wrong and needs serious adjustment. Wu Xin tries his best to do his best, listening carefully to the instructions of his experienced mentor. But it's still hard enough to resist sparring against such a skilled and fast warrior girl. Lucia told the newcomer to follow the trajectory of her kick and then try to repeat the motion exactly. Wu Xin immediately replied to the mentor that, okay, the guy will try to do it exactly as the teacher shows. The tank watched the demonstration carefully, then tries to repeat the technique and starts to learn very quickly. Suddenly, Wu Xin rested his face directly on the girl's shield before he could react to his mentor's protective stance. The tank's shield flies into the air from the powerful blow, and the guy has lost another practice sparring session against an experienced opponent. A full 2 hours of intense training had already passed, and all participants were quite exhausted from the continuous exercise. Lucia talks about how this kid is fun enough to train. Wu Xin has great muscle memory for fighting skills. Therefore, the tank quite easily memorizes everything and quickly learns new techniques of fighting with different opponents. With a little more practice, Wu Xin would be able to fight in really real battles against real monsters in dungeons. With a smile, Lucia says that the guy's class change will be just around the corner, but will try to train the tank in knightly skills. Hyun Sung asked the mercenary with surprise, did the process of changing class really happen so easily and quickly? The girl explains that changing class only depends on the style of battle. If done correctly, it is possible to achieve the goal. As the tired tank rested after the training session, a caring mentor approached Wu Xin for further instructions. The girl tells the guy that for a while the tank should take a good rest to regain its spent strength. Wu Xin's stamina should have recovered nicely during all that rest time between practice rounds. Therefore, the tank should already be getting up from its resting place, so that the group can continue the important combat skills training. Meanwhile, the events are developing already in chaos-ridden Japan, where the confrontation with monsters continues. A large number of experienced players have been drafted by the government to continue fighting against the invaders in the territory. Those humanoid, man-eating monsters that have been terrorizing civilians in Japanese cities for months now. Players who have been summoned for the operation realize that the battle will be hard enough against such dangerous opponents. One of the hunters even decided to try and kill one Chojo in a risky attack, getting as close to the target as possible. The fighter got as close to the monster as possible and swung his enchanted weapon to deliver the killing blow. The player began to smile, thinking that he would definitely succeed and managed to hit the dangerous target dead on. Some strange red energy appeared around the battle site, enveloping the space with a mystical light of destruction. Powerful fiery explosions suddenly appeared in all the surrounding areas, shaking the ground and buildings from the shockwave. The players rejoice and talk amongst themselves that their unplanned surprise attack was quite successful against the enemy. There were 1,000 and 1,500 of these terrible monsters in all, and the hunters managed to kill 400 individuals in the operation. The leader of these creatures is understandably very angry that such a thing was allowed to happen at all by his subordinates in their territory. The enraged leader flies into the air and starts making horrible loud noises all around, summoning the survivors. People begin to realize that, as expected, all these monsters are all subject to one powerful golden leader. The military, who are watching this battle from afar, realize that it is now time to begin the main operation. The commander realizes that this is the last chance for the army to finally deal with everyone by force of arms. Very large projectiles fly, cutting through the air with a distinctive whoosh, heading towards the clusters of monsters in the city. Artillery tries to hit these monsters, which are firmly entrenched in the captured district of the Japanese city. The humanoids fly off from their fortified positions, realizing that they have been seriously pinned down by the combined enemy forces. Players, watching the enemy retreat, want to keep these monsters at bay and finally destroy them. One of the Chojami players manages to completely burn with fire, so that the monster begins to melt from the high temperature of the flames. Powerful explosions continue throughout the captured city, destroying buildings and enemy positions one by one. Monsters start falling from the sky and outright dissolve from taking critical damage from artillery fire. This golden leader is not at all happy with the ongoing beating of his loyal subordinates by the forces of the United Coalition. The leader flies very high in the air to get a better look and assessment of what's going on out there on the battlefield. Chojo sees his loyal fighters simply massacred by missile strikes and magical attacks from players. The enraged leader decides to call upon all the other surviving creatures to organize a counterattack against the humans. Meanwhile, another warhead was sent by the military to target clusters of these dangerous monsters in the city. The monster leader points his mighty arm at the approaching missiles and puts his open palm forward for protection. The entire muscular body of the leader begins to become intensely electrified with a bright yellow glow of high-level magical energy. Once the force is concentrated, huge electrical explosions occur in the air, destroying approaching projectiles in flight. Players who watch this incredible spectacle can't believe their eyes. Can't missiles really help? At this critical moment, the military headquarters said that heroic-level monsters wouldn't be able to defend themselves so effectively. Command must raise the gold leader's classification from heroic to legendary to jeopardize the operation. The enemy went beyond the encirclement, so the costly military operation completely failed with heavy losses. Heroic-class monsters couldn't withstand such a powerful missile attack without taking serious damage. Therefore, the commanders need to accept the painful fact that the operation was a definitive failure due to underestimation of the enemy. The UN Joint Force is simply evacuating the territory at this critical moment, leaving Japan to fend for itself. 3 weeks have passed, and Hyunsung says that their Wu Xin tank passed the theory and practice of the class change with flying colors. So now there was no longer a need to secretly go to weak dungeons to train the team's new knight. The guy holds only one thought in his mind. It's been a whole year and a half since his adventures began. As he walked closer to the group of people, Hyunsung heard a conversation about how if Lucia joined the guild, she would be supported. Lucia tells the representative that she is not interested at all, so the girl flatly refuses the offer. Some guy with bright red hair says threateningly that the mercenary will regret that decision a lot later. Lucia replies that even if she regrets it, she will still refuse. Wouldn't someone do an unpleasant job? Hyun-sung saw this tense scene, came a little closer, and decided to wonder what was even going on here. This strange guild guy is angry that the girl is adamantly unwilling to sign a lucrative contract with their organization. Hyun-sung intervenes in the unpleasant conversation and says, "What's incomprehensible? The man has clearly stated his unwillingness to cooperate." This brash guy with red hair aggressively asks the hunter why he's meddling in other people's business at all. Hyun-sung, who has no tolerance for rudeness, simply takes and mercilessly breaks this insolent man's finger as a warning. The hunter asks Lucia what kind of unpleasant man he is in general, and what his grievances are with the mercenary, replied Lucia. The stranger is a scout from the infamous Dark Guild's forced recruitment efforts. Hyun-sung asked if the mercenary was doing anything that could attract attention, but the girl answered in the negative, keeping the results of a low-level player. The guy thinks, wondering then how the guild representatives could find out about the girl's abilities. This aggressive scout starts yelling at the hunter and asks why he's prying and wants to die. The guild representative is indignant, wondering if Hyun-sung knows who is standing in front of him and how dare he act in such a manner. Hyun-sung asks the scout with a mocking smile if he even knows who the hunter himself is. This kid boastfully says he represents the Dark Guild, and inquires about his interlocutor's affiliation with the organizations. With a smile on his face, the hunter says he works on the Player Association Oversight Team and asks about guild status. This guy, when he heard about the Players Association, couldn't believe such an unexpected coincidence. Hyun-sung sternly tells the scout not to torture the man who doesn't want to join the guild and just leave. The two companions turned around and went about their business, leaving the confused Dark Guild representative behind. This guild guy follows up by threateningly telling the hunter that he will definitely regret his interference. Hyun-sung tells Lucia not to think about the threats and not to listen to Scout. There's nothing to regret in this situation. The guild rep starts to get really angry and realizes that the guy failed in his important task. The scout was told to make this talented girl become a member of their guild by any means necessary. Hyun-sung, as always, heads to yet another dungeon to pump up skills and get resources. The hunter tells his comrades that now is the time to start serious monster hunting already. With his eyes, the guy decided to look around carefully to make sure no outsiders were eavesdropping on the conversation. The group came to a dangerous dungeon with heroic-grade crocodiles to test out new abilities. Lucia, turning to her lord, speaks of coming quickly. It's time for them to start hunting. Guy asks his mentor if she hopes the team's new tank will be okay. The mercenary replied that Wu Xin had been undergoing serious training all along. Plus, he would be around experienced fighters. Hyun-sung says that it looks like Lucia knew about the tank's heavy training and laughed at the situation. The girl replied that yes, fortunately she was well aware of this from personal experience in teaching. However, every drop of sweat shed during a workout is equal to a drop of blood saved on the battlefield. Hyun-sung wonders if Lucia thinks that Wu Xin will worry a lot about survival during the hunt. When the group entered the dungeon, the hunter asks if the tank can upgrade skills. It's difficult now, but possible later. The guy asks the mercenary, "Doesn't the tank's performance slowly change for the better after taking the drug the Lord provided for enhancement?" Says Hyun-sung that he's curious to see what would happen if he invested all the unallocated points solely into Wu Xin's spirit power. The girl replied to the hunter that perhaps among all the tanks that now existed in the world, this would indeed be the strongest defender. Hyun-sung was understandably interested in this prospect, but there was something suspicious about the guy ahead along the dungeon corridor. The hunter told his comrades that he sensed with his magical abilities, ahead there was definitely a dangerous enemy preparing to attack. The group sees these massive hero-class crocodiles slowly climb out of the dark water of the underground lake to attack. The reptiles began throwing their sharp spears at their opponents in large numbers, flying at the hunters at a very high rate of speed. Hyun-sung slashes all of these throwing weapons with his blade with his usual ease, displaying superior reaction and technique. After the first wave of attacks went the very real crocodiles into the melee, and the reptiles launched another wave of spears. The guy thinks to himself that somehow there are too many opponents for a heroic dungeon, even more than he expected. Once the magical energy is concentrated in the air, a huge destructive purple explosion occurs, shaking the walls of the dungeon. The girl knight quickly protected her lord with a magical shield, reflecting the shockwave away from the group. Hyun-sung has landed on solid ground after the blast, and realizes that the battle will indeed be troublesome. Another sharp spear flies towards the hunter in a straight trajectory from a great height, aiming for his head. Hyun-sung deftly reacted, and the guy managed to catch the flying weapon right in the air with his bare hands. The captured weapon is taken by the hunter and thrown back, killing this brazen crocodile that was hiding in the murky water. In the distance, Hyun-sung heard some more suspicious sounds and splashes that made him very wary. The guy saw several more of these massive creatures climbing out of the water and heading straight for the group. The hunter thinks, well, since the reptiles are out of the water, it's much better for him anyway. Hyun-sung's body begins to become intensely electrified with bright purple lightning, and his gaze becomes very determined and focused. The guy used his most powerful skills, and there was a huge, devastating purple explosion in the dungeon. After this attack, the crocodiles, though of heroic strength level, simply plainly die instantly from the damage they take. The monsters scream in agony, spending the last seconds of their lives in such agony from the electrical burns. Lucia tells the Lord that things don't look so bad. The guy replies, they were the weakest characters. Since who Hyun-sung had faced before was the strongest among this class, has the lizard head in mind. The girl replied to her lord that, believe me, this is only the very beginning of the ordeal, my dear lord. Because the fact that the hunters themselves have become much stronger over time also plays an important role here, although the dungeon with heroic class crocodiles is quite difficult. But for practicing passive skills like wild instinct, there is no better place. The hunter realized that this was indeed a good opportunity to develop abilities and gain valuable combat experience in battles. The guy told the mercenary girl that in that case, let's continue exploring this dangerous dungeon with you. Meanwhile, the Dark Guild representative tells a subordinate that if the subordinate can't even handle a simple job like character recruitment, the warden plans that if Scout keeps up the same lackluster behavior, he'll just fly out of here as incapable. This subordinate's excuse is that some unknown guy from the Players Association oversight team interfered with the negotiation process. The guild boss wonders why all of a sudden this outsider guy has decided to actively interfere in the affairs of their organization. The head also demands an explanation of what this oversight team even is. This is the first time he's heard of it. The subordinate explains that the target seems to have some sort of friendship or partnership with this hunter. The main thing is that the target is adamantly not going to join their guild, despite all offers. The boss yells at the scout that he should have first told him about the godly terms of employment in their organization, but the guy with the red hair replies to the supervisor that he repeated the terms to the girl several times, but she only refused. The boss couldn't believe what he heard. How come even after hearing favorable terms, she refused? Perhaps the mercenary has some powerful sponsors, or the amount of money offered was not enough for an agreement. This guy cautiously asks the chapter why don't they just give up trying to recruit this girl. The supervisor, hearing such a question from a subordinate, became directly angry and started raising his voice at the scout. The guild leader says that Scout wants to just give up in front of such a lucrative deal, something he forgot about the reputation of the organization. The guild sponsor said to take and bring this particular girl to them, so that means they are obligated to fulfill it at all costs. So to begin with, the scout must carefully find out all the information about that association representative and his connections. The head reflects that they've never had anyone ever specifically ask to bring a specific someone into the guild before. It is completely unclear to the leader what is so special and valuable in this mysterious mercenary girl. There is no way the boss can refuse the assignment to bring her in, as it would cause big problems with a powerful sponsor. At this point, Hyun-sung asks his trusty tank if Wu-shin had any problems during the hunt. Wu-shin proudly replies to the lord that absolutely not. Everything was very even and went without complications. Tank shows off the vast amount of different skill books and magic crystals he has accumulated during this successful hunt. Wu-shin decides to share all the loot with his lord and holds out a heavy treasure bag to him. Hyun-sung told the tank that there was absolutely no need to give the lord these honestly earned items. Tells Hyun-sung to the guy that these are completely personal items of the tank, so Wu-shin should keep them with him. Tells Hyun-sung to the guy that these are completely personal items of the tank, so Wu-shin should keep them with him. Lucia was as proud as ever of her noble lord for not seeking only personal gain in everything. Hyun-sung turned to his team after this conversation and said to his comrades, "Let's follow the lord to the car." The hunter gives Wu-shin a wad of papers and says it's money for magic stones sold at the market. The guy explains to the tank that the money from the sale of rare skill books will come after the prestigious auction is over. Wu-shin saw this impressive amount of money and held such a large wad in his hands for the first time in his life. Tank offers to return some of the money he received to the lord and says he is returning it for the invaluable help he has provided. But Hyun-sung tells Wu-shin that he can slowly pay back his debt and that he should start by sharing with his family. This huge fellow only bowed respectfully to the lord and said that he sincerely thanked his lord for his kindness. Hyun-sung asked the tank how he liked his new apartment, if it was similar to their place, if it was comfortable. The big man with a wide smile on his face told the lord that, believe me, he liked the new accommodation immensely. Lucia added that it was indeed a wise choice, as this apartment complex is well prepared for the unexpected. Hyun-sung tells the team that it's true. You always have to be prepared because there's no telling how long the Japanese will remain silent. After looking around, the hunter tells his comrades that the group has more business to complete today. Tomorrow the team will do exactly the same thing they did today, hunting in the dungeons. The head of the Dark Guild had received intelligence that the target had an escort that had only undergone a year and a half of training. Plus, there's this weird disabled tank still lugging around with the target, which isn't a serious threat. A subordinate with red hair tells his boss that it looks like he can get rid of them in just one go. The warden replies to the scout that, except for belonging to the Players Association, the hunter represents absolutely nothing. Judging by the fact that the guy keeps changing hunting grounds, his fighting skills seem pretty mediocre. Good. Then right now we need to start working in earnest on preparing tomorrow's secret mission. The next day, and Hyun Sung's team is traditionally on their way to another dangerous dungeon. Hyun Sung heard some strange, suspicious sounds coming from the side of the road behind their vehicle. Hunter saw a black car with tinted windows slowly approaching their group on the highway. The car immediately aroused the guy's share of serious suspicion, he thinks. Where did she come from? For now, Hyun Sung didn't say anything to his comrades about the suspicions, and the team just got into their usual car. This strange black car with unknown passengers is still persistently following the group of hunters, said Hyun Sung to his friends about looking closely. Someone is definitely following the team on the road. Lucia wondered if this was really happening, and decided to cautiously look out the back window of the car. The mercenary questioned her lord about whether he was talking about that suspicious black-tinted car, confirmed Hyun Sung to the girl that yes, and it looks like there are some unknown players riding in the pursuing car. Asked the girl anxiously to the gentleman if it could be Japanese agents hunting for them. Replied the lad to the mercenary that although such surveillance looks inept to the Japanese, they usually operate on the sly. So let's first calmly drive up to the dungeon where the team tank will be hunting, and there we'll figure it out. The group approached a familiar dungeon where they usually deal with monsters for experience and resources. Hyun Sung heard some suspicious sounds of approaching footsteps coming from the direction of the dungeon entrance. Some unknown people were clearly approaching the team and were pacing heavily on the stony ground near the entrance. Apparently, now there will be an inevitable clash between the group and some uninvited guests who have come with bad intentions. Says the hunter to his comrades that let us now take and pass further inside the dungeon for safety. The team moves quickly deep into the dungeon, trying to get away from potential danger and take a favorable position. Says Lucia to the lord that the pursuers came much later than she thought, judging by the sounds. The enemies appear already at the entrance with evil grins on their faces, clearly set on conflict with the team. Opponents are quite a lot. They are a variety of players with different combat abilities and specializations. Says Hyun Sung to his comrades that yes, the attacker's equipment and gear is of sufficient quality. But it seems to Hunter that basically most of the enemy players belong to the normal development class. The guy turned to the strangers and bluntly asked what they were even doing here in this place. Daringly, one of the attacking guys replied to Hyun Sung that he was somehow asking too much for a weakling. Says the enemy to the hunter that he doesn't realize the desperate situation his team is now in. With surprise, Hyun Sung realizes that these are not Japanese enemies as expected, but someone else entirely. The head of the enemy guild is angry and tells his subordinates that look, the hunter is also bullying them. At what point does the commander even look Japanese if he is a pure-blooded Korean by nationality? Inquires the guy with curiosity at his opponents. In which case, why they are suddenly doing this. The head of the Dark Guild begins to get even angrier, clenching his teeth with increasing rage. The commander says he was going to bring the hunter's body back in one piece, but now he fears he won't be able to. The head turns to all his loyal subordinates and says that the time has come to act decisively. Must the guild teach this insolent rascal some manners, because look at his behavior. The task of the attacking team is to chop the insolent hunter's face in half with their sharp blades. Said all the hostile guys to the head that they understood the order perfectly and began to attack very quickly. Lucia prepared to immediately defend her lord from the multiple attacks of the enemy players. Hyun Sung thinks in surprise at what's happening. Why is it that all of a sudden the strangers decided to pounce on the team if the hunter doesn't even know them? Wu Xin begins to shout a battle cry very strongly, and a red murderous aura of destruction and rage emanates from the enraged tank. Hyun Sung himself didn't expect to see such an aggressive and uncontrolled reaction from this usually calm and poised guy. The Lord sees the tank resolutely get right in front of the team and without hesitation goes into a furious attack on the opponents. Wu Xin handles one of the attacking enemies with ease, hitting that one with his massive and heavy shield with tremendous force. Kills an enemy tank quite easily, and simply with one powerful and accurate strike, showing off his newfound strength. Wu Xin entered into the sheer combat excitement and rage at the destruction he was creating on the battlefield. Says Lucia to the Lord that there seems to be no need to worry about the safety of their loyal friend. The team watches in amazement as the big guy swiftly runs further towards the rest of the enemies, not stopping at the result. The guy asks the mercenary if they explained the tactical rules of engagement to the tank earlier in the car on the road. But most likely this simple-minded kid was just having a bit of a hard time understanding and memorizing the team's complex tactical instructions. Says the girl that Wu Xin only thinks about the sacred duty that he has to guard and protect the team at all costs. Even despite this deviation from the plan, it seems like this battle will be a pretty good and effective workout for the tank. Responds to Hyun Sung's comment that it's good that the level of hostile opponents is quite low. If it were higher, it would be dangerous. Replies the girl with an apology that sorry, as it is solely her fault. A knight who doesn't understand the Lord's orders is useless. In any future combat situation, Lucia will of course only use her Lord's clear orders to coordinate actions. Will train the mercenary even harder and more disciplined to never again upset the Lord with her unauthorized actions. There were still a few enemy players from this hostile guild left on the battlefield, ready to continue the desperate battle. The head yells to his subordinates about what mindless idiots they are, how long they're going to just watch their comrades get beaten up. Orders the commander to immediately go into a decisive attack and give his brave heart for the honor and reputation of the guild. The observant guild leader can't understand and realize why this unremarkable kid has such incredible strength. Clutching the sharp weapon in his trembling hands, the ringleader realizes that there is nothing else to do in such a situation. The most important thing the commander needs to do is capture that mysterious blonde girl and her powerful friend at any cost. But first, one must be sure to take care of that valuable girl that the guild must deliver to the powerful sponsor alive. The leader sneaks up on Lucia from behind and swings his sharp weapon for a sudden and insidious attack from behind. But just seconds later, the ringleader is taken with tremendous force and sealed into the hard stone wall of the dungeon. Can Lucia stand up for herself with stunning ease, as the seasoned mercenary has a wealth of combat experience? The guild leader is on trembling knees near the ruined wall, and the beaten commander's mouth is bleeding scarlet blood. Says the girl to the defeated enemy that if he had remained standing still, he would have been good training material for an apprentice. But because the leader decided to boldly snark and attack the team, he got his painful death on merit for that foolish decision. The other members of the hostile guild saw the commander's demise and began desperately shouting that no, their big brother was defeated forever. The subordinates are already in deep shock and don't realize that if their powerful elder is defeated, what should they do now? Hyun Sung can't forgive the attackers for what they forgot here, so he decides to immediately teach the survivors a painful lesson. The bald hunter struck one of the enemies right in the ugly face with his powerful fist, with great destructive force. After a vicious strike, slashed his opponent by the heel with his sharp weapon, denying him the ability to move quickly through the dungeon. After all these painful actions, Hyun Sung moved on to treat the other surviving members of the enemy guild. The battered guild guys with no teeth or other body parts sit silent and no longer snarl against the team. Surprised, Hyun Sung asks the beaten captives about why they all suddenly decided to attack the group. All the captives are stubbornly silent and categorically unwilling to answer such direct and uncomfortable questions from the victors. Thinks the guild leader in horror, how could this happen? This monster is a rookie who only recently graduated from the player academy. The commander's level reaches 200th level, and subordinates have approximately 180th level of ability and characteristic development. Formidably, Lucia says to the captives that do they not hear the important question her powerful lord has asked. The subordinates replied that they were simply obeying a direct order from their guild leader and had no right to disobey the commander. The guild boss was in deep shock when he heard the frank confessions of his loyal subordinates about the motives behind the attack. Since the guild leader ordered to attack the group, the subordinates simply followed the order as there was no other option. Hyun Sung decided to look through the system to see if there was a possibility of trading captured players in this dangerous game. You can use spatial skills to transport prisoners, for example, to special prisons for offending players. The hunter says to the defeated that since they have committed a serious crime, shouldn't they be justly punished? The offending players were frightened when they heard these words, realizing what a fatal mistake they had made in attacking the association's representative. The Japanese minister is sitting in his government office at this critical moment and realizes that he is sick of being here. Need to get this damn thing over with as soon as possible to finally get rid of the constant stress and problems. After solving the monster problem, the minister will be able to resign and take a well-deserved vacation. If Hyun Sung falls into the hands of the Japanese intelligence services, the country will then have a chance to finally recover. Some analyst tells the minister that intelligence has another important target up for grabs. A co-worker shows a secret piece of paper with Lucia's picture on it and informs him that this person is supposedly a co-worker of the first target. Indeed, the clear photograph captures this young blonde mercenary with distinctive facial features and combat gear. All the other guys began to talk among themselves. What an incredible beauty. and she also comes from the mysterious West. A man reports to the minister that the second target lost his native country during the war, so he got South Korean citizenship. However, there are some rather strange and unexplained aspects of the case that have alarmed intelligence analysts. Because according to official documents, the target graduated from the prestigious Player Academy just a month ago. However, intelligence information has now been confirmed that the girl is visiting heroic dungeons with Hyun Sung. Started to all look at each other and say, doesn't that mean it's weird if you enter the academy after waking up? Going to dungeons of heroic danger level doesn't always involve the usual monster hunting. Assuming from the personal characteristics of the first target, if the level 20 nullification worked correctly on the guy. In this particular case, participation in heroic dungeons for a newcomer is simply physically impossible. All the player analysts, upon hearing this information from the source, only began to rejoice at the prospects that had opened up. Says the analyst that this means being able to separate skills from experience regardless of current level of development. The expert believes that the probability is high. While hunting high-level monsters, experience points are distributed proportionally to the contribution. Here, a guide leads a newcomer to the dungeon who has only recently undergone an ability awakening procedure. Clearly something is wrong here, of course, and the analyst's guesses may be wrong, the group's leader says. What is clear, however, is that in general, this strange target behavior should certainly not be overlooked. Everyone knows that the team of agents who worked with the target earlier disappeared without a trace under mysterious circumstances. Says the leader of the operation that it's possible the agents just decided to run away, but that seems highly unlikely. Started everyone whispering amongst themselves, saying that if that was really the case, what to do about the situation. If the agents really did run off on their own, believe me, that would be insanely stupid of them. Says the leader to his subordinates that first, all the team needs to do is prepare for the worst-case scenario. One of the subordinates asked the commander about the worst-case scenario. Since the specialist team that dealt with the first target was presumably completely wiped out in the operation, everyone at this critical moment seemed to swallow their tongues in shock and horror. Concerned analysts ask whether such a thing is even physically possible for one person to accomplish, since even an elite group of professionals cannot be destroyed by one enemy alone. Is it true that one person who had awakened quite recently was capable of such incredible feats? Responds the leader of the operation to subordinates that the rate of growth of their target's abilities is quite unpredictable and not analyzable by analysts. Therefore, the team must constantly think about the worst-case scenario because intelligence has too little reliable information about the enemy, so that agents are ready at all times to respond immediately to an intelligence call and move immediately into an operation. Lying in deep thought on a comfortable bed at home, Hyun Sung analyzes the current state of affairs. The hunter realizes that the speed of his personal growth has definitely dropped noticeably compared to the previous months of training. And the drop is seen in both hunting achievements and lucrative sales of magical artifacts on the market. If the guy gains another 300 billion in-game currency, he will then be able to increase his rank and buy an elixir for his father. But all as the hunter had previously thought, there are still strict limitations in selling electronic devices through the system. Thinks Hyun Sung. Does he urgently need to come up with some brand new merchandise to put up for profitable sale? The guy's reasoning is that there's not much of a rush with this, as game content is still selling quite well to customers. You need to look for a solution to the problem in a completely different field of endeavor to generate additional income. Suddenly his mother calls Hyun Sung to eat. The guy goes to the table and sees a whole field of various delicious dishes. The hunter is happy that his caring mother has prepared her son's favorite dishes for the family dinner. Says the woman with concern that she's heard it's common for the team to eat hamburgers during a dangerous dungeon hunt. Hyun Sung looked reproachfully at Lucia, who had given away all his cooking secrets and caring mother's habits. Smiling, the guy then told the family that okay, then wished everyone at the table a good appetite and good mood. Added the hunter sincerely that food that is prepared by a loving mother is always the most delicious in the world. After saying that, Hyun Sung noticed that the two girls at the table had stopped talking to each other altogether. Turning around, the guy realized the real reason for the silence as the ladies were intently watching American TV series on a tablet. The hunter asked the girls if they were really that interested in watching these foreign television programs while eating. Says Hyun Sung that it's nevertheless worth it to just take your eyes off your screens and try to enjoy this delicious home-cooked meal. Got a guy's reply from his sister that okay, the girls will try that for the family dinner. But then the hunter noticed that his friend Lucia could not stop staring at the screen of the tablet. Hyun Sung asks the mercenary with a bewildered expression, unable to believe if the series is really that exciting. But then the guy remembered the important fact that his friend was a person from a completely different dimension and world. How even Lucia can be interested in these modern American TV series with their plots and characters? Hunter asks the girl curiously. Does she really enjoy watching such television programs? With a wide smile on her face, the mercenary replied that watching movies and doramas had become her only hobby in this world. The lad's mother, hearing these sincere words from her guest, said with warmth how envious she was of this young girl. The girl watches foreign TV series and movies directly on the internet, and she does not need to wait for the release of new episodes. Players, even without learning foreign languages specifically, can always benefit from the systematic skill of understanding as native speakers. Hyun Sung suddenly had a very unusual and potentially lucrative idea in his head during this family conversation. The guy realized that yes, this was indeed exactly the new line of business he needed to make money right now. The hunter called Lucia into his room for a private conversation and carefully closed the door behind him. Asked Hyun Sung to the mercenary if TV series and movies are really that exciting to watch, because there are many cultural things that in her position as a foreigner may be completely incomprehensible. The girl replied that she could immediately understand some points intuitively, and learning a new culture was even enjoyable. The mercenary is surprised at why the Lord would suddenly decide to ask her about this in such detail at all. Asked what he thinks about the possibility of trying to sell brand new video content through the system, Hyun Sung replied. Shocked, Lucia asks if the gentleman says he is going to sell any movies or television series. Confirmed the guy that yes, this is his new prospective business plan, as the mercenary likes this kind of money-making idea. Said girl seemed fine to her, even if this risky venture could turn out to be a complete failure. Said Hyun Sung thankfully. It was all thanks to her anyway. It was the mercenary who came up with the idea. Because Lucia fell in love with movies and TV series, the Lord was able to look at the situation from a different angle. The girl felt a little embarrassed at this moment from such gratitude and attention on the part of the gentleman. The luxurious palace, which clearly belongs to a very wealthy owner, is surrounded by beautiful nature and gardens. The girl received a system notification that a new item had been registered. She looks on in surprise, thinking about the download. The buyer decided to see what it was, wondering if it was just another useless item for sale. The girl decided to give it a try, bought a TV and a DVD player, and connected all the equipment to her home power plant. The buyer prepared herself for disappointment, thinking that it would obviously be another unnecessary and useless nonsense. A rich girl turned on some TV series, and immediately on the screen appeared incredible shots of the action taking place. In this thrilling series, a huge truck at high speed drives straight at the two young protagonists. The girl with gray hair began to genuinely worry about the safety and fate of the main characters in danger. After a tense moment, the very real Transformer made an unexpected appearance in this sci-fi movie. This sight further surprised the onlooker, as she had never seen anything like this in entertainment before. In her home world, there are no movies at all, and certainly no movies about the amazing Transformers. Captured by the girl completely by everything happening on the screen, and thinks how exciting it is to watch. The viewer watches in amazement and ponders, wondering how all these incredible scenes were even filmed by the filmmakers. Having already rewatched a dozen movies, she thinks, I wonder what some actor's name is. He's good enough to play. Hyun Song, while in the warehouse, sees a system notification that his item has been successfully sold to a customer. Thanks the guy, which is great. Even though it took a long time, he has quite a few in-game awards now. Hunter noticed that customer reviews of the product are also quite positive and encouraging for continued business. Everyone writes about how the TV and DVD player are really interesting and quality technical devices. Realizes the guy can no longer sell the Bumblebee movie due to the system's restrictions on repeat sales. Hyun Sung realizes that he can, for example, start selling real cars through the game trading system. Hunter picked up his phone to look online for more suitable options for the new business. Realizes the guy really does look like he can buy a car even without taking out insurance. Thinks Hyun Sung, which is good, since he's not going to personally drive this machine in the real world. Lucia walked up to the warehouse and saw the guy doing his favorite thing, profitable sales through the system. The mercenary turns to the Lord and says she sees his sales have already been successfully completed at a good profit. The friends shook hands to hand over their earnings and congratulate each other on a successful trading operation. The guy asked the girl if it was possible to start selling real cars to customers through the system. Said Hunter, there are quite a few customer inquiries here for the robots that appeared in the movie. So even if the team can't sell these robots, it seems like a good idea for Hyun Sung to sell the machine. The girl asked the gentleman why he suddenly decided to sell cars to customers. The hunter didn't understand the question and says he doesn't even know for sure, but it seems like it would bring in a lot of money. Said Lucia that maybe in that case the Lord should sell Transformers figures, that's all. After hearing this brilliant idea from his girlfriend, the guy's realization of the right direction really hit. Hyun Sung thanked the girl sincerely and said that yes, indeed it was a very good and profitable idea. Lucia is very excited to be able to assist her lord in developing a successful business. A few days passed and the guy sold 1,000,000,000,000 points worth of merchandise, so now he can buy legendary items. The hunter's eyes lit up. He thinks great. Now he can buy a healing elixir for his sick father. Hen Song looks at the price of the elixir in the catalog and thinks that the elixir is really worth a lot. This medicine is really worth almost 100 billion game points, an incredible amount to buy. Hyun Sung has no choice but to buy this expensive healing elixir to save his father. A huge glass bottle with a magical liquid appears in the guy's hands. He sincerely hopes it will help his sick father. Lucia heartily congratulates her lord on the successful purchase and says she sincerely congratulates him on his acquisition. The guy replies to the mercenary that she wouldn't believe it, but this success happened solely because of her help and support, because Lucia helped Hunter with her brilliant ideas and thoughts, which really led him to financial success. A guy came to the hospital to visit his ailing father and immediately decided to cautiously use an expensive healing elixir. After using the medicine, Hyun Song carefully placed this unusual magic flask on the bedside table. The hunter hopes that the elixir will help the parent, as he has spent a lot of money from his savings on this medicine. As long as a guy is looking closely at his father, absolutely nothing changes in his behavior or health. Hyun Sung asks himself the agonizing question of whether he hopes his father will now be completely cured of his illness. It was already deep into the night, and the tired guy left the hospital, heading home to rest after a busy day. The hunter thinks that okay, he should go to his warehouse and see if there is something new and interesting there. Hyun Sung saw that the store was selling a mythic rank item, which looked interesting and tempting enough to buy. But what's stranger is that the artifact doesn't have any detailed description. The information is too simple for such a powerful item. I wonder the guy ponders how long it will take him to save up the time and resources to buy this artifact. The hunter saw that he needed to spend 1,000 times more money on this purchase than he had now. Thinks to Hyun Sung that okay, he'll probably be able to acquire this at some future day. But it will definitely happen in the distant future, as it will take a huge amount of money to buy the mythical artifact. The guy thinks okay, in that case he'll buy an item that will increase all of his characterization stats by 1. The sister came to the hospital early in the morning and asks the doctor hopefully if her husband is really better. The doctor told the woman in amazement that yes, amazingly, the patient's dying cells had begun to come back to life. The woman does not know that it was all the work of her beloved son, so she thanks the doctors from the bottom of her heart. The doctor honestly says that, believe me, there is absolutely no credit to him here. He doesn't even know how the miracle happened. As the medics were doing everything as usual, but at some point the patient's father just started to make an incredible recovery. Therefore, if the father is fully medically rehabilitated, he will most likely be able to return to a normal life. Meanwhile, Japanese players elsewhere are angrily talking amongst themselves about how long the team should discuss the operation plan, since their main target has just suddenly returned to normal health for unknown reasons. The ringleader tells his subordinates that the team must wait until the target situation is fully normal again. The subordinates are wondering to the commander why they can't just take the hunter and attack him when he's in the dungeon. Explains the leader that, as said earlier, the group should move with the worst-case scenario in mind. The subordinates say that the team is actually made up of Japanese elite forces, but the commander is overly strict with the fighters. It looks as if the commander doesn't trust the group's ability to perform truly complex combat missions. Agents say there is one player named Hiro Osaki, don't know why, but good man working with the team. The fighters ask what this hero did then, and get the answer that they heard about molestation of a minor. Others add that they heard a completely different version. It was a serial killing of several people in a row. Someone's huge hand in massive battle armor strikes the hard ground of the dungeon with force. After the powerful impact, there is a huge destructive explosion of bright purple color, shaking the walls of the cave. Lucia, on a combat mission, rapidly leaps forward towards the approaching monsters to attack. A dungeon mercenary slashes through a crowd of monsters with one powerful swing of her legendary weapon. Literally a second later, the opponents are gone, and the girl realizes how effective the legendary equipment is. Thanks Lucia thanks the guy for helping her buy this incredibly powerful legendary battle armor. Talking to Hyun Sung about how about buying more legendary weapons for the mercenary as well. The girl thanks for the idea. The hunter replies that there aren't enough points due to the purchase of an expensive elixir, and here the guy looks worried for some reason. Surprisingly, the team again found themselves surrounded by unknown adversaries ready to attack the group. Asked by Lucia if perhaps these were the same Japanese, it was quite likely that they were. The fighters look into the depths of the cave and see a huge number of glowing eyes, realizing that there are a lot of enemies. Says the girl if the opponents could have used the services of mercenaries. Gets the answer that it's too much. Before the group is completely surrounded by enemies, let's try to take out the attackers, says the guy. Suggests the hunter first deal with those opponents who are 100 meters to the right of the team. After this successful battle, the group will move to the left, and methodically destroy all other attackers. Said Lucia is a great tactical plan, and the mercenary is fully prepared for decisive combat. Ran the girl immediately into the attack, not even giving the guy a second to think about team coordination. Hyun-sung uses his unique teleportation skill, thanks to which he can instantly move around the battlefield. The hunter teleports directly behind the back of one of his unsuspecting enemies for a surprise attack. It was completely unexpected. The guy swings his sharp weapon and kills his opponent in one precise strike. The other spy looks at the death of a comrade and realizes with horror that, damn it, their location has been picked up. Hyun-sung heard that frightened voice and realized where he needed to direct his combat actions next. This Japanese agent uses the Ice Storm magic skill and unleashes many small ice projectiles. Hyun-sung is not at all deterred by this icy attack, bursting through the barrier and rushing forward. The Japanese agent looks at this incredible resilience, with genuine surprise and shock on his frightened face. Easily and simply, the hunter slashes his next opponent with one powerful stroke of his enchanted blade. Lucia doesn't stand aside from the battle and tackles the rest of the villains who have decided to surround the team. One of the Japanese agents immediately recognized the girl from that secret photo in the intelligence file. Thinks the spy with wonder, could such a beautiful girl be such a strong and dangerous warrior? But Lucia immediately swings her sharp weapon and in one motion slits her opponent's throat. The head of this whole spy gang looks on at the carnage taking place in sheer shock and horror. The commander shouts to his subordinates that everyone must immediately assemble in battle order for defense. Everyone prepares for the worst-case scenario and adopts a protective fighting stance. The agents realize that Hyun-sung is quite strong and dangerous, so the upcoming battle will be incredibly hard. Running forward, Lucia with her shield at the ready to protect her lord from enemy attacks. The mercenary swiftly runs at their tank, the most protected person in the enemy group. Some of the agents are already getting seriously worried as they fear the determination and rage of the approaching girl. Shouts the ringleader to all subordinates about getting ready. The dangerous girl is quickly approaching the positions. Hyun-sung, at this critical moment, uses his movement skill again and appears behind the enemy's back. But this time the hunter was spotted before the lad could do anything against his opponent. The guy is not at all embarrassed by this, so swings his magical weapon to strike. After concentrating the energy, uses the skill, and there is a huge, destructive explosion of lightning. Opponents literally begin to melt before your eyes from the incredible temperature and power of the electrical attack. Lucia at this point runs at the rest of the enemies who were distracted by that blinding explosion. The mercenary realizes that now is the perfect time to deliver a decisive blow to her stunned opponents. The opponents realize that the matter is not good at all, as the girl turned out to be much stronger than they expected. The agents see what powerful skills Lucia possesses. Her shield and weapons make them truly fearful. The mercenary jumps off the ground and deals one of the enemies a deadly blow with her weapon, killing instantly. Shouts the chief of these spies to his subordinates that everyone must immediately retreat from the battlefield. Shouts the commander to his agents to try and spread out and get away from here as fast as possible. This is the main task for survival right now. As soon as one of the Japanese spies began to run swiftly away from the battlefield, he was immediately hit with a sharp weapon right in the back. The rest of the terrified kids start being mercilessly struck by destructive lightning bolts by an enraged guy with electrical powers. The head of the group, despite all the beating going on, says with bewilderment that he can't believe it. There is clearly something wrong here. Since the Japanese team had a significant advantage in the number of fighters, how could they not handle two opponents? Hyun-sung raises his arm in a new legendary armor that fully protects the hunter from all enemy attacks and spells. After concentrating magical energy, he sends all of his lightning power into the leader, who is thrown into the air, and his body begins to convulsively flutter. The commander was completely fried by the electricity so badly that you couldn't even see the pupils in his charred and smoking eyes, said Hyun-sung. He would definitely need to acquire a new legendary rank armor to further develop. Lucia tells the lord that the mercenary has gathered all the few surviving Japanese agents in one place for interrogation. The guy asks the girl if she could additionally collect more personal items of defeated opponents to study. All that was left of the slain agents was a Japanese passport, an expensive wristwatch, and a gold chain from their necks. Hyun-sung scrutinizes the system's game menu and finds something really interesting there that interests him greatly. Realized the hunter with triumph that he knew it was so. It was the brazen Japanese who had been hunting and chasing him all along. The guy raises his hand and slowly approaches the head of one of the bound and helpless opponents. Says Hyun-sung to the captives threateningly that if they want to stay alive, then they better cooperate honestly with the victor. The hunter's eyes light up with an ominous red glow, and the guy suggests the Japanese make a magical pact of truth for interrogation. The leader of this broken gang of Japanese spies feels the very real chilling sensation of impending death. Hen Song asks the commander how many combat-ready personnel the Japanese intelligence still has left for operations. Answer the Japanese after much hesitation that the commander is not exactly sure of the numbers, but approximately can say. Adds the ringleader after thinking that about somewhere around 20 or 30 well-trained men were left in reserve. The subordinate agents immediately begin indignantly shouting at the commander, how dare he give away classified information to the enemy. Lucia did not allow such disrespectful treatment of the Lord, so she immediately slapped the one who was outraged painfully. Said the mercenary in a stern warning tone that this agent wasn't being asked at all, so it was best to just keep quiet for now. Hen Song asks the next important question. How many people in the Japanese government know of its existence at all? Here the commander just replies that Minister Tanaka of the Measurement Department knows of the hunter's existence, and so do his cronies. This influential minister does not report any unnecessary information to his superiors, keeping everything in the strictest secrecy. If it is indeed true, the official reports upstairs in the hope that sooner or later he will be promoted. Hyun Song was genuinely pleased to hear quite valuable and detailed information about the Japanese side's plans against him. Says Hyun Sung sarcastically that it seems like the commander really wants to live since he's laying it all out honestly to the winner. The chief of this Japanese group is clearly unhappy about having to give away secret information to his enemies under threat of death. Hyun Sung looks down at the captive, realizing how pathetic this man still is in his helpless position. Says the hunter to the commander that it's because he has a daughter, doesn't he? So he's afraid to die. The Japanese, in deep shock, asks his opponent how he could even know about this personal fact. The guy is holding a gold necklace that has a picture of this little girl with a smiling face on it. Also, Hyun Sung looks with his unique skill of remembering the Japanese agent's past for information. The hunter sees the commander looking at his daughter lying in a hospital room on a white bed. Before each dangerous mission, the father made sure to call the sick girl via video link to give her moral support. Hyun Sung turns to this Japanese man and says that let him tell his life story, but keep it as short as possible. The prisoner begins to reveal that he originally served as a military officer in the country's Japanese armed forces. According to the agent, everything in principle at first even worked out very well, and the career developed successfully. The commander was one of the most talented and promising officers in his elite military unit. One day, an official notification came to him from the government that he had become an awakened player with special abilities. The minister then told the newly promoted player that he had heard of his awakening and had high hopes for the officer. This Japanese had no choice but to promise his superiors that he would not let down his powerful patron minister. It's been a full 5 years of service as a defensive player in the big city of Osaka. Then once again, tragedy struck when the peaceful city was attacked by horrible gate creatures. The commander has been sent on an urgent mission to deal with the monsters and protect the civilians of the city. Nothing interested the agent except how to be as successful as possible and show high performance to his superiors. Therefore, the Japanese chopped these dangerous creatures left and right, sparing neither strength nor time for rest. In front of the officer's eyes was the main thought. He must surely cope with the task at any cost. The commander was doing quite well, handling all those bloodthirsty critters with ease. The other heroes watched the fighting Japanese with admiration and marveled at his incredible fighting strength. Even the most enormous and dangerous high-ranked monsters fell from his powerful attacks one after another. Then the commander defeated a huge, ferocious orc that seriously threatened the safety of the entire densely populated city. None of the other heroes could do it but him. Only the Japanese had enough strength. So then a wide variety of newspapers and news outlets across the country began writing about the hero. The press named him the Osaka hero for his outstanding service to the nation. The doctor then gave the father the terrible news that it seems his daughter has a rare magical syndrome. In the case of a girl, it is fatal 100% of the time without proper treatment and medical intervention. Therefore, the child needs constant, expensive treatment and special medications to keep him alive. Otherwise, the little girl's life will simply be impossible to sustain, and she will inevitably die. The father was constantly visiting his daughter in the hospital, even though she didn't even realize initially what the problem with her health was. But for the father, the most important thing was trying to cheer up his sick daughter at least a little during the rare visits to the hospital. The commander received a message from the bank, began to borrow a lot of money on credit to pay for expensive treatment of the child. The minister then went all out about the dire financial situation his subordinate was in due to medical expenses. Said the official knows of enough loans and still all sorts of unpaid bills from the hospital. Too bad about the hero's daughter. But if he works for the minister faithfully, he doesn't have to worry about these problems. Therefore, this famous Osaka hero had no choice but to agree to the patron's offer. The commander began to serve this powerful minister even more faithfully, carrying out any orders without question. Hyun Sung, after listening to the captive's tragic story, realizes that this is actually quite a difficult life situation. said the hunter of what seems to be some interesting idea in his head for a solution to the problem. This rare magic syndrome is familiar to Hyun-sung, as his own father also suffered from a similar disease. At an item store, the guy saw something interesting that could theoretically help cure the girl of the syndrome. But the value of this miraculous artifact is as much as 10 million game points, a huge sum. So Hyun-sung turns to this Japanese commander and says, let him listen carefully to the proposal. The hunter asks if the Japanese can kill those people who have any secret information about him. The prisoner replies that it is quite possible to accomplish this, but there are serious pitfalls in such an operation. Hyun-sung, hearing the positive answer, gets excited about the idea and says he'll show the status window in that case. The hunter sees that the Japanese man has high enough combat stats for such dangerous assignments. Collectively, the commander has more than all stats pumped up by 1,000 units. Impressive numbers. The Japanese is a typical assassin, and in principle can be quite successful in covert operations. The commander says with desperation that tell you what to do, will definitely do everything to save his daughter. Says Hyun-sung that well, will keep the Japanese alive if he completes the assignment he gets. Hunter explains that the contract is more exclusive than even the most expensive treatments in the world, so offers to take and sign the magical document here on the spot without much thought. It is confirmed by Hyun-sung that it is indeed possible to cure magic syndrome with a special artifact. Other subordinates of the commander see their leader simply betraying the team and surrendering to the enemy for personal interests. Understandably, the agents absolutely hate the whole humiliating surrender situation. But the father of this seriously ill girl simply signs the contract without thinking about the consequences. The commander is completely uninterested in anything except the health of his favorite daughter and the possibility of saving her. Magically, this enchanted contract is divided into 2 equal parts, once signed by both parties. One of the parts, once signed, automatically goes to Hyun-sung as a guarantee that the terms will be fulfilled. The other half of the contract remains with the Osaka hero as proof of his commitment to his employer. The subordinate started indignantly shouting to the commander that he had signed a traitorous contract. Yes, he is a real rat. Said Hyun-sung to the agents that they were jealous of their commander, but the hunter wasn't interested in their opinion at all. Tells Hyun-sung to the agents coldly that they are too weak to serve him as subordinates. So most likely the hunter will have to finally say goodbye to these guys today for good. Perfectly knows Hyun-sung their dark past, and how the agents abused innocent defenseless girls. That the Japanese beat women and threatened them is horrible behavior unworthy of real warriors and men. Grabbing his sharp weapon in his hands, Hyun-sung thinks he really wants to kill these scoundrels for their crimes. In literally one powerful move, Hunter cuts off the Japanese agents' heads, executing them on the spot. The very healing elixir that can help save the commander's sick daughter appears in Hyun-sung's hands. The guy hands the bottle to the Japanese man and says, let him take the medicine for his child. Tells Hyun-sung to the commander that he must first return to Japan and report to his superiors that the operation has failed. Explains to the hunter that all the agents have been killed, and the Japanese man must kill absolutely everyone who knows information about Hyun-sung. Adds the guy that believe me, from now on the commander must show real loyalty to the new master. The Japanese are rather surprised at this unexpected turn of events and the offer of cooperation with a former enemy. Says Hyun-sung that so to begin with, he should help his new ally a bit in developing abilities. Guy offers the commander a formal offer to join his faction as a subordinate. Hunter explains that first, the Japanese must accept this offer to join the team. And after the decision is made, Hyun-sung will explain to the new ally what will happen next in the plan. The Japanese commander goes already to his home, and first thing he does is to call his superior, informing him that everything has failed. Says the agent to the minister that the operation failed because of the unexpected intervention of the Korean Players Association. The Japanese adds that he will make sure to clarify all the detailed information later and report to his superiors. The commander promises his boss that he will definitely call back a little later for a detailed report on the incident. In front of a crowd of his unsuspecting subordinates stands a Japanese commander with a stony expression. This warrior tells the agents to properly clean all trails behind them before retreating, because that's the right thing to do. The commander adds that now all the team has to do is return safely to their home country. Suddenly, one of his subordinates just flies a sharp weapon right into his unsuspecting heart. It turns out that it was the Japanese commander who decided to kill his former loyal subordinates in this way. With one powerful swing of his katana, the hero easily blows the agents' heads off, demonstrating his skill. Everyone is in deep shock, shouting to the commander why the captain is being so cruel to his loyal comrades. But the Japanese didn't even say anything back to the former allies, easily killing everyone there in front of him. It seems like a hero won against many. But this is the famous hero of Osaka. What else would you expect from him? The commander hears that someone else is still alive, a man screaming that their captain has finally lost his mind. But the Japanese also chastise this agent for yelling so loudly and attracting unnecessary attention. The boy tearfully pleads with the commander that he asks to be kept alive for his faithful service. But this Japanese commander only apologizes to the dying man and says that unfortunately he can't do otherwise. The hero Osaki kills the last of his loyal subordinates who survived the massacre. A few days passed, and there was the mysterious suicide of influential Minister Tanaka in his office. Hyun-sung, seeing this news on TV, thinks great. Good for the Japanese to do things the right way. Lucia asked the Lord how he was going to use this Japanese defector in future plans. The lad himself thought deeply about this important question of what he should do with his new ally. The hunter replied that the Japanese was simply good at gathering information, as he could feign his own among his enemies. Said the lad to the mercenary, "Let's leave these serious matters for later, and now let's go hunting." Suddenly, Hyun-sung noticed that someone was calling his cell phone at unexpected times. It was his caring mother, who usually tries not to bother her son with unnecessary calls on weekdays. The woman excitedly said that the boy should quickly go to the hospital to see his sick father. As the parent finally woke up after a long and agonizing life coma that lasted for months, Hyun-sung asks his father if he can hear the voices of his family and understand what is going on around him. But it's still hard enough for a parent to speak and move after the ordeal they've been through. The doctor told the family that the disease had completely receded due to some unknown medical intervention or miracle. So the only thing left for the father to do now is to just get back to normal, little by little. After such a long time of immobility, my father struggled to lift his finger, which was trembling all over. The parent points his trembling finger at his son and struggles to say that it was the boy who saved him. The mother looks at her husband and says he probably wants to thank her son for something important. Hyun-sung is in complete shock at the unbelievable thing he sees before him in the hospital room. The father asks in wonder if the son has some magic power to heal, since the doctors explicitly told the family that it was Hyun-sung who somehow completely cured the parent. Everyone present, when they heard this statement, could not believe what it could even mean. Says Lucia that perhaps her father, after waking up from his coma, suddenly became a player with powers. No one can believe in the reality of what is happening, if this has ever happened anywhere else in the world. A mysterious blue magical energy begins to fly and shimmer around the recovered man. Says Lucia to her family that they will try to watch her father's game window. Let them do it. It can indeed be seen that the game window displays all the detailed information about the player Hyun-gyu, the guy's father. Says Hyun-sung with amazement that his father has really awakened as a player. But how is that possible? The mother cries with happiness and says that most likely the illness was so serious that the convalescence caused the awakening. Adds Sis that even experienced doctors have never before encountered such an incredible situation in practice. The son looks at his father intently and thinks deeply about how such an incredible transformation could have happened to his parent in the first place. Hyun-sung ponders what was the most basic reason for this amazing awakening of ability in his father. Perhaps it was the expensive elixir that the guy gave to his parent that had such powerful healing and transforming magic power. It's been a full week later, and my father is still lying still in the hospital being treated and monitored by doctors. Hyun-sung came to visit his recovering father, who is currently undergoing intensive medical rehabilitation. Hyun-gyu is insanely happy to see his favorite son who took the time to come to his hospital room. Says the boy to his parent that he sees the one is getting much better every day, and that makes the whole family happy. The man replies with a smile that yes, he himself feels his physical and magical strength gradually increasing day by day. The mother of the family replied that she had to go home as it was time for her to retire after a long day. Said Hyun-sung to his mother that it was best for her to really rest and he would spend the rest of the time with his father. The woman thoughtfully told her son that he must be tired too after coming from a dangerous hunt. The father tells the family that no, let everyone go home. Everyone is obligated to get a good night's rest after a hard day's work. But Hyun-sung objects and says no, let's have a better father-son day today. That's the best. The mother, hearing this suggestion, thought that okay, maybe really should go get some rest and leave the two of them alone. Said woman said she would definitely come back tomorrow morning anyway to check on her husband and help him. Before the mother left the hospital, the son politely asked if he should give her a ride home. Leaving the ward, the woman told Hyun-seong to let her stay here with her father. She could handle the journey just fine on her own. Suddenly, when my mother left the hospital room, my father's expression changed slightly. Hyun-gyu became even more joyful and sincerely told his son that it's all because of him. He knows that for a fact. Hyun-sung doesn't want to give away his secret, so he tells his parent that he had absolutely nothing to do with it. But the man persistently replies that no, he knows perfectly well it all happened solely thanks to his son. Adds his father that he was only cured because Hyun-sung gave him some specialized medicines or elixirs. Says Young-gyu that he won't ask his son for more medicine. There's absolutely no need to worry about it. Since this treatment has given the parent good power, he does not want to share this secret with anyone else. The father's only sincere wish is to just thank his son for the incredible thing he has done for him. Hyun-sung, when he heard these words of gratitude, was insanely happy to see his father so alert and healthy. A guy asks his parent what he plans to do after he is discharged home from the hospital. The man replies that he's of age but probably needs to keep working, so he's thinking of trying to enter the dungeons. Tells the guy to his dad what he thinks the guy should just stay home, since the money the son makes is absolutely enough for everyone. Answers Young-gyu that 50 years old, it is, believe me, the most excellent age to continue to be active and useful. The son speaks with concern about dungeons being an extremely dangerous place. You never know what could happen there. The father is adamant that he will go through many hardships. But he doesn't want to live on other people's money, even if it is his son's money. Especially Hyun-sung is risking his life in the dungeons, so the parent on the contrary wants to go there and help the family financially. Since the son has already made enough money for the family, he can basically just do something less dangerous and risky. Hyun-sung asks his parent in surprise if he is really serious about going down into the dangerous dungeons to hunt monsters. Adds the guy that the father knows perfectly well the mother this risky idea will obviously not like and upset her, but the man calmly says that he has already gotten his wife's permission for the venture, so the son may not worry about it. A few days later, Hyun-sung sits in a local cozy coffee shop and thinks about what a real headache this all is for him. Lucia sees the Lord's concern and says she doesn't understand the reasons for his intense anxiety over her father's decision. The mercenary replies that she doesn't think Hyun-sung should be that nervous and worried about the situation with his parent. Since father has now become a player with magical abilities, he is no longer so defenseless in this dangerous time for ordinary people. In fact, as it seems to Lucia, it is the truest blessing of fate that has happened to the hunter's family. Because if the wave of monsters would only attack ordinary people, in that case, the family wouldn't be able to do anything about it. The mercenary explains that the Lord understands there are now completely different opportunities for players to defend and survive. Hyun-sung agreed that yes, that was true, but the chance of dying in the dungeons in this case was also quite high for a beginner. Answered by the girl that, believe me, if the father is diligent in pumping his skills, the chance of survival will only increase with time. These are very turbulent times, and all sorts of horrible devilish creatures can appear at any time to attack people. Says the guy that is. Lucia suggests he just watch his father put himself in mortal danger every day. Adds the hunter that the mercenary knows full well herself how dangerous all these dungeons can be, even for experienced players. The girl replies that with Hyun-sung's strength, doesn't it seem like he can guarantee safety for his father on the hikes, since the parent is already well aware that some different healing elixirs exist and can help in critical situations. So the fact that the father wants to make his own living and be independent, is that really a bad thing for the family? Because it will provide an exceptional opportunity for the father to become much stronger as a player and protect the family in dangerous situations. This is a true blessing for the Lord and his entire family, says the girl with conviction in her voice and a sincere belief that she is right. Hyun-sung arrives at the hospital to see his father, and the man tells his son that he doesn't care at all about the decision anymore. The son told his parent that he knew it perfectly well, so he didn't come here just to stop him from going to the dungeons. Adds Hyun-sung that instead of useless arguments, let father listen carefully to what he has to say on the matter now. Explains the guy is a more experienced and stronger player than his father, so he can give valuable advice for safety. It is clear that the parent fully agrees with this statement, as it is already perfectly clear to everyone around them. Says Hyun-sung that in that case, his father should accept his favorable offer of cooperation first, because everyone will benefit from this decision when the parent accepts it and agrees to the son's terms. The guy offers to join his faction, and the father bewilderedly asks what it even is and how it works. Basically, Hyun-gyu has no choice but to listen to his experienced son and trust his judgment. Says the guy to his parent that his mother and sister don't know, but he is a somewhat special player with special abilities. The father immediately replies that you can tell by the son himself. Something about him is really different from everyone else. Warns Hyun-sung that it's a strictest secret from his mother and sister. Don't even think of telling them about it. A small glowing crystal suddenly appears in the hunter's hands, emitting magical energy and a mysterious glow. Hyun-gyu asks his son with surprised eyes what this strange object even is and what it's for. Without explaining anything in detail to his father, the kid just says to eat this medicine and everything will be fine. The father does not understand for what purpose his son would even give him such mysterious substances without explanation. But Hyun-gyu thinks, okay, we need to trust his son, who clearly knows what he's doing in situations like this. The The parent swallowed this pill and immediately felt as if there were some changes in the body and magical abilities. Thanks to this magic pill, the man's gaming performance and characteristics increased significantly in a matter of minutes. Explains Hyun-sung that it is such a hidden rare medicine that effectively enhances the player's skills and abilities. The man curiously asks if this isn't some expensive plaything and where his son got it from. The guy replies that of course the artifact is expensive, but he doesn't feel sorry for it at all for his own father's safety. Adds the hunter that no one in this world but him can buy something like this, so his father shouldn't worry too much. And for Hyun-sung, it's absolutely nothing, and his father asks in surprise how come only his son can buy. Answers Hyun-sung that yes, that is exactly what he asked to keep secret from his mother and sister at all costs. Because if people find out that such a thing exists in nature, the father should realize what serious problems it would bring to everyone. Hyung-gyu says he thinks it was his son's pills that completely cured him of his deadly disease. Answers the son that yes, but unfortunately cannot disclose to the parent any detailed details about this treatment process. The father understands everything perfectly and respects his son's boundaries. So he replies that he doesn't need to know these details at all. Says Hyun-sung that he's already bought everything he needs for his father, so he can't take it back to the store. Tells Hyun-sung to his father that he should take whatever is offered and help his son with his plans, that's all. The kid also brought a whole stack of magic skill books and told his parent that he absolutely had to learn their contents. Father says with understanding that it turns out he will attack opponents at a distance using magical abilities. Explains to the son that his father originally fell into this particular fighting position of a long-range mage. Yes, that's right. Adds Hyun-sung that a parent can enter the dungeon, and he will guide the parent and ensure safety. Also, the hunter can give the man who will be in this dangerous dungeon with his father for support. Says the guy, there is still a reliable tank that will absolutely always protect the parent from enemy attacks. Asks his father curiously, can't these magical substances be taken by normal people without player abilities? Answers Hyun-sung honestly that he hasn't tested this theory in practice, so he doesn't even know the exact answer to the question. Adds Hunter about how it is absolutely impossible to conduct such experiments rashly and risk people's lives. Says Hyun-gyu that perhaps if ordinary people also study skill books, they can safely eat the pills. Wonders the son to his father if he wants to give these dangerous artifacts to their mother for experimentation. Explains to the parent that it feels like being 30 years younger after the appointment, so it would be interesting to give to mom. Warns Hyun-sung that he shouldn't do this if his father hadn't found out about the elixir and dungeon trekking. That hunter wouldn't even share the information with his parent that such artifacts existed in nature. Asks his father, in that case when he can go to his first dungeon for experience. Replies the guy that first the parent needs to get out of the hospital tomorrow and fully recover. After that, Hyun-gyu must still complete the mandatory training courses at the prestigious Player Academy. Meanwhile, an important national security meeting is taking place in the office of the Prime Minister of Japan. There they read the news about Minister Tanaka and conclude that this is most likely the work of a player with the invisibility skill. The Prime Minister asked if they had been able to find out who did it, to which the subordinate said they had not been able to identify the person. A man wonders how many Japanese heroes with heroic rank are now at the disposal of the government. The worker replies that it's hard to count yet. Some players don't reveal their abilities, so it's hard to say for sure. The Prime Minister once again persistently asks his aides how many such strong players there are in the country. The officials said that in such a case, the guards of the state's top officials should be tripled for security. The man thinks to himself that this could be the work of some opposition parties against the ruling regime. Or for example, it could be the work of different factions within the ruling party, although it is not known exactly who is behind the assassination. The Prime Minister has slammed his fist on the table and is thinking about the fact that it is clearly someone from political opponents. There are no other options. The minister realizes that the customers will not stop at this crime and will continue to eliminate undesirable officials. So asks aides how many covert agents the government now has for special defense operations. The Prime Minister interjected, "This is the guy who is now being handled and controlled by Osaka's famous hero after all." Said official said that he had an important proposal for the Japanese agent, so it was necessary to call him to a meeting. Unexpectedly, Hyun-sung receives an early morning call from the hero Osaka with important information about a new assignment from the Japanese government. Hunter, who had just gotten out of the shower after his morning treatments, clearly hadn't expected such an early call from an ally. Inokuso respectfully says into the receiver that Master, hello, he is the one bothering the Master on an important matter. Adds the Japanese about meeting with the Japanese Prime Minister for a new secret assignment. Now the agent will tell Hyun-sung in detail what the powerful politician wants from him and what mission he is assigned to fulfill. Hyun-sung listened intently to everything the Osaka hero reported to him over the phone about his meeting with the Prime Minister. Hunter's eyes squint and he says it's a mission to fabricate corruption charges against the opposition party. It turns out that this assignment was made specifically to discredit the Prime Minister's political opponents. The Japanese reports that the Prime Minister eventually plans to cover up all the crimes by disguising them as suicides. Says Hyun-sung that apparently the Prime Minister relies on the agent a lot. Let him follow the instructions and trustworthy. If the Japanese man succeeds in the task, you need to strengthen your influence in the Players Association and the Measurement Department. The hunter wonders how the Osaka hero's trip to America to treat his daughter with a healing elixir went. The Japanese replied that everything had gone very well, and his favorite daughter had fully recovered from the deadly disease. The guy wonders if the agent intends to bring his daughter back to Japan, but the guy says there is no such intention. Therefore, the Japanese plan to continue to have the girl live with her mother in a safe America. Says Hyun-sung that it would be good to still hide the fact that the child was healed to avoid suspicion from the doctors. The Osaka character replies that he plans to send large sums of money for his daughter's treatment as before, so that he can hide the truth in this way. Endorses Hyun-sung that it's a great idea, and going forward, the Japanese no longer have the need to contact him often. Hunter adds that only unless something serious happens that could really affect him or Korea. After these final words, their secret conversation was over, and communication broke down between the allies. Thinks Hyun-sung suggests he doesn't have to care about these Japanese matters as much as he used to. At that moment, one of the unknown players with a large two-handed weapon walks down the street towards his house. The player approaches a familiar dungeon with orcs, where mid-level players usually hunt for experience and resources. Park Jin-young shows his official hunter's license to the association staff standing at the entrance to the dungeon. After checking his documents, he is told by the association representatives that he can safely go inside to start hunting. Jin-yan replies that fine. In that case, he will continue to work further and fulfill his duties as an agent. This confident player walks into a gloomy dungeon ready to battle monsters and get loot. The hunter is immediately met by a huge, aggressive gang of green monsters ready to attack the uninvited guest. Says the guy to himself that it will be good training if he can pull this operation off successfully. This fearsome creature begins to growl and scream loudly in an attempt to intimidate its potential victim with frightening sounds. Jin-en places his 2 fingers on the blade of the weapon, and the sword begins to blaze with bright magical fire. Once the ability is activated, all of his weapons begin to burn with flames, and the hunter summons these creatures to fight. Orcs are not afraid of anything in principle, so they immediately wanted to pounce on this cocky guy with the whole crowd. Monsters screaming and roaring, huge green scary creatures showing their aggression and bloodlust. But this experienced guy can easily deal with opponents with his powerful fire weapon, showing off his skill. After a successful attack, he kicks again, showing the monsters who really owns the place. The hunter got close to the largest and most dangerous of the orcs, preparing to fight the main opponent. But even the impressive size of this monster does not frighten a confident and experienced fighter at all. With his blazing fire weapon, Jin-en simply slices the huge orc into exactly 2 bloody pieces. Looking around at the battlefield, the guy realizes that it was a fairly easy battle for his level. Says Jin-yong that he was allowed to hunt here while he works as a security agent for the association. But suddenly this cocky little guy noticed something interesting in the depths of the dark dungeon. From the new portal, even stronger green creatures began to appear, surpassing normal orcs in power. Thinks the hunter, why all of a sudden higher-level monsters started appearing in this simple dungeon. Ponders the guy that okay, that doesn't scare him at all, since he considers himself an insanely strong player. Suddenly a heavy axe flies, traveling very fast through the air towards the unsuspecting hunter. This deadly axe goes straight to the hero's heart area, dealing critical damage to the vital organ. Jin-yoon dies, not realizing how this could even happen, considering he had easily handled his enemies before. The people of the association talk amongst themselves in shock as to why an experienced agent just died suddenly in a simple dungeon. The staff look at these creatures and wonder where such strong and dangerous monsters even came from. The reinforced orcs attack these men from the association, showing their aggression and superiority in battle. The monsters cut the heads of these people with their sharp axes, leaving the association's staff with no chance of escape. There is still only one secret agent left, who watches in horror at the whole bloodbath in progress. The survivor engaged in a desperate battle with this horrible green creature, hoping to stay alive. The huge monster swung his heavy axe with all the strength he had in his muscular body. The chief kills the last guy who was a secret agent for the Players Association and was trying to escape. Monsters are rejoicing from another victory. For them, it is an important step on the way to complete domination over humans. Their chief orc realizes that this marks the beginning of a new era and life for the entire tribe of green creatures. All the other subordinates bow before the leader, having seen his incredible strength and destructive power in battle. Thinks the players watching nearby, puzzled as to what these strange orcs are all about. This was a mistake, as the witnesses should have simply run away from there as fast and as far away as possible. The leader of the green creatures approached, and with only one hand killed these people without much effort. The rest of the subordinates also joined the battle and began methodically destroying people left and right. The poor people try to save themselves by running away from the monsters, but they fail because of the superiority of the enemies. Runs away the girl player with tears in her eyes, hoping that maybe she can at least have something to salvage. At that moment, ordinary people on the street were going about their daily business, unaware of the danger. They suddenly heard a strange and frightening sound, which frightened and alarmed them very much. The townspeople see a horde of green creatures coming out of a magical portal right into the town square. Orcs immediately started attacking innocent people who were just peacefully living their normal lives. The monsters continued to damage civilians and kill one by one indiscriminately and without mercy. Enjoyed the leader of these monsters a moment of triumph, taking pleasure in the destruction and chaos taking place. Glad was the chief that he was finally feeling the full majesty and true power of his abilities. Hyun Sung read with concern one disturbing news on the internet about an incident in the city. Noticed Hunter missed a call from the Players Association that may have been related to an emergency. Realizes the guy obviously needs to call the association back to find out what's seriously wrong. The problem is that the person Hyun Sung is trying to call is currently unreachable. Thinks the Hunter that this is bad enough? Then what should he do in the situation? Says Lucia that there seems to be some kind of new wave of monster attack on the city right now. Shows the mercenary lord the breaking news on TV that aggressive monsters have reappeared on the station. After reading the message, Hyun Sung thinks, why has no one dealt with this threat effectively until now? Replies the girl that she hasn't said this before. But maybe the monsters are evolving and getting stronger. Asks Hyun Sung if the mercenary has in mind that it also applies to those green monsters. Answered Lucia that orcs, the monsters that most resemble humans, but fighting orcs are more dangerous than the normal level. Explains Lucia that those orcs who can fight professionally are of the rare level, but there are higher ranks. Adds the mercenary that among those who can fight, there is bound to be a leader, and they are precisely the heroic rank of the force. The girl also mentions that there are very rare specimens that even reach the legendary rank of might. Asked the hunter anxiously, maybe one of the attacking monsters is really of legendary level. Replied Lucia that it was quite possible, judging by the scale of destruction and the number of casualties. Basically, the mercenary admits, she herself has encountered similar dangerous creatures in her home world before. Nothing else is left for the authorities to do but engage regular military forces to defend the city. A large number of tanks and specialized military vehicles move through the ruined streets towards the battle site. Seeing the approaching army, the orcs only get angrier. Someone dared to enter their conquered territory. Shouts the soldier to his comrades that they must immediately begin their rescue mission to liberate the city. The most real fierce bombardment of these terrible monsters with all kinds of available weapons began. Machine guns fired in bursts at the monsters, trying to pierce just a little bit of their thick and tough green skin. Automatic rifles fire non-stop every second, creating a continuous curtain of fire against approaching enemies. It is the sacred duty of soldiers to protect the homeland and the nation, doing so as best and efficiently as possible. Players appeared on the battlefield, wondering what kind of incredible strength these monsters could have. All three mages get in a row and send their ice spells straight at the clusters of green monsters. The green creatures panic at the sudden attack, so they begin to run away chaotically in different directions. Some of the orcs have absolutely no escape, and are still caught up and killed by their pursuers. Already a dozen corpses of these horrible creatures lie on the bloody ground throughout the ruined city. But the players battling it out there aren't going to stop at this small success. The fighters realize that this plague must be ended now, before the monsters multiply even more. Therefore, they continue to furiously attack the green creatures, sparing no effort and magical energy. When half of these monsters die from their wounds, their bodies slowly begin to mysteriously disappear. Unexpectedly, Hyun Sung also approaches the scene of a fierce battle, attracted by the sounds of battle and destruction. Looking around, the hunter thinks why he is so worried, although in principle, as if there is no good reason. In the distance, the lad saw several brave warriors being cornered by superior enemy forces. Taking advantage of the remnants of their strength, the surrounded try to somehow fight off the endless attacks of bloodthirsty monsters. The doomed fighters are slowly approached by their leader, a huge orc chieftain with an intimidating appearance. As he watches the tragedy unfold, Hyun Sung wonders if he should warn the warriors of this deadly danger. The green monster leader approaches his victims closer and closer. He is much smarter and more cunning than his kin. A horrible blood-red aura of destruction emanates from the huge orc, and it screams so loud and shrill that it drives everyone present insane. The players are desperately trying to steady themselves on their trembling legs from that demonic scream, because the system information of paralysis has come to them. Hyun-sung, who also received an alarming debuff notice, realizes that this is the worst thing that can happen in battle. All players are scared to death and shaking with fear as they can't move even a finger under the spell. These green monsters start to go even more insane when they see the defenselessness of their victims and the possibility of easy retribution. The orcs go on a mass attack and begin methodically killing defenseless humans unable to resist or escape. People who can't do anything because of magical paralysis just accept their inevitable death with terror in their eyes. The green creatures do this quite ruthlessly and in cold blood, taking sadistic pleasure in the helplessness of their victims. One girl player with long black hair is still unable to move and sees the shadow of the creature approaching. She is shaking madly and afraid of the horrible thing that is about to happen to her in the next few seconds. The girl hopes that perhaps one of her comrades can save her from imminent death at the last moment. But unfortunately, everyone else is in the same dire situation and can't help each other. One of the brave players is still fighting against the monsters and can at least do something to defend himself. But after a second, the orc leader simply crushes the hero with force with his huge foot, crushing him like an insect. Although the chief has already killed the man, he decides to swing his massive battle axe some more for good measure. An orc cuts this defenseless girl in half with an axe, a sight so horrific it's impossible to watch. But suddenly one of the players tries to fix the disastrous situation by rushing to the aid of his comrades very quickly. The leader of these green creatures, of course, immediately spotted the approaching daredevil and prepared for another fight. The chief sees the kid running up to him with his weapon at the ready and puts up his defense block. The player gets angry, thinking that no, it was after all the perfect moment to strike the monster suddenly and fatally. There is also an assassination attempt on the green creature from above. Someone jumps right off the roof of a building to attack. The hunters begin to surround the orc from different sides to work together to deal with this terrible and powerful monster. This most enormous green creature swings its massive two-handed axes menacingly, preparing for a decisive attack. The leader's heavy breathing is so vicious and intimidating that it becomes frightening to hear those demonic sounds. All the players out there are completely exhausted, thinking with despair as to why this orc is so incredibly strong. One of the fighters says bitterly that he'll probably just die here today, and that will be the end of it for good. After saying that, they see that huge orc being pierced by a powerful purple magic of unknown origin. Hyun-sung decided to decisively intervene in this critical situation, comes behind his back and swings his enchanted weapon. The hunter strikes the air with his blade so unexpectedly that it was completely out of the blue to everyone present. Unfortunately, the guy can't get anything going through the defense, and he thinks with frustration how bad things have gotten. A huge orc leader becomes even more enraged that someone dared to attempt on his life and dignity, so the chieftain puts up a defensive block against the hunter's attack, and their weapons cross in the air with a clang. Hyun-sung lands on solid ground nearby, taking a breather after a failed takedown attempt from his opponent. Looking behind his back, the guy sees something that surprises and scares him quite a bit at the same time. The hunter sees a huge number of more green monsters running straight towards him with bloodthirsty screams. Hyun-sung realizes that he doesn't have time to think about it, so he just takes it and starts using his magic power. Purple lightning bolts hit the creatures and begin to simply melt them from the unbearable temperature of the electrical discharges. Screaming players are desperate to stop these creatures at all costs. Everyone must survive this battle. The fighters realize that the most important task for today is the battle against the powerful leader of the orcs. As they approach Hyun-sung, the comrades tell the hunter that he must recover a bit before continuing the fight. Replied the guy, which is fine, and uses his proven teleportation skill for a quick retreat. Hunter's lack of energy flow is unstable in this world, so the move skill didn't work properly. On the roof of a tall building, the players spotted another similarly huge green creature of menacing appearance. This orc is different from the rest, as it emanates an unbearable heat that melts everything around it. Screaming players panic that everyone should run away now if they want to stay alive after this battle, since another legendary orc had appeared on the battlefield, capable of destroying everyone with a single blow. Hyun-sung, having seen this horrifying sight, realizes that no, something drastically different must be done. Thinks the hunter should try to use the fighting techniques that the experienced Lucia has taught him. The guy realizes that he will probably die in this battle today, but there is no other way out. A huge legendary level green orc of legendary level begins to run swiftly at Hyun-sung with murderous intentions. The creature swings its huge battle axe, aiming straight for the unsuspecting guy's head. Hyun-sung closed his eyes, and in his mind he had only one thought, that he was about to die from this blow. Notification came to the hunter that the passive survival instinct skill had triggered, and the guy swung back from the deadly blow. He did it instinctively, just as he had been taught these techniques by an experienced mercenary from another world. To the guy came the most real strength and confidence with which he can deal with these monsters. Hyun-sung managed to strike back at the green huge creature, which was now bleeding dark blood. Hunter does not intend to stop there, so he wants to continue the attack and finish the enemy finally. The guy's eyes are full of determination and rage. He is ready to deliver the next deadly blow to the enemy. Hyun-sung swings his enchanted weapon and inflicts another deep wound on the monster's arm. After the successful hit, Hyun-sung also inflicted a deep wound on the monster's leg to disorient his powerful opponent and deprive him of mobility. After this decisive moment, the hunter strikes in a huge number of different ways, using all his accumulated strength and combat experience. Other players watching this incredible battle have literally opened their mouths in amazement and can't believe what is happening. Shouts Hyun-sung to his comrades that they don't need to look at him. Let them better run away from here as fast and far away as possible. Explains the hunter that his miraculous skill won't last long, so players must save their lives while there is time. Hyun-sung realizes that he too needs to end this grueling battle as soon as possible before his strength runs out. The guy's gaze becomes insanely determined and focused again. He prepares to deliver the final fatal blow to his opponent. But the hunter was unable to complete the attack, as his experienced opponent simply blocked him at the last moment. A notification comes to Hyun-sung that his passive skill has run out. But he thinks, okay, we need to think of something else to win. Therefore, this green creature is already quite hit and weakened from its wounds, giving the hunter an advantage. Hyun-sung literally vaporizes before the eyes of this green monster. Only black smoke and mysterious footprints remain. As if teleported to another place, the guy starts running very fast in the opposite direction from the battlefield. The players catch up with him and say with relief that they can't believe he's here and alive after such a fight. Replied the guy to his comrades with fatigue in his voice that how else could act in such a critical situation with monsters. Suddenly, some strange glowing pentagram of unknown origin appears from above over these players who are trying to escape. All the players are puzzled to think that this is even such a phenomenon. They absolutely did not expect such a magical phenomenon. Shouts to his comrades that they must immediately dodge this impending strike, or they will all die. After the warning, there's a huge destructive fiery explosion that shakes the ground and buildings in a radius of several blocks. The railroad station now serves as a temporary shelter for the survivors of this catastrophic battle with the legendary monsters. The players sit battered and exhausted after such a difficult fight. But the important thing is that at least they are still alive and unharmed. Hyun-sung has only one obsessive thought in his mind after this battle that keeps him busy. The hunter realizes bitterly that even now, after all the training and experience, he is not strong enough for such opponents. All the characters are quietly discussing amongst themselves the incredible and scary thing they had to experience in the city today. As some unfamiliar girl suddenly appears and confidently walks into their makeshift shelter. She walks confidently forward toward her goal, toward a particular person with whom she needs to speak urgently on an important matter. The girl walks right up to Hyun-sung and curiously asks if he's the man she's looking for. She wonders with a warm smile on her face at the guy if he even remembers her after so many months have passed. This is where the other players start to get confused seeing this attractive girl who clearly didn't come to their group by accident. Because then she confessed her feelings to Hyun-sung, telling him straight up that she likes him as a man. Replied Hyun-sung that he remembered her and that conversation very well. Her name is Kang In-hee, the head teacher of the Players' Academy. The girl replied with an even wider smile on her face that she couldn't even believe he remembered her name after all this time. The guy thinks to himself that of course he remembers her. How could it be different after such a vivid acquaintance and recognition? Kang In-hee was a rare exception among elite hunters, a demonic spearman with unique magical abilities beyond normal abilities. Several times this talented girl managed to win brilliant victories in the most dangerous dungeons, earning the respect of her colleagues. The fame of this extraordinary huntress spread so widely that even ordinary everyday people knew about her incredible feats and achievements. With sincere gratitude, Kang In-hee expressed her appreciation to Hyun-sung for helping so selflessly at the critical moment of the battle. The girl added with excitement in her voice that without his decisive intervention, there would surely have been a real catastrophe with many victims. An unfamiliar guy approached their small group and mentioned that they had all once served together in the same elite punitive unit. This young man, with a friendly smile on his face, admitted that he wasn't quite sure if Hyun-sung remembered him, but was very happy about the unexpected meeting. It turned out that in front of them stood the same legendary fighter who had miraculously survived a brutal battle with a powerful dragon. Nowadays, this experienced hunter has become an unofficial member of a secret assassination team specializing in particularly dangerous missions. Another man approached the gathered group and greeted Hyun Seong with obvious pleasure, showing familiarity with the guy. This person turned out to be the influential representative of the Players Association, Kang Seong-yoon, who shook the hunter's hand in a friendly greeting. The man respectfully commented that it was a pleasure to personally meet the very president of their esteemed association at such a challenging time. He also added with concern that these are really tough and extremely dangerous times for their home country now with monsters. When the entire group arrived at the spacious Players Association building, the chairman reported that he had received extensive information about Hyun Song's activities. That was probably why, despite their first face-to-face meeting, this young hunter seemed quite familiar and understandable to him. Hyun Song frankly replied that perhaps that was indeed the case, but he himself knew little about the chairman and could not say the same. The president of the association, hearing such a straightforward and honest answer from the hunter, visibly tensed at the guy's unexpected candor. The man diplomatically remarked that since this was their first official meeting, it was only natural to feel like strangers to each other. However, shouldn't they try to build strong friendships among themselves in the near future for the common good and security? Hyun Sung asked blandly what specific reason the chairman had for seeking him out among the many other experienced hunters in the city in the first place. The president explained at length that they had finally figured out the orc chieftain possessed a legendary level of strength, so they planned to assemble a special unit to fight. Hyun Song thoughtfully remarked that compared to the previous raid against that powerful dragon, this upcoming battle would prove to be much more difficult. The chairman agreed with the hunter's assessment and added anxiously that there was an even more serious problem that needed to be addressed immediately. The case was that cunning orcs had taken a large number of civilians hostage and were constantly threatening their safety. Hyun Song wondered with obvious surprise if these primitive monsters were really capable of such complex tactical maneuvers and devious actions. The chairman grimly explained that smart orcs saw defenseless humans as a reliable insurance policy in case the operation didn't go according to plan. Therefore, the association's leadership plans to gather the largest possible number of military forces and the most experienced hunters for a large-scale rescue operation. From all the selected fighters, it is planned to organize 2 powerful specialized elimination squads, which will simultaneously take care of the chief and his personal magician. Hyun Sung directly asked the chairman why he called him specifically for a separate conversation and detailing all these plans. The president of the association frankly admitted that he did not want to drag on with explanations for a long time and preferred to speak without unnecessary ceremonies straight to the point. The man seriously stated that he was mulling over the possibility of appointing Hyun Sung as the commander of one of the special squads to eliminate legendary monsters. Hyun Sung asked the chairman with obvious surprise why he had been chosen for such a demanding and dangerous task. Song Yeon patiently explained to the hunter that the reason was because he had fought a powerful orc chieftain alone, albeit briefly. The representative of the association politely asked if Hyun Sung could talk about the unique skills he used in the critical battle with the monster. This guy was well aware that he had absolutely no interest in revealing absolutely all of his closely guarded battle secrets. So the hunter was careful to answer that he could not tell all the details of his abilities and tactics in battle. However, Hyun Song is willing to share information about the activation conditions, time of use, and the nature of the attacking abilities of his skills. The chairman replied understandingly that if the hunter would tell them at least these basic aspects, that would be enough. Here, the boy curiously asked if he could find out why the representatives of the association were so keenly interested in his abilities in the first place. The man frankly admitted that he wasn't sure if it was possible to defeat these creatures even with a powerful enhancement like Kim Hana's ability. The point, the chairman explained, was that the duration of such combat skills and enhancements was too short for victory. The president of the association cryptically said that he had one special item in store especially for Hyun Sung to use. Taking the mysterious artifact out of his pocket and placing it on the table, the man offered the hunter a closer look and evaluation. The guy took the item in his hands and was amazed to think what kind of strange artifact was in front of him. He had seen the inscription, "Heart of an Orc of Heroic Level." Hyun Sung realized to himself with astonishment that this was the improved heart of a werewolf king. A truly amazing and extremely rare artifact. Hunter incredulously asked the chairman if he meant to say that this was the item that should be used to try and defeat the orc chieftain. The chairman confidently replied that he was absolutely convinced, with the help of this powerful artifact, Hyun Song would definitely be able to defeat the powerful opponent. The man added that if you also use Kim Hana's abilities, especially when she activates her destructive rage, Then the president is more than confident that the hunter will definitely have a decisive victory over the legendary monster in the upcoming battle, but only on the condition that Hyun-sung officially accepts the association's offer and agrees to lead one of the elimination assault squads. Then all the accumulated debts for buying expensive legendary-level skill books would be completely deducted from his personal account. And also, after the hunter successfully completes both challenging raids, he will be able to get any one item from the treasure trove for free. Hyun-sung listened carefully to all the terms of the deal and realized that the offer sounded very tempting. 10% of the lost skills were worth 3.5 billion points. But it's a good thing the chairman doesn't know that. So the guy slyly offered to give him for free 2 whole items that he himself would choose from the treasury. Hearing such an impudent demand, the chairman came to a real shock, as he had already offered the hunter quite favorable terms of cooperation. Also, Hyun-sung added that in addition to that, he wants to receive a fair share of the proceeds from the sale of items that corresponds to his personal contribution. The chairman, after listening carefully to all the additional terms of the deal, silently extended his hand for a handshake as a sign of final agreement. Hyun-sung responded by earnestly asking to take care of his safety during the mission, as he absolutely does not want to die on the mission. At last, the man with sincere gratitude told the hunter, "Thank you very much for agreeing to such a difficult and responsible decision." The guy also added that he has another small request to the association's leadership that he would like to discuss right now. The director of the association diplomatically replied that if it was indeed within his authority, he would certainly help with the matter. Hyun-sung explicitly stated that he would like to be promoted in the association to the title of team head with corresponding privileges and responsibilities, and also that a new special team be created, which he would lead and which would report directly to him. In principle, the chairman was completely satisfied with this proposal, so the man did not hesitate to say that this option was feasible and affordable. Hunter admitted that he was actually very worried that the association leadership might deny him this important request. The man confidently replied that people with outstanding skills and strong character like Hyun-sung's achieve whatever they want. Therefore, the hunter has every right to take the place of the head of the team and can be absolutely sure of it without any doubts. At that moment, they were brought exquisite and insanely beautiful desserts that looked truly appetizing and tempting on expensive plates. The guy, who was pretty tired from all the tense negotiations, decided to pounce on the sweet treats with gusto. Song-yeon thoughtfully remarked that the skill activation conditions that Hyun-sung had described did indeed seem quite serious and complicated. Then suddenly, the guy uttered such a phrase, "Let them send just him alone to meet the mighty orc chieftain in a decisive battle." Then the chairman, hearing this bold proposal, was extremely surprised at such an unexpected and risky statement from a young hunter. Hyun-sung explained that if one did just that, the chances of his decisive skill activating successfully would definitely increase significantly. The chairman worriedly objected that it could be extremely dangerous, and they could not risk the life of such a valuable fighter. The man thought to himself, he was sure, this guy is an egotist who cares solely for his own benefit and safety. But apparently he was wrong in his assumptions. So the chairman ends up accepting a risky offer from the hunter. The first squad, which was sent to decisively fight the legendary orcs, suffered a crushing defeat in an unequal battle. The news of this catastrophe instantly spread throughout the city, and absolutely all anxious citizens learned of the terrible defeat. The main reason for their crushing defeat was an unexpected discovery. It turned out that there were 2 legendary-level orcs, not just one. All citizens, after receiving this terrible news, went into a state of real panic, thinking about who would now protect them. People living in the capital Seoul, in panic, began to leave their homes en masse and go as far away from the epicenter of danger as possible. The government urgently requested military assistance from those countries that were members of the UN and had experience fighting monsters, and called for players from all over the world. At the same time, the government sought the support of the UN peacekeeping force itself, and the fact that a second unit would come forward to fight was widely publicized. The head of the UN peacekeeping troops, Jason, is serious about finding a way to stop the devastating psychological attack the orcs are using. He emphasized that if they could not neutralize it, there was a high probability that the new squad would then also suffer a crushing defeat. Recalling the battle with the first legendary-level monster, the chairman of the Players Association suggested using the punishment squad as bait for the monster. Jason wondered skeptically if they could take down monsters of such incredible level in such a short period of time in real combat. He warned that if the monster activated its psychological skill during the battle, casualties would definitely not be avoided. But the representative countered that they simply had no choice but to take that risk. Or Jason was suggesting that they leave the group of orcs behind. Jason stated categorically that until they had an effective way to psychologically counter the attacks, There was absolutely nothing they could do. Song Yeon indignantly replied that didn't the UN representatives come here specifically to help in this critical situation? The man from the international organization coldly replied that although they were willing to sacrifice a lot to win, they would not participate in such an ill-conceived plan. Hyun Song, who was also present at this meeting, bitterly realized what an unimaginable mess was going on in the leadership circles. The guy thought that maybe they were temporary players in the organization, because he didn't believe that permanent employees could be so short-sighted. Hunter simply couldn't believe that such a powerful world organization could employ such useless and incompetent people. Jason was already angry enough, and extremely angry at what was even going on at this pointless meeting with the local representatives. After such an unconstructive conversation, people from the international organization simply began to try to get out of the stuffy meeting room as soon as possible. The association representatives were screaming about how the damn man just hates the players, so they fundamentally don't want to help them. They realized that all the UN representatives were doing was purposely stalling precious time, while the situation was only getting worse by the hour. The local players realized that the internationals were acting deliberately, so that the number of casualties among defenseless civilians would only increase. One girl staff member of the association anxiously remarked that she now realized the upcoming battle would indeed be insanely difficult and dangerous for everyone. The other fighters grimly replied that there was absolutely no guarantee that the cunning orcs would just sit quietly in one place. But there is nothing left for them but to have their first decisive meeting with the legendary monsters as early as tomorrow morning, despite all the risks. It had been an incredibly long and exhausting day for all involved, and the chairman tiredly wished his subordinates a good rest before the fight. So now the only thing everyone here can do is to go home quietly and get some proper rest before tomorrow's hard day. Hyun Sung anxiously realized how incredibly difficult and dangerous tomorrow would be for everyone involved in the upcoming operation. Then suddenly some unfamiliar girl stopped him decisively at the exit and turned to the guy with a serious look. It turned out to be Shin Yuna, whom the hunter hadn't seen in a long time, and meeting her was a complete surprise to him. Shin Yuna politely asked Hyun Sung if he could spare her some of his precious time for an important conversation. The girl offered the guy to drink coffee together, but he politely declined the offer, citing fatigue after a long day. She frankly confessed to the hunter that she had perfectly well heard all the serious talk that was going on at the private meeting of the management. Shin Yuna noted that Hyun Sung had made a really great and meaningful contribution to that first tough battle with the legendary monsters. The girl thought that the guy had joined the second raid solely for quick development, but now sees that this is not the case at all. She bluntly asked the hunter why he had been so careful to hide his true fighting skills and abilities from others all along. Hyun Sung honestly answered the girl that if that was the case, he would have been killed by that powerful blue dragon long ago. Shin Yuna pointed out insistently that since then, his skills had grown and intensified insanely after all, and it was quite obvious to everyone. The guy at this point felt a little uncomfortable at such a direct and frank question from the perceptive girl. She added that she had heard that this time he would be the one to take the most damage in the upcoming battle with the orcs. Hyun Sung confirmed this information, explaining to the girl that such a plan of action would be quite favorable for him personally. The girl objected that it didn't matter at all, for any reward would be meaningless if he died in this dangerous fight. Therefore, Shin Yuna sincerely thanked the hunter for making such a difficult and responsible decision to save people. If he suddenly changes his mind about participating in the operation, he can absolutely announce it at any time, and everyone will understand his decision. The guy calmly replied that there was no need to worry, as he had already decided everything for himself definitively a long time ago. Shin Yuna saw this surprising ease in his words and was struck by such equanimity in the face of mortal danger. The girl thought to herself that the guy expects to write off over $1 trillion in debt and get 2 legendary items. So be that as it may, there is still no way he can refuse such a lucrative offer of association. Shin Yuna apologized for possible rudeness, but admitted that she had a personal question that she was very much interested in. Hyun Sung asked the girl in surprise, then what was it that bothered her so much about this difficult situation? Shin Yuna honestly admitted that she wanted to know his real contribution to that memorable raid against the mighty Amuga. The boy was perplexed as to why she was suddenly interested in this, since it had already been so long since those dramatic events. The girl explained that she came second in that raid on her contribution, so she was eager to find out who came first. She polled absolutely everyone in that raid about their final place in the overall rankings, but the results surprised her. But none of the hunters interviewed turned out to be the first, so now the girl thinks it could only be Hyun Sung. Though the girl remained silent in answer to his question, her reaction and look gave an absolutely clear answer to all doubts. She looked straight into the hunter's eyes and sincerely hoped that he would finally tell her the whole truth about this secret. Hyun Sung lowered his eyes to the floor, and for almost the first time in his life, he felt this kind of embarrassment and awkwardness. Hunter realized he had nowhere to run from the truth, so with a heavy sigh, he admitted to the girl that it was indeed true. Shin Yuna sincerely thanked the guy for his honesty, and remarked that their Players Association had made a truly fatal mistake in distributing the awards. Management gave the player who contributed the most to the victory the smallest and most unfair reward of all the raid participants. The girl promised to be sure to talk to the chairman of the association so that Hyun-sung would be given his well-deserved reward once again in a fair manner. Hyun-sung replied with a grateful smile on his face that if she really did, he would be incredibly grateful for her help. Shin Yuna shrewdly remarked that it seems like he's actually understating a lot of things and hiding something else very interesting. The guy replied thoughtfully that that was probably true, but for now he didn't even know if he should tell anyone about it. The warden earnestly declared that she was now doing her sacred duty as a responsible member of the Players Association to her comrades. The hunter calmly replied that this was exactly what he had intended to do from the beginning of their conversation. It was the next morning and everyone in the operation was on their way to the assembly point for final preparations for the battle. In the morning, management gathered everyone for an emergency morning call to discuss the final details of the dangerous operation ahead. The chairman looked rather grim and angry, as he could no longer contain his accumulated emotions and irritation. The United Nations representative continued to persist, unwilling to make concessions to the local authorities. Hyun-sung bitterly thought that today's tense conversation would probably end up being nothing useful for everyone. Suddenly, there was a very real sepulchral silence in the conference room for a few seconds, which alarmed everyone. The surprised chairman asked the audience with concern in his voice what was going on here and why everyone was silent. As it turned out, a group of legendary orcs began to rapidly move towards the Hongdae area, which drastically changed the entire situation. Upon hearing this disturbing news, the chairman immediately ordered to gather all available armed forces to repel the monster's surprise attack. The director asked with hope in his voice if the United Nations forces would support them in this critical situation. But Jason was just silent for now, and not even in a hurry to answer this vital question about international aid. After much hesitation, Jason simply had nowhere to turn from the responsibility, so he reluctantly agreed to help with the operation. The UN spokesman cynically stated that they should pretend like they were really in a battle, and then just retreat afterward. Jason ordered to follow the player, Hyun-sung, who will fight against a powerful orc chieftain in a decisive battle. The rest of the fighters must go after Shin Yuna, who will take care of neutralizing a dangerous magician with destructive powers. After receiving a powerful magical enhancement from the girl, all participants must board a helicopter for a quick transport to the battlefield. Then everyone will feel a huge surge of incredible strength and energy, which cannot be compared with anything in ordinary life. Hyun-sung, when he received the long-awaited reinforcement from Kim Ha-na, immediately realized how much his internal energy flow had increased. The guy thought that the reinforcement skill book never came out, and he still hadn't seen such a powerful ability. Hunter was already getting closer and closer to the military transport plane to board it and go to the decisive battle. Hunter thought about how great it would be if he had a few extra skills similar to survival instinct. No matter how much the guy pondered it, using expensive consumables would be quite unprofitable in the upcoming battle. If it's not a battle against legendary-level monsters, then maybe he can get by with spending and not using it at all. At this point, a crew member reported that all members of the operation had successfully completed boarding the military helicopter. This powerful military helicopter was rapidly approaching closer and closer to the dangerous location of the upcoming battle with the legendary orcs. Hyun-sung looked out the porthole and immediately realized that there was real madness and chaos from the monster invasion going on below. It seems that as soon as he gets down to Earth, his vital skill survival instinct simply automatically activates immediately. As expected, the guy was already determined to be the first to leave the helicopter hovering over the battlefield. A special hatch opened so that the operation participants could safely exit the aircraft and begin the mission. Hunter loudly announced to all the heroes that he would be the one to leave the helicopter the very first to launch the attack. Hyun-sung disappeared just a second after jumping, so the other fighters didn't even have time to say goodbye to him. The guy was rapidly falling down from a great height while looking incredibly focused and determined before the fight. Hunter thought that it was necessary to start the battle nicely, so he immediately activated his powerful lightning attack skill. Hyun-sung was well aware that now was the critical time when he needed to use his full strength to the best of his ability. When it landed on solid ground, there was the most real powerful collision, which started a devastating shockwave. These green creatures immediately began to die en masse from such an incredibly strong lightning strike they received. Hyun-sung thought with satisfaction that in fact, a large portion of the monsters had been destroyed right from the first attack. The hunter looked around carefully to determine where else these vile and dangerous green creatures might be lurking. At this moment, the roar of their powerful leader, a huge warrior of legendary strength level, could already be clearly heard. The lad looked determinedly at his approaching opponent, realizing that now he had to do everything upscale and beautifully. When the huge green creature began to scream very loudly, making the very real sounds of the pre-underworld and demonic hell. The moment the guy stood firmly on the ground, his muscular body completely began to electrify from the accumulated magical energy. Hyun-sung was already fully prepared to deliver deadly blows in all directions against the enemies approaching him. The huge orc leader wasn't going to stand idly by either. This green giant waved his massive battle weapon menacingly. His bloodthirsty brethren ran madly viciously to attack, and were also ready to kill anyone who got in their way. Hyun-sung jumped high into the air to deftly avoid a direct collision with these enraged green monsters. With his keen eyes, the hunter quickly searched for a suitable target to attack, analyzing the positioning of his opponents on the battlefield. The guy saw the very monster that was shouting loudly and swiftly flying at him. It was their powerful leader chief. Hyun-sung received a system notification that his passive skill survival instinct was ready to activate, so now was the time to act. Hunter immediately used the very rare magic item that the association chairman had previously given him for this mission. After activating the artifact, there was a grand explosion of incredible power, and everything around exploded with dazzling discharges of purple lightning. The orc leader had clearly not expected such a powerful impact, and was now barely able to stay on his massive trembling legs. Hyun-sung watched from the side with satisfaction at this most powerful destructive explosion he had managed to produce against the enemy. The hunter's mind was spinning with only self-assured thoughts that he was absolutely certain of his impending victory. The boy seriously wondered if he would be able to completely overpower this huge legendary creature in a fair fight. At this critical moment, the huge green creature leaped straight at the unsuspecting hunter with a roar. After landing, the monster swung its massive battle axe menacingly, aiming to strike with maximum force. The leader growled angrily and once more tried to deliver the killing blow as the boy somehow managed to dodge. Hyun-sung adopted his fighting stance and was well aware that the most serious test of his abilities was about to begin. A fierce fight broke out between the opponents, and they attacked each other, jumping from side to side. The guy realized that his opponent was indeed incredibly strong, and it would be extremely difficult to kill him even in a fair fight. Hunter decided to use his legendary destructive ability again to turn the tide of battle in his favor. In order to gain a bit of precious time to prepare the attack, Hyun-sung powerfully struck the lightning directly into the solid ground. At this tense moment, air support with additional fighters was also rapidly approaching the battle site. There was a large deafening explosion, and the entire street lit up with a blinding yellow glow from the magical discharges. The rest of the experienced players also came to the rescue and were ready to put their efforts into the overall victory. Among the fighters who arrived were also specially trained doctors who were ready to provide medical assistance to the wounded. Hyun-sung was relieved to realize that so it was the right time to start the decisive second round of this battle. The arriving players were already preparing to surround the powerful orc leader in a tight ring for a coordinated attack from all sides. A variety of magical powers, fire, ice and lightning, simultaneously rushed towards this legendary monster from different directions. The huge orc was puzzled, not understanding where all these people had suddenly come from, and he found it hard to fend off so many attacks. Hyun-sung, after waiting for the right moment to make a decisive strike, decided that now was the perfect time to try and attack. Hunter swiftly approached his opponent, and the other experienced players followed suit to attack together. Guy managed to land the first serious blows on this powerful creature, breaking through its legendary defenses. The fighters struck coordinated blows simultaneously from different directions, so that their attack would be as effective as possible against the monster. The monster's eyes began to glow an ominous bright yellow color from the accumulated rage and pain from his wounds. Because of his boundless anger, the leader began to swing his weapon frantically, so the players had to tactically retreat to a safe distance. Hyun-sung still wasn't going to give up and resolutely ran straight at this enraged monster for a final attack. The hunter masterfully conducted the attack with his enchanted weapon, thanks to which he was able to inflict a deep wound on the powerful opponent. The chief began to bleed dark blood from the side of his neck, and he shrieked with unbearable pain and rage. After receiving a critical wound, the huge creature fell heavily to its mighty knees in front of the astonished players. Then, the legendary monster completely collapsed onto the solid ground, and it seemed that the battle had finally ended with the victory of the humans. In fact, it turned out to be a clever deception. Understandably, the chief did not die. He rose again and summoned his subordinates. The remaining orcs, hearing their leader's powerful call, launched a mass attack, and a new wave of green creatures appeared on the battlefield. Players were screaming in panic that they urgently needed to split up and deal with these new enemies for survival. The tanks resolutely prepared their powerful shields to safely protect those fighters who deal the main damage to the monsters. The defenders used various magical barriers and tried desperately to block the passageways to prevent the orcs from breaking through to their allies. Experienced healers remained on the hovering helicopter, working hard to support the fighters fighting below. The medics sent streams of their divine healing energy to greatly enhance the combat abilities of the players on the battlefield. This powerful magical enhancement gave a really great deal to the fighting players, increasing their chances of survival. The leader of the orcs began to get incredibly angry at such insolence of the humans, and now wanted to mercilessly run over all the remaining opponents. The chief couldn't forgive people for using such enhancements against him, so he threw the axe straight at the helicopter with fury. Surprisingly, although it failed to hit completely, it still severely damaged the flying machine and injured several people. The military helicopter looked like it was about to fall apart from the damage it had sustained, even though it had a protective barrier in place. Fortunately, this magical barrier to the end prevented the expensive helicopter from finally breaking down and crashing to the ground. The orc looked on in amazement and wondered how it was that his attack was not effective enough. At this moment, one of the fighting players shouted loudly to his comrades that the monster had gotten distracted, so we should attack now. The fighters resolutely launched the second phase of a coordinated attack to try and finally kill this legendary creature. Hyun-sung also swung his legendary vampire blade menacingly, and his gaze was full of unwavering determination. The hunter landed 2 huge, devastating blows in the air, and both hits reached their target, seriously injuring the monster. The orc chieftain began to bleed dark blood very profusely from his deep wounds, and he shrieked in unbearable pain. Just at this critical moment, the effects of the guy's passive skill came to an end, depriving him of his additional abilities. But unfortunately, there was no way to kill this powerful creature. The monster shifted into another phase, and its eyes glowed blood red. The true phase of unbridled anger had arrived, which was considered the most dangerous stage of combat with legendary opponents. In this critical phase, the green creature became almost 100 times stronger than its normal stats, which drastically changed the balance of power. The terrified players were desperately trying to move slightly aside so that they could avoid the fatal attacks of the enraged monster. Hyun-sung adopted a fighting stance and bitterly realized that now he was the only one still capable of stopping this monster. The huge orc swung his massive weapon menacingly at the hunter, but the boy crouched down in time to dodge the deadly blow. After successfully dodging, Hyun-sung quickly rose to his feet, and he miraculously managed to launch a counterattack against this powerful monster. Being covered in blood from his wounds, the chief realized that he didn't have long to live if the situation continued like this. Therefore, the enraged monster was now expecting to use all its remaining strength to kill those pesky humans once and for all. At this dangerous moment, the rest of the brave players rushed to the lad's aid, as there was no way he could be left alone. The fighters got a little closer to the enemy and launched a coordinated strike at the green creature right in its vulnerable spots. Hyun-sung managed to strike a precise blow with his enchanted weapon at the decisive moment and completely cut off the legendary monster's arm. There was only one obsessive thought in the hunter's mind. He prayed to fate that his opponent would die, at least for now. This mighty monster shrilled from the very real, hellish pain it was now experiencing from the severe wounds. But the monster was still not dead, even with one arm. This legendary creature was still capable of continuing the battle. Surprisingly, the chief swung his remaining arm so powerfully that he managed to hook and seriously wound the guy himself. Hyun-sung, using his last strength, desperately tried to break this monster's weapon and pierce through its legendary armor. At this moment, the monster began to get even angrier from the pain and humiliation. This was the very real climax of the epic battle. Hyun-sung miraculously managed to completely cut off the head of this powerful monster with one powerful and precise blade strike. The orc's severed head had been torn off its body, but it still continued to scream shrilly as it flew through the air. The severed, massive body of the legendary orc fell heavily and finally to the hard ground in front of the astonished players. The only thought in the guy's mind was that it was finally over while his comrades were screaming for evacuation. The players begged Hyun-sung to take care of his injuries first, as he looked extremely exhausted after a hard fight. At this point, a rescue helicopter with other players on board arrived, and they began to urgently evacuate the remaining fighters. Everyone involved in the operation flew home in the hope that they could get to safety safely after this nightmare. As the last players boarded the rescue helicopter, everyone felt temporarily relieved that the mission was over. The orcs left below didn't want to let the humans go, so they began to use the destructive power of fire against the departing transport. One of the players was desperately trying to put up a magic block so that the fire attacks couldn't penetrate the helicopter's defenses, but it proved hard enough for the exhausted fighter, and there was absolutely nothing to be done against such a powerful attack. These bloodthirsty monsters, insanely aggressive from losing their leader, began frantically running straight at the retreating players. One of the participants in the operation was terrified and clearly did not expect such an unexpected and dangerous turn of events. The order was given to fight back at all costs, but it didn't work. One of the fighters was just mercilessly killed by the monsters. The injured player desperately pleaded for help, but none of his comrades could come to his aid at the critical moment. Unfortunately, he was simply left to die, as the lives of the rest of the operation were far more important than one man. When the last player came aboard, he was relieved to report that all survivors were now safe. The rescue helicopter finally flew away from the battlefield, leaving behind the destruction and bodies of those killed in this bloody battle. After such an incredibly hard and grueling mission, it seemed that survival was nearly impossible for most of the participants. As all the surviving fighters sat inside the helicopter, an extremely heavy and depressed mood could be felt in the air. Hyun-sung himself was experiencing a deep sense of depression and devastation after everything he had experienced in this hell on earth. The guy was plagued by anxious thoughts about Shin Yuna, wondering if she had managed to pull off her part of the operation. Hunter walked determinedly over to the intelligence officer to get an update on the progress of the second part of the operation. Hyun-sung tensely asked the military man how the parallel raid against the powerful orc mage was going right now. The scout captain immediately wilted his face and didn't even know what to say to this painful question of the hunter. The officer bitterly reported that their raid against the orc mage had actually failed with disastrous consequences. Hyun-sung speculated that perhaps the opponent had used some sort of instantaneous space travel skill to escape, to which the girl replied grimly that no, it was just a complete failure, a defeat so crushing that 90% of the fighters died. Upon hearing this terrible news, the lad was simply stunned by the magnitude of the disaster that had befallen their comrades. Hunter anxiously began to think about what had happened to Shin Yuna during this bloodbath. Hyun-sung immediately began asking about her fate, to which he received the reply that the team captain was alive and well. But as far as the officer knows, her injuries are quite serious, so the girl was hospitalized for treatment. Other players asked in shock, did even experienced fighters from elite guilds also die in this meat grinder? The intelligence captain silently handed over a data tablet and offered to read the full list of the few survivors. After all this terrible news, some of the fighters present began to cry quietly with grief and shock. It is indeed very hard to lose close friends and comrades. Everyone felt broken and devastated. Hyun-sung agonized over how such a massive defeat of their elite forces could have even happened. An emergency meeting at the Players Association building brought together all surviving members to debrief the operation. There, the leadership and survivors discussed in detail exactly how the tragic battle against the orc mage took place. The leadership was desperately trying to figure out what was the critical problem that kept the elite squad from winning. This huge green monster turned out to be an incredibly strong opponent, surpassing all their preliminary calculations and expectations. At the decisive moment of the battle, he simply transformed into a giant fire genie, which dramatically changed the balance of power on the battlefield. Everyone present looked at this footage in horror and wondered how he had managed to get so much bigger and stronger. With its huge flaming fist, the monster simply crushed people mercilessly as if they were insects under its foot. The monster was releasing streams of destructive fire from its mouth, seeking to destroy absolutely all opponents around it. The players simply didn't even have time to realize what was going on around them in this unimaginable chaos and destruction, as the only thing the fighters saw in their last moments of life was everything around them blazing with hellish flames. Hyun-sung, after scrutinizing these terrifying footage, thought that this monster had a skill similar to his survival instinct. When they went into the office to discuss the situation, the concerned chairman of the Players Association also walked in. The leader asked the guy with genuine concern if he was okay after such a tough battle with a legendary opponent. Hyun-sung confidently replied that his external wounds were now fully healed, thanks to quality medical care. The chairman seriously warned that internal wounds from magic could not be completely cured even with the strongest healing spells. Therefore, from now on, the hunter should realize that he needs to be much more careful and precise in battles with magical opponents. Hyun-sung realized that if the wound was from magic, it left dangerous residue in the body that hindered recovery. Though small, superficial wounds from magical attacks heal fairly quickly with proper treatment and rest, but in the case of serious injuries from magic, its destructive remnants are still stored in the body for a very long time, causing constant pain. Therefore, the guy anxiously asked the chairman to better tell him how the injured Shin Yuna was doing. The supervisor reported that the girl's external injuries were healed, but the internal injuries were too serious, so a week of intensive treatment would be required. Hyun-sung inquired about the situation on the battlefield, and learned that there was currently a fierce battle against the remaining monsters. At least thanks to the hunter's team's handling of the orc chieftain, the morale of the other green creatures had dropped noticeably. Without their powerful leader, it has become much harder for the orcs to coordinate, and it is now easier to use conventional military forces. Hyun-sung, after listening to all this important information, made one very serious and responsible decision for himself. The hunter resolutely stated that in that case, let him also help fight the remaining monsters on the battlefield. The chairman worriedly countered that the lad had recently been on the verge of death, so he'd better make a full recovery before new battles. Hyun-sung convincingly told the supervisor that no, he was indeed perfectly fine to participate in the operation. Hunter added that if he only helped his comrades on the battlefield a little, nothing bad would definitely happen. Hyun-sung stated with conviction that the number of casualties among their fighters would decrease markedly if he provided assistance at a critical moment. So, having made such an important decision for himself and his comrades, the lad simply stood up resolutely from his seat. Sung-yoon thought in this tense moment that the hunter clearly didn't understand something about the structure of this cruel world. This guy must just be really upset about losing some of his combat abilities in the last battle. But still, he bravely goes to the battlefield without showing his inner worries and doubts to those around him. Another player who listened to all of this carefully said that he would also go with them since his energy had been restored. The other players present also perked up when they saw such determination, and began to talk about wanting to return to the battlefield. All participants have finally made up their minds and have chosen to join a new dangerous mission irrevocably. Hyun-sung was genuinely happy to see such brave and loyal people by his side in times of need. So Hunter bluntly asked the chairman if he would give them final authorization to participate in the operation. To which the leader replied firmly that in that case they would all go together, and he would personally lead the unit into battle. The troop transport once again flew out on a combat mission, carrying determined fighters aboard to the battlefield. Hyun-sung jumped out of the helicopter without hesitation, and his hand was already at the ready to deal crushing damage to his opponents. When the hunter landed on the ground, there was a tremendous explosion from his devastating lightning bolts, shaking everything around him. All of the orcs began to literally melt from such an incredibly strong blast of lightning energy raining down on them. The green monsters were immediately killed by just one blow from the guy. So powerful and destructive was he. Some of these creatures were literally cut into two bloody pieces by the lightning from the unbearable temperature of the electrical discharges. Hyun-sung thought that hunting non-heroic level orcs was actually turning out to be a fairly simple task. So the other experienced players also enthusiastically joined the guy and started attacking the remaining creatures en masse. Song Yeon, the chairman of the association, didn't stand aside either. A huge, blazing fireball of incredible strength appeared in his hand. All these monsters looked at what was happening as if they were mesmerized and simply couldn't believe in the reality of this magical phenomenon. This destructive fireball was rapidly expanding to the enormous size of an entire building, threatening all life around it. All those horrible green creatures began to agonizingly burn alive from the unbearable heat of this powerful spell. The chairman had no intention of stopping there, and his hands continued to release one fiery strike after another. In his hand, the leader had a very real flaming sword in his hand, with which he easily and gracefully dealt with monsters. Hyun-sung, watching the association chairman fight, thought about how good he really was. This man's destructive power was simply astonishing. It was hard to believe that such a thing was even possible for an ordinary player. At that moment, the orc mage leader began to shriek and scream all over the place with rage and despair. This powerful warlock absolutely hated the fact that his loyal subordinates were being killed so quickly and brutally by humans. All the surviving subordinates immediately turned their attention to the call of their angry main leader. The green creatures began to hurriedly flee the battlefield after that piercing cry of their mighty lord. The players watched in amazement. Were the monsters really running away from them in panic and fear? The chairman strongly ordered not to let them do so. The fighters must catch up and destroy absolutely every one of them. These truly terrifying monsters were already rapidly approaching the portal itself to leave this world forever through the magical passage. Hyun-sung thought indignantly how brazen they were, really going to just leave after all the chaos in the city. The hunter quickly teleported using his instantaneous movement skill and found himself right in front of the faces of the fleeing monsters. These creatures, after everything they had seen on the battlefield today, looked extremely frightened and demoralized. But the guy ruthlessly used his legendary power Black Dragon Breath against the enemies crowded in front of him. Hyun-sung literally burned all those horrible monsters to the ground with his destructive dragon flames of incredible temperature. The only thing left of the mighty orcs were the small charred bits of their bodies scattered on the ground. The guy now realized that the situation was shaping up much better for them than in the previous failed battle with the legendary opponents. But then the hunter's calm face changed dramatically, as he sensed the approach of a new and much more serious danger. Suddenly, there was a huge destructive explosion that shook the ground and made everyone present wary. Hyun-sung realized that things were going very badly since it was the same powerful orc warlock who had arranged all of this. The guy looked at this huge shaman carefully and wondered whether or not he resembled his previous opponent. Several energy circles appeared above the hunter's head, clearly aimed at destroying him. Hyun-sung warily looked up and tried to figure out what he should expect from this magical attack right now. The shaman laughed wickedly and realized with sadistic pleasure that the lad should now expect only an agonizing death. This was followed by huge fiery blows, which the hunter desperately tried to dodge to avoid being hit by the flames. Hyun-sung resolutely stated that he was completely unsure about the others, but he would never let that monster come back. The guy tried using his instantaneous movement skill again, but something went completely wrong. It turned out that the enemy had blocked the ability to use this vital teleportation skill with some spell. So the only thing left to the hunter now was to move on his own feet, but to do it as fast as possible. The fugitive was followed by a whole angry mob of green monsters who were eager to avenge the deaths of their comrades. But when any of the pursuers got too close, the guy would use his lightning bolts and instantly kill the attackers. The shock started a chain reaction. So powerful and destructive was this electrical discharge. Hyun-sung was becoming more serious and determined with every second of this deadly confrontation. The gazes of the powerful shaman and the brave lad crossed, both hoping they could kill each other in a fair fight. That green shaman began to use dark power, and an ominous smoky energy of destruction began to emanate from him. A few seconds later, there was an incredible transformation of the monster into a giant fire genie of terrifying size. It was at this critical juncture that the previous elite team suffered its crushing defeat. Jason, watching from afar, told his subordinates that they weren't even thinking of joining the battle. The United Nations forces will merely watch this battle idly from the sidelines without risking their lives. Hyun-sung, who was standing right in front of the legendary monster, unlike the cowardly organization, was completely unafraid of anything. Hunter resolutely ran with his energy-filled weapon straight towards the huge opponent for a decisive attack. The guy swiftly approached this monster the size of an entire building and gave it a powerful blow with his enchanted blade. After the attack, Hyun-sung jumped back slightly to catch his breath and assess the damage done to his opponent. While the lad rested a bit, the monster swung its huge flaming arm menacingly at him for the killing blow. Fortunately, the hunter was able to barely jump aside in time, avoiding a direct hit from this devastating attack. The other players who were watching this epic fight were shouting loudly that they needed to urgently go on a general attack. The fighters stated that they should definitely help their comrade and use a powerful combo attack against this creature. A wide variety of mages of all elements, fire, water, ice, and many other magical schools joined the battle. Also, some warriors who possessed purely physical strength resolutely moved closer to this terrifying monster. The fighters tried to work as a true team, protecting each other and doing coordinated damage to the enemy. Hyun-sung, after this long and grueling battle, already felt a bit like he was starting to get a little tired from the exertion. But then suddenly, the expression on the hunter's face absolutely changed when he heard the extremely important information about the enemy. One of the experienced players loudly announced to his comrades that ice was the shaman's weak point, so now was their time to attack. The orc shaman became quite angry when he heard this, realizing that his carefully hidden weakness had been brought out into the open. The monster could not allow anyone to use the knowledge of his vulnerabilities against him to win. Hyun-sung suddenly appeared right behind his opponent's back, holding a huge glittering ball of lightning in his hands. The hunter landed directly on the monster's back and struck his powerful electric ball directly into the center of the creature. The other mages were also actively helping the guy, directing their spells at the weakened enemy. The most different kinds of magic power and energy were simultaneously used by the fighters in this critical situation. Hyun-sung realized that it was nearing the end of this hard battle, but there was no way he could stop, since it is necessary to continue the offensive against this powerful shaman until he is completely defeated. At this decisive moment, the hunter released a huge and devastating blow of ice magic from his hands. It seemed that this shaman monster had literally disappeared and melted before his eyes from the effects of the opposite element. The legendary shaman returned to his usual much smaller form of a simple orc with no magical enhancements. Everything around it was blazing and smoking so badly that you couldn't even see exactly where the players were. The fighters realized that this was not the final end of the battle, but they were close to the long-awaited victory. Hyun-sung began to run very fast towards the weakened shaman to deliver the final blow. This orc was frightened by what he most likely realized. The inevitable end of life had come for him. The last thing the monster saw in front of him was a guy swinging his weapon and running straight towards him. Hyun-sung, who was already tired after this long battle, had only one thing on his mind: He needed to kill the enemy completely. Coming closer and closer to his target, the hunter jumped high and plunged his blade straight into the orc's heart. That enchanted blade completely passed through the body of the horrible orc, inflicting a fatal wound to a vital organ. The shaman began to pant heavily from such a powerful and precise strike right in the heart area. There was nothing left for the monster to do but accept death, so it simply fell heavily to its knees before the victor. Hyun-sung watched this spectacle with satisfaction from on high, observing the agony of his defeated opponent. The legendary monster had finally died, and had already completely disappeared, leaving behind no trace of existence. Hyun-sung tensely looked at his surroundings, trying to figure out what was happening around him on the battlefield. Hunter saw the other fighters cheering as they finally managed to gain a decisive victory. The chairman himself looked outwardly emotionless, but also clapped his hands approvingly in recognition of success. Jason, the United Nations representative, looked at the scene and recognized that what was happening was really quite amazing. Watching the guy who made everyone win, he noticed that he seemed to be some kind of unusual player. Jason ordered his subordinates to be sure to bring this hunter to him for a private meeting and conversation. The representative of the international organization didn't think Korea had someone so strong except for the famous Shin Yuna. The battle ended in a great victory for humanity, but the defenders were unable to completely destroy all the orcs on the battlefield. This was because some of the green creatures still managed to escape back to their homeworld through the portal. The Korean government solemnly announced the brilliant victory of the second raid against the legendary monsters in front of the entire nation. After the success of the first raid against the legendary Amuga, the victory over the legendary level orcs was widely publicized around the world. Although outwardly Korea looked quite strong in the eyes of the international community, there were serious problems inside, since many high-level players have tragically died after such bloody battles with powerful opponents. The government had the most real anxiety because it was unknown when the next legendary level monster would appear. Shin Yuna slowly woke up in her hospital bed in one of the best clinics in the capital after being severely injured. Suddenly, someone knocked gently on the door of her room, not wanting to disturb the recovering patient. Understandably, the girl allowed entry as she was expecting visitors after such a serious incident. It turned out to be Hyun-sung, who decided to visit the girl and find out how she was feeling after her ordeal. The girl was very much surprised to see the guy in the doorway of her room, as she had not expected his visit. Hyun-sung asked with genuine concern how she was feeling after all the horror she'd been through. She honestly said that her external wounds have already healed, but she doesn't use magic on purpose, so she'll be completely back to normal in a couple days. Hyun-sung seriously told the girl that she shouldn't blame herself after that terrible defeat that happened to the team. Hunter emphasized that she herself understood perfectly well. In that critical situation, nothing could be done about the superior enemy forces. The girl objected that no, it was her personal mistake, and she should become stronger so that she wouldn't have that kind of feeling. Hyun-sung could only guess at the terrible heartache the girl felt after losing her comrades. Shin Yuna resolutely declared that if she met an orc shaman the next time, she would never give him mercy and would take revenge. Hyun-sung, seeing the girl's fighting mood, realized that there was no need to worry much about her future then. She's definitely not the kind of person who would be broken by something like this, even such a serious tragedy. The girl thanked the hunter profusely for avenging her and all her fallen teammates. She recognized that it was true. Hyun-sung had always made a huge contribution to victories, and without him, they could have lost. Therefore, worried about him, Shin Yuna asked how the guy was feeling after 2 hard fights in a row. Hyun-sung calmly replied to the girl that he seemed to be perfectly fine, so there wasn't much to worry about. The girl noticed that even though he had gained 2 legendary level skills, he must have lost a lot of physical stats. The guy philosophically replied that he just had to try even harder to raise his level. That's all the solution to the problem. Hyun-sung added that he hopes the girl will help him in this difficult endeavor of developing and improving his abilities. For defeating the orc chieftain and shaman mage, he received as many as 7 valuable items as a well-deserved reward. All of these trophies were of legendary level, and among them was the very axe used by the mighty orc chieftain. One item the orcs managed to take with them as they fled, and the other valuable artifact was left behind in the human world. Also, some other items received may not be suitable for Hyun-sung personally due to class or characteristic limitations. Especially since the hunter already collects a certain set of equipment, so many items are completely unnecessary for him to develop. If we excluded those 4 unnecessary items, there were still 3 skill books left, plus he had been promised free artifacts. Hyun-sung took his battle cry, a sound skill that made enemies fall into a state of paralysis and fear for 10 seconds. This is the first item that affects mental influence skills, so it will also be crucial to pump it thoroughly. The auction host solemnly announced that this was the first mental attack skill of such a high level, so the bidding was officially opened. Understandably, absolutely every player present wanted to purchase it, so the bids quickly flew up. The price went as high as 6 billion for this unique item, so much so that everyone liked it, and buyers were interested in it. Hyun Sung thought that the representatives of the biggest guilds had gathered here, so it would be hard for him to outbid them. Then he heard someone offering 8 billion in general, and the guy was already sitting pretty upset about what was going on. But the chairman of the association, who made a surprise appearance at the auction, offered a whole trillion for this legendary artifact. Understandably, it will be extremely hard for anyone to outbid anyone for such an amount, but there were buyers willing to give up 1,005 billion. Then came a bid of 1,007 billion from another serious elite bidder. The hostess tensely announced that this was the final price, and if anyone could offer more, let them claim it now. Jason of the United Nations coughed loudly on purpose, drawing attention to his presence at the auction. Someone decisively raised the plate with the number 21, showing that they were willing to make a higher bid. This participant was approached by the organizers and politely told that number 21, they were listening carefully to his proposal. Hyun Sung also decided to enter this fierce battle for the valuable artifact, unwilling to give up without a fight. Hunter raised his plaque and confidently declared that he was willing to give 2 trillion for this unique combat skill. People among themselves began to whisper in surprise, wondering how such a huge sum was even possible for a private person. A legitimate question arose as to whether anyone could offer more than this astronomical amount. But the answer is most likely no. This valuable item was then finally sold to the successful bidder. Therefore, the presenter solemnly congratulated Hyun Sung. Battle cry now belongs to the person number 21. Meanwhile, officials at Japan's Interior Ministry said drastic measures can no longer be delayed. The Prime Minister grimly reported that the disaster was due to a delayed reaction. Considering the monster was flying, it couldn't be avoided. The country had lost an entire region of 15 million people, so action needed to be taken immediately. If the government remains inactive, the monsters will reach the mainland as well, threatening even more lives. It is extremely difficult to deal with legendary monsters at the same time, so Japan needs to request military support from Korea. After listening to all the critical information, the Prime Minister waited carefully for the reaction of his subordinates to the proposal. Everyone present agreed that obviously other countries will also actively struggle to get support from a strong Korea. Everyone realizes that this country is extremely strong right now, and there is no better option on the world stage to get help. The minister replied firmly that it is understandable. He will formally send an urgent request for military assistance to Korea, because it is their experience and strength that is required to send a special group of legendary-level monster extermination. A few days later, breaking news broke that Japan was officially requesting military forces from Korea. Hyun Sung wondered what kind of craziness was going on. Why they had to help someone else when the government's advertising campaign worked too well. In such a difficult situation, the leadership wants them to help another country solve its problems. The government's explanation was that elections were underway and the international image of a strong power had to be maintained. At this moment, players from the association approached the guy and politely said hello to the esteemed hunter. They informed Hyun Sung that the management officials were looking for him, so he needed to go to a meeting right away. Hyun Sung inquired if it was really necessary to go now, or if this meeting could be postponed until later. Song Yeon seriously said that the management had decided the team to be led by the hunter would be called a Special Assassination Squad. On the boy's face, this unexpected news was reflected quite seriously, as he had not expected such a turn of events. Hunter, when he heard this sentence, asked in surprise, "Wasn't this supposed to be a temporary team to fight legendary monsters?" His management's plan to keep the squad on a permanent basis and make it a professional team of monster killers. The chairman replied that he had thought it over carefully. They would create an elite squad led by Hyun Sung, and in the event of a legendary-level threat, increase this squad by bringing in other experienced characters. Hyun Sung thoughtfully remarked that it was like creating a reserve unit for particularly dangerous battles. The chairman asked if there was anyone in the association that the hunter would like to have on his team. The management is willing to consult with the team captains and allow the selection of suitable candidates for the new squad. Hyun Sung clarified whether he could indeed take someone who was not a member of the association and received a positive answer. If the goal is to fight monsters of legendary level, then the criteria for selecting team members should be as strict as possible. The chairman responded that this leaves it up to the hunter's discretion, as the kill squad is set up for long-term results. If the team members show good results right away, at least the squad will have excellent future development prospects. Hyun Sung would be able to choose talents that could really help him in challenging raids against legendary-level monsters. The hunter wondered if those were two good terms. The more he had, the harder it would be to get away. The guy decided that, well, first he should use the banner of the king skill to attract suitable candidates. Hyun Sung will try to recruit a team of players who couldn't even change their first basic profession to a more advanced one. High-level players are treated well everywhere, so they are rarely interested in changing jobs or teams. First of all, Hyun Sung will need too many leadership points to attract high-level characters who can learn his secret. It is far better to recruit as many low-level players as possible, who can be cultivated under his leadership as the players under him gradually increase their level and skills. They will no longer be able to walk away from him easily due to the high penalties if they break a long-term contract. In this devious way, the hunter will be able to gradually take control of a large part of the players' association. The girl sat sadly on the bench and complained that although she could both defend and attack equally well, because of this ambiguous position between tank and damager, no one takes her in serious raid squads. So in the evening she decided to take her mind off her problems for a bit and sit down on a bench to rest in peace. Suddenly, the girl saw an interesting news on her phone and immediately became genuinely excited about what was happening. She had a lottery ticket in her hand and exclaimed in surprise that incredibly, at least one number matched. Suddenly, someone approached the girl from behind. It turned out to be Hyun Sung, who politely addressed her by her name, Lee Soo-jin. She wondered in surprise at the stranger who he even was and what he wanted from her at a time like this. The guy calmly introduced himself as the captain of a special assassination squad under the Players Association and was looking for new team members. Hearing this, the girl immediately became very worried that such a high-ranking and influential person was standing in front of her. She immediately rose quickly from the bench, bowed politely before him, and saluted respectfully. Lee Soo-jin cautiously asked if she accepted his tempting offer. Then, what would change in her life? It appears that her salary and support from the association will be greatly increased, whether she gets it right or not. The guy confirmed that was correct. In addition, he would help her acquire skill books that would improve her characteristics. Soo-jin, upon hearing such a favorable offer, immediately lit up and enthusiastically said that of course she would accept. Hyun Sung seriously warned that if she didn't want to know the possible consequences beforehand, he needed access to her status window. But if she decides to quit his team, all the levels and stats she's upgraded will simply disappear without a trace. The girl explained that the status window function has been known to the association for a long time, so it doesn't scare her. Plus, she's in dire need of work right now, so she doesn't have time to worry about distant consequences. Hyun Sung replied understandingly that he understood her situation perfectly, so they could safely move on to formalizing the contract. The guy formally invited her to join the squad, and the girl clarified exactly what she needed to take to complete the procedure. Lee Soo-jin was already pulling her finger towards the screen to accept the system message of joining the team that appeared in front of her. Officially, this player accepted the invitation after spending 10 leadership points. So now there are 5 loyal subjects under the guy. Hyun Sung has a new specialized skill called Call of the King, allowing him to give instructions regardless of distance. Soo-jin happily thought to herself that great. Now she was finally on at least some kind of team. Hyun Sung, watching her violent reaction, thought that it seemed like the girl didn't fully understand the importance of what was happening. The new member of the team herself also noticed this strange and thoughtful reaction of the guy to her enthusiasm. She stepped closer in surprise and wondered why she was suddenly hearing his voice right inside her head. The guy calmly explained to the girl that this was all due to the action of his special command skill. Soo-jin's eyes lit up admiringly, and she exclaimed that this was really quite cool and incredible. Hyun Sung realized that magical energy in such a case was practically wasted on maintaining communication with his subordinates. The hunter kept his promise and handed the girl the skill books as agreed upon when the contract was made. The girl just couldn't believe that it was all really true, and not some elaborate prank. The guy, seeing such an emotional reaction, thought that perhaps he had accidentally offended this sensitive girl in some way, but she bowed very low before him again, and thanked him sincerely for all he was doing for her. In parting, Hyun Sung said that as early as tomorrow, her salary will be officially raised according to her new status. To himself, the hunter thought to himself that these skill books were of the most ordinary basic level. Nothing special. But apparently people's lives are really hard if the girl has such a violent reaction to simple things. When the guy got home, he started thinking seriously about who the next guy should take on his team. Hyun Sung proposed to a guy with bright red hair who also needed a job. The hunter thought to himself that perhaps 1 or 2 people would refuse his offer for various reasons. But things are actually going well so far, and he has absolutely nothing to worry about in the near future. Hyun Sung thought that the news of his active team recruitment activities had already reached the chairman of the association, although the management has yet to fully grasp all his ambitious plans for the Players Association. In the past month, the assassination squad has added 316 new people from all walks of life. The chairman was surprised to think that none of the recruits had previously had anything to do with Hyun-sung. His subordinate confirmed that it was true. No matter how thoroughly they investigated, these players had met the captain recently. Until the hunter accepted them into the team, they weren't even familiar with each other. It was quite hard for Sung-yoon to believe it, as he was well aware of how cunning and calculating this guy was. But after hearing all this detailed information from the intelligence, the chairman replied that in that case the investigation could be closed. The leader thought, 316 people who haven't even passed the first change of occupation? What is this guy up to? Even if you look at it as a long-term investment in the future, the efficiency looks extremely low. But Hyun-sung hadn't even met the recruits again after first finding them on the streets. This girl, Soo-jin, whom the guy accepted into the squad, used to be a completely hopeless player, but is now showing progress. Basically, all the other recruits he had accepted into his squad were now spending all their time in the dungeons for development. The chairman realized that Hyun-sung clearly had some obvious reasons for this strategy. But what were they? Hyun-sung praised Lucia's work, telling the girl that she really did a very good job. One could say for good. Then suddenly the guy noticed that he had a new message on his phone from an unknown sender. After that, he also got a phone call from someone else, disturbing the calm atmosphere with a strange call. Hunter thought this was odd, picked up the phone and immediately asked warily who it was that was calling. They started asking him how he was doing and introduced themselves. It turned out to be Sun-ho, an old childhood friend. Sung-ho was the guy that Hyun-sung had been living in the same neighborhood and friends with since he was a kid. An old friend who had been by his side since kindergarten all the way through his graduation from university. From then on, they were practically like family, even calling each other's fathers their own uncles. The old friend asked in surprise why Hyun-sung hadn't told him that he had changed his phone number to contact him. The guy replied with an apologetic smile that he had just been a bit busy with important matters lately. Sung-ho indignantly called him a dumbass. Even if he's busy, it doesn't mean he should ignore old friends. So he asked if it was true that Hyun-sung's father had become a player, as he had heard somewhere recently. He and his father met yesterday for a drink and a chat about old times and current affairs. That's why Sung-ho was calling now. He asked his uncle to help find out his friend's new phone number. Since they hadn't talked in such a long time, he suggested they get together too and drink to old friendship. Sung-ho offered to meet right tonight since he had some free time after work. Lucia, hearing this friendly conversation, asked curiously if someone had called, if it was an old friend of the lads. Hyun-sung confirmed that he did, but admitted that he was careless because he didn't even think to socialize with his old friends. The girl wisely responded to this by saying that he just really needed a vacation, so going out with friends was a great idea. The guy told the girl to drive straight home and not to stay in town late. Hyun-sung gave her his car keys and offered to take the car for a ride home. She withdrew that she was fine, but could take him absolutely anywhere he wanted to go if need be. But the guy replied that he was going in a completely different direction, so if she gave him a ride, he wouldn't make it in time for the drama. So the girl immediately perked up and asked him to make the meeting as quick and short as possible. Lucia got behind the wheel of his car to get home in time for the start of her favorite TV show. The mercenary said goodbye, then she would be on her way and would not linger here any longer. The guy waved goodbye in a friendly manner and said, "Sure, see you later and have a good evening." Hyun-sung wondered to himself if she was really that interested in these Korean dramas and series. When they met in a cozy restaurant, a casual conversation ensued between the friends about how good the hunter was looking lately. The old comrade, scrutinizing his old friend, admiringly noticed that his shoulders had even become so broad. A real handsome man. The guy modestly replied that it was all the result of his hard work to build muscle mass and constant training in the gym. A friend offered to drink some alcohol, saying it was good when they could drink to old times and mix drinks in a friendly way. The comrades mixed traditional soju with beer and began to enjoy this classic Korean cocktail in the pleasant company of old times. It seemed to the hunter that it had been so long since he had had a break from all the business, and he could finally relax a little in the company of an old friend. Buddy was also insanely excited to see him and exclaimed that this was it. They were finally back together after a long separation. But the fun didn't end there. He still poured some strong drinks into the glasses to continue the friendly feast. The boy curiously asked his comrade what he was doing with his life now, and what his job was. The friend asked in surprise if the hunter was really interested, and told me that he was now working in the sales department of a large company. The old buddy proudly informed that he was not surprised. He now held a rather high and responsible position in the firm. The comrade explained that he wasn't going to go back to studying because life had actually gotten quite hard since the awakening of the abilities. Hunter asked his friend with interest how he liked working in this company in general, and whether the working conditions were satisfactory, to which a buddy honestly replied that it's very hard, especially because their department's sales are performing quite poorly. If you really want to successfully sell some products to customers, you have to put your absolute best foot forward without any residue. In addition, the players very often thumb their noses at ordinary people, showing their superiority and disregard for ordinary workers. Even those hunters who just changed their first base profession act like arrogant gentlemen to the regular employees. The lad replied understandingly that he would be sure to report the problem to his father, so that he could help solve the issue of supplying goods. A friend suggested that parents bring magic stones to sell, as he buys them at the most favorable terms on the market. Suddenly, the old comrade began to receive a persistent call on his cell phone, and he apologetically asked for a moment to talk. He explained to the hunter that it was the caller of the very same overenthusiastic player he had recently told him about in their friendly conversation. The buddy was 100% sure that the cocky man had called to ask to pay the establishment's liquor bill for him. But the problem is that he has very little money this month, and customers rarely buy items in the right quantities. The guy, hearing about this unpleasant situation, asked in surprise if the friend had decided to just not pick up the phone from the annoying player. The comrade replied that he would just call tomorrow morning and say that he fell asleep early last night, so he couldn't hear the call and answer. Hunter offered an alternative. Instead, it would be better to call his father instead of him tomorrow for a business matter with sales. Guy advised to ask his parent to sell the accumulated magical items through proven sales channels for a good price in the market. Just at that moment, the very brash player burst into the restaurant screaming, demanding an explanation as to how dare he ignore his calls. All the other diners in the restaurant also turned around curiously to look at this impudent man, who had so unceremoniously barged in on them. Sung-ho exclaimed in shock, if it was really the team captain, and began to justify that he really hadn't seen the incoming calls. This self-righteous captain scornfully replied that he had seen everything. He had time for a drink, but no time to pick up the phone. The employee began to humiliatingly apologize and plead that, "Sir, please forgive me. This kind of outrage will never happen again in the future." The old friend turned apologetically to the guy and said that he was sorry, but he would pay for their shared dinner a little later. Hyun-sung calmly finished another mug of his beer as he watched the unpleasant scene unfolding in the establishment. The hunter firmly told his comrade that listen, he must not follow this arrogant type without complaint. He emphasized that the buddy didn't have to obey him like a slave, so just let him sit in his seat at the table. This angry and cocky player indignantly asked what the guy had just said, and who he even was by status. The captain continued aggressively, how the man even allows himself to talk to him like that when he looks at how big and strong he is. Hyun-sung nonchalantly repeated that listen, addressing the most common dumbass without a brain. That's all there is to say. Now the two of them sat down at the table opposite each other and made eye contact, as if preparing for a serious confrontation. This aggressive type grabbed the hunter by his jacket and began to shake him violently, demonstrating his physical superiority. Sung-ho tried to step in and stop the conflict, telling the captain that this was not the way to do it. You shouldn't pry into someone who didn't want trouble. But the player just rudely pushed the defenseless worker away and contemptuously told him to fuck off and stay out of their squabbles. The guy turned to the bulky guy and sternly warned that, hey, don't you dare offend his old friend like that. The captain defiantly asked what the hunter's problems were and why he was even bothering to get involved in their personal relationship with his subordinate. Hyun-sung seriously remarked that as a player, it's okay to use physical force against ordinary civilians, especially when so big. The insolent man laughed and cynically replied that of course you can't do such things, but he never used force. So the captain turned angrily to the people in the establishment and asked if anyone had seen the use of force. Obviously, all the frightened visitors immediately turned their heads away and unanimously said that no one had seen anything. Hunter confidently stated that he had seen something with his own eyes and thought someone would certainly believe him in this situation. This thug started threatening that it was useless to call the police. They do not take into account the opinions of participants in small conflicts. So the player added that if a guy is crazy and wants to use force, there are many ways to teach those kinds of people a lesson. The captain turned cruelly on the poor worker and threatened that he would not even think of receiving magic stones from him in the future. He is going to tell all the team captains close to him about this incident, so have a comrade ready for it. Turning to Hyun-sung, the player warned that the latter had better be on his guard because you never know when you might become disabled. The hunter, upon hearing these threats, only laughed in response, as he actually found it quite amusing and pathetic. Hyun-sung asks this guy about the guy just threatening him, but now attacking and intimidating civilians. And the use of powers, the use of force, as well as threats of harm, knows that serious responsibility follows. That's more than enough to take away your player's license, and maybe even put you behind bars for a long time. That insolent captain was immediately frightened when he heard those serious words about the possible consequences of his actions. He saw the phone in the guy's hands and immediately realized that he had videotaped the whole thing for evidence. The player decided to swing his huge fist, but the hunter only just clasped his hand in his palm. The guy didn't understand how such a seemingly small hand could squeeze his huge and muscular fist without effort. How does this guy have so much incredible strength if he looks like the most ordinary person without any special features? The big man began to shake with fear and said that if it was a player like himself, Hyun Sung calmly inquired if something had changed drastically because he had found out about his status as a player. Hyun Wook laughed nervously and said, "Ha ha ha, he and he work in the same field. Why didn't they talk about it before?" The captain said he would sign a sales contract with Xiong Ho and also talk to the captains close to him and ask him to give him the stones. Hunter replied that what good is a player who is about to go to jail for his crimes anyway? An old childhood friend who heard this was in complete shock at what was going on between the two players. The guy went on to say that players should maintain a good relationship, but he absolutely does not want that with this type of guy. Hyun Sung added that his third cousin, the deputy first team of the Su Guild, so there was no benefit for the big guy to argue. Sung Ho, upon hearing this, thought that this was one of the largest and most influential guilds there was. The hunter wondered what they would do next, for his third cousin, the closest associate of the head of this guild. The big guy immediately took out his phone to call and resolve the situation through influential connections. He dialed his sister's number and excitedly said into the receiver that yes, hello, it was him calling on an urgent matter. The captain turned and said, "Sis, hi, haven't talked to you in a while. How are things going in the guild?" He added that if she intended to have him join their guild, it would be great for his career. With a nervous smile on his face, the player assured that, believe me, it was absolutely not about this ordinary question about work. Hyun Sung listens to the conversation and realizes that he seems to have heard that familiar female voice somewhere before. This girl irritatedly said, "Jerk, why does the guy even call every time he has some kind of problem?" The guy realizes that yes, he 100% heard this girl's voice somewhere before, but he can't remember where. Hyun Wook said that this person doesn't put their guild in anything and only makes fun of them. And when he told him about the guild, he said he wasn't afraid of their influence and threats at all. Now that their guild is weakened after their losses, some bugs are completely ignoring her. And the girl agreed to talk. The big guy obeyed his sister and handed the receiver of his phone to the guy to explain himself to the powerful girl. Hyun Sung thought that for sure, he remembered perfectly whose familiar voice it was sounding in the telephone receiver. This was the same girl they had previously seen during his very first official dungeon hunt. Then she kindly offered him to join their influential guild and showed him the best of herself. She put her phone on speaker and could be heard yelling that, "Hey idiot, did he really say that?" Soo-hee continued to indignantly ask why he wasn't answering her persistent and important questions. The girl inquired if her brother had even handed the phone to that person or not, as she had requested. Hyun Sung politely replied that it had been a long time since he had seen her, madam, and it was good to hear her voice again. The girl asked in surprise who this man was, who suddenly knew her voice and addressed her so formally. The hunter introduced himself as the new captain of the Players Association team named Hunseong. Hearing this loud name, the girl came to a complete shock at the unexpectedness of such a turn of events. This bulky, healthy man was also wondering why no one had informed him of this important fact earlier. Even his childhood friend was surprised, as they had yet to talk about this important topic for the evening. Hyun Sung turned to the girl and asked her to listen to him carefully as the situation was serious. Soo-hee assured with an open mouth that she was at full attention and listened to his every word carefully. The boyfriend reported that her younger brother had just assaulted and threatened an innocent civilian in front of him. The captain has used his powers and skills outside of the dungeon that can seriously harm ordinary people, and also attempted to commit theft, but seems to have committed these acts thinking that the guild could intercede on his behalf. So, if the guild deputy's cousin is so arrogant, the guild members probably behave exactly the same. Hunter added that he thought he would consult with the chairman of the association and make a special inspection of the guild. Sister hastily stated that this boy had nothing to do with their guild and was just using her name. Hyun Sung asked if she would file a lawsuit against her brother for the defamation he committed. The girl started to justify herself, but the guy immediately started to push her even more psychologically in the conversation. Soo-hee screamed that of course she would file a report because there was nothing to slander and embarrass her. The girl promised that tomorrow morning she would go to the police and write an official report against her brother. After the whole incident, the big guy was handcuffed and led away from the restaurant under escort. Now it seems that this cocky guy's life is going to change dramatically and take a completely different path. Sung-ho had a lot of respect for the guy for his brave act that he did for justice. Hyun Sung turned to his comrade and remarked that he already seemed sobered up after all these events. So he suggested going for a second round of drinks, as it would be good for their companionship. But the old friend was still worried about the question of whether the latter was also a player and still working in the association. His buddy asked him why he had not told him anything about this important fact earlier. The guy replied with a smile on his face that he was going to tell you. But the brat intervened and ruined everything. So Hyun Sung suggested going for another drink, and just then he would tell his comrade all the details of his work. Sung Ho was glad to have such a trustworthy friend, so he was only too happy to agree to continue the meeting. Meanwhile, the results of simulating the damage bases of the legendary monsters that are known to date were presented to the management. US President Wilson scrutinized a detailed map of the states with potential danger zones marked. Analysts reported that even if only one legendary level monster appeared, the loss of life and damage would be enormous. But Korea handled the 3 legendary level monsters at the same time with surprising ease. There was basically no great damage due to the fact that they were able to deal with the threat quickly and swiftly. Korea can gather all the high-level players faster than other countries. To match them, the US would need at least 6 hours. In addition, Korea had successfully dealt with 3 legendary level monsters, which the speaker reminded the audience of once again. Jason noted that the sacrifices of high-level players during these battles were especially high. The president suggested it was because of the mental skill that affects the psyche of people over a wide area. It's all really true. Moreover, monsters like Orc Chieftain and Shaman live in organized groups, along with a lot of heroic level monsters, making it much harder to take them down. Therefore, it was much more difficult to deal with them than monsters that acted alone without support. The president asked more precisely how many serious problems all this was causing them in the long run. The United Nations representative said that most high-level players wouldn't be of much use in raids against legendary monsters. That's why they need exactly the best players from all the players who even exist in the world at the moment. This can be seen quite well from the situation in China. Besides, judging from the battle diagram against the legendary Orc, they absolutely need someone incredibly strong to successfully execute such operations. Someone whose abilities would go far beyond the usual top players known to the international community. The president recalled that there were earlier reports of a player named Hyun Song with outstanding abilities. Agents said he was unusually strong and essentially single-handedly pulled off this most difficult assignment. According